Mediterranean trade. As stated, Carthage exercised a monopoly of trade within her empire, either sinking any intruding vessel or arranging commercial treaties with possible competitors like the Etruscan cities and Rome. Normally foreign traders were not allowed to trade west of Carthage. This meant that goods they brought to that city were then moved and traded in Carthaginian vessels. It was by these ways that products from Etruria, Campania, Egypt, and various Greek cities reached a large number of North African sites. The manufactures of Carthage are not easy to identify archaeologically because they lack individual style and merit. This may even have been an economic asset in the 4th century, particularly after the major economic and political changes in the Western Mediterranean brought about the conquests of Alexander the Great. These created larger markets of a more cosmopolitan kind for cheap manufactures which the Carthaginians were well placed to exploit. It was only in the 4th century that Carthage began to issue her OWN coins as her trade with advanced powers increased, and as the changed economic scene made it necessary also to pay mercenaries in coin. 450. The Carthaginian period. Saharan trade. The problem of Carthaginian contacts with Saharan peoples, and people living even farther south, is obscure. If communications or contacts existed, they must have been based on Leptis Magna and Sabrata, since it is in this region that there are the fewest natural obstacles. Carthaginian concern to keep Greeks from the area has been cited as evidence that trade of some substance with the interior existed, since suitable agricultural land for settlement is scarce. In the 5th century Herodotus knew of two tribal groups, the Garamantes and Nasamones, in the regions south of the Sirtic Gulf. He also said that it took 30 days to get from the coast to the region of the former tribe, presumably the population of Germa, Germa. It was via the Garamantes that the Romans obtained more knowledge of the interior of Africa centuries later. A late story says that a Carthaginian named Mago crossed the desert 3 times. Unfortunately, up to the present such trade as existed has left no archaeological trace whatever, and in literature only carbuncles are mentioned as an article of desert commerce. Slaves were perhaps traded. The Garamantes are said to have pursued Ethiopians, i.e. Negro peoples, in 4-horse chariots. Ivory and skins are suggested, though these were readily available in the Maghreb, and gold from the Sudan is still more problematical, though not impossible. Recent archaeological evidence from Germa indicates that the earliest population growth is from the 5th or 4th century and that over succeeding centuries a considerable sedentary population based on agriculture grew up. This may be due to cultural influences extending from the Carthaginian sites on the coast. After the destruction of Carthage, the Romans penetrated both to Germa and Gadames and occasionally farther south, and there are some archaeological traces of imports from the Mediterranean world into the interior, but on a modest scale. The lack at this time of camels in North Africa explains the difficulty and irregularity of trans-Saharan travel. Even if Saharan conditions were not so severe in ancient as they have been in more recent times, this absence would make trade on any large scale extremely difficult. The integration of the Sahara and trans-Saharan regions into a wider cultural environment must therefore be dated to the early Arab period. The city of Carthage. Although Carthage had the reputation of possessing enormous wealth, this is not manifested for us in the archaeology, even allowing for the complete destruction of the city by the Romans. This is not to say that there were no important buildings as in other ancient cities of similar size. Carthage had an elaborate double artificial harbor, the outer for the use of merchant ships. How many could use it at one time is not known, and the inner, which had quays and sheds for 220 warships, together with the control. 451. Building sufficiently high to give a view over intervening buildings out to sea. The city walls were of exceptional dimensions and held out against every attack till the final Roman assault. The total length, including that along the sea, was about 22 miles, the crucial sector of the 2.5 miles across the Isthmus of Carthage being 40 feet high and 30 feet thick. An inner citadel with an enceinte of about 2 miles enclosed the hill known as Bursa, no doubt the oldest part of the city. Between the harbor and the Bursa was an open public space equivalent to a Greek agora, but it does not seem that it ever had the regular planned or monumental aspect which came to characterize Greek cities. The city seems to have developed unplanned, with narrow winding streets, and here of buildings up to 6 stories in height, as at Tyre itself and at Motia in Sicily. As for temples, although these are said to have been numerous, they are unlikely to have been substantial till the later stages of Carthaginian history when Greek cultural influence became pronounced, since most of the evidence goes to show that the Carthaginians were essentially conservative in religious matters and long remained faithful to the concept of simple enclosures without monumental buildings. The population at its height can only be the subject of an educated guess. A figure of 700,000 given by Strabo is an impossible density but may refer to the city and the whole of the cap bone area. A more likely figure of 400,000, including slaves, would put Carthage on a par with Athens of the 5th century. Carthaginian political institutions. The only aspect of Carthage to receive praise from Greeks and Romans was its political constitution, which seemed to ensure the stability so highly cherished in antiquity. Details are obscure, and it is not always certain that they have properly understood the facts, but the main outlines seem to be as follows. Hereditary kingship prevailed in the Phoenician cities till Hellenistic times, and all our sources likewise refer to kingship at Carthage, for example, Hamilcar, defeated at Himera, and Hanno, the leader of the African expansion, are so described. It is probable that in calling them kings the classical authors were thinking as much of their sacral and judicial as their political and military powers. The position was in principle elective, not hereditary, but several generations of the Magonid family held the position. During the 6th and 5th centuries they appear also to have been the military leaders of the state when occasion demanded. During the 5th century a process began whereby the power of the kings was diminished. This appears to be associated with the rise to power of the Suevites, the only Carthaginian political term transcribed for us by Roman writers. The word combines the meaning of judge and governor, and since in the 3rd century 2, perhaps more, were elected annually, it was easy to compare them with Roman consuls, and the term Suevite remained in use in North Africa in areas of Carthaginian culture for at least a century. 452. The Carthaginian period. After the Roman conquest, to denote the chief magistrate of a town. Reduction in the power of the kings was similar to developments in Greek cities and in Rome. At the same time the power of a wealthy aristocracy increased. In addition to their exclusive membership of a council of state like the Roman Senate, the aristocracy established a court of Ioo members apparently with the specific function of controlling all organs of government. Although the citizen body had some say in election of kings, suevites and other officials, it is certain that Carthaginian politics were always dominated by the rich. Aristotle considered the part played by wealth at Carthage to be a bad feature. Both birth and wealth were essential for election. All matters were decided by kings or suevites and council in concert, and only if they disagreed were assemblies of the citizens consulted. In the 4th or 3rd century command of the armed forces was entirely divorced from other offices. Generals were appointed only as needed for specific campaigns. Since the state had no standing army requiring a permanent commander, several families, the Magonids in early history, and the Barcids, see below, later, developed a military tradition. It is notable that Carthage never succumbed to a coup d'état led by an ambitious general, as was the frequent fate of Greek cities especially in Sicily. Presumably the organs of supervision and control were effective. The fact that from the early 5th century Carthaginian citizens were immune from military service except at rare intervals probably prevented them from developing a sense of their own strength, which was such a potent factor in the growth of democratic tendencies in Greece and Rome. Carthaginian religion. While their political institutions were praised, Carthaginian religious life was severely criticized by classical authors, above all because of the persistence of human sacrifice. The intensity of religious beliefs was likewise commented on. Naturally the cults at Carthage have similarities with those of Phoenicia from which they derived. The supreme male deity of the Phoenician world was known in Africa as Baal Hammon, the meaning of the epithet Hammon apparently being fiery and expressive of his solar aspect. He was identified in Roman times with Saturn. In the 5th century he was outstripped, at any rate in popular worship, by a goddess named Tanit. The name is apparently Libyan and the growth of her cult is associated with the acquisition of territory in Africa, because it had pronounced fertility aspects, owing much to the Greek goddesses Hera and Demeter. Crude representations of a female figure with arms raised occur on hundreds of stelae from Carthage and elsewhere. These two deities overshadowed the rest, though we know also of Astarte, Eshmoun, identified with Aesculapius the divine healer, and Melkart, the particular protector of the mother city Tyre. The institution of human sacrifice is proved archaeologically by discoveries not only at Carthage and had 453 Rumetum but also at Cirta, in Libyan territory but much influenced by Carthaginian culture, and at a number of settlements outside Africa. The discoveries are of sacred enclosures containing urns with the calcined bones of children, often marked by stelae referring to a sacrificial offering generally to Baal Hammon but often to Tanit as well. According to our sources, which have doubtful features, the sacrifices were always of males, were annual, and an obligation on the leading families. The practice certainly declined, but an incident in 310 shows that it could be revived in moments of crisis when its neglect was held responsible for divine displeasure. There is no doubt that the emphasis of Carthaginian religious ideas was on the necessity of appeasing the capricious power of the gods. The great majority of Carthaginian names were theophoric, no doubt with the same intention. For example, Hamilcar means favored by Melkart and Hannibal favored by Baal. Besides human sacrifice, there was an elaborate sacrificial system involving other victims, and a priesthood including both full-time priests and others who were not members of a separate caste. In spite of their contacts with Egypt, the Carthaginians appear to have attached little importance to the idea of life after death, in this respect being like the early Hebrews. Inhumation was the general rule and the grave goods moderate. Many tombs contain small grotesque masks of terracotta which are assumed to have an apotropaic significance. The Carthaginians were far less influenced even at a late date by Greek civilization than the Etruscans and Romans, though they were by no means altogether untouched by it. The cult of Demeter and Cora was officially installed in the city, but there was no widespread Hellenization of traditional cults. Artistically, the minor crafts of Carthage show little influence, but the few remains of the 2nd century show that by that date architectural influences emanating from the Greek world were being felt not only at a Carthaginian site, Darsuf in Cap Bone, but also in Libyan territory, Dauga. Phoenician was used as a literary language, but none of its products has survived. We know of a treatise on agriculture by a certain Mago which was translated into Latin, and it is clear that Mago made use of Greek books on the subject. We hear also of some Carthaginian followers of Greek philosophy. Conflicts with the Sicilian Greeks. The period of expansion in Africa and peace elsewhere which had lasted since the disaster at Himera ended in 410. The Greek states in Sicily had become involved in the great struggle for supremacy in Greece between Athens and Sparta, and though an Athenian expedition to Sicily had met total disaster, the aftermath finally embroiled Carthage. The city of Segesta, a native Sicilian community but allied to Carthage, had been in part responsible for bringing the Athenians into Sicily and was now subject to a major punitive attack by the Greek city of Selinus, and appealed. 454. The Carthaginian period to Carthage. The appeal was accepted, presumably because if Segesta were defeated, Greek control would reduce the Phoenician settlements to a mere toehold on the west of the island. In addition, the Carthaginian leader Hannibal turned the expedition into a war to avenge the defeat at Himera in which his grandfather had perished. In 409 a mercenary army of perhaps 50,000 laid siege to Selinus and took it by storm after 9 days. Shortly afterwards Himera was also taken and razed to the ground, with the massacre of all the inhabitants who had not previously fled. Hannibal then returned and disbanded the army, which indicated that there was no thought of extending her territory, though it is clear that from this date the Phoenicians here, together with other territory in Sicily which they dominated, created in effect a Carthaginian province. However, in 406 Carthage was tempted to try for the first and only time to conquer the entire island after attacks on her territory by some Syracusans. An even larger force was sent, and Acragas, the second largest Greek city, was taken in 406, and in 405, Gela. But Hannibal was unable to crown his victories with the capture of Syracuse itself. It appears that an epidemic destroyed half his army, and the new ruler of Syracuse was happy to make peace in order to consolidate his own position. The terms confirmed Carthaginian rule over the west of Sicily, including both a number of native Sicilian communities and the survivors of Selinus, Acragas, and Himera. This left Carthage with a larger territory than she had had before, and more tribute. Furthermore, it broke the isolation in which she had been living during most of the 5th century, and from this date we find that imports and trade in general with the Greek world revived, in spite of the frequent periods of war. The fact is that the Greeks were not united, being divided among a number of proudly independent cities. Although on a number of occasions calls were made to all of them in Sicily to combine to drive out the Carthaginians from the island, they never succeeded, since such calls tended to be opportunistic moves in the interests of individual states or personalities. This was the case with Dionysius of Syracuse. Who tried on 3 occasions, from 398 to 392, 383 to 375 and 368, to expel the Carthaginians. On each occasion there were remarkable reversals of fortune. In 398, for example, the Phoenician city of Mokhtar was taken and destroyed, but in the very next year Syracuse in turn was threatened but saved a second time by an epidemic. Most of the time the Carthaginians were able to maintain the river Halykis, Platani, as the eastern boundary of their territory. Their heterogeneous and hastily raised armies of mercenaries usually proved a match for classical Greek hoplites, and their fleet was generally superior. More significantly, she could never be isolated from the Greek world again. There were no Greeks residing in Carthage, and the way was open for Carthage to be invited by Greek politicians themselves to intervene, and in general to become a recognized part of the Hellenistic world. During the 350s she was well on the way to dominating the whole of the island by peaceful means, as 455. Internal political strife weakened the Greek cities still further. Only the expedition of an idealistic Corinthian named Timoleon saved the Greek position. It may be noted that at the Battle of the River Cremissus, 341, an elite force of 3,000 Carthaginian citizens was destroyed. This is said to have been the worst loss Carthage ever suffered, which shows how dependent she was on mercenaries. Africa itself was naturally immune from destruction, except that we hear of a revolt in 368/7 which was easily suppressed. Sometime in the 340s, a certain Hanno tried to stage a coup d'état by calling on the slave population, African subjects, and Mauritanian tribes to join him, but it does not appear that there was a serious threat. Very different was the situation from 310 to 307 when Carthage was engaged in yet another war with Syracuse, now ruled by Agathocles. When his city was under siege, the Greek tried a desperate venture. Eluding the Carthaginian fleet, he landed 14,000 men on Cap Bon, burned his ships and made for Carthage. Except at Carthage itself there were no strong points or garrisons, and a vast amount of damage was done within Carthaginian territory in the 3 years before he was forced to leave Africa. The First War with Rome. These conflicts were, however, on a minor scale compared with the revolutionary changes in the East during the same period, when Alexander the Great created an empire stretching as far as India. But Carthage was soon herself to be engaged in a struggle of at least as great a world historical importance, namely, with Rome. A treaty existed between them as early as 508 when Rome was just one of many Italian communities of moderate size. Another treaty was signed in 348, again regulating trade between the two powers, and though Rome was by now much stronger, the treaty was very favorable to Carthage, simply because Rome's trading interests were negligible. In the next decades Rome broke through with dramatic rapidity to become the dominating power throughout Italy. The gap between the areas in which the two powers were interested closed even further when in 293 Carthage's old enemy Agathocles operated in southern Italy. A few years later, King Pyrrhus of Epirus was invited into Italy to try to liberate the Greek cities of southern Italy, led by Tarentum, from Roman domination. Although he was unsuccessful, he was approached by the Sicilian Greeks to be their protector against Carthage. To try to prevent this, Carthage sent an impressive fleet to Rome to encourage Rome to continue the war with Pyrrhus. She was successful, but Pyrrhus came to Sicily in any case and had some modest but not decisive successes before he returned to Greece in 276. Thus Carthage and Rome up to this date had no conflict of interests, yet a decade later were involved in a conflict which produced the heaviest losses on both sides of any known war up to that time. Though the result was of 456. The Carthaginian period. Geopolitical significance. There is little doubt that the cause of the war was relatively trivial and that neither side had deep-seated aims. In 264 Rome accepted the submission of Messina, which had previously been an ally of Carthage against Syracuse. Roman politicians at the time were brimming with self-confidence. It appears to have been expected that Carthage would not react, and that there was easy booty to be obtained from the Greek cities of Sicily. Some also played on Roman fears that Carthage, if she held Messina, could dominate Italy, in which in fact she had never had any interest whatever. Carthage determined to resist Roman intervention because it would mean a complete change in the balance of power which had existed in the island for a century and a half, and also no doubt because they felt that Roman policy was dangerously adventurist. The ensuing war, First Punic War, lasted till 242 with massive losses on both sides. Contrary to what one might expect, the Carthaginian fleet did not prove superior even though the Romans never had a fleet of any size till 261. Roman naval victories included Mylae in 260, where 10,000 rowers from the Carthaginian fleet were lost, and Cape Ecnomus in 256. But in 255 a Roman fleet was lost in a storm off Cape Camarina with 25,000 soldiers and 70,000 rowers, and there were other defeats to follow on both sides. For some years both were in a state of exhaustion and operations were limited. In another paradox, the Roman legions, already the finest infantry force known, failed to drive the Carthaginians out of Sicily. In 256 the Romans tried the tactic of Agathocles and put an army into Africa. The Carthaginians were defeated at Audes, or Udna, and the Romans seized Tunis as a base from which to attack Carthage. They failed, however, to take advantage of revolts among Carthage's Numidian subjects. In 255 Carthage hired an experienced Greek mercenary, General Xanthippus, and the Roman force was destroyed. The war finally ended in 242 when the Carthaginian fleet was defeated off the Aegates Islands. This meant that Sicily could no longer be supplied, and a peace of exhaustion followed, in which Carthage gave up Sicily and agreed to a substantial indemnity. Hannibal and the Second War with Rome. The economic difficulties caused by the war made it difficult to pay the mercenaries. Half of Whom were Libyans. A revolt took place in Africa characterized by ferocious atrocities on both sides. Some 20,000 mercenaries were involved, one of the most effective leaders being a Libyan named Matho. Carthage itself was at risk and the rebels for a time controlled Utica, Hippoacra, and Tunis. They were well enough organized to issue their own coins with the legend Libyan, meaning of the Libyans, in Greek. The intensity of the struggle, which ended in 237, testified to the harshness of Carthaginian treatment of the Libyans. At the same time the Romans high-handedly seized Sardinia while Carthage was in no position. 457. To resist. Resentment at this no doubt stifled any opposition to the projects of Hamilcar Barca, a general who had distinguished himself in Sicily. He set out to extend Carthage's direct control in Spain, where it had previously been limited to coastal stations. The object was twofold: to exploit directly the mineral resources, thus compensating for the loss of Sicilian revenues, and to mobilize the manpower of Spain into an army which could match Rome in the field. Over a period of less than 20 years he and his son-in-law Hasdrubal won control of over half the Iberian Peninsula and created an army of some 50,000 men. In 221 Hasdrubal was succeeded in command of the new empire in Spain by Hamilcar's son Hannibal. There is little evidence to support the later Roman view that the whole venture was a private scheme of the Barcids, as the family were called, to take vengeance on Rome, and that they were not supported by the home government. In 220 Rome became anxious about the Carthaginian recovery and engaged in a maneuver designed to prevent the consolidation or extension of Carthaginian control in Spain. Hannibal, and his government, rejected Rome's threats and decided, in the light of the adventurous Roman policies in 264 and 237, that war was inevitable. In 218 Hannibal crossed the Ebro on his way to the Alps and the road into Italy. The strategy was based on the assumption that Rome could only be finally defeated in Italy itself, and in any case it was necessary to forestall a Roman invasion of Africa, which could easily be mounted since she now controlled the sea. This war, the Second Punic War, lasted till 202, again with tremendous losses on the Roman side. Hannibal's military genius welded together a superb fighting force, largely of Spaniards but also with Gallic and African contingents. Notable victories were won at Lake Trasimene, 217, and Cannae, 216, Rome's greatest single defeat. He could not, however, break the will of the Roman Senate and people, or the strength of Rome's Italian alliance, which largely remained loyal to Rome in spite of years of devastation of their country, and provided the Roman army with seemingly inexhaustible reserves of manpower which Hannibal could never match. While in Italy the defensive policy of Fabius Maximus was pursued, never allowing Hannibal again to exercise his genius in the field, Spain was won for Rome by the young Scipio Africanus in 206. Rome then prepared for an attack on Africa. In this they were assisted by the situation in Numidia. The native tribes had now been exposed to Carthaginian civilization for several centuries. Much larger political units had evolved than before, and repeated service in Carthage's wars had increased their strength and sophistication. Syphax, chief of the largest Numidian tribe, the Mokhtar, whose territory extended from the Ampsaga, Oued el Kabir, in the east to the Mulicha, Maulo-Uis, in the west, had defected from Carthage in 213 but had rejoined her in 208 when he married a daughter of a leading Carthaginian. Conversely Gaia, the chief of the Massili, sandwiched between the Mokhtar and Carthaginian territory, had been loyal to Carthage during the period of 458. The Carthaginian period. Syphax's defection, and his son Maecenas rendered good service in Spain. When Rome was victorious, Maecenas decided to back what must have seemed to be the winning side and made his peace with Scipio. On returning to Africa he could not establish himself as head of his tribe but gathered a private force and after 2 years of epic adventures was waiting to fight for Scipio when he landed. He played a major part in initial successes in 203 before Hannibal was finally recalled from Italy. The final battle took place at Zama, Sab Bayer, in 202 when Hannibal suffered defeat. Maecenas, who had meanwhile driven Syphax out of his territory, provided 4,000 cavalry, contributing decisively to the Roman victory. Under the peace terms, Carthage gave up her fleet and had her territory in Africa limited by a line roughly from Thabrica to Thani, but she was also to return to Maecenas any land his ancestors ever held, a fruitful cause of disputes, and was forbidden to make war outside Africa or even within it without Rome's permission. Maecenas and the Kingdom of Numidia. Carthage survived another 50 years, but this period of the history of the Maghreb is primarily that of a rapid advance in the economy and society of most of the tribes close to the Mediterranean. It was a historical paradox that the chief figure in this, which involved a more rapid spread of Carthaginian civilization than ever before, should have been Carthage's great enemy Masinissa. An epic figure of enormous physical vigor and natural talents, he had been educated at Carthage, and undoubtedly assessed correctly the use that he could make of Carthaginian civilization in his own territory. His personality was such that later, instead of merely being regarded as a useful deserter by the Romans after 206, he established close ties of friendship with a number of the most influential Roman politicians. He was rewarded after Zama with the eastern, more fertile parts of Syphax's territory, and thus ruled from Cirta, Constantine, a territory which extended from somewhere west of that city to the New Carthaginian boundary. The less developed area between Masinissa's kingdom and the Maloya was left to Syphax's son. Several ancient writers stressed that it was Masinissa who substantially increased the agricultural production of Numidia, Strabo claiming that he converted the nomads into farmers. Like all generalizations, this is exaggerated, but there is no doubt that there was a substantial increase in the area of cereal production, with a surplus for export, even if stock rearing continued to predominate. This was of great significance for the future and still more expansive development in Roman times. Trade in other products was limited and the only coins issued were of bronze and copper. Masinissa's capital would appear to have grown into a real city, though the population of 200,000 attributed to it under Masinissa's son must be a gross exaggeration. Archaeology is not well known, but its urban aspect, 459, will have been almost entirely Carthaginian. More Punic stelae have been found there than in any other African site except Carthage itself, and there can be no doubt that the language of Carthage became increasingly used in Numidia and Mauritania. The destruction of Carthage. At this period, to be a Roman ally was to be a Roman dependent, and the prime requirement was obedience to Roman will and the avoidance of any action which might arouse Roman suspicion, however unjustified. Masinissa's political skill is demonstrated by his understanding of these facts. Over a period of 50 years he sought to exert increasing pressure on Carthaginian territory and probably hoped that in the end Carthage itself would fall to him with Roman assent. At first, Rome had no interest in further weakening Carthage, which was also naturally a dependent, and down to 170 his gains in territory were small. From 167, however, Rome pursued increasingly ruthless policies, not only in Africa, and favored Masinissa, who fed their suspicions of Carthage and was also exemplary in sending supplies and men whenever Rome called on him. By these means he added to his kingdom the Emporta on the Gulf of Gabes and much of the Bagradas Valley. Opinion in the Roman Senate gradually came round to the view of the elder Cato that Carthage must finally be destroyed. Although it was true that Carthage had shown a remarkable recovery from the Second Punic War, any idea that she could ever again be a threat to Rome was irrational. The Carthaginians were given the choice of abandoning their city and moving into the interior or facing war and its consequences. And they chose the latter alternative. A Roman army was sent to Africa in 149. In spite of overwhelming superiority, Carthage held out till 146. Some Libyans still supported her, and Masinissa himself resented the Roman action which deprived him of his cherished hope, but had to acquiesce. Most of the old established Phoenician and Carthaginian settlements, such as Utica, Hadrumetum, Thapsus, and others, went over to the Romans and avoided inevitable destruction. Carthage itself was razed to the ground and the site ceremonially cursed, a symbolic action by Rome testifying to the fear and hatred which she had accumulated over a century for the power which most sternly resisted her domination over the Mediterranean world. Post-Carthaginian successor states. Numidia. Yet it was more than another century before Rome properly supplanted Carthage as the dominant political and cultural power in the Maghreb. For various reasons, see Chapter 20, Rome only took over a small part. 460. The Carthaginian period. Of northeastern Tunisia after the destruction of Carthage, and even this was largely neglected. In the rest of North Africa she recognized a series of client kingdoms who were generally left to their own devices. Within these kingdoms the cultural influence of Carthage continued and even increased as the older coastal settlements continued to flourish and many refugees from the last years of Carthage's struggle fled there. The Phoenician language in its later form known as Neo-Punic spread ever more widely. We are told that the Romans even handed over to the Numidian kings libraries saved from the destruction of Carthage. It may be that some of the books were of practical value like the Treatise of Agriculture, by Mago. None of the later kings was as powerful as Masinissa, but there can be little doubt that the main lines of development in the Numidian and Mauritanian kingdoms continued. It should be stressed that to some extent the two kingdoms continued as merely geographical expressions, since within them a large number of tribes retained their identity well into Roman times, some even beyond, and political unity remained tenuous. This was exacerbated by polygamy within the royal houses. Masinissa was said to have had 10 sons who survived him, and later by Roman interference. In Numidia, Masinissa died in 148 at the age of about 90 and was succeeded by Micipsa, 148 to 118. During his reign trade between Numidia and Rome and Italy increased and we hear of numerous Italian traders at Cirta. On his death the kingdom was jointly ruled by two of his brothers together with Jugurtha, a grandson of Masinissa. Who had the support of the Roman statesman Scipio Aemilianus, just as Masinissa had had that of an earlier Scipio. Jugurtha was a man of great vigor and sought to establish himself as sole ruler. The Romans then attempted a formal division of the kingdom, but when Jugurtha captured Cirta from one of his rivals and killed the Italian residents, Rome declared war. Jugurtha sustained a formidable resistance, causing some military humiliation to Rome until he was betrayed to the Romans by Bocchus, ruler of Mauritania. Rome then established as king another member of Masinissa's dynasty named Gauda, who was followed by his son, Hyam-Psal. After briefly being exiled by a rival between 88 and 83, Hyam-Psal reigned till 60. He is known to have written a book about Africa in the Punic language, and presumably continued the civilizing work of his dynasty. In its last years as an independent state, Numidia became embroiled in the civil wars which destroyed the Roman Republic. Hyam-Psal's son Juba, 60–46, who had been publicly insulted as a young man by Julius Caesar, joined the Pompeian cause in 49 and rendered it a great deal of assistance in Africa, to the extent that he was said to have been promised the Roman province in Africa if the Pompeians won. He committed suicide after Caesar's victory at Thapsus, which was followed by the establishment of direct Roman rule over Numidia. 461. Mauritania. The Mauritanian kingdom is generally considered to have developed more slowly than Numidia, but this may be due to lack of information. Obviously the mountain massif of the Atlas remained as immune to Phoenician as it later did to Roman civilization, but there was some development of sedentary life in fertile regions such as the Maloya Valley and along the Atlantic coast. It was in the mountainous regions that individual tribes retained their identity into Roman times and even beyond. Mori are referred to as early as the expedition to Sicily of 406, in Hanno's revolt in the 350s and the Roman invasion of Africa in 256. A king of the Mori helped Masinissa at a critical point in his fortunes, but there were also Mori in Hannibal's army at Zama. At a later date, Bocchus I at first helped Jugurtha against Rome but later betrayed him, and was rewarded with substantial territory east of the Maloya. In the next generation the area seems to have been divided. Bocchus II ruled the eastern part and in association with an Italian adventurer, Pisidius, fought against Juba in the interest of Caesar. Who was also supported by Bogd II. Who ruled west of the Maloya. Both were rewarded, Bocchus with further extension of his territory at the expense of Numidia. A few years later Bogd II supported Mark Antony against Octavian in the Roman Civil War, and was driven out of his territory by Bocchus II in the interest of Octavian. As Bocchus died in 33 and Bogd was killed in 31, the whole vast area was now without a ruler. However, the Emperor Augustus decided that the time was not opportune for Rome to take direct control. fearing perhaps formidable military problems from the mountain tribes. In 25 he installed as King Juba, son of the last Numidian king. Who had spent his boyhood since the age of 4 in Italy, and for Whom the Numidian kingdom had been temporarily reconstituted from 30 to 25. Ruling for over 40 years as a completely loyal client king, Juba did to some degree in Mauritania what Mason Issa had done in Numidia. He was a man of largely peaceful interests, fully Hellenized in culture, and the author of many books, now lost, written in Greek. There is no doubt that his capital Loi, renamed Caesarea, Ohrachel, and probably also an alternative capital, Volubilis, became fully urbanized in his reign. He was succeeded by his son Ptolemos, who ruled till +40 when he was summoned to Rome by the Emperor Gaius and executed, no reason being known. This action, preliminary to the provincialization of the area, sparked off a revolt which was suppressed after several years. In +44 Mauritania was made into 2 provinces, thus completing the organization of the Maghreb under direct Roman rule. The Phoenician heritage in the Maghreb. In general, the period of the independent Numidian and Mauritanian. 462. The Carthaginian period kingdom saw the evolution and entrenchment of a culture of mixed Libyan and Phoenician character, the latter element being culturally dominant though naturally representing only a minority of the population as a whole. Agricultural development in Numidia already discussed occurred in more distant areas where geographical conditions were appropriate. Outside of Sirte and, later, Iol Caesarea, urban development did not extend far but was sufficient in some areas to prepare the ground for a considerable extension in the Roman period. The strength of the mixed culture may be seen by the fact that the use of Neo-Punic on inscriptions lasted into the 2nd century of our era, and that over the same period the term Sufit is known to have been used in at least 30 different towns as far apart as Volubilis in western Morocco and Leptis Magna in Libya. The strong persistence of Phoenician/Libyan religion in Roman times is also a fact with wide ramifications. That to a certain degree there was a superficial cultural unity throughout the Maghreb at this time is also attested by the mysterious Libyan script. Developing, it seems, in the 2nd century before our era when it was used on 2 inscriptions at Douga, it was later used in the Roman period on stelae, probably in imitation of Punic custom, of which a number have been found in Morocco, on the Algerian/Tunisian border and in Libya. As written languages both Libyan and Neo-Punic gave way to Latin in the Roman period, a spoken form of Punic still widely current in late Roman times, but it is impossible to determine the status and extent of spoken Libyan. Similarity of the Libyan script to that used in modern times by the Tuareg is a fact which baffles explanation. In general historical terms, the establishment of the Phoenician settlements in the Maghreb constituted the only extension into the western Mediterranean area of the older civilizations of the ancient Near and Middle East, all of which Carthage outlived. This, along with the spread of the Greeks to the west, was part of the movement by which the entire western Mediterranean, and to a degree northwestern Europe, till then inhabited by tribal peoples of great variety, were brought within the range of influence of the civilizations of the Aegean and the East. In the history of Africa, the Phoenician period brought the Maghreb into the general history of the Mediterranean world, emphasizing its connections with the northern as well as the eastern shores. Geographical conditions which, till modern times at least, already associated the Maghreb with the Mediterranean world were emphasized. In view of the limitations of our historical sources, growth of more exact knowledge of the evolution of the native Libyan culture and its response to the introduction of Phoenician civilization must await the further work of the archaeologist *. The Roman and post-Roman period in North Africa. Part I, the Roman period a Majubi. The Roman occupation and the resistance of the indigenous population after the destruction of Carthage in 146 and the reduction of her territory to the status of a Roman province. The fate of North Africa lay in the hands of Rome and the indigenous kingdoms. It would have been desirable to devote a special chapter to the study of the latter, from the advent of the Numidian kingdoms up to the end of the reign of the last king of Mauritania in +40. Thereafter, the whole of North Africa became Roman and remained so until the Vandal invasion. However, neither the occupation of the country, nor, above all, what is euphemistically referred to, in the language of colonialism, as its pacification, was easily achieved. The Roman thrusts southward and westward from the former territory of Carthage and the former kingdom of Juba I met with obstinate resistance. Unfortunately, we only have records of the most outstanding episodes of the struggle. After Rome had established and consolidated her domination, the economic and cultural unity which she had worked so hard to bring about in North Africa was eventually undermined by an endless resistance taking a military form, and also having political and ethnic, social, and religious aspects. Everything we know about this resistance and these revolts is gathered from literary and epigraphic sources presenting a purely Roman point of view, and the difficulties of historical analysis are further aggravated by some of the lines of approach adopted by modern historiography. At the beginning of the century, in particular, and until very recently, historiographers were unable or unwilling to discard certain views influenced in varying degrees by the prevailing ideology of the colonial period. 1. The distinctive nature of the African wars emerges, more particularly, from the accounts of the phase of conquest. During the last quarter of the 1st century before our era, a long series of triumphs celebrated by Roman generals over the Morosini, Musulmani, Gaechalians, and Garamantes afford indisputable evidence that the indigenous populations were never completely subjugated despite the Roman victories. 2. The best known of these wars is that of the Numidian Tacfarinas, which lasted for 8 years under the reign of Tiberius, and extended to all the southern confines of North Africa, from Tripolitania as far as Mauritania. It is often summarily presented by modern historians as a struggle between civilization and the barbaric world, an effort by the nomadic and semi-nomadic indigenous population to halt the Roman advance and the process of settlement, thereby rejecting the benefits of a superior form of civilization and a better social order. 3. However, the demands attributed by Tacitus to Tacfarinas give a clearer idea of the deep-seated causes of the resistance of the indigenous inhabitants. The Numidian leader took up arms to force the all-powerful emperor to recognize his people's right to land, for the Roman conquest had been immediately followed by the sequestration of all the fertile land. The fields of the sedentary Numidians were laid waste, the areas traditionally roamed by the nomads were steadily reduced and limited, veterans and other Roman and Italian colonists established themselves everywhere, starting with the richest parts of the country. Tax-collecting companies and members of the Roman aristocracy, senators and knights, carved out huge estates for themselves. While their country was being exploited in this way, all the autochthonous nomads, and all the sedentary inhabitants who did not live in the few cities spared by the succession of wars and expropriation measures, were either reduced to abject poverty or were driven into the steppes and the desert. Their only hope therefore lay in armed resistance, and their principal war aim was to recover their land. Military operations continued throughout the first 2 centuries of our era, and the Roman thrust towards the southwest stirred up the tribes which assembled and dispersed in the area stretching from the valley of the Muloya to the Jebel Amour and the Warsness. Having easily established themselves in the coastal strip and in the northeast, the Romans advanced by stages in the southern part of what is modern Tunisia, as well as in the high plateaus and the Saharan Atlas. Under the Julio-Claudian emperors, the frontier of the conquered territory stretched from Sirte in the west to Takhape in the south, and included Amadra, which was the headquarters of the Legio III Augusta, Thelept, and Capsa. Under the Flavian emperors, the legion established itself at the west and the boundary was pushed forward as far as Sidifies, the Nemanchar region. 2 P. Romanelli, 1959, pages I7 SFF. 3 Ibid, pages 227 FF. 466. 467. Was incorporated under Trajan and the colony of Timgid was founded in +100, finally, in 128, the legion set up a permanent garrison at Lambesis and roads were driven through the Ors Mountains, which were defended against the tribes by a camp at Gemelli. Between the Roman provinces and the desert regions lying to the south into which the tribes had been driven, a frontier zone was created, the limes. This was gradually advanced in a southwesterly direction and consisted of a network, from 50 to 100 kilometers deep, of trenches and roads defended by a string of military posts and small forts. The aerial archaeological research work done by J. Barrades has revealed, among other things, the segments of a faucetum, bordered by an earth bank or a wall and guarded at irregular intervals by square or rectangular towers. In order to keep watch on the movements of the nomad tribes and prevent them from pillaging agricultural areas and the caravans that proceeded northwards to the trading cities of the Gulfs of Gabes and Sidra, the Serer people had, at the end of the 2nd century, established a series of small forts in front of the limes properly speaking, such as Dimidi, Mesed, Qdamus, Gadames, and Gaulis, Bouletin and Gem. The southern boundaries of the African provinces were eventually equipped in this way with an effective defense system during the first 2 centuries of our era. However, Rome was powerless to root out the resistance of the Berbers, and never succeeded in keeping the nomads of the south and west permanently in check. Despite the efforts of Trajan and Hadrian, and notwithstanding the firm policy pursued by Septimius Severus on the borders of Tripolitania, the crisis of the 3rd century put an untimely end to this enterprise. The desert, the mobility of the camel-mounted nomads and the ease with which communications could be kept open from west to east along the Saharan Atlas range, assured the indomitable Berbers of great freedom of movement. In this respect, the tribes which finally succeeded in wearing down the domination of Rome found their reservoir of manpower in Mauritania Tingitana and, later on, in the vast stretches of desert in the hinterland of Tripolitania. Up to the first quarter of the 3rd century, the center and south of the country were defended from local raiders by the Legio III Augusta, whose theoretical strength of 5,000 to 6,000 men was reinforced as necessary by large numbers of auxiliaries. It has been calculated that the maximum number of soldiers may have amounted to between 25,000 and 30,000 in the 2nd century. This is not by any means a high figure, although it is necessary to take account of the veterans still liable for service who settled on the lands cleared for cultivation along the limes. In time of need, troops were also transferred from the legions stationed in the other provinces of the empire, and particularly from those in Spain, in order to defend Mauritania Tingitana. For the maintenance of law and order, the proconsul of Africa could also call on the 13th city cohort stationed at Carthage, as well as a small cavalry corps, while the repression of piracy and the patrolling of the coasts were the duties of the fleet of Alexandria. The composition of the African legion was very varied at first, but subsequently nearly all the recruits came from the local population. There were, however, some Eastern corps, the cohors Chalcedonianum, the Pomerian archers, which were made up of Syrians accustomed to desert warfare. Administrative organization and military problems. On January 13, 27, Octavian, on Whom the title of Augustus was conferred 3 days later, divided the provinces of the empire, in accordance with the approved principle, between himself and the Senate. Africa, which had long since been conquered and pacified and was bound to the senatorial class by many traditions of an economic as well as a political nature, fell among the provinces to be administered by the Senate. Its western boundary ran through Ampsaga, Quicul, Zare, Hodna, and in the southeast its territory included a coastal plain in Tripolitania stretching as far as the altars of the Philani which marked the frontier with Cyrenaica. This Provincia Africa, to which the epithet proconsularis was also applied, combined the 2 provinces successively established by Rome in North Africa. One had consisted of the Punic territory conquered in 146, and was known as Africa Vetus, and the other had been created by Caesar after his African campaign against the Pompeians and their ally, King Juba I of Numidia, and was called Africa Nova. In addition to these territories there were the 4 Sirtian colonies which Caesar had assigned to the Italian adventurer P. Sidius. As in Republican times, the Roman Senate continued during the imperial period to delegate a governor in Africa. He was a very high-ranking official, for he was one of the two senior ex-consuls present in Rome at the time of drawing lots for the provinces. He therefore bore the title of proconsul and, unless his term of office was prolonged as an exceptional measure, he held his appointment in Carthage for only 1 year. In addition to his judicial prerogatives, by virtue of which he was the supreme judge of the province both in civil and in criminal cases, he was invested with administrative and financial powers. He supervised the administration and the municipal authorities, autonomous though they were in principle, and notified them of imperial laws and regulations. He directed the execution of major public works and sanctioned expenditure. He exercised supreme control over the department responsible for keeping Rome supplied with African corn, and over the operation of the fiscal system, the proceeds of which were earmarked for the Aerarium Saturni, the treasury of the Senate. He was assisted by propraetor legates, one of Whom resided in Carthage itself, and the other at Hippone, and by a quaestor, who was in charge of the financial administration. Furthermore, as already mentioned, he was provided with a small contingent of troops, about 1,600 strong, for the maintenance of law and order. 469. The emperor could intervene in the affairs of the senatorial province either directly or, as was most often the case, through a resident equestrian procurator, who was an imperial official responsible for the management of the vast imperial domains and for the collection of certain indirect taxes, such as the vicesimac hereditatium, which supplied the military treasury controlled by the emperor. The procurator also had a measure of judicial power, limited in principle to the settlement of tax disputes. From the year 135 he was assisted by a procurator patrimonii, for the administration of the domains, and a procurator III publicorum africi, for the administration of the fiscal revenues. These officials of the imperial administration often came into conflict with the proconsul, although there is no evidence that they had instructions to keep him under supervision. Meanwhile, proconsular Africa, unlike the majority of senatorial provinces, could not be deprived of troops. While the northeastern part, which corresponded to the old province of Africa Vetus, was very quiet, this was not the case in the southern regions, where the Roman authorities needed a military garrison to guard and gradually to extend the supposedly pacified zone. These troops, consisting mainly of the Legio III Augusta, were commanded by an imperial legate subordinate to the proconsul. Who was therefore in the position of being able to assert the military authority of the republican governors responsible to the Senate. However, this situation could not last indefinitely without arousing the emperor's distrust. It was not long before Caligula decided, in pursuance of a general policy of restricting the powers of the civil governors and reducing the authority and autonomy of the Senate, to make an important politico-military change in the organization of proconsular Africa. The military command was taken out of the hands of the civil government, and this resulted in the creation, de facto if not de jure, of a military territory of Numidia under the authority of the legate in command of the Legio III Augusta. As early as +39, the status of the official entrusted with this special command must have stood halfway between that of the legates who were governors of provinces and that of the legates who were deputies of the general of the legions. For the situation was not very clear, however, and inevitably gave rise to disputes between the proconsul and the legate of the legion concerning their respective fields of competence and authority. Septimius Severus eventually regularized the position by raising the military territory to the dignity of a province. This was the province of Numidia, probably created in +198 to +199. 5. It was administered by the legate of the legion. Who was also called the Preces and was directly nominated and transferred by the emperor, and its western frontier still followed the left bank of the Ampsaga, Oue del Cabur, passed to the west of Quiquel and Zare, cut across the Hodna plain and dipped southwards in the direction of Laghae. The eastern frontier ran from a point northwest of Hippone to the west of Kalama, followed the right bank of the Oue Cherf, passed to the west of Majafa, and advanced towards the northwest edge of the Shatt el Jared. Between the Ampsaga and the Atlantic there lay the kingdom of Mauritania, which had been bequeathed by King Bocchus the Younger to the Roman Empire as far back as 33. Octavian, the future Augustus, accepted the legacy and availed himself of the opportunity to plant 11 colonies of veterans in the country, but in 25 he gave up the kingdom to Juba II, who was succeeded by his son Ptolemy in +23. The cautious Octavian probably thought that the country was not ripe for a Roman occupation and that it was necessary to prepare the way through the intervention of indigenous leaders. In +40 Caligula, judging that the time for direct administration had arrived, caused Ptolemy to be assassinated. 7. Finally, Claudius decided, at the end of +42, to organize the two provinces of Mauritania, Caesarensis to the east and Tingitana to the west, separated by the Mulicha, Muloya. Like Numidia, both Mauritanian provinces came directly under the authority of the emperor. They were governed by ordinary equestrian procurators, one of Whom resided at Iol Caesarea, and the other probably at Volubilis, where they commanded auxiliary troops and at the same time were invested with certain civil and military powers. No further major changes were made in the military and administrative organization of the African provinces until the reign of Diocletian. Although it suffered less than other provinces, Africa could not escape the repercussions of the general crisis which affected the whole of the Roman world from many different aspects: political, economic, religious, and ethical. It was already a potential threat at the end of the Antonine period, and the gathering clouds were not by any means dispersed by the transformations of the Severan period. From 238 onwards, the situation deteriorated until a storm of alarming violence broke out at the end of the 3rd century. In North Africa, the waning of Roman power was already foreshadowed by the attacks of the Moorish tribes, which were resumed with renewed vigor between 253 and 262, and again under the reign of Diocletian. 8. Imperial authority was gradually undermined by the stresses arising from the protracted financial and economic crisis on hitherto prosperous provinces, effects both dramatic and stealthy in the case of the proconsular province and Numidia during the 2nd century and the first quarter of the 3rd, and the growing disequilibrium between the social classes. To this should be added the consequences of usurpations and military anarchy. So the power of Rome crumbled into a multitude of successive or concurrent regimes. However, the empire reacted against these evils in time to save itself. In the reign of Gallienus, the first of a wide range of measures were taken, step by step and empirically, which affected every field of activity, transformed the army and the command structure, reformed the government and administration of the provinces, and extended to social policy, religion, and the imperial cult. This was the beginning of the work of restoration which progressed under Aurelian and Probus and culminated in a system rooted in the far-reaching reforms of Diocletian. Lastly, the innovations of Constantine, which brought a new world into being, might be said at the time to amount to a coherent synthesis of the successes and failures of these reforms, as well as the religious trends of the age. The separation of civil and military powers was one of the salient features of the provincial administration of the later empire. It was gradually achieved between the reign of Gallienus and that of Constantine, who organized it in its definitive form. The remodeling of the military system in North Africa became a necessity when the African Legion, the 3 Augusta, 9 was disbanded under Gordian III. The command was finally entrusted to the Count of Africa, who had the troops of all the African provinces under his authority. This army of the 4th century was very different from that of the earlier empire. The attacks by the Moorish tribes made it essential to build up a mobile army, a striking force always ready to take swift action in zones of insecurity. It was composed of legionary infantry units and cavalry detachments recruited mainly from the Romanized peasants living in the vicinity of the camps. However, military service gradually became a hereditary and fiscal obligation, and this inevitably impaired the value of the contingents. In addition to this mobile army, regarded as crack troops, there were the limitanii, peasant soldiers who were allotted plots of land situated along the limes. They were exempted from the payment of taxes and were required, in return, to guard the frontier and repulse any raiding tribes. Like those in the east, the Limitanii of Mauritania Tingitana were organized in traditional units, wings, cohorts, but all those of the other African provinces were divided, instead, into geographical sectors, each taking its orders from a prepositus limites. Archaeological evidence of various kinds, found particularly in the eastern sector of the Limes, shows that the Limitanii were grouped around fortified farms and lived from the land, frequently introducing irrigation by canals. They thus contributed to the development of agriculture and human settlements on the confines of the Sahara and made the Limes much more into a zone of trade and cultural contacts than a line of separation between the Roman provinces and the independent part of the country which had remained Berber. This explains how Romano-African civilization and Christianity were able to reach regions lying outside the scope of direct administration by Rome. It must be added that the Roman government had always maintained relations with the tribal chieftains, who often agreed, in exchange for subsidies and the conferment of an imperial investiture recognizing their local powers, to supply contingents of ME and assigned to guard duties along the Limes. Concurrently with the military reforms, there was a radical revision of the territorial organization of the provinces. It is now established, however, that the reorganization was carried out gradually, having regard to the needs and conditions prevailing in each province. In order to strengthen the imperial authority, while at the same time curtailing the authority of the proconsul whose power often played into the hands of usurpers, and to increase the revenue from taxes to finance defense measures against the threatened onslaughts on the frontiers, proconsular Africa was split into 3 autonomous provinces: in the north, Ziugitana, or the proconsular province in the proper sense of the term, extended southwards as far as a line running between Amadra and Papud, near Hammamet, westwards, it included Kalama, Thubersian Numidirum, and Thevest. However, the proconsul in Carthage was still an important official. He was a clarissimus who, after his term of office, often reached the top of the consular hierarchy and ranked among the illustres. These proconsuls of the 4th century were not infrequently of African extraction. They were always assisted by 2 legates, who generally had family connections with them and resided one at Carthage and the other at Hippone. The proconsul retained his judicial and administrative prerogatives, but the supervision of municipal affairs was exercised in an increasingly tyrannical manner, and the work of administration tended to become more complicated owing to the proliferation of departments and officials responsible to the proconsul and his legate. The province of Byzantium was an offshoot of the proconsular province. It stretched from the Amadara-Paput line as far as the gates of Takhape. Westwards, it included the regions of Mokhtar, Sukchala, Thelept, and Kapsa. However, in the south, the guard posts of the Limes did not come under the authority of the governor of the province of Byzantium, which, like the proconsular province, was without troops. The posts situated near the Shat el-Jared were therefore the responsibility of Numidia, while those in the southwest were under the authority of Tripolitania. The governor of Byzantium, who resided at Hadramut, was at first of equestrian rank and held the title of Preses, but possibly during the reign of Constantine and, in any case, after 340, he acceded to consular status. In the southeast, the new province of Tripolitania comprised 2 different zones: a coastal strip stretching from Takhape to the altars of the Philani, which came under the proconsul and very probably the legation at Carthage. In the interior, the Limes region of Tripolitania was placed, until the 3rd century, under the authority of the commander of the Legio III Augusta, governor of the province of Numidia. This region included the Jeffera and the Matmatas, and extended as far as the northern tip of the Shat el-Jared. Recent research has shown that, contrary to previous impressions, whereas the Romans had evacuated certain advanced positions, such as Gallus, Buletin and Gem, they had maintained their positions south of the coast during the 4th century and up to the beginning of the 5th century. This was why the governors of Tripolitania were able to play an important military role on various occasions, up to 324-6, they enjoyed the title of Preces together with the attendant military powers, and resided at Leptis Magna. Subsequently, the command of the troops stationed on the limes was assigned to the Count of Africa. Who did not keep it, however, without interruptions, shortly before 360 and in 365, the command of the limes Tripolitanus was provisionally withdrawn from the Comes Africi and assigned to the Preces of Tripolitania, possibly owing to the restlessness of the Ostariani tribe. The province of Numidia had a narrow outlet to the sea between the Ado Mountains on the east and the mouth of the Ampsaga on the west, but towards the south its territory widened out and stretched from the eastern end of the Shat el Hodna to the gates of Thevest. It was divided at first into two zones, one comprising the quiet region of the towns of the old Sirtian Confederation around the capital city Sirta, and the other consisting of the turbulent mountainous region in the south with Lambesis as the principal settlement, but was reunified as early as 314. However, it continued to be ruled by a governor of equestrian rank exercising both the civil and the military powers, and holding the title of Preces, up to 316. In that year, the civil government was entrusted to senators bearing the new title of Consularis Provinciae, and then given the rank of Clarissimi. The great majority belonged to the Roman aristocracy, on account of the landed interests which linked the latter to this rich province. Sirta became the only capital and took the name of Constantine, in honor of the emperor. The problem of the administrative reorganization of the provinces of Mauritania in the 4th century is dominated by a question of prime importance: were the interior of Tingitana and all the western part of Caesarensis evacuated by Diocletian just before his accession? In the light of recent research, it appears to be very doubtful whether the region lying to the west of Mauritania Caesarensis was relinquished. 11. On the other hand, it is agreed that Diocletian evacuated all the territories south of the Oued Lucos in Mauritania Tingitana in 285. Rome seems, however, to have maintained purely maritime relations with the coastal towns, which would explain how places like Sala could continue, under Constantine, to live within the Roman orbit. 12. Furthermore, Diocletian detached the eastern part of Mauritania Caesarensis to make a new province. This was Mauritania Sitifensis, with Sitifis, the modern Sétif, as its capital. Lastly, Mauritania Tingitana was separated for administrative purposes from the rest of Africa and was attached to the diocese constituted by the Spanish provinces. To ensure liaison between the central government and the provinces, which had thus become smaller and more numerous, Diocletian increased the number of high officials. Who exercised the once extraordinary but now permanent functions of praetorian vice-prefects. In principle, these vicarii were equites perfectissimi, but they were promoted to the rank of clarissimi when they were set over governors of the senatorial class. Each vicarius was in charge of a specific diocese, composed of a certain number of provinces. The Diocese of Africa comprised the provinces of North Africa, excluding Mauritania Tingitana. The governors of these provinces were placed under the authority of the vicarius. Who resided in Carthage and was answerable to the praetorian prefect of Italy Africa Illyria, except for the proconsul of Africa. Who was directly responsible to the emperor. Colonization and municipal organization. Like Greek civilization, Roman civilization was essentially an urban phenomenon. The degree to which a province was civilized and Romanized was therefore determined by the closeness of the towns. 1-3 In the African provinces, and particularly Africa Proconsularis, urban life was highly developed. At least 500 cities have been counted in North Africa as a whole, 200 of which existed in the proconsular province alone. 14 But it has not been made sufficiently clear that this urban civilization was largely inherited from the Punic Numidian age. As in the Republican period, no cities had yet been admitted to a share of Roman citizenship. There were only 7 cities of Phoenician origin, enjoying a measure of autonomy which was not invulnerable to political vicissitudes. These were the cities which had sided with Rome during the last Punic War. Their traditional institutions were formally recognized and they were also exempted from the land tax, the stipendium. Meanwhile, Roman rule tolerated, but did not legally protect, the institutions of the other African cities, which continued to apply the Phoenician administrative system and to be headed by suffets and councils of notables, while paying the stipendium. 16 The first official attempt at colonization was made by G. Gracchus, under the provisions of the Lex Rubria, in 123, 6,000 settlers, both Romans and Latins, were to be assigned large tracts of land, on the basis of 200 ingera per capita, i.e. 50 hectares. The total area, to which the common land must be added, presupposed the availability of a vast stretch of territory. Consequently, it is thought that the allotments extended southwards from the Medjurda as far as the Fossa Regia, the frontier of the first Roman province of Africa. Colonists cannot, therefore, have lived only in Carthage. Later on, at all events, they must have been scattered in a number of small towns. It was also necessary, no doubt, to expropriate the previous landowners and move them elsewhere. The fate of Rome's first attempt at colonization in Africa is well known, for political motives rooted in the hatred felt by the Roman aristocracy for G. Gracchus, the reformer and leader of the popular party, and also for economic reasons arising out of the fact that the settlers were humble and impecunious folk and rarely of peasant stock. The venture failed, so it was that this colonization project merely served, in the last analysis, as a pretext for overthrowing the popular party and permitting wealthy men, senators, and knights, to carve vast estates out of the African territories conquered by the Republic. After the Jugartine War in _103, Marius assigned to his veterans and members of the Gaechalian tribe plots of land situated possibly along the Fossa Regia, between Acala and Thani, and, in any case, certainly in the west, in the middle valley of the Medjurda. From the epigraphical evidence it seems that these allotments of land are commemorated in the Thurbernica inscriptions which refer to Marius as the conditor of this colony, and in the appellations of Mariana and Marianum given later to the colony of Ucamius and the municipium of Thibar. Also in 103, it seems that colonists were settled in the Kerbina Islands by the father of Julius Caesar. But the colonization movement did not get really underway until the Colonia Julia Carthago was founded either by Octavian alone, or by the triumvirate in 42, or more probably in 44, according to the generally accepted opinion. The first century of Roman occupation was therefore a period of retrogression for Africa, distinguished, in particular, by the shameless exploitation of the fertile land. The slow progress of colonization was thus due to the greed of the businessmen, chiefly knights, and senators who conducted their affairs through middlemen when they could not obtain political missions taking them to Africa. 17 In reviving the plans of his adoptive father Julius Caesar, Augustus Octavius initiated a new epoch in the history of Africa, a new political pattern, and a far-reaching administrative, military, and religious program. According to the list supplied by Pliny, whose sources still give rise to much controversy, 18 there were soon 6 Roman colonies, 15 oppida avium Romanorum, 1 oppidum Latinum, 1 oppidum Immune and 30 oppida Libera. An epigraphic text at Dauga 19 lends support, at least partially, to the theory of the German Kornemann about the beginnings of colonization and municipal organization. 20 in 29, when the Colonia Juliana was rounded into final shape by a fresh influx of colonists to Carthage, or possibly even earlier, the Roman citizens who had arrived with large or small bands of immigrants to settle in the vicinity of the peregrine cities, grouping themselves into pagi and acquiring rural estates, found that their properties were contiguous with the territory, Perdica, of the colony of Carthage. Augustus also founded no fewer than 13 colonies between the years 33 and 25 in Mauritania. The emperors who succeeded Augustus continued to apply his policy. Under Marcus Aurelius there were more than 35 colonies distributed throughout the African provinces. As a general rule, the immigrants were veterans who had served in legions disbanded as a result of the reorganization of the army. There were also Italians who had been evicted or ruined by the agricultural crisis in the peninsula. The number of the latter was not so large, however, as to turn the African provinces into resettlement areas. But the rational implantation of these colonies took well into account defensive and economic considerations. The attitude towards the indigenous inhabitants, which left them a large measure of actual self-government in their municipal affairs, taking account of their linguistic, ethnic, and religious characteristics, was not at all incompatible with a policy of eventual assimilation, for the economic and political benefits and privileges enjoyed by Roman citizens never lost their attraction for the upper classes of African society. The latter, who belonged to the peasant communities at whose expense the colonies of immigrants became established and developed, regarded the town much more as a center of repression than a center of Romanization. The question of municipal status raises problems of great complexity which we can only summarize here. 21. In the first place there were the peregrine cities, which were very numerous and whose inhabitants were not Roman citizens. Most of these cities were liable to the stipendium, but some enjoyed the libertas, which signified that their autonomy was legally recognized, and a few were even immunes, in other words, exempted from the stipendium, the tax levied by the conquerors. Secondly, there were the Latin cities. They had been granted, by a general charter, or because they had been populated by Latin colonists, either the ius latae maioris, which extended Roman citizenship both to the municipal magistrates and to the members of the assembly of decurions, or the ius latae minores, which restricted citizenship to individuals holding a civil office or a honor. The other inhabitants, however, enjoyed civil rights very similar to those conferred on Roman citizens. Thirdly, in the coloniae Iuris Romani, whose status was defined by a posthumous law of Caesars, all the inhabitants were Roman citizens except, of course, the slaves, the incoli, foreign residents, and the ad tributi, that is to say, the indigenous population of the sectors attached for administration purposes to these colonies. Alongside the colonies of immigrants there developed therefore an increasing number of honorary colonies, which were former indigenous communities, whose constant evolution towards the Roman way of life became officially recognized through the benefits of Roman law. In addition, there were the vici, pagi, which usually formed part of the perdica of a city. On the large imperial domains, the farmers rarely had any contact with town dwellers, and administration was in the hands of the imperial procurators. Lastly, in the south of the African provinces, and particularly in the Mauritanian provinces, the townless regions subject to the tribal system were kept under supervision by small military detachments commanded by prefecti. However, many points concerning municipal institutions are still obscure. As regards the definition of the Municipium Iuris Romani, for example, it was long believed, with MOMMSENS authority, that communities of Roman citizens were called municipia or coloniae, and that the distinction between the terms was mainly a question of their relative status, the title of colony being the greater honor. Virtually no difference was detectable, therefore, between the two types of community, the explanation being thought to lie in the adoption of increasingly uniform constitutions for such corporate bodies. According to a theory propounded by C. Samania, which has not by any means been unanimously accepted, however, there is reason to think that Municipia Iuris Romani existed only in Italy. It would follow that all provincial municipia were in the Iuris Latini class and that there would be no communities in the Iuris Romani class in Africa other than the colonies and the Oppida Civium Romanorum. This would have helped to clarify the problem of the naturalization process in the provinces. The ius latae, which conferred Roman citizenship on the rich, would then appear to have represented an essential step towards the integration of whole communities. 22. Due allowance being made for these fine distinctions, it is clear that the African cities came to bear an ever closer resemblance to the Italian municipia. Everywhere we find a popular assembly, a senate, magistrates appointed for a term of office limited to 1 year and on a collegial basis, duoviri, quattuorviri, aediles, quaestors. It has been noticed, however, that the populace was particularly long-lived in Africa, whereas the popular assembly had fallen into abeyance elsewhere. The citizens composing the populace were grouped into smaller bodies known as curiae. One school of thought holds these to be a survival of an ancient Carthaginian institution. The African curiae would then have had nothing but the name in common with those of the other parts of the empire. However, the real power did not lie in the hands of the populace, but in those of the municipal senate, consisting of about 100 members forming the Ordo Decurionum, a senatorial order at local level. These decurions were selected from among former magistrates over the age of 25 and also, occasionally, from among the wealthy citizens. They administered the city finances, decided on new expenditure, managed municipal property. They were organized in a hierarchy based on social rank. At the top were the honorary members who were entrusted with the defense of the city's interests. They were generally men of local birth who had climbed the social ladder until they had been admitted by adlectio to the highest orders of the empire. Ideally, a knight or a senator made a career in Rome, moved in circles close to the emperor and was thus in a good position to represent the interests of his town by submitting a personal request to the emperor for an improvement in its legal status or a remission of taxes, and likewise to intercede in favor of a young fellow citizen embarking upon his career. There followed, in order of precedence, the former doumbres, the former aediles, the former quaestors, and last of all the ordinary decurions who had not yet acceded to high office. All were required to possess a fortune amounting to a figure fixed by a kind of rating system which was moderate in the very numerous small towns but extremely high in the large towns, and particularly in Carthage, where it was equal to the property qualification for admission to the equestrian order. This meant that only wealthy men could play a role in the city, where the magistrates presided over the popular assembly and the senate, dispatched current business, maintained relations with the provincial authorities and exercised judicial powers limited to petty offences and minor litigation. To discharge the duties of public offices it was necessary to have ample means and leisure. Far from receiving a salary, the magistrates were required, on taking up their office, to pay into the municipal treasury a sum varying with the rank of the office and the size of the town. In addition, it was the custom to display generosity in several ways, by giving banquets, organizing games, financing the construction of monuments. Most of the public edifices, baths, markets, fountains, temples, theaters, of African towns thus owed their existence to a real spirit of competition. Among the notables, the highest civil office in a city was that of the duoviri quinquennals, who were elected every 5 years and were responsible for carrying out the census. This meant that they had to count the total number of inhabitants and that of the Roman citizens, evaluate fortunes, and thereby determine the position of individuals in the social scale and in relation to tax assessment. This fiscal responsibility was to become an increasingly decisive factor, compelling the central authorities to interfere in municipal affairs. City finances, which were sometimes in a precarious position, were gradually subjected from the 2nd century onwards to inspection by curat or civitatis as a remedial measure for difficulties arising from squandered funds and expenditures incurred for prestige-enhancing purposes. This was the first sign of a trend towards centralization and the imposition of a bureaucratic system of state control which came into force with the crisis of the 3rd century and was firmly established in the 4th century, having superseded liberalism and municipal self-government. Economic life. The population. We have no contemporary estimate, however approximate, of the size of the population in Roman times. It was necessary, of course, to organize a census periodically for fiscal purposes, but the returns have not come down to us. In this field, therefore, we are reduced all too often to barely adequate methods of arriving at possible figures. The application of a mean density coefficient in computing the total number of inhabitants, and, especially, the use of the topographical argument, in combination with various considerations, in attempting to assess, in particular, the number of town dwellers. C. Courtois, for example, has taken the episcopal registers as his starting point and has concluded, after discussion, that there were 500 African cities. After giving much thought to the density figure and mean area to be adopted, he has settled on an average of 5,000 inhabitants per city, which represents 2,500,000 town dwellers out of a total of 4 million inhabitants of the African provinces as a whole under the early empire, which had fallen to 3 million under the later empire. The latter figures are based on the estimates of Jabalish. WHO had calculated the size of the population of the Roman Empire from the census returns obtained by Augustus in Italy. However, c. Courtois had formed the opinion that the density of 16 inhabitants to a square kilometre regarded as probable by the German scholar was too high for North Africa, which had only about 8 million inhabitants in the middle of the 19th century. He had therefore reduced it to 11 inhabitants to a square kilometre, while reckoning that the towns had 250 inhabitants to a hectare, like the French towns of the 18th and 19th centuries. 23g. Charles Picard has raised many objections to c. Courtois figures for various reasons which have led him to two conclusions, namely, that the density of the African population exceeded 0 inhabitants to the square kilometre in certain regions, and that, notwithstanding the large number of towns, the majority of inhabitants of this primarily agricultural country lived in small market towns and on the large rural states of widely dispersed villas. Proconsular Africa would then seem to have had a total of 3,500,000 inhabitants. The addition of the population of Numidia and the Mauritanian provinces would result in a figure of 6,500,000 inhabitants for the period between the middle of the 2nd century and the first third of the 3rd century, when Africa was at the height of its prosperity. 24 More recently, A. Lezine has presented a point of view regarding the urban population which is at variance with that of G. Charles Picard, arguing, like the latter, that living conditions and density of population in the Tunisian Sahel were very similar during the Middle Ages to those existing in ancient times. He has attempted to calculate the size of the population of Sousse towards the end of the 10th century, and that of the population of Carthage between 150 and 238. He has finally arrived at the number of 1,300,000 town dwellers. If we were to accept this conclusion, while retaining the figure proposed by C. Courtois for the total population, the figure for country dwellers would appear more reasonable. 25 However, a fresh approach to these demographic problems has been suggested by recent research work. Instead of relying only on the data yielded by the census of ancient times, the density of population, the relative numbers of domus and insulae, and the number of recipients of doles of corn, we now also take into account the number of tombs per generation and the summi honorarii paid by newly appointed magistrates at a rate varying according to their rank and the size of the town. 26. Agriculture. It is common knowledge that agriculture was the mainstay of the economy of ancient times. In Africa during the Roman period, the land was the principal and most highly prized source of wealth and social consideration. It is also a platitude to say that Africa was the granary of Rome. This expression has sometimes been used to imply that it once enjoyed proverbial abundance contrasting with the poverty of modern times, so as to bring in an ill-informed verdict relating to the degeneration of the population, totally disregarding the complex problems which have created the conditions of underdevelopment. Here we are really obliged to repeat a truth which cannot have been overlooked by historians. In point of fact, Africa was the granary of Rome because, being a vanquished country, it was forced to keep the conqueror supplied with corn by way of tribute. Under Augustus, for instance, 200,000 Romans received a free ration of 44 liters of corn per month, totaling about 1 million bushels. In any event, the theory of Africa's remarkable prosperity and exceptionally high yields of corn in Roman times has been demolished by the geographer J. Despois. 27 At first, the Roman conquest brought in its wake a decline in agriculture, as in the African economy as a whole. The Carthaginian Cura was laid waste and its arboriculture was abandoned, For Italy was then in control of the wine and oil market and saw to it that there was no competition in these lucrative branches of husbandry. Corn growing was the only one to be carried on, and in the reign of Augustus it started to expand for a political reason which was to prevail up to the end of the Roman rule, namely, the need to ensure food supplies for the Roman plebs. After Rome had pushed the frontiers farther to the west and south and had embarked upon the policy of confining the tribes to circumscribed areas, while pursuing an active land development policy, particularly through the extension of the great hydraulic projects, there was a sharp rise in the figures for corn production. By the time that Nero was on the throne, Africa, Weknow, was already keeping the capital of the empire supplied with corn for 8 months of the year. It has thus been calculated that the African contribution was 18 million bushels, or 126,000 quintals. In view of the fact that this figure represented the amount of the annona, that is, the yearly produce from the imperial domains recently enlarged very substantially as a result of Nero's confiscation of the great estates of the Roman senators, to which was added the levy in kind raised on the other lands, g. Charles Picard reckoned that the annona accounted for a little over 1/7 of the average output of African corn growers. This therefore amounted to about 126 million bushels, or 9 million quintals. The quantity of corn left in Africa was therefore too small, once the seed corn had been set aside, to satisfy the local demand. Agoodmany peasants were obliged to live on millet or barley, and drought necessarily brought famine in its train. 28 During the period of great prosperity in Africa, from the middle of the 2nd century until 238, the position improved, owing, in particular, to the cultivation of the virgin lands of Numidia and also those of the Mauritanian provinces, but Africa had to meet new fiscal exactions, as Whe and the military annona was converted, under Septimius Severus, into a regular pecuniary charge. From the 2nd century onwards, however, large investments in public buildings are a sign of prosperity among the upper classes and, in particular, among the urban middle class. The truth is that, in this period, the imperial government allowed the provinces more freedom of action in developing their economy, whereas Italy was suffering from a crisis which had already become a problem under the Claudian emperors and was still unsolved. The cultivation of the olive and the vine, however, was only encouraged, at first, as a means of making use of the subsessiva or lands unsuitable for corn growing, but the profitability of the wine and oil trade stimulated the trend in this direction, so that olive groves and vineyards spread at a spectacular rate, the former being particularly prolific, even in steppe-like regions. Rural estates and landscapes are depicted on mosaics produced between the end of the 1st century and the middle of the 4th. The landowner's villa generally stands in the middle of a great orchard or park, and is sometimes surrounded by utilitarian buildings where slaves are busily at work. The property is occasionally represented, but is more often symbolized by typical activities or a background suggesting the natural features of the region, hills, scenes illustrating the work of plowing, sowing, harvesting, transplanting or grape gathering, flocks of sheep, farmyard fowls, beehives, and so on. From the very beginnings of the occupation, the mark of Roman colonization was a checkerwork of agrarian units. The centuriatushan, the soil of Africa was divided into squares measuring 710 meters across, which formed a perfectly symmetrical chessboard pattern. 29 Having become the property of the Roman people, ager publicus populi Romani, by right of conquest, these lands were classified in several categories under complicated property laws which were constantly changing. Except in Mauritania, where no restrictions were placed on rights of way, tribal property steadily lost ground to the ever-expanding area occupied by colonists. A huge operation designed to contain the tribes within certain areas was unremittingly pursued under the early empire, and was even stepped up in the Severan period when the limes was pushed forward in Tripolitania, Numidia, and Mauritania, involving violent expropriation action against the tribes, who were driven into the desert. However, indigenous landowners living in the cities, whose property was not expropriated for the benefit of Roman or Latin settlers, generally kept their estates on condition that they paid the stipendium, from which very few of the peregrine cities were exempt. Another real property category was composed of lands distributed to the Roman citizens, veterans, Roman or Italian immigrants of small means who settled in the colonies, the Oppida Avium Romanorum, the Pagi. In course of time, however, the legal status of the lands of the indigenous cities and that of the properties of the Roman cities became indistinguishable as municipal constitutions developed a tendency to integrate the autochthonous communities. The last category comprised the huge estates which members of the Roman aristocracy had succeeded in acquiring, particularly at the end of the Republican period and at the times when Africa offered a vast field of opportunity for investments in real property. In the 1st century before our era, for instance, 6 Roman senators owned half the soil of the African provinces between them, but Nero put them to death and incorporated their fundi into the imperial patrimonium. Under the later empire, however, quite a number of large private estates belonging to the Roman aristocracy still existed, especially in Numidia, and there was a general tendency for large properties to absorb small ones, particularly under the later empire. The status and organization of the great imperial domains are known to us thanks to 4 major inscriptions and other evidence yielded by the rich store of African epigraphs. 30 They have handed down to us texts of prime importance, such as the Lex Manciana and the Lex Hadriana, which are not laws within the meaning of Roman public law, but working regulations. In the opinion of many writers, they applied to the whole of the ager publicus existing throughout the empire, according to J. Carcopino, or only in Africa, according to M. Rostovtsev. Others believe them to be regulations applying specifically to the region comprising the imperial saltus of the middle valley of the Medjurda, although this interpretation has been refuted by recent finds. In any event, we only have detailed knowledge of the management methods applying to the imperial domains. These were leased to contractors known as conductors. WHO employed vilici to run them. The vilicis developed the resources of part of the domain himself. He probably used slaves and farm laborers, as well as the compulsory services demanded of the colonists. These coloni were free men who farmed the greater part of the domain as subtenants of the conductors. The main purpose of the Lex Manciana and the Lex Hadriana was to determine the rights and duties of the conductors and their managers vilici, on the one hand, and those of the farmers coloni, on the other hand. The principle was that, in return for the delivery of 1/3 of their annual crops and a specified number of days of labor on the land which was under the direct management of the vilicis, the farmers enjoyed, on their respective plots of land, the right of use, which they could bequeath to their heirs and even sell, on condition that the new holder of the right left the farming cycle undisturbed for 2 consecutive years. The management of the domains was supervised by a strictly graded body of imperial officials. At the top, the procurator of the patrimonial department, who resided in Rome with his staff, prepared the general regulations and implementary memoranda. He was a senior member of the equestrian order. In each province, a resident procurator, who was likewise a high-ranking supervised the procurators of the districts, tractus, which comprised a number of estates, saltus. At the lowest level, the procurators of the estates were, in most cases, ordinary freedmen. The task of these procurators of saltus was to conclude contracts with the conductors, ensure that the regulations were observed, act as an arbitrator in disputes between conductors and colonic, and assist the former in the collection of rents. WEC from the Su-Kelchemis inscription, which dates from the reign of Commodus, that the conductors and the procurators responsible for supervising their management of the estates collaborated to cheat the tenant farmers of their statutory rights and took arbitrary decisions to increase their burden of obligations. These conductors were, in fact, meant to be reckoned with, powerful capitalists, to whose influence the procurators were not immune. Many writers believe, like A. P. Ganil, that the future condition of the farmers under the Byzantine Empire was already foreshadowed by that of the tenants described by the Su-Kelchemis inscription. From the 4th century onwards, the term koloni denoted all peasants cultivating imperial or privately owned estates throughout the empire. They were free men, in principle, but their freedom was increasingly curtailed by laws forbidding them to leave the land they were working on. The landowner was responsible for the payment of the taxes levied on the tenant's produce, and could only discharge his responsibility if the farming cycle was undisturbed. This induced him to tie the peasant to the land, so that the latter's legal status tended to resemble that of the slave. This trend resulted in the serfdom which prevailed in the West during the Middle Ages as the common lot of the descendants of colonists and of the descendants of rural slaves. The pattern of development of agriculture in Africa under the later empire continues to be a controversial subject. Generally speaking, modern historians have been struck by the large number of properties not subject to levies and therefore uncultivated, from which they have inferred that there was a fairly rapid extension of areas of land allowed to run to waste. C. Lepoli has recently shown that the problem is a more complex one, and that the situation was not as alarming as it was thought to be, at least in proconsular Africa and the province of Byzantium. It cannot be said that there was a mass flight from the land or a disastrous decline in agricultural output. Until the invasion of the Vandals, Africa was to remain the source of the food supplies of Rome, which was deprived, after the foundation of Constantinople, of the Egyptian quota of corn. Moreover, the prosperity of Afriqiya in the 8th, 9th, and 10th centuries, which is vouched for by Arab sources, cannot be explained if we accept the proposition that the typical symptoms of a recession are discernible. 31 However, food shortages were not unknown, mainly owing to natural causes, and it must be said that the economic importance of cereals seems to have waned while that of olive trees increased, except in Numidia, which remained a corn-growing country. Industry and trade. It has generally been noticed that epigraphs and figures carved on monuments yield much less information in Africa than in other Western provinces about the life of craftsmen and hired workmen. However, while metalworking seems to have been less prevalent in the African provinces, we must not be tempted to indulge in generalizations. It could be pointed out, for example, that the epigraphical material contains very few references to builders and architects, although their works cover innumerable archaeological sites in Africa. In any event, the technological stagnation of the Roman period was not conducive to any large-scale development of the industries of antiquity. In these circumstances, the leading industries were concerned with the processing of agricultural products, and particularly the manufacturing of olive oil. The ruins of olive presses, which are found in such profusion in the area stretching from Sifchala to Thelept and Tavessa, testify to the importance of oil in the economy of ancient times, not only as the staple fat for human consumption, but also as the sole fuel for lamps and an essential toilet requisite. 32 The pottery industry, which was associated to a variable degree with the olive oil industry, met the demand for lamps and containers, in addition to producing domestic utensils. In Punic times, the local industry concentrated on turning out everyday articles, and the most delicate specimens of the potter's art were imported at first from Greece and Etruria and later from southern Italy. With the Roman conquest, Africa became more dependent on foreign production centers. Campania was superseded by Tuscany and then by the Gallic workshops, which exported their goods mainly to Mauritania. However, in the proconsular province, a new pottery industry started to develop at the beginning of the 2nd century of our era, along with a general economic recovery. The work of J.P. Morel, who has detected the African imitations of the black glazed pottery of Campania, 33, and that of P. A. Fevrier and J.W. Solomonson on the Terra Sigillata, together with the latest excavations conducted by the research workers of the Archaeological Institute of Tunis, have shown that there was a steady increase in the number and size of the African workshops. 34. Besides the ordinary run of articles, they produced the fine quality pottery colored orange-red at first and pale orange, later, which had become popular throughout the Western Mediterranean countries. From the first half of the 3rd century, they decorated beautiful cylindrical amphoras and biconic vases with applied ornamentation in the form of raised figures inspired mainly by the games of the amphitheater. They fashioned high-quality lamps, and statuettes which were placed in tombs or private shrines. The 4th century saw the widespread production of yet another type of pottery known to specialists as light sigillate. Foreign imports in the primordial economic sector constituted by the pottery industry soon disappeared, even in the Mauritanian provinces, and sales of African manufactures and raw materials, oil, earthenware, purple-dyed cloth, glassware, woodenware, the produce of quarries, such as Numidian marble, to which must of course be added corn, as well as slaves, timber, wild beasts for the amphitheater games, must have greatly exceeded those of imported products, which consisted probably of finished goods, and particularly those made of metal. Africa has thus succeeded in breaking free from its economic dependence, and its foreign trade regained some of the importance of Punic times. Port facilities were extended to keep pace with the development of the exportable resources of the hinterland and to handle the quantities of grain and oil to be shipped to Italy. The main dealings were with Ostia, the harbor which was Rome's outlet to the sea. On the site of Ostia have been found, among the scoli, offices, of the shipping corporations, no fewer than 9 buildings which belonged to the African corporations of Mauritania Caesarensis, Musluvium, Hippodioritis, Carthage, Curubes, Missus, Gumi, Solectum, and Sabrata. These domini navium or navicularii, who formed corporations, were collectively responsible for the transport of commodities to Italy. 35 They were granted special privileges as early as the reign of Claudius, and they were organized, up to the time of Septimius Severus, according to the principle of free association. Soon, however, state control was introduced in this field as in the other sectors of the economy, especially as the victualling of Rome was a far too important matter to be left to purely private enterprise. The navicularii were accordingly considered to be performing a public service. Trade with Italy remained, however, in African hands. As regards commerce with the East, which was a flourishing business in Carthaginian times, it was in the hands of Eastern merchants under the empire, and in the 4th century they were still visiting African ports to conduct their negotiations. While we do not know exactly what kind of products were unloaded by these merchants, who were called Syrians, it is not difficult to imagine the diversity and abundance of the cargo of their return journey, judging from the large numbers of gold coins bearing the effigy of the Eastern emperors which have been unearthed, and which they must have left in Africa to balance their accounts. Lastly, the trans-Saharan trade must be considered, but it will be dealt with below in the context of the relations between the African provinces and the peoples of the Sahara. Texts surviving from ancient times, as well as archaeological and epigraphical finds, have a great deal to tell us about Africa's internal trade. We know from such sources that nundiniae, sorts of fairs, were held in rural centers on different days of the week, like the present-day souks. In villages, masala, provision markets, were established on a site consisting of a square surrounded by porticos onto which there opened the booths of the various merchants. A number of such sites have been excavated, notably at Leptis, where sorts of kiosks were equipped with standard instruments for measuring length and capacity which were inspected by the municipal aediles. Other deals and transactions were concluded on the forum or in the shops and covered markets of the towns, occupied by bankers and money changers, tavern keepers, cloth merchants, and so on. The roads, which were originally designed to serve the purposes of conquest and colonization, soon had a stimulating effect on trade because, of course, they facilitated the transport of goods. Under Augustus and his successors, 2 roads of strategic importance linked Carthage with the southwest, via the valley of the Miliana, and with the southeast via the coast. The third side of the triangle was constituted by the Amadorata Cape Strategic Highway, which was the first route attested by milestones. Under the Flavians and the first Antonines, the road system was greatly extended, in particular by the construction of the Carthage-Theveste Highway, around the former military centers of Theveste and Lambesis, a network of roads encircled the Ors and Nemanchah mountains and stretched northwards towards Hippo Regius. From then on, an ever-increasing number of roads were built up all over proconsular Africa and Mauritania, where the fortified sector of Rapidum was linked, in one direction, with Gemelli and Lambesis, and in the other, with the coastal cities of Caesarea and Saldi. After 235, however, the maintenance and repair of the obsolescent road system raised many problems. 36 MUCH research has been done on the various technical questions relating to ROMAN roads, layout, structure, bridges and viaducts, auxiliary buildings for the use of travelers. These surveys make it abundantly clear that the ROMAN rulers were very conscious of the strategic and colonizing importance of the highways, their administrative role as illustrated by the relay posts of the messenger service run by the cursus publicus, and also their economic role. In this connection, special attention has been devoted, for example, to the route of the marble trade between Simithu and Thabrika, and a study has been made of the sites of the Horia and mansions, barns and warehouses, situated at crossroads and at various points along the roads for the storage of the grain and oil delivered to the tax collectors. Relations between the African provinces and the peoples of the Sahara. It has long been known that the Romans had three great Saharan fortresses on the confines of the desert. In the south of Tripolitania, they were those of Buletin and Gem, Garia el Gerbia and Gadames, which was called Sidamus in ancient times. Until fairly recently they were regarded merely as advanced post of the limes, but it has now been established that they were situated on the borderline between the desert and a zone under Roman control inhabited by sedentary peasants who lived in fortified farms and were mainly engaged in the cultivation of olive trees in the drainage basins of the wadis. In this region, an original type of civilization developed, bearing the mark of strong local traditions onto which Punic influences had been grafted, the indigenous traditions and the Punic imprint, illustrated, in particular, by the numerous inscriptions in local alphabets, and by the survival of the Punic language up to the eve of the Arab invasion, proved adaptable, however, to the new way of life introduced by the Romans. Fortresses commanded the main routes linking the coast with the Fezzan, the land of the Garamantes. As far back as 19, Cornelius Balbus had attacked these Garamantes and, according to Pliny, had subdued several of their towns and fortresses, including Garama and Sidamus. Later, possibly in the reign of Domitian, an expedition led by Julius Maternus set out from Leptis Magna and reached Garama, accompanied by the king of the Garamantes and his army. The expedition then traveled as far as the country of the Ethiopians and the region of Agi Simba where, we are told, rhinoceros were to be seen. This shows that the Romans were primarily interested in the Fezzan insofar as this permanent caravan base enabled them to approach the fringe of trans-Saharan Africa. It also explains why the crises and reconciliations recorded in laconic texts were a constant source of anxiety for the Romans in their relations with the kingdom of the Garamantes. By adding their findings to the scrappy information gleaned from such texts, the exploratory surveys and archaeological digs of the last few years have gradually widened our knowledge about the caravan routes leading to the confines of Black Africa, and have given us a clearer idea of the progress made by the Romans in this direction. They have yielded copious details about the military, civil, and commercial aspects of life in this border country, particularly at Buletin and Gem. 3.7 In the first place, the trans-Saharan lands were suppliers of gold. Between Punic times and the Muslim Arabic period, various different routes were followed by the traders conveying the gold from the placers in Guinea to the shores of the Mediterranean, but each route left its OWN mark on the history of North Africa. Caravan trade also brought black slaves, ostrich feathers, wild beasts, emeralds, and carbuncles from the Sahara. In exchange, the ROMAN provinces supplied wine, metal objects, pottery, textiles, and glassware, as has been shown by the excavations carried out, in particular, at the necropolises of the Fezzan. The increasingly widespread use of the dromedary, from the 2nd and 3rd centuries, in the zone lying on the confines of the Sahara, which is traversed by the routes running southwards and eastwards, probably had the effect of reviving a nomadic way of life by facilitating travel, so that wandering tribes had less difficulty in finding pasture for their flocks and herds and in plundering caravans, and sedentary communities influenced in various degrees by Roman civilization. At first, the same tribe was probably divided into sedentary groups, which were established along the regular routes and on the limes, and camel-herding nomadic groups in the south. Then, towards the middle of the 4th century, the imperial government became less and less capable of policing the desert and, although it did not follow a deliberate policy of withdrawal, the small settlements on the confines of the desert, which had flourished in the 3rd century, found that they could only just survive and were in serious danger of extinction by the 5th century. It is not, therefore, because of a sudden influx of large numbers of dromedaries in the 3rd century, as was systematically argued by E. F. Gautier, that the camel-herding nomads became a threat to the security of the southern frontiers. It is more likely that these animals were gradually introduced. The growing tendency to use them as a means of transport at first served the purposes of Roman policy, which had succeeded in adapting itself to the environmental conditions and thus in creating true centers of penetration operations, but ultimately had the opposite effect by enabling the nomadic tribes to acquire the necessary mobility for a fresh wave of attacks on the regions from which they had been driven back. 38. A further question of some interest is whether the intelligent Saharan policy of the Severan emperors may not be explained by the fact that the founder of the dynasty was born in Leptis Magna. Owing to these origins, they may well have had access to first-hand information regarding the conditions, resources, and routes existing in the arid hinterland. The rise of Romano-Berbers and problems of African society under Augustus and his successors. The population of the African provinces was composed of 3 groups distinguished from each other by the laws that governed them, as well as their languages and customs, Roman or Italian immigrants, Carthaginians and sedentary Libyans. Who had incorporated Punic institutions and practices into their own traditions, the latter being in the majority, nomadic Libyans who were severely restricted to certain areas or were banished entirely from the regions containing the usable land they had been forced to surrender. It has often been said, quite correctly, that the African provinces were not regarded as resettlement areas. In the reign of Hadrian, colonies of veterans ceased to be founded in proconsular Africa, and those in Numidia were henceforth established for the benefit of soldiers recruited in African towns. As we have seen above, the status of the latter rose steadily until it had become completely Romanized. Virtually all indigenous town dwellers had been integrated, and particularly the most wealthy, who sought by this means to escape from the socio-economic and juridical inferiority imposed upon them as a result of the Roman conquest. By the time that the Constitutio Antonina was promulgated in 212, this granted Roman citizenship to all the free inhabitants of the empire. Who had not yet acquired it, except for the Didicii. Septimius Severus had already followed the example of the Antonines in elevating an immense number of communities to the rank of municipium or even colonia. Non-citizens came to be in the minority, so that the existence of inferior juridical rights became less and less defensible by comparison with the need to simplify the administrative and fiscal systems, and with the trends in favor of political, legal, ethical, and religious universalism. However, anyone who did not live in a large or small community of a municipal type, and particularly the members of tribes relegated to steppe-like or mountainous regions, had to be classified among the Didicii whose institutions and autonomy had not been recognized, even implicitly. When they had capitulated, they remained, therefore, outside the pale of Romanized society. Thus, ethnical distinctions tended to disappear only in the cities, which, however, were very numerous, especially in proconsular Africa. Social distinctions took their place in urban communities. The 2 highest social classes, namely, the senatorial and equestrian orders, enjoyed a status defined by the property qualification and reflected in insignia and titles. Although the property qualification was necessary, it was not sufficient in itself, whereas the principle of heredity was always applied. Unless the emperor conferred the rank of senator or knight as a special favor, it was acquired solely by right of birth. Nevertheless, it is clear, from the study of individual careers as recorded in the available texts and, especially, in epigraphs, that this aristocracy frequently recruited new members. The families of the old Roman nobilitas, who dilapidated their fortunes in maintaining princely establishments, were more and more willing to open their ranks, first, to natives of the western provinces of the empire, and later, to Graeco-Orientals. The first senator of African stock came from Cirta. He lived in the reign of Vespasian. A century later, around the year 170, the number of African senators had risen to about 100, forming the second largest group, after the group composed of men of Italian stock. Similarly, the first African knight known to history, who came from Musti, was given the gold ring by Tiberius, and by Hadrian's time there were several thousand knights in proconsular Africa and Numidia. Under the early empire, it was from the semi-noble equestrian order that the vast majority of officials were recruited to perform a dual function, the two branches of which later came to be separated, one being concerned with civil affairs and the other with military affairs. By the 3rd century, a career in the latter branch had become hardly distinguishable from a purely military career. WEC, then, that the rise of the Romano-Berbers was a prominent feature of the Antonine-Severan period, when Africans were playing an important role in Rome and the empire. The main social force which had made it possible, under the early empire, and in the interests of the emperors themselves, to infuse fresh blood into the aristocratic orders, ensuring that the equestrian order, in particular, maintained the high standard of professional competence and personal qualities required for the performance of its dual function, was undoubtedly the urban middle class, which might be called the municipal bourgeoisie. Individuals thrown up by this decurion class became assimilated by the imperial aristocracy from which the emperors recruited the officials to fill key posts, one of the determining factors in these appointments being the spirit of solidarity prevailing, in Rome, between natives of the same province. This accounts for the predominance of Spaniards at the beginning of the 2nd century, followed by that of the Africans, whose place was taken by the Syrians and then by the Pannonians. The decurion middle class constituted, as has often been said, the very backbone of Romanized communities in Africa. Under the early empire, it recruited its members almost entirely from a certain stratum of the land tenure structure. The decurion lived in town on the income derived from his property, but he did not own a latifundium nor was he a peasant, and even if he felt attached to his land, he preferred a bourgeois style of living. He might be very rich, to make a name for himself in the city and earn the gratitude of his fellow townsmen. He had to be lavish with gifts, which he distributed on a scale dictated by his vanity as much as by his generosity. He organized municipal games, gave doles of food and money to the poor, or erected and maintained public buildings. So it was that even the least significant of cities displayed a passion for architectural embellishment out of all proportion with their size. They were all determined to have their forum, complete with statues on their pedestals, their senate house, their basilica for the courts of justice, baths, libraries, magnificent and costly edifices for the municipal games, as well as a multitude of temples in honor of official or traditional gods. Although offering certain advantages, such as the legal protection afforded by the municipal institutions and a higher standard of living, the proliferation 493 of cities both great and small, like the wealth of the urban elite, was inevitably based on the exploitation of the peasants. Even though the theory on the decline of the towns in the 4th century now has to be revised, since there is epigraphical evidence of relatively intense building activity and archaeology has revealed sumptuously decorated dwellings even during the 3rd century, the social pattern of urban life was very different under the late empire from that prevailing under the early empire. Agriculture was still the main source of the incomes of the best people in the towns, but the decurions, representing the middle class which had hitherto governed through the city councils, were supplanted by an oligarchy of great landowners, the municipal primates or principales, who had made their fortune by exporting the corn and oil of their estates and had thus gained admission to the imperial nobility. These men of substance, who enjoyed the support of the imperial government, acceded to the highest positions in municipal and provincial government. They reconstructed public buildings destroyed in the 3rd century or restored those falling apart with age, and embellished their cities, knowing that such liturgical activities opened the way to a career. The emperors adapted their urban policy to these social changes. The essential aim was to encourage the growth of towns, not only because it was one of the principal factors on which the empire's taxation system was based, but primarily because towns formed a solid rampart against the menace of the alleged barbarians. As for the general body of curiales, this being the term applied under the later empire to the Ordo Decurionum, it grew steadily poorer. It was collectively required to discharge increasingly onerous duties. As they were compulsorily invested with the responsibility for the municipal munera, food supplies, public services, upkeep of public buildings and cults, and so on, the curiales became in fact the local collectors of the taxes due by the city, and their properties were regarded as the security for the community's fiscal obligations. The richest curiales sought to rise to the rank of primates, and thus to take refuge in the privileged orders, namely, the senatorial or equestrian nobility. Others evaded the burden of municipal duties by joining the army or the administrative mility, or alternatively by insinuating themselves into the ranks of the clergy. The imperial government had to resort to drastic countermeasures against the desertion of the curii, which was harmful to municipal life, in other words, to the very foundations of Roman rule. The curiales were further obliged to impose membership of their body on whoever possessed a fortune of the appropriate magnitude, which meant virtually all possessors. These made up a true hereditary class whose steady decline was reflected in that of the Roman way of life. Thus, by according privileges to a small group of principales, who ended, moreover, by deserting the cities, the empire crushed the general body of curiales out of existence, and this acerbated the social crisis and aggravated its repercussions on the development of the cities themselves. 494. Whereas under the Principate townsmen who had grown rich through trade could eventually accede to the magistratures and become members of the Ordo Decurionum, while professional men such as physicians or architects were highly respected, this was no longer the case under the later empire. All the categories of the urban population below the curiales were reduced to the level of the plebs. Every essential occupation, such as those concerned with food and transport, became a hereditary calling from which all legal channels of escape had been closed. In rural areas, it was still unusual, during the 4th century, for great African landowners to live permanently on their estates in isolation from the rest of the world. As we have seen, they continued to take some interest in the embellishment of the cities and in municipal life. But at the end of the century the first signs appeared of a trend towards a seigneurial type of agriculture. The dominus, who had become progressively more independent on his lands, appropriated more and more of the prerogatives of the defaulting state, policing his own domain and even exercising the power of law justice within its boundaries. With the introduction of the taxation system of the iogatio capitatio, it was in the interests both of the imperial treasury and of the large landed proprietors that there should be no change, on a given property, in the productive units of labor and land. Lay and ecclesiastical landlords were thus able, with the aid of the imperial administration, to debar the colony from attempting to improve their lot, and succeeded in tying them to the land. As for the owners of small and medium-sized properties who lived in the cities, we have seen that they sought to escape from their position of curiales. They had a clear-cut choice between returning to the urban plebs, and accepting a kind of feudal relationship with the great estate neighboring their own. A general tendency towards a concentration of the land in the hands of a few proprietors had, indeed, been in evidence for a long time. Cyprian had already recorded in the middle of the 3rd century that the rich acquire one estate after another, ousting their needy neighbors, and there is no end to the inordinate extension of their lands. 39 There is no space in this brief account to discuss the Circumcellion movement, which has always been a subject of controversy among specialists. It should simply be noted that these rebel bands were reported in Numidia in the 4th century, and that this movement, which developed in country areas, although violently anti-Catholic, had an obvious social character. Religious life and the advent of Christianity, the Roman domination, had practically no inhibiting effect upon the worship of the traditional deities venerated by the indigenous population. 39 On these social questions, see J. Gage. 495. The old Berber cults of genii often continued, in humble rural sanctuaries, to be observed in their ancestral forms, but in some cases they were absorbed into the cults of the Greco-Roman deities. For instance, the cult of the genii of fecundating or health-giving waters was sometimes masked by that of Neptune, Aesculapius, or Serapis. In the regions which had belonged to the Numidian kingdoms, where Punic influence was profound and durable, a pantheon of native gods was even adumbrated. But the majority of the population of the African provinces practiced the cults of Saturn 40 and the Greco-Roman equivalents of the old gods of Carthage. The religion of this African Saturn was merely a continuation of that of Baal Hammon, just as Juno Caelestis, the chief deity of Roman Carthage, was none other than Tanit, the great goddess of Punic Carthage. The cult of the agrarian deities, the Seers, had likewise been introduced in Numidian Punic times. Romanization changed the African religion to some extent. Of course, the Punic language disappeared from the ex voto offerings. The abstract symbols inscribed on the stelae were frequently replaced by figures typifying deities generally derived from Greco-Roman art. Places of worship reflected the influence of Roman architecture. But where its inner meaning was concerned, the African religion kept its particularism alive, and this found expression in the ritual, the figures represented on the stelae, and even the wording of the Latin dedications, which echoed the time-honored formulas with remarkable consistency. As regards the empire's official cults, it was not long before they were honored in the cities. Loyalty to Rome had to be expressed, in particular, through the observance of religious practices, which was an integral part of Roman civilization. Members of the Ordo Decurionum who reached the zenith of their municipal career earnestly aspired to be invested with the dignity of flamen in perpetuity, so as to become a member of the priesthood, which enjoyed the privilege of offering the prayers and vows of the citizens to the deified imperial couple. Furthermore, the provincial assembly, composed of the delegates of all the municipal assemblies, met once a year in Carthage to choose the provincial flamen, the high priest whose office it was to solemnize the official cult in the name of the whole province. Lastly, in each city, the cult of the Capitoline triad, Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, that of Mars, father and protector of the Roman people, of Venus, Ceres, Apollo, Mercury, Hercules and Bacchus were other official forms of the empire's religion and of Greco-Roman spiritual life. Temples and statues, altars and sacrifices were everywhere to be found in honor of these deities, and of many others as well, such as peace, concord, fortune, the genius of the empire, the genius of the Roman Senate, and so on. The deities of the eastern regions of the empire, readily accepted in Rome, were also honored in Africa, where they were introduced by officials, soldiers, and merchants, who spread the cult of Isis, Mitra, or Cyb, these being sometimes identified with local gods, as, for example, Isis with Demeter or Cyb with Caelestis. The great wave of mysticism which was invading the whole Roman world reached Africa in this way, although the salvation-seeking Eastern religions did not appeal to the African elite as strongly as the theosis of the worship of Bacchus or Demeter. Similarly, spiritualistic doctrines, and especially Neoplatonism, gained ground in some circles and were even reconciled with certain Punic traditions. The Kerfa stelae, for example, illustrate tendencies influenced by Neoplatonism. Certain authors even think that the idea expressed by these monuments, namely, that there is a supreme deity who acts upon the terrestrial world through hypostases, had probably prepared the way for Christian monotheism. Does this explain why Christianity developed in Africa earlier than in the other western provinces of the empire? The rapid introduction of the new religion was promoted, of course, by the close relations with Rome, and possibly also by the existence of small Jewish communities living in the ports, and particularly at Carthage. It is remarkable, however, that Latin should have won recognition as the language of African Christianity from the outset, while the Roman Church was still using Greek. According to Tertullian, who lived at the end of the 2nd and the beginning of the 3rd century, there were large numbers of Christians in Africa at that time, belonging to all classes and all occupations. It was possible to hold a synod of 71 bishops at Carthage around the year 220, 90 bishops attended another synod convened about 240. This shows that small Christian communities were scattered in many African cities, constituting what the empire no doubt regarded as a serious danger. It was true that by rejecting the imperial ideology and particularly by refusing to participate in the cult of the emperor, the Christians were resolutely adopting the stance of an opposition movement. In spite of its broad-minded outlook and its usually tolerant attitude towards new cults, Rome could not compromise with a sect which aimed to create an ever-widening network of groups pursuing a different ideal outside the framework of the official institutions. Harsh penalties were therefore inflicted upon the Christians. In 180, 12 Christians of the town of Scilly were decapitated by order of the proconsul, and the year 203 saw the martyrdom of Saints Perpetua and Felicity and their companions, who were delivered to the beasts in the arena of the Carthage amphitheatre. But the repressive measures, which, it must be added, were only sporadically enforced, failed to stifle the zeal and fervour of the faithful. Many of whom were avidly bent on martyrdom. There is no room in this brief account for a review of the history of African Christianity, which was at its zenith in the period between the peace won by the Church in the 4th century and the establishment of the Arabs in North Africa. A special study might be devoted to this complex. 497. Question, which involves more especially a survey of the Donatist schism and, of course, of Christian literature from Tertullian to Saint Augustine, whose personality and work were the last brilliant product of the Roman way of life in Africa. West is indebted to him for preserving and handing down the heritage of Latin culture, as Christianity throughout the ages has been for the legacy of his doctrine, whose richness has seldom been paralleled. African culture. After being long neglected by writers of Roman history, the art of the provinces and outlying cultures have now become the center of attention. This is due to a clearer understanding of the limits of Romanization and the different forms it took in its contacts with indigenous societies. Furthermore, there is no denying the truth that the art of a given province cannot be dissociated from its economic, social, and religious life. In this connection, it became necessary, in order to study and appreciate the art developed in the African provinces under Roman rule, to take account of the enduring Libyco-Punic substratum which, moreover, continued to follow its own pattern of life and evolution for centuries. There can be no question of dealing here with the complex problems which are being tackled mainly by archaeologists. We need only refer the reader to G. Charles Picard's book entitled La Civilisation de l'Afrique Romaine, which devotes an important chapter to African literature and art. We shall merely draw attention to a few points. First is that this African culture is not indebted solely to the Phoenicians and Carthaginians for its early inspiration. Seafaring peoples of the East began to frequent the coasts of Africa at the beginning of the first millennium before our era. The country had already been penetrated, through contacts with the Mediterranean islands, by various techniques such as the one which gave rise to the painted pottery known as Kabyle or Berber. Existence at that time of sedentary populations ready to accept the rudiments of an urban form of civilization has now been demonstrated by the Algerian Tunisian dolmens and the Hanetes of northern Tunisia, as well as by the objects found in the funeral monuments excavated in northwest Morocco. Later the Phoenician and Punic culture, mixed with Egyptian and Oriental elements, and impregnated with Hellenistic influences after the 4th century before our era, was adopted and adapted by the native population before, but mainly after, the destruction of Carthage. Lastly, the Italo-Roman contributions, being more significant and more directly imposed, inevitably generated hybrid varieties which are often difficult to define. It has become customary, however, to distinguish between two cultures in Africa, one being official and Roman, and the other popular, indigenous, and provincial. But there are monuments, of course, in which the two trends meet and contaminate each other, so that they lose their separate identities. African architectural works generally reproduced types of public monuments which were prevalent throughout the Roman world, and accordingly derived their inspiration from an essentially Roman technique and ideal. Nor were ornamental sculptures and the great statues of gods, emperors, and prominent men very different in style from their counterparts in Italy or in other provinces. However, architectural or sculptural creations linked with the religious or funeral traditions of the population, as well as certain special construction or decoration techniques, bore the stamp of local characteristics. This is evident in the temples raised to deities who retain their native individuality despite their apparent identification with Roman gods, in certain monumental sepulchres, in a special wall-building technique known as opus africum, in domestic architecture and, lastly, in the votive stele still imbued with pre-Roman influences. In the Severan period, the sculptures of Leptis Magna and those of other towns in Tripolitania and proconsular Africa were strongly influenced by a significant artistic trend originating in Asia Minor, which was all the more readily assimilated because it was in keeping with ancient, but still vigorous tendencies in African art. The countless mosaics brought to light since the beginning of the century also display local tendencies and characteristics. Here again, we can only refer the reader to the specialized periodicals and to the above-mentioned book by G. Charles Picard Who brings his chapter on the African Baroque to a close with the following words, to say the very least, therefore, Africa fully repaid her debt to Rome, and showed that she was capable of reaping benefits from her borrowings in a spirit which is neither that of Greece nor that of the Hellenized Levant. 42. Part 2, From Rome to Islam p. Salama. When Roman domination ended in North Africa, after holding sway for 4 centuries in some regions, up to 5 in others, the internal situation presented a complex picture. Regional risings, religious conflicts, social unrest, all led to a worsening climate, but the soundness of administrative experience and the prestige of Latin culture gave this imported civilization a good many chances of survival. Split into vanquished or independent zones according to the vicissitudes of foreign conquest or local resistance, post-Roman and pre-Islamic North Africa experienced one of the most distinctive periods in its history. 43. The regions under foreign occupation. Over a period of close on 3 centuries, 2 foreign invaders in turn took over the tutelage of Rome without ever succeeding in entirely reconstituting its frontiers. Vandal episode. Nothing could have been more unexpected in North Africa than these conquerors of Germanic origin. No domination was less in keeping with the actual circumstances of the country. Outstripping the other Germanic peoples who, like them, had swarmed over Western Europe in plus 406, the Vandals settled first of all in the south of the Iberian Peninsula, which has seemingly perpetuated their name, Vandalusia equals Andalusia. Whether invited or not to intervene in the internal quarrels of Roman power in North Africa, they crossed the Straits of Gibraltar, 80,000 strong, under the leadership of their king Gizeric, or Genseric, in plus 429. Their advance made lightning progress. In plus 430 they were already besieging the town of Hippone, and the Romans acknowledged their possession of the Constantine region in plus 435. 3 years later they took Carthage and, after a brief withdrawal in plus 442, commenced 3 large-scale operations in plus 455, the final annexation of all the eastern zone of Roman Africa, the conquest of the majority of the major islands in the western Mediterranean, the Balearics, Sardinia, and Sicily, and an audacious expedition to sack Rome itself. The Eastern Empire, hoping to oust these intruders, suffered a naval disaster in plus 468 and acknowledged the fait accompli, a treaty in +474 finally established good relations between Byzantium and the Vandals, who represented a major maritime power in the western Mediterranean. Did this Germanic occupation of a part of North Africa over a century prove beneficial? In reading literary sources of the time, openly hostile to the usurpers, one is appalled at their brutality. But modern criticism has succeeded in removing the subject from its inflammatory context. The term vandalism, synonymous with the spirit of destruction, was coined only at the end of the 18th century, and today, in the light of much archaeological evidence, it seems clear that in their poor management of the territory, the Vandals sinned more through omission than intention. We are getting an increasingly clear idea of the legal structure of the Vandal state, royalty springing from a military aristocracy, both holding authority over the great public and private domains of the old Roman Africa, the maintenance of Roma and administration, regional and local, including even the use, in support of the new royal cult, of the old provincial assemblies of imperial tradition. Carthage thus became the rich metropolis of the new state. This same concern for Latin traditionalism affected the agrarian structure, where the old Roman laws governing the organization of peasant life, particularly the lex manciana, were ingeniously preserved. The phenomenon of population drift away from the towns, which had already begun, as everywhere, under the later empire, was intensified, bringing with it the decay and retrenchment of many towns. On the other hand, certain others, such as Amadra, the Vest, or Hippone, kept on building. It seems, in fact, and the maintenance of the monetary economy bears this out, that during this period neither agriculture nor trade experienced any obvious decline. External relations seem to have been prosperous, and the whole group of Vandal possessions was termed the Grain Empire. Symbolizing the wealth of the well-to-do classes, fine jewelry, Germanic in style, has been found at various times in Hippone, Carthage, Thubarbomius, and Mokhtar. On the political and religious sides the picture is darker. On the southern and western flanks of their North African domain, the Vandals experienced such assaults from the Moors, the general term for the North African rebels, that it is virtually impossible to fix a definite frontier to their zone of control. It was no doubt a fluctuating one, and probably at no time extended westwards beyond the region of Gemiliquicul. In religion there was a constant climate of crisis. The Vandals were Christian, but professed the Arian creed, a heresy that was intolerable to the traditional Catholic clergy. This led to the virtually systematic repression of the clergy by a central authority which was little inclined to put up with resistance on questions of dogma. Anti-Catholic fury reached its climax following a pseudo-council held in Carthage in +484. This situation of moral and social crisis thus brought about a process of collapse, hastened, in fact, by the excesses or incompetence of Gaisaric's successors. In +530 the supplanting by Gelimer of King Hilderic, ally of Justinian, emperor of the Eastern Empire, sparked off the Byzantine conquest. 44. The Byzantine episode. The court at Constantinople, regarding itself as the legitimate successor of the Roman Empire, resolved to expel the new Germanic states in the west from the territories they had usurped. It was in North Africa that this operation proved least ineffective. In +533, on Justinian's orders, an expeditionary force commanded by Belisarius wiped out Vandal authority in 3 months, and this people as such disappeared from history. The first Byzantine measure, the famous Edict of +534, which reorganized the country's administrative structures, set the pattern that was to be followed, a policy of both a military and legal kind, too closely based on that of the Romans. There was failure to realize that after 100 years and more of slackened discipline, the rural masses would no longer accept the rigidity of administrative conservatism, and what in fact the century and a half of Byzantine occupation in North Africa produced was some undeniable achievements in the field of building against a backcloth of perpetual insecurity. Reconquest of the country was, in itself, difficult, and its process appears to anticipate to a certain extent, the Arab and French interventions in the 7th and 19th centuries respectively. Once the mirage of Vandal power, comparable to the future Turkish administration, was removed, the conquerors came up against the resistance of the indigenous chieftains, and vanquishing them was a slow task, achieved either by force or subterfuge. From plus 534 to plus 539, the patrician Solomon, a talented but violent general, was checked and then killed by the mountain people of Ifdas in the Ors, and the nomads of Kutzina and Antalas in the Tunisian Tripolitanian steppes. His successor, Johannes Troglita, adopting a more flexible attitude vis-a-vis the Berber princes, divided them by intrigue or got rid of them by assassination, but the pacification he obtained was illusory, plus 544 to 8. Agitation persisted then, until the end of the 7th century. One need only study a map showing the Byzantine strongholds in North Africa to understand that this strategy of fortresses barring the invasion routes, occupying all the crossing points and defending the country to its very heart, was evidence of a perpetual state of alert. For the enemy loomed everywhere. The old offensive spirit was accordingly replaced by defensive tactics evincing an anxious state of mind. It was in vain that, at the end of the 6th century and the beginning of the 7th, the emperors Maurice Tiberius and later Heraclius attempted to shorten the front by reducing the area of territory occupied. It was to no avail. Byzantine expansion was never able to extend westwards beyond the region of Sétif. Only a few of the most outlying coastal towns were garrisoned, but closely blockaded by the Moors. They also foreshadowed a famous military situation, that of the Spanish presidios in the 16th century. In this context, it is to the credit of the Byzantines that they managed to exercise their authority in the administrative and economic domains. The Roman towns in the past continued to decline and their populations dwindled, in the shelter of the powerful fortresses which constituted their citadels, as at Tavessa, Hydra, or Timgad. The old provinces, sometimes reconstituted artificially, received governors who were under the authority of a praetorian prefect established in Carthage, but this was quite separate from the military power. At the end of the 6th century, a supreme head, the exarch, or patrician, concentrated virtually all power in his hands. Domestic policy, stemming from Roman methods, naturally sought to restore the tax revenue of old. The annual tax payable in wheat, was accordingly reintroduced. Following confiscation of the royal domains of the Vandals, private estates were given back to their former owners, the search extending, if necessary, to the third generation of their descendants. One can imagine the number of legal and material disputes this operation gave rise to. In every domain, taxation was regarded as a crushing burden. Economic life was, however, relatively prosperous. Maintenance of the monetary economy for all transactions, and the handing over of external trade to official agents, gave Carthage and its hinterland a reputation of great wealth in the Mediterranean world, all the more so since the two sides of the Straits of Sicily were under Byzantine authority. It is to be doubted whether the North African rural population benefited to any great extent from this general situation. As regards religious affairs, the new masters re-established the traditional cult, i.e. Orthodox Catholicism, and proscribed Arianism. A fresh revival of Donatism, which had formerly been rife in Roman Africa, was severely repressed. It was, quite rightly, regarded as a phenomenon of social strife. Byzantium even indulged in a dogmatic crisis, that of monothelitism, a futile discussion on the divine and human natures of Christ and, on the event of the Mohammedan conquest, the North African clergy was torn apart by this question. From this time on, the widespread administrative or military insubordination, abuse of power and corruption in high places, in the face of the constant Berber threat, portended sooner or later inevitable collapse. It took some 50 years, from plus 647 to plus 698, for a new and unexpected visitor, the Arab conqueror, to wipe out the Byzantine rule forever. Apart from the historical interest of the period, Splendid archaeological remains have been preserved. The building of large-scale fortresses, the creation or decoration of churches, sometimes in sumptuous style, as at Sabrata or Calabia, display a remarkable spirit of perseverance and faith. 45. The independent regions. If we bear in mind that Roman Africa of the later empire had already experienced a number of political and social transformations, we can realize the extent to which the arrival of the Vandals served as a liberating channel for these old tendencies. Eternal Africa regained its rights, and the foreign presence, near or far, was no longer regarded as a burden. It would be a delusion, then, to differentiate, in psychological terms, between the regions governed by Berber princes and nominally owing allegiance to Vandal or Byzantine sovereignty and those regions which were completely independent. The former, situated on the periphery of the zones under foreign occupation, were decentralized to such a point that they were constantly breaking away from the central authority. The Byzantine rulers in fact approved the grant of official investiture to Iafdas in the Ors, to Gwenfan, and Talas and Kutzina in the high Tunisian steppes, and to Carcassonne in Tripolitania. All these vassals freely administered the territories settled on them, and there was virtually no question of their ever being taken back from them. As regards the zones which were quite free from external interference, some of them remote from Vandal or Byzantine strongholds, in the former Mauritania Caesarensis and Mauritania Tingitana they enjoyed absolute independence from plus 429 onwards, and their rulers did not interfere in their neighbors' affairs unless it was to gain some personal advantage. Here we again come up against one of the main constants in the history of the Maghreb of classical times, the tendency towards territorial division and rivalry the moment a centralizing force has disappeared. Political division is then governed by geographical considerations. Very little is unfortunately known of the structure of this post-Roman independent North Africa. Some kingdoms were formed there by large socio-political federations, only revealed to us by rare literary allusions or chance archaeological findings. There was, for instance, at the beginning of the 6th century, in the Altea and Tlemcen region, the government of Maysuna, king of the Moors and the Romans. A little later, in the Ors, the reign of a certain Mastes, dux for 67 years, imperator for 40 years, who never repudiated his faith either towards the Romans or the Moors. Varda, another local ruler, pays his tribute. He is perhaps ruler of the zone of Hodna. There is no doubt that the town of THIRD, a former citadel of the Roman Limes, admirably situated at the junction of the nomad and sedentary worlds, was also, as far back as the 5th century, the capital of a dynasty whose power is still symbolized by the jitters of Frenda, great tombs of impressive majesty. The powerful Garmal, king of Mauritania, who destroyed a Byzantine army in 571 ought also perhaps to be considered in this connection. Lastly, during the 6th and 7th centuries, an indigenous principality existed in distant Tingitana in the northern part of where is now Morocco, whose vitality is attested by the inscriptions at Volubilis and the mausoleum of Souk el Ghor. In most cases, the socio-political organization reveals a structure that is neither sketchy nor anarchical. Original institutions combined Berber traditions and the Roman administrative model. Moors and Romans were associated, a formula which certainly implies collaboration between the peasant element, non-Romanized, and the city dwellers, with several centuries of Latin influence behind them. There was, then, no kind of challenge to an administrative and cultural heritage which was foreign in origin, and which at times was a source of some pride. The historical map which we have drawn for these regions shows the survival of small urban centers such as THIRD, Altea, Tlemcen, and Volubilis, still Christian in character, where the use of Latin was still current practice until the 7th century. But we must not delude ourselves concerning the existence of these lingering effects. The future lay not in the nostalgic attachment of petty kings to defunct prestige but in the irresistible drive towards independence and breaking away with which the rural masses were inspired. The area 508 as a whole was irrevocably committed to the process of deromanization, and even dechristianization, a process which was to assume different forms and involve varying periods of time according to the locality. The most immediate and elementary manifestation of this phenomenon was the assault launched everywhere by the mountain dwellers and nomads on the traditional symbols of wealth, that is to say, towns and estates. We know that Gemila, Timgad, Thelept and several famous cities were devastated before the arrival of the Byzantine armies. Cross-checking of archaeological and literary sources and, more especially, the discovery of several hoards of coins, has revealed among other disorders, a general rebellion which occurred at the very end of the 5th century. At the same time, operations by the major nomad tribes in South Tunisia and Tripolitania, such as the Levithes or Alweda tribe, show the considerable part played by camels in the general economy and military tactics of the 5th and 6th centuries. To vanquish these nomads in the open country, the Byzantine army had to face a triple ring of animals attached to one another, a veritable living bastion that had to be cut down with the sword. However, these were all hostile operations against foreigners, Vandals, or Byzantines. In addition, the independent regions themselves experienced comparable turmoil, interregional wars, or local forays. Behind these tumultuous events, which fanned violence over a long period until ultimately a balance was reached, we can imagine an economic and social background which led to the gradual impoverishment of the people in general. In statistics which we have, for example, for the number of dioceses in the year plus 484 in Mauritania Caesarensis, we still find the names of most of the towns of classical Roman Africa. Even supposing that many of these had already been reduced to village status, they nonetheless existed. The fact that churches were still being built, often adorned with fine mosaics as at El Asnam, points to creative activity, necessarily based on remaining sources of wealth. And no doubt benefit was still being reaped from the momentum of the previous epoch. Archaeology, however, reveals virtually nothing comparable in the 6th and 7th centuries. The abandonment of the towns thus continued at the same time as this new society, of a basically rural type, one that was to be found everywhere in the Upper Middle Ages, became consolidated. What monumental remains did this final period bequeath to us? The districts close to the Mauritanian littoral, where the Byzantines were ensconced, were readily open to influences. For example, fine bronze candelabra dating from the 6th century were found in the ruins of Museaville to the south of Tipasa. The very site of tents was made famous by the discovery of one of the most remarkable treasures of gold and silverware in the ancient world, including more especially the official regalia of imperial dignitaries. Their existence in this remote place is still a mystery. It is the author's belief that all these jewels were stolen and are perhaps related to the sack of Rome which was perpetrated, the texts 509 tell us, in plus 455 by Vandal troops with Moorish contingents. But once we move away from the coastal areas and the districts under foreign occupation, building activity ceases at the end of the 5th century. There are, however, two important exceptions to this rule, represented by the famous Colossus-type tombs in which the art of building recovered its pristine excellence without necessarily being affected by any foreign influence. Thus in Morocco, the mausoleum of Souk el Ghor, which can be dated to the 7th century, and in Algeria, the Jadars of Frenda, extending chronologically from the 5th to the 7th centuries, display an architectural vigor that would be inexplicable if the local context had been one of utter destitution. It is hardly surprising that the first Muslim kingdoms in the central and western Maghreb, that of Rostamides of Tiaret, and then of the Idris Sids of Wailali, Volubilis, should have taken root precisely in these very places. And so the ancient period came to an end in these regions, a hybrid episode in which the action of social and political transformations gradually eroded Latin influence, revealing that unquenchable spirit of independence and immense steadfastness of purpose which is the constant hallmark of the history of North Africa. 46. The Sahara in Classical Antiquity. P. Salama. The traditional notion of classical antiquity may appear a priori incompatible with the study of Saharan problems. These have a very particular classification. Take only one example. In Mediterranean archaeology, classical antiquity covers a period of roughly 1,000 years, from the 5th century before our era to the 5th century of our era, but in the proto-history of the Sahara it would cover the end of the Cabal line period and part of the Libyco-Berber, neither of these periods, moreover, being exactly datable. Any absolute chronology would therefore seem to be ruled out in this case. Nevertheless, during that same millennium, the Saharan universe was the scene of highly important events which were connected in large part with the history of the Greco-Roman world. So I have no hesitation in using classical chronological criteria, which are valid for the whole of the known world. HOW is the question of the Sahara of antiquity approached by the historian. First, Greco-Latin textual sources must be examined. While the information collected is not always reliable, and may induce error, it is in principle of value. Next step is to bring modern methods of scholarship to bear so as to correct the raw data little by little and shed light on the problem as a whole. That done, the Sahara of antiquity will no longer be judged only from the outside. It will reveal its own personality. Contemporary textual sources and their overinterpretation know the analytical methods of the ancient geographers and historians. Unable to visit inaccessible regions themselves, they gathered second-hand information which had a goodly share of error and fable. Terra incognita, the Great Desert, was not even given a name. Not until the Arabs came was the term Sahara applied to that vast region which was like an enormous basin. The Greeks, and later on the Romans, spoke only of Inner Libya, a very vague geographical expression signifying what lay beyond the North African territories, or Inner Ethiopia, a zone still farther south which derived its name from the dark skins of its inhabitants. Descriptions of these regions, which frightened contemporaries by their sheer mysteriousness, are therefore full of fabulous details in which men and animals often take on the aspect of ludicrous or terrifying monsters. However, even if they could not always steer away from legends, serious authors did record valuable information, and with time we find the quality of their work improves, in proportion, doubtless, as the progress of Greco-Roman colonization in Africa made people aware of the realities. As early as the middle of the 5th century before our era, Herodotus obtained first-rate information, in Egypt, as to the existence and the customs of Saharan populations on the southern borders of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica. In his writings we find the Garamantes hunting troglodytes in 4-horse chariots, 183. We find the Nasamonians, 172-5, pushing beyond the wilderness of sand to discover in a country of men with black skins, a great river full of crocodiles, like the Nile. We further learn, 43, of the extraordinary exploit of Phoenician sailors who managed to circumnavigate the entire African continent, east to west, for Pharaoh in about 600, and then of the Persians' failure to do the same thing, but in the opposite direction, after venturing into the Atlantic, 43. Finally, we see the Carthaginians exchanging their trade goods for precious gold dust, on the West African coast, 196. At this point in our sources comes a celebrated document which can be dated from the first half of the 4th century before our era, the Periplus of Hanno, a narrative of the voyage of a Carthaginian charged with exploring and colonizing that same coast, Geographicae Graecae Minors, I. Full of picturesque scenery, savages, crocodiles and hippopotamuses, this short recital nevertheless gives two important landmarks: the island of Cerne, known from another source as a depot for ivory and skins of wild beasts, Silax Periplus, 4th century before our era, Para 112, and a great volcano called the Chariot of the Gods, the final stage of Hanno's voyage along the African coast. The existence of these 2 points was to be confirmed in the 2nd century before our era by the voyage of the Greek historian Polybius, though his narrative is only known at second hand, through another text, Pliny the Elder, Natural History, v. 9-10. Such are our main sources of information previous to Roman colonization in Africa. Paradoxically, it is the most ancient source that is the least open to criticism. Except for the circumnavigation of Africa, which calls for some reserve, Herodotus' documentation is solid and for the most part moderate, and does not lend itself to over-interpretation. 2by contrast the Periplus of Hanno, with its lavish topographical detail, has been the Sahara in classical antiquity occasion for euphoric commentaries, and traditional historians have readily assigned to the Carthaginians a knowledge of the entire coast of West Africa as far as Cameroon. 3. With the Romans the situation changed. Firmly ensconced in Mediterranean Africa and Egypt, the conquerors lost no time in making first-hand contact with the adjoining regions. This involved, in no colonizing spirit, military campaigns of intimidation and commercial, and even scientific, reconnaissance. For example, a most valuable text of Pliny the Elder's Natural History, v. 5, tells of a raid in 19 by the proconsul of Africa, Cornelius Balbus, against the unruly kingdom of the Garamantes of the Fezzan. Along with a few toponyms that are perfectly identifiable, like Rapsa, Gafsa, Sidamus, Gadames, or Garama, Germa, the list of Roman victories contains many others that are ambiguous and recall the sound of modern Saharan place names. This was taken as proof sufficient that the Romans reached the Niger. For more eloquent still, so it seemed, were narratives in literature of the Latin period which implied that the Romans made sizable incursions into the interior of the African continent. The writer Marinus of Tyre, late 1st century of our era, and his commentator the celebrated geographer Claudius Ptolemy, whose African documentation goes back to the years +110 to +120, report that the governor Septimius Flaccus, campaigning from a base in Libya, covered the distance from the country of the Garamantes to the Ethiopians in a 3-month's journey southwards, while on the other hand Julius Maternus, coming from Leptis Magna and journeying from Garama on in the company of the king of the Garamantes, who was marching against the Ethiopians, reached Aji-Simba, an Ethiopian land where rhinoceros abound, after 4 months' unbroken travel southwards. Ptolemy, Geography, I. 8, 4. This story took on the more importance in that Ptolemy backed up his seemingly vast knowledge of African geography with a mathematical system, longitudes and latitudes authenticating the places mentioned. His map of the interior was furbished out with hundreds of names of mountains, rivers, tribes, and cities and, what with the aid of phonetic similarities, his work produced such an impression that once again people believed they had proof that the Romans were fully acquainted with the tropical regions of Africa, especially Niger and Chad. 5. Today this overgenerous, exaggerated view no longer holds. Modern methods of analysis oblige us to rethink the history of the Sahara. The approach of present-day scholarship. New textual criticism. Modern historians have clearly seen that 3 major works were in question, the Periplus of Hanno, the episode of Cornelius Balbus, and Ptolemy's geography. For several years the veracity of the Periplus has been under quasi-decisive attack. First, it has been established that ancient ships venturing beyond Cape Juby but exposed on the return voyage to the full force of strong trade winds would never have been able to get back to their base. 6. This has therefore limited the geographical range of Hanno's voyage to the Atlantic coast of Morocco, where recent archaeological work has identified the ancient island of Cerne with the island of Essaouira-Magadir. 7. What is more, a subtle method of philological comparisons goes to show that the tale of the Periplus is simply an unskillful plagiarism from a passage in Herodotus, hence an out-and-out forgery. 8. Second victim, Pliny's story of the raid by Cornelius Balbus. Analysis of manuscripts makes it possible to refute systematically any toponymy identification with regions of the central and southern Sahara. The Roman victory therefore covered only the south of the Maghreb and the Fezzan. 9. Moreover, a proconsul, whose office only lasted for 1 year, could scarcely have gone any farther. Finally, Ptolemy's geography, an imposing work, turns out to be singularly restricted territorially. Its longitudes and latitudes, calculated according to the norms of antiquity, like its mountains, rivers, cities, and tribes, bring us to the southern confines of the Maghreb, and its Niger, for example, is no longer anything but a waterway in southern Algeria. The Fezzan, then, would have been the most southerly zone known to the Romans, the problem of Agisimba, on the borders of terra incognita, remaining open. 10. The results of these modern experiments in textual criticism are highly interesting, but still they stop, in general chronology, at the beginning of the 2nd century of our era. No geographical work of a later date has come down to us. Now there is archaeological proof that in the 3rd and 4th centuries objects of Roman origin penetrated far more deeply into the middle of the desert. Ancient geographical knowledge must have been improved, and we can be sure that Roman documentation was no longer unaware of the existence of humid zones beyond the Great Desert. The Sahara in classical antiquity. Now that we are freed of textual constraints which were sometimes burdensome, we can try to see what the Sahara of antiquity itself has to show us. What were its ecological, anthropological, sociological frameworks? What archaeological remains has it revealed to us? The ecological problem. Paleoclimatically, the Sahara is known to have reached the final phase of its desiccation in the era we are considering. 11. But we have to qualify. Patches of resistance, mainly the mountainous regions and the great valleys, still preserved enough humidity for the life there to be far more intense than it is in our time. The Hagar, the Fezzan, the Tibesti, and the northern Saharas still had a fairly high level of habitability. This may explain the survival of a wild fauna which has now disappeared, crocodiles in the wadis and gueltas, permanent water holes, felines in hill country, but it is doubtful that large herbivores like the elephant or the rhinoceros could have gone on living this side of the Tibesti or even of the Kwar country, the northern fringe of the great tropical savannas of Chad, where, naturally, they were plentiful. 12. Domestic animals except for the camel, of which I shall speak later, held out along with men in the refuge zones of habitation. There were modern bovine breeds and flocks of goats and sheep. But it is odd to find the donkey, beast of all work of the Saharan oases, virtually unrepresented in rock pictures. The anthropological problem. For lack of scientific criteria, contemporary literature generally used Ethiopians for all the peoples of the African interior. Ancient writers cannot be blamed for this. Even modern anthropologists and historians have not always analyzed the problem very well, the criterion of negritude being ill-defined. 13. And for a long time it was supposed that the presence of a white population in the Sahara was a recent phenomenon only, a regular conquest, a result of the Romans driving the steppe Berbers out of Maghreb territory. 4. Here too the situation is becoming clearer in the light of recent work both in the Fezzan and in Saharan Algeria. It is now considered that during the proto-historical period, of which antiquity was merely the final stage, the central and northern Sahara was peopled mainly by white elements, tall, of Mediterranean aspect, with large cranial capacity. Face rather long and narrow. Slender limbs, the very same morphological characteristics as those of the modern Tuaregs. Now, it seems that the origin of this physical type is no longer to be looked for towards the Maghreb but rather towards the northeast of the African continent. 15. As for the modern Haradin of the Saharan oases, it would seem that despite some crossbreeding they are primarily local descendants of the sedentary Ethiopians in Herodotus who were enslaved by the rich Garamantes. 6. We may know more about this when definite conclusions are obtained by the technique for studying blood groups. 17. On the other hand, it is probable that the population of the southern Sahara, to the extent that it was inhabited on any considerable scale, consisted only of black-skinned people from the tropical savanna. Civilization. In the absence of absolutely reliable chronology, it seems a priori difficult to assess the progress of Saharan civilization in antiquity, especially since it is not certain that the different zones of this vast territory developed along the same lines. A good means of studying the problem is to start from the cultural situation of the Sahara at the end of the Neolithic period 8 and, on this basis, to follow the line of development in various fields. Language and writing. It is indisputably during antiquity that we first find evidence of an important event in the history of Saharan civilization, the appearance of a language. This language is still to be found in our day, profoundly changed from its far-off original form. The mother language, which was pluridialectal and which for practical convenience is called Berber, belongs to the Hamitic-Semitic Common trunk, but branched off from it long ago. Its ancient form, Libyan, is attested in all Mediterranean African territories and in the Canary Islands, through written examples. 9. There is no doubt that this language was introduced into the Sahara from the north or the northeast with the immigration of white populations. No date can be put to the event, but Saharan writing, called Tifinagh, deriving from the Libyan alphabet of the Maghreb, is a fairly late phenomenon. In the northern territories there seems to be no unimpeachable evidence of Libyan writing before the 3rd or 2nd century before our era, and it is accepted that the Berbers came to write their language down under Carthaginian influence. The word Tifinagh, Tifinar in French transliteration, is itself based on the root FNR which in all Semitic languages designates the Phoenician people. In the Sahara, Tifinagh writing gradually moved away from its Libyan ancestral form, Old Tifinagh still being fairly close to it. We must therefore be particularly cautious in the dating of rock drawings called Libyco-Berber with written characters on them. Very serious mistakes can be made. Moreover, the Berber language and alphabet may also have been used by Negroid populations. Socio-political organization. Climatic constraints certainly reduced most of the Saharan populations to the nomadic style of life, with centers of sedimentation such as the first Arab conquerors knew. Tribal organization, inherent at that stage of evolution, was the basic political rule. 20 But it gave rise to incessant wars, reported with exactitude in Herodotus and Ptolemy. For 2 regions, however, we have more solid data, the Ahagar and the Fezzan zone. In the Ahagar, in the second half of the 4th century of our era, the socio-political pyramid culminated in a woman. Her tomb was discovered, intact, at Abalessa. The association was immediately made with the local legend of a Queen Tinhinan who had come from Moroccan Tayfilat in distant times and was ancestress of the Tuareg people. Tinhinan she will therefore be down to eternity. 2 In the Berber world there were several examples of supreme authority being attributed to a holy woman. In any case the attitude towards women in Tuareg society is a liberal one. The funerary equipment of this princess, 7 gold bracelets, 8 silver bracelets, several other precious jewels, can be approximately dated by the impression of a Roman coin of the Emperor Constantine going back to +313 to +324. As for the wooden bed on which the body was resting, when submitted to the radiocarbon test it revealed the date +470, ±130. As we shall see, this dignitary's wealth can only be explained by her privileged position both in the social hierarchy and in trans-Saharan trade. In the narrow, fertile valley between the Yaberi Erg and the Erg of Merzuk, a series of oases were spaced out from El Abayad to Tinabunda. Garima, present-day Jerma, was the chief town. From the safety of this lair, the Garamantes soon wielded supremacy over the whole of the Fezzan, ancient Fezzania, and levied tribute on many surrounding tribes, both nomadic and sedentary. The great regional entity called the Kingdom of the Garamantes in Greco-Latin literature appears as the only organized state in the interior of Africa, south of the lands that were the possession first of Carthage and then of Rome. Its prestige and its wealth, borne out by archaeology, have made it renowned in our day, and in the most diverse fields we hear tell of Garamantic civilization. This civilization probably involved a hierarchical organization of tribes along Berber socio-political lines, culminating in the authority of a supreme Euclid. The Garamantes, mentioned by Herodotus as early as the 5th century before our era, opposed the Roman advance on the southern borders of the Maghreb. Defeated by Cornelius Balbus in 19 and then, finally, by the legate Valerius Festus in +69 they seem to have become a sort of client state of the empire. Archaeological research at and around Gerima has revealed nearly 10 centuries of a civilization which was partly founded on foreign relations, from the last Punic era, 2nd century before our era, to the coming of the Arabs, 7th century of our era. 22 Thus in the Ahaggar and the Fezzan, but also throughout the northern Sahara, in Tassili and Ager during its last period and perhaps even in the Adrar de Iforas, supreme political power in antiquity was indisputably in the hands of an aristocracy of a white or near-white race, armed with javelins, daggers, and swords, wearing warrior garb, mounted on processional chariots, and engaging in hunting and warring, to the detriment of Negro or Negroid groups, who were kept in a state of subjection. In the absence of documents, it is impossible to say whether the position was the same on the edges of the Sahara bordering on the Niger-Chadic savannas. It is very likely that white influence had not penetrated to those parts. As regards religion, there is no doubt that the whole of the central and southern Sahara remained animist. Only the people of northern Sahara, in direct contact with the Mediterranean world, may have been converted to Christianity in late antiquity. One classical author asserts categorically that the Garamantes and the Makurati were converted at the end of the 6th century, 23, but archaeological research has so far not confirmed this. Saharan art of antiquity. The finest monuments of Germa, funerary for the most part, show a Roman influence which partly deprives them of originality. To appreciate the Saharan personality, we must research elsewhere. A good number of funerary monuments known as pre-Islamic date from our era. In the great edifice of Abalessa, which is preserved in the Ahaggar, we find disposed around the tomb of Tinhinan an ambulatory which is peculiarly African in architecture. 24 At Tin al-Qum, at the southeastern opening of the Tassili and Ager, a series of circular tombs of traditional Saharan workmanship can be dated through Roman funerary equipment of the 4th century, as can similar monuments at the nearby necropolis of God. 25 Though they cannot be dated precisely, the funerary or cult monuments of dry stone found in Tassili and the Ahaggar, pavings, circular walled enclosures, ornamental basins, keyholes, date from the whole of the period until Islam came to replace them by flat tombs and simple stelae. As to the most original of them, those at Fadroun, their stylistic origins must be sought in the Fezzan and the area along the borders of Egypt. In the northwest Sahara, in the necropolis of Horftorba near Bichir, unfortunately ravaged by tourists, there were even to be found inside the edifices, curious figurative ex-votos, flat slabs, either carved or painted, some with Libyan inscriptions or drawings of horses or human figures, in a style similar to that of late antiquity in the Maghreb, and as yet devoid of Islamic elements. It is more difficult to put a date to the large circles of standing monoliths found in the Ahaggar, were they perhaps already Muslim, and more particularly those at Guna Orka and Enari Mokto, to the west of the Tibesti. It is in my opinion unnecessary to seek for foreign influences, since the erection of menhirs, both funerary and cult objects, is common to all early civilizations. In this respect there is nothing in the Sahara to equal the site of Tondidero, near Niafunk, 150 kilometers southwest of Timbuktu. 26 But for the most impressive Saharan art we must above all look at the rock drawings. According to the traditional classification of the prehistorians, antiquity corresponds to the penultimate stage of rock art, the Libyco-Berber period, which follows the Cabal line era and precedes the Arabo-Berber. 27 While the sequence is correct in itself, it lacks precise chronological basis, and dating of the Libyco-Berber as between 200 and plus 700 is still precarious. The presence of Old Tifinagh characters is perhaps the least uncertain criterion, though this type of writing carries over into the Muslim era. Since the horse and the wheeled vehicle were still coexisting, it is very hard to differentiate them chronologically. Are the war chariots at the flying gallop of the Fezzan and Tassili in an Egyptianizing tradition which might go back to the 14th century before our era, or in a Graeco-Cyrenaican tradition acquired, at earliest, Towards the 6th. Drawings of camels cover almost all Saharan regions, but their age, too, it is hard to estimate. It is to be feared that very few of them fall within our historical frame of reference. Libyco-Berber works, residuum of the admirable Neolithic works on whose traditions they drew, prove how vigorous pictorial art was in the Sahara at the moment when it was dying out in the lands to the north. Economic life. Internal communications and foreign relations, a camel revolution? From time immemorial, economic life in the Sahara has been linked with the problem of communications. For classical antiquity, therefore, the enrichment of certain regions like the Fezzan is related to their sphere of influence, presupposing the existence of a fair amount of trading. Since internal trafficking, was already limited, the cause of this prosperity must be sought in their relations with the outside world. This new situation was a fundamental contrast to that of the humid Sahara of prehistoric times. But what means can be used for the study of the problem as a whole? We possess, for assessment of the economic position and influence of a territory, one reliable criterion. We only have to examine the archaeological material unearthed in the surrounding regions. Thus Roman coins in considerable quantities have been discovered in Scandinavia and northeast Europe throughout the northern periphery of the classical world, and also, farther away still, on the banks of the Indus and in Vietnam, bearing witness to the vast area covered by Rome's foreign trade. But what can be learned about the region with which we are dealing? As we move away from North Africa proper, the amount of Roman archaeological material diminishes until, in the southern Sahara, it disappears completely. So far, none at all has been found in the Niger-Chadic savannas. 28. This indicates that there were, in classical antiquity, virtually no contacts between the Roman and the Negro-African worlds. This is of course not absolutely certain. Future archaeological excavations may provide new information, but there will always be considerable uncertainty on the subject. The writers of antiquity, for example, made very little reference to Saharan products, and their appraisal is borne out by archaeology. Some Greek or Latin texts mention carbuncles or chalcedonies, precious stones from the country of the Garamantes, Troglodytes, or Nasamones, territories lying to the south of present-day Libya. It is possible that there were the precious stones, called Amazonite, a deposit of which has been found at Igaczumma in the Dohon Massif, northeast of Tibesti. 29. In my opinion, the capture of wild animals was the principal source of profit for the territory. Of course at that time North Africa too still teemed with lions and tigers, antelopes and ostriches, but such was the scale of Roman demand that the hunt had to be extended to the interior of Africa. We have eloquent statistics on this subject. At the inauguration of the Flavian amphitheatre in Rome at the end of the 1st century 9,000 were fought. For his triumph in 106 the Emperor Trajan exhibited 11,000. Most of these wild animals were Libici or Africani, that is, were exported from North Africa. 30. In this inventory elephants and rhinoceroses came from the southernmost parts of the Sahara or even from Chad and Bahr el Ghazal. 31. In any event ivory must have had a place in trans-Saharan trade, the North African elephant having almost entirely disappeared by the 2nd century of our era. It will not be forgotten, however, that Nubia supplied Rome with a quota of wild animals. I find it hard to believe that there was a trade with Europe in black slaves. The Western Roman world was not looking for black slaves. It has often been made out that convoys of gold dust from Mali and the Gulf of Guinea supplied the European market, prefiguring the trade situation of the Middle Ages. 32. This opinion is mere hypothesis. We have the inventories of all the gold-producing regions of the Roman and Byzantine eras, and Africa is never listed there. But one may well suspect that a more or less secret traffic in gold existed between Senegal and the south of Morocco, a region which was itself gold-producing and was very isolated from the Roman frontiers, since the Arabs very quickly established contact with this market, as early as 734. These few trade relations, which are not yet well understood, cast doubt on the use of Saharan itineraries. Here again one must be prudent. Only elements we have to go on in attempting to reconstruct the communications network are certain points like Gadames or Fazania where natural arteries have their outlet, the territorial dispersal of ROMAN objects in the Sahara, and finally comparison with caravan routes before or after the period we are considering. Only the last two elements present a difficulty. Of course the discovery of an isolated ROMAN object, particularly a coin, is in itself inconclusive. The northern Saharan populations were still using ROMAN coins in the 19th century. 33. But when the point where those objects were discovered fall into a coordinated spatial pattern, and trace, with good probability, a caravan route which is known from other sources, we have grounds for taking them into consideration, for it is not only coins that are involved but also pottery in tombs. The area over which these pieces of evidence are dispersed accordingly shows that the Garamantic civilization, a civilization itself depending on its relations with Rome, extended its influence over hundreds of kilometers. It must be made plain that this was purely a Garamantic influence and not, strictly speaking, a Roman one, though it provided a route of secondary importance for the distribution of Roman objects. Here we have the clearest and most distinctive characteristic of the Sahara of antiquity. Local peoples knew one another from neighboring group to neighboring group, whatever the reason may have been which originally provoked their relations, and the reason may quite well have been a quest for goods for sale in Rome. In such a context the funerary equipment of Tin Hinan is symptomatic. It can be seen as a set of exotic objects collected for a local chief who doubtless levied a toll on people who crossed her territory. Tuaregs of later days certainly had this pattern of behavior. It seems that, generally speaking, Saharan lines of communication for foreign trade were mostly oriented towards the north and the northeast, with the Garamantes and their satellites siphoning traffic towards the Fezzan zone. From there, well-attested itineraries led towards the great Sirtic ports, Sabrata, Oea, and Leptis Magna, which were cities of great wealth as early as the Punic era. From Garama one could also join up with the valley of the Nile, either by a northern route through the oases of Ziwila, Zela, Ojala, and Siwa, all of them points already known to writers of antiquity, or by a more southerly route where Kifra served as a crossroads. 34. In these eastern regions of the Sahara, inevitably, we come back to the old problem of Neolithic and proto-historical communications for which Tibesti provided a staging post. 35. But it seems that relations declined first with Hellenistic, then with Roma and Egypt, trade being increasingly diverted to the Mediterranean coast. 36. It is probably in the eastern Sahara, too, that we should seek the link which brought iron into the Black World, insofar as this did not occur independently. The problem of the transition from the Stone Age to the Metal Age in the Saharan and Niger regions, which undoubtedly occurred in the period under consideration, is of immense importance. Here again, geographical uniformity is lacking. In the same region, such as, for instance, Mauritania, evidence is found of the simultaneous existence, in the last centuries preceding our era, of stone and metal implements. Stone implements have been found at Zemile Barka, Hassi Burnus, and Wadi Zegig, carbon-14 dating of accessory materials and of copper working in the Akjijit area. 37. The latter may have been influenced by the industry of Su, South Morocco, which might have existed earlier, but it is not impossible that the incidence of metal working, at least as regards gold and copper, may have been a local phenomenon. The question of the iron industry, which requires the use of higher temperatures and more complex techniques, is different. It will be remembered that iron metallurgy took several centuries to spread from the Caucasus as far as Western Europe. Thus the problem of how iron metallurgy made its appearance in the Black World is extremely controversial, some maintaining that it was a specifically African invention, others that it was brought there by foreign intervention. The upholders of the second theory are themselves divided into two camps. Some assume a Mediterranean influence, across the central Sahara, whilst others trace the origin of this technique to the land of Kush and assume that it followed the natural route linking the Niger to the Nile Valley via Kordofan and Darfur. Be this as it may, carbon-14 datings indicate that iron metallurgy existed in the area of Chad and northern Nigeria in the 2nd and 1st century before our era. The possibility of its having evolved locally is not to be rejected out of hand, but if such was not the case, it was probably transmitted by the Meroitic civilization, 38, so that the central Saharan routes were not involved. Study of the means of transport can also help us better to locate the Saharan routes and check certain hypotheses. We know that the Great Desert was conquered by the horse before it was conquered by the camel. Here as in other places the Cabal line period had as its first consequence the use of wheeled vehicles. We do not know when wagons and chariots disappeared, but according to Herodotus, the Garamantes were still using them. Archaeology confirms his testimony. The most diversified drawings of wheeled vehicles abound in the Sahara. Systematic inventories have even made it possible to give a cartographic reconstruction of trans-Saharan wagon routes. 39 Though we must not let ourselves be too dazzled by such clues, we must recognize that apart from the western route, parallel to the Atlantic coastline, which does not play an active part in our classical sources, the path of several ancient journeys attested by texts or by archaeological material turn out to coincide with these famous proto-historical routes. It should be added that any Saharan itinerary used by horses, whether in harness or no, required either a system of watering places, which we know the Garamantes had, or else the transport of a large store of provisions. As for the camel, more exactly, the one-humped dromedary originating in the Near East, it appears in Saharan Africa only belatedly. This event has been discussed ad infinitum *0 and the continent itself. In fact, the camel was a late arrival. It is not found in Egypt until the Persian and Hellenistic periods, 5th and 4th centuries before our era, and it is a likely supposition that it spread to the Sahara from the lower Nile Valley. The event seems very hard to date. All we have to go on are Libyco-Berber Saharan rock drawings, which are of little use for accurate chronology, and a large number of inscriptions and sculptures from Roman North Africa, all apparently subsequent to the 2nd century of our era. On the other hand, a graphic monument of Ostia, the port of Rome, dating from the last 30 years of the 1st century of our era, shows the elephant and the camel in use in games in the arena. In 46 Caesar had already captured in Africa 22 camels of the Numidian king Jubai, whose states extended to the Saharan frontiers. Perhaps they were still rare animals. But if 150 years later the ones imported to Rome were really African camels, since they were not yet common in Maghreb territory, must already have been living in the Sahara in considerable numbers and been obtained there for the games. Let me note in passing the symbolic presence of camels on the well. The Sahara in classical antiquity known Roman coins called spintrion, which were probably struck for the use of courtesans, the ancients believing that these ruminants had lascivious instincts which were quite exceptional. I am inclined to agree with those historians who attach quite exceptional importance to the increasing use of camels in the Sahara. Supple-footed, adaptable to all terrains, amazingly abstemious thanks to the metabolic water secreted by his organism, this animal proved providential for all the nomads, who were handicapped by the drawbacks of the horse at a time when the climate was becoming alarmingly drier. Camels meant increased mobility for individuals and for groups, an advantage which had been recognized for a long time in Arabia. It is even thought that changing the method of harnessing, especially by altering the position of the saddle, made it possible to train meharis, camels for racing and for use in battle. For several centuries the use of these animals spread slowly but systematically, to judge by the abundance in all regions of the Great Desert of Came line rock drawings, hard to date, alas, and obviously of far later workmanship than the fine Cabal line pictures. Though no classical text mentions their possessing the camel, the Garamantes and their subjects must eventually have come to this invaluable auxiliary, hence, probably, the regularity of their trade relations with the most distant zones. It is perhaps not merely by chance that all the Roman material in the region of Got and Abalessa is 4th century. In this period camels were also plentiful in northern Tripolitania, where the Roman authorities could normally requisition 4,000, to the cost of the city of Leptis. The supply of camels also greatly strengthened the nomads' potential for attack on Roman territories. Rome's Sahara policy. For lack of documents, we do not know whether Punic Carthage was much alarmed at the presence of powerful tribes on her southern frontiers. Excavations at Gerima prove that at least during the 2nd and 1st centuries before our era, the ports of the Sirtic coast, which then belonged to the kingdom of Numidia, had trade relations with the Fezzan, relations on which their wealth was largely dependent. Roman history is better known. The main lines of Latin policy can be briefly summarized as follows. Occupation of the agricultural lands of the Maghreb required strategic cover to the south. In these regions the Saharan nomads were a nuisance. Their seasonal migrations into the colonized territory, ineluctable because essential to their survival, had their uses in that they made the products of the steppe and the desert available to the settlers, but there was always the risk of their creating conflict with the sedentary tribes. Even the distant Garamantes seemed dangerous, in as much as they could at any moment reinforce the aggressive potential of the nomads. The mere fact of their power was a challenge. Roman history, throughout 4 centuries and more particularly in the late period, provides abundant examples of Saharans from the southern borders of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, camel-born nomads such as the Ostarians, the Marmarides, and above all the Mazaces, causing anxiety both to coastal Libya and to the Egyptian oases. 42 This is an indication both of their mobility and of their striking range. To avert this double peril, the first step in Roman strategy was to cut the nomads off from their rear bases by swiftly destroying the strongest Saharan states. The Nasamones and Garamantes were completely reduced by the height of the empire. From then on, in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, all that was needed was to protect the colonized territory by careful organization of a mighty network of fortresses, glacis, and lines of communication, sited to take the utmost advantage of terrain. This explains the irregular configuration of the Roman limes which protected all the provinces of Mediterranean Africa with amazing strategic virtuosity. 43 It also seemed to afford good hopes that North Saharan nomadism could be kept under control. However, pacification proved only temporary. From the 4th century on the nomads with their camels were knocking at the gates even more threateningly than before, daily wearing down the resistance of the limes garrisons. We know the sequel. In the eviction of Rome, a process which was due to multifarious causes, the Sahara had played a role. So, as we have seen, we are not entirely without knowledge of the Sahara of antiquity, even though the information we have is incomplete. Several points are certain. The desiccation of the climate did not kill the desert. Human activity went on. Languages and writing were consolidated there. The increasing use of camels eased problems of transport and communication. The region played its own part in the history of the great Mediterranean states. Did the same perhaps hold true of tropical Africa? It is in this context of continued development that the medieval Renaissance undoubtedly had its roots. Plate 20.1 The criteria for understanding the age of rock paintings are based on style and patina. Later periods, however, are difficult to date. These 3 examples, which come from the Sefar region, Tassili and Ajars, are said to originate from the Libyco-Berber period. In fact, the inscriptions which are in ancient Tifinagh show the Islamic names of Hakim and Muhammad. Information obtained from archaeology. One of the main achievements of recent research in sub-Saharan African archaeology is the realization that peoples at different stages of technological development were living contemporaneously in different parts of Africa. There was no single end to the Stone Age. Agricultural practices were adopted at different times and many of the communities with WHOMWE will be concerned in the next few chapters were still living by hunting and food gathering and using a Stone Age technology right up to the end of the first millennium of our era. but no societies were ever static, and there was in most cases active culture contact across quite long distances. Contact was strongest paradoxically across what might have been thought of as the most impenetrable of barriers, the Sahara Desert, and provided a unifying force in African history. It is impossible to assign an exact closing date for the period under discussion in an area for which we have no fixed historical dates. Dates we have, but they are largely obtained from radiocarbon determinations, carbon-14. The dates obtained are relatively accurate, but the variability for the period under review may range over several centuries. Rather than fix a definite date for the close of the period, the chapters on sub-Saharan Africa deal largely with what is commonly known as the Neolithic and Early Iron Age period. The period thus defined ends in most areas around 1000. Neolithic in sub-Saharan Africa is a term which has been used in various inconsistent ways in the past, either to denote an agricultural economy or to distinguish tool assemblages which include polished or ground stone cutting tools, pottery, and in many instances querns or grindstones. Early farming communities were not necessarily characterized by the same tool assemblages. Recent research in many parts of Africa has demonstrated the time-transgressive nature of tools like the ground stone axe, which made its first appearance in parts of Africa amongst hunter and food-gatherer tool kits of more than 7,000 to 8,000 years ago, whilst similar tools were probably still used in parts of the Zaire Basin, Julian, probably less than 1,000 years ago. Pottery seems similarly to have been used by hunter-gatherers in contact. 21. With their agricultural neighbors long before its users became farmers themselves. Grindstones first appeared regularly on late Stone Age sites in several parts of Africa and are an indication of the more intensive use of plant remains. By the early Iron Age we mean the period during which there was a persistent use of an iron technology as opposed to the occasional use of iron tools. By and large, the early Iron Age in sub-Saharan Africa was characterized by the presence of small, relatively dispersed settlements and not by the development of states which first arose in the late Iron Age. Poznańska, 1972. Unfortunately, our knowledge of the physical nature of the inhabitants of sub-Saharan Africa is very limited. In West Africa there were certainly peoples who possessed some physical features similar to the present-day inhabitants of the area as early as the 10th millennium before our era, Iwoileru in Nigeria, and have been termed Proto-Negroes. One Negro skeletal remains have also been described from both the Sahara and the Sahelian belts dating from contexts as early as the 5th millennium before our era. 2. In southern Africa, the ancestors of the present-day Khoisan hunter food-gatherers and herders of Namibia and Botswana, San and Khoikhoi, were larger than their descendants and occupied areas as far north as Zambia for certain, and possibly even as far as the Semliki River in eastern Zaire. Excellent evidence for this came from the Gwisho sites in Zambia, at which the tool kit and the inferred diet clearly indicate that the groups involved were ancestral San, but the average height of the 4,000-year-old group was much greater than that of the present-day San immediately to the west in Botswana. 3. From largely Rift Valley locations in Kenya, skeletal remains from the 6th millennium before our era onwards were interpreted by Leakey, 1936, as being closer to some of the physical types of the Ethiopian area than to those of the present Bantu and Nilotic-speaking peoples, but these were studied nearly half a century ago and a new evaluation has for long been due. Biogenetic studies by Singer and Wiener IV have indicated that the San and the Negro are closer to one another than they are to any outside group, which suggests that they are the lineal descendants of the original Stone Age inhabitants of Africa. They have also indicated the biological homogeneity of the African populations stretching from West Africa right through to South Africa. Hiernaws, 5. In a penetrating and exhaustive analysis of existing genetic data, largely obtained through the expansion of medical research in Africa, has indicated the mixed nature of most African populations, which testifies to the long period of physical and cultural contact which has been going on in the sub-Saharan area. Only in the remote areas, e.g. the Zaire forest home of the Pygmies or the 1 E.W. Brothwell and T. Shaw, pages 221-7. 2 M. C. Shamla, 1968. 3 C. Gable. 4 R. Singer and J. S. Wiener, pages 168 to 76. 5J Hiernaus, 1968a. 534. Fig 21. I hypotheses concerning the origin of the Bantu and the beginning of iron working. Kalahari environment of the San, were the population significantly different, and there the difference must be explained by genetic isolation. In areas like the Sahelian belt and on the fringes of northeast Africa and in Madagascar there is a mixture between largely Negro populations and populations which developed independently of those to the south, such as the Malayo-Polynesians in the case of Madagascar, and peoples akin to those of the Mediterranean periphery and southwest Asia in northeastern Africa and the Sahara. The contribution of linguistics. Crucial to an understanding of the early Iron Age in sub-Saharan Africa is an appreciation of the linguistic background. Most archaeologists have had to cite linguistic evidence in order to interpret their own data. TWO principal sets of events concern us in the period under review. First, the fragmentation of the Congo-Kordofanian language family, to use Greenberg's term, 6, and secondly, the dispersion of the Bantu-speaking peoples, who now comprise more than 90% of the peoples south of a line drawn from the Bight of Biafra to the East African coast around Malindi. We know very little about the first set of events. All that can be said about them is that the Kordofanian languages are old, relatively numerous, often spoken by very small, in some cases minuscule, groups of people, with each language distinct from its neighbors and with the whole comprised within the modern province of Kordofan in the Republic of Sudan and principally concentrated around the Nuba Hills. Kordofanian languages have diverged widely from the Niger-Congo languages and are isolated from the linguistic groups around them. Nothing useful can be said about the time scale involved in the separation of the Kordofanian from the Niger-Congo dialects of the Proto-Congo-Kordofanian family, except that it probably predates 10,000 to 8,000. The fragmentation of the Niger-Congo languages may be related to the gradual expansion of peoples south from the Sahel with the growing desiccation of the Sahara. Painter 7 has put a time scale of around 6,000 to 3,000 on the fragmentation, but there are other views. Armstrong 8 has suggested that the languages of southern Nigeria are as much as 10,000 years old, which implies a much earlier movement to the south. Both views could of course be right, with some of the Niger-Congo language speakers having broken away from the main group and later having become isolated in a forest environment. These are perhaps the linguistic counterparts of the Iwoileru Proto-Negro inhabitants. Other Niger-Congo speakers spread later from the Sahel, once an agricultural way of life was established. A problem about this interpretation is that the earliest food producers in the Sahel appear to have been pastoralists rather than arable agriculturalists. The suggestion made by Sutton in chapter 23 may be a solution to the problem, since there is evidence of Sahelian pastoralists being associated with harpoons and other items identified as diagnostic of the aquatic culture. Linguistic divergence within the Niger-Congo family would, however, appear to be related to the geographical separation of different, largely agricultural groups, a separation far enough back in time for the individual components of the Niger-Congo family to have become linguistically very distinct. WHE and WE turn to the Bantu languages. WE are faced with a different situation. There are more than 2,000 Bantu languages in Eastern, Southern and Central Africa which have vocabulary items and a structural framework in common and are thus related, a relationship which was recognized as early as 1862 by Bleek. WHO coined the name Bantu for them because of their common use of the word Bantu for people. As long ago as 1889, Meinhof recognized that the Bantu languages are related to those of West Africa, then known as the Western Sudanic languages. Divergence between the different Bantu languages is nowhere near as great as that between the different West African languages, and most estimates put the divergence back to around 2,000 to 3,000 years. There are however various linguistic theories about how the Bantu separated from the other West African languages, of which two have been more often accepted. Joseph Greenberg 10 approached the problem from the macro level in his study of African languages as a whole and used grammatical as well as lexical evidence taken from some 800 languages. From these languages he distinguished an average of 200 morphemes or core words which he considered as basic elements within the vocabulary, the sort of words that a child learns from its mother, such as the low numerals, parts of the body, simple bodily functions like sleeping, eating, urinating, etc., and the basic components of the physical world around a child such as the earth, water, and fire. Using core words he discovered that the Bantu languages are closer to the other West African languages than is, for example, English to Proto-German, which is a relationship which linguists have always regarded as close. He worked out that 42% of the vocabulary of Bantu is present in the nearest West African languages, compared to only 34% of the English words in Proto-German. He thus concluded that Bantu does not even form a single genetic subfamily, but belongs within one of the subfamilies. Binyacross or Semi-Bantu 1. He thus placed the source area of the Bantu firmly in the Nigerian-Cameroon border area. Late Professor Guthrie 12 worked on the micro level after years of immersion in comparative Bantu studies and analyzed some 350 Bantu languages and dialects. He isolated the roots of cognate words which had to have the same meaning in at least 3 separate languages. From the 2,400 sets of roots that he isolated, he found that 23% of them were general, that is, they were widely dispersed over the whole Bantu area, whilst 61% of them were specific to a more restricted area. Using the general sets he worked out a COMMON Bantu index which indicated the percentage of the general words in any Bantu language. The isoglosses, or lines connecting equal Bantu indices, thus constructed, indicated a nuclear area where the retention rate was over 50%, or situated in the grasslands south of the Zaire forest in the Zambezi-Zaire watershed area. It was in this nuclear area that he assumed the Proto-Bantu had developed. The main spread or fragmentation of the Proto-Bantu took place from this Proto-Bantu source area. He also worked out 2 Proto-Bantu dialects, Eastern and Western Bantu, which contain more than 60% of his specific cognates. Using individual words he tried to throw light on the environment in which Proto-Bantu was spoken, and he found that words for fishing with a line, canoe, paddle, and to forge are all fairly common, whilst the Proto-Bantu word for forest refers to thickets rather than to dense forest. He thus suggested that the Proto-Bantu people were able to forge iron, lived south of the true forest, and were familiar with boats and rivers before they dispersed. In Guthrie's scheme, the Northwest Bantu languages, Greenberg's source area, score only 11 to 18% on his Bantu index and are thus distant descendants of the Proto-Bantu and not ancestral Bantu languages. He does, however, agree that far back in time there was a pre-Bantu population situated in the Shari-Chad area. Oliver 13 diagrammatized the Guthrie theory and has postulated a small group of pre-Bantu, using boats, working their way through the forest to the southern grassland where they multiplied and from where they eventually dispersed in all directions. There is thus agreement on the ultimate ancestry of the Bantu languages in West Africa, but disagreement on the immediate center of dispersion. Arid 14 and several other linguists have supported Greenberg in general, as they feel that on linguistic grounds the area of greatest linguistic diversity, in this case the area to the northwest of the main Bantu zone, was most likely to be the area of earliest settlement. Arid has also suggested that Guthrie's roots should be weighted, as some must be of greater significance than others in trying to determine the source area of the Bantu. Arid, partly on the basis of the assumed core vocabulary of the early Bantu speakers, is in favor of a before Ioo forest source where the early Bantu had farmed and also fished. Dalby, 15, who has strong disagreements with Greenberg in matters of detail, has developed the theory of a fragmentation belt in West Africa in which the Bantu are placed. Outside this belt there is some uniformity, but within it diversity suggestive of the movements of peoples which resulted in the dispersion of both the Niger-Congo and the Bantu speakers. Those authorities WHO are willing to propose a chronology would place the Bantu expansion somewhere between 2000 and 3000 years ago and accept that iron was in use by those who expanded, and all would agree to the rapid, some would say explosive, expansion of the Bantu. The role of agriculture. Before discussing the importance of iron in this equation of the dispersion of peoples, there is a further element to be taken into consideration, and that is agriculture. This will be dealt with in some detail on a regional basis in later chapters, but some general features should be discussed. In an introductory chapter of this nature, though, only generalizations can be made, and for details the reader is referred to the proceedings of the 1972 Symposium on Early Agriculture in Africa. 16. Agriculture implies some control over one's food supply and a relatively settled existence, in contrast to the more constant movement of the hunter-gatherers. Group size increased and more complex social, and ultimately political structures were able to develop. Agriculture, particularly arable agriculture and horticulture, also normally involved a higher population density and an increase in the total population figure. Archaeologists identify agricultural societies by both direct and indirect evidence. Direct evidence includes the discovery of seeds or grains in a carbonized state on archaeological sites, or by their retrieval using advanced archaeological recovery techniques such as flotation analysis, palynology, which identifies the fossil pollen of cultivated plants, and the identification of seed impressions in pottery. Indirect evidence, or circumstantial evidence, involves the discovery of implements and utensils assumed to have been used for cultivation, harvesting, and the preparation of plant foods. Unfortunately, the climatic conditions in much of sub-Saharan Africa militate against the discovery of very much in the way of direct evidence. Organic matter normally disintegrates within days of its disposal. Soils on most tropical sites are on the whole aerobic and do not allow for the preservation of pollen. Where pollen is found, as in the high-altitude swamps and lakes, the location is too far removed from land suited for arable cultivation to provide evidence for past agriculture. 17. A further problem is that many of the tools and implements for agriculture are of an equivocal nature. A knife for peeling vegetable foods can be used for other purposes, grindstones can be used for pulverizing ochre for paint or for pounding and grinding non-cultivated foodstuffs, and are commonly found in many late Stone Age contexts. Many of Africa's food crops like bananas, yams, and other roots do not produce pollen, and many are cultivated using wooden digging sticks to avoid damage to the tubers. The actual food for eating prepared from such plants is very often pounded in wooden mortars using pestles, which have a very limited life and stand little chance of survival in the soils of the areas in which they are used. Archaeologists thus have to rely on even more circumstantial evidence for inferring agriculture, such as the existence of large settlement sites, the presence of what appear to be permanent houses, the use of pottery, or the existence of regular cemeteries. As will appear obvious from chapter 26, the hunter food gatherers in Africa occasionally lived in large communities, often used pottery, and if their fishing or other specialized hunting or food gathering occupation was successful, would indulge in the making of relatively permanent settlements such as those at early Khartoum or Ishango of late Stone Age date. It is thus possible, regretfully, to conclude that as yet our evidence for untangling the story of early agriculture in sub-Saharan Africa is somewhat thin, and that our conclusions can only be speculative, but in the course of time, with more advanced retrieval techniques and intensified botanical and palynological research into the genetic background and distribution of Africa's cultivated plants, it should be possible to provide more substantial information. To the end of the 1950s, it was commonly assumed that agriculture was late in date in most of sub-Saharan Africa, in fact largely contemporaneous with the introduction of an iron technology in all but parts of West Africa, and that the idea had dispersed from southwestern Asia to the Nile Valley and ultimately to the rest of Africa. Evidence from the Sahara and elsewhere is indicating, however, that the story is not so straightforward. First question marks against this orthodox view of the origins of African agriculture were placed by Murdoch 18, who postulated a source area for much of Africa's agriculture in the west of West Africa around the headwaters of the Niger and the Senegal in the Fouta Djallon. Though much of Murdoch's hypothesis cannot now be substantiated in detail, nevertheless it is apparent that yams, one form of rice, Oryza glaberrina, sorghum, the oil palm and many lesser staples were indigenous to West Africa. The main question, however, is whether the existence of such crops in West Africa points to an early development of agriculture independent of that outside Africa. SOME archaeologists 19 have argued strongly for veg culture based on yam cultivation, but there are no cogent arguments against the evidence so far produced. 20 It is clear that villages, like Amini, did exist in the Sahara as early as the 6th millennium before our era, that Neolithic communities in the forest utilized oil palms, cowpeas and such like local staples, and that sorghum and certain painisetum, millet, varieties are of fairly widespread distribution in their wild state in a broad belt of the savanna and Sahelian vegetational zones stretching from the Atlantic to Ethiopia. It is also clear that Ethiopia had several staples like teff and other grains, as well as the wild non-fruiting banana, Musa ensit, and that agriculture developed there at an early date, probably by at least the 3rd millennium before our era. Though there is circumstantial evidence for Sudanic agriculture as early as the 4th millennium, the earliest direct evidence comes from 2nd millennium contexts like Tichet in Mauritania and Kintampo in northern Ghana. 2.1 Pastoralism, if the testimony of Rock Art 22 is a reasonable guide, may have 6th millennium origins, and actual cattle remains have come from several well-dated early 4th millennium Sahelian contexts. Though the origins, date, and mode of development of most African agriculture are somewhat controversial, it is generally agreed that, except for the possibility of some highly localized millet-growing communities in the Rift Valley of Kenya, the beginnings of arable agriculture, at least in most of Bantu-speaking Africa, are contemporaneous with the first appearance of an iron technology. It is also fairly widely agreed that many of the early staples of agriculture in Bantu Africa, like the fruiting banana, the colocaceae, cocoa yams, eleusine, finger millet, and sorghum, were introduced ultimately either from West Africa, or in the case of the bananas indirectly from Southeast Asia. The earliest cattle were pre-Iron Age in date and are found in East Africa as early as the beginning of the 1st millennium before our era, and it would seem from the evidence referred to by Parkington in chapter 26 that sheep had diffused as far south as the Cape in South Africa by the beginning of the 1st millennium of our era. It may be that the spread of pastoralism had something to do with the dispersal of the aquatic culture described by Sutton in chapter 23, as Arid 23 has convincingly indicated the evidence for the social influence of the Central Sudanic languages on the Bantu languages. He has described, for instance, how words for cow and terms used for milking activities were borrowed by the Bantu from their Central Sudanic neighbors, presumably along with the cattle and milking practices. And the basis of linguistic differentiation amongst the presumed Proto-Central Sudanic speakers, Arid 24 infers that the cattle keepers preceded the arable agriculturalists. He also sees this interaction as first taking place around the middle of the 1st millennium before our era. He further suggests 25 that the area around Lake Tanganyika was important for the eventual dispersal of the eastern group of Proto-Bantu, as it is an area suited to sorghum and eleusine cultivation as well as cattle keeping. Arid 26 has also indicated that the Proto-Bantu words for hoe and sorghum were derived from the Central Sudanic languages, and we must therefore envisage a social interaction between Nilo-Saharan peoples and the ancestors of the Bantu, and a diffusion southwards of hoe agriculture and sorghum cultivation, particularly into the Bantu world. Some expansion of population may have taken place as a result of these developments by the 1st millennium before our era. The archaeological evidence described in later chapters clearly indicates that the main expansion of agricultural peoples took place in the 1st millennium of our era in most of Bantu Africa. Iron. An important question in any discussion of the early expansion of agricultural people into the southern half of Africa is that of the origin of the diffusion of iron working. Clear scrub and bush, forest fringe, and woodland. A slashing tool is the easiest implement to use. Stone Age Iran did not have such tools, and though the ground and polished stone axe of the Neolithic industries could be used for felling trees, or more probably for woodworking, it is not an all-purpose clearing tool as is the present-day iron cutlass or panga. In sub-Saharan Africa there was no Bronze Age. The earliest evidence for the use of copper comes from Mauritania and would appear to be a result of the exploitation of the limited copper resources around Akjoyj by either Macrobes or peoples in contact with the Bronze Age peoples of northwest Africa. The copper workings date from a period between the 9th and 5th centuries before our era, 27, which is only a little earlier than the earliest proven iron workings in West Africa at Tariga in the Jos Plateau of Nigeria, which date from the 5th or 4th century before our era. Considerable speculation, and here it should be stressed that the arguments are highly speculative and that firm data is non-existent for early furnace A and D bellow types, has arisen over the question of the origins of early African iron working. There are several acceptable schools of thought, but none can as yet be proved correct. The older school for a spread of iron working from the Nile Valley, particularly Meroe, termed by Sayce 28 the Birmingham of Africa. Trigger 29 has more recently indicated that iron objects are relatively rare in Nubia before 400, and even afterwards only small implements such as light ornaments characterize the Meroitic period, whilst Tile Code 30 has positively stated that there were no trace of iron smelting before 200. In Egypt, iron objects, though found occasionally in early deposits, and presumably obtained by trade or worked from meteoric iron, were of no importance until the 7th century before our era. 31 The objects of meteoric iron were worked laboriously in methods more commonly used for stone. 32 There is, however, no firm evidence of a direct diffusion of iron working from the Nile Valley either westwards or southwards. Iron in Ethiopia, dating from the 5th century in several of the Aksumite centers such as Yeha, probably came from South Arabia, as is suggested by the designs on cattle brands. Alternatively, it could have come from the Ptolemaic ports on the Red Sea such as Atolis, with which these centers were in contact. On the basis of a furnace at Meroe, Williams 33 has postulated that the typical furnace consisted in a fairly narrow shaft with forced draft by bellows. By implication, he interprets the present wide distribution of the shaft furnace to indicate the importance of the Nile Valley source. In addition, there are in the Tibesti, Endi, and Borkau highland areas of the Sahara engravings and paintings of warriors with shields and spears which have been termed Libyco-Berber, whilst others certainly have Nile Valley affinities. 34 There are, however, very few well-dated paintings of this nature, and those that are datable seem to postdate the earliest iron working in Nigeria. The discovery of the early dates for Nigerian iron working focused the attention of scholars on the possibilities of a North African source. The Phoenicians spread iron technology from the Levant to parts of the North African coast in the early part of the first millennium before our era. The distribution pattern of paintings and engravings of wheeled chariots pulled by horses, which extends from the Tripolitanian coast through the Tassili and Hogar to the Middle Nile, and from the Moroccan coast to Mauritania, indicates that there was certainly contact between North Africa and the Sahara by the middle of the first millennium before our era. The chariots and horses are clearly not indigenous to the Sahara, and Lhot 35 has even suggested that the flying gallop attitude of the horses has links with the Aegean area. Kana 36 has postulated that as iron working is late, around plus 500 at Dama, near Lake Chad, which is situated on the likely corridor route from the Nile Valley, iron must have come from the north, otherwise one would expect to find evidence of iron technology earlier in the Chad area than in the Jos area. Other relatively early dates for iron working come from Ghana, Hani, plus 80, and Senegal. It is just as possible, of course, to suggest that iron working could have come from North Africa via Mauritania in the trail of the copper workers and spread along the Sudanic belt westwards and southwards, though in that case the dates should be earlier in Senegal and Mauritania than in Nigeria. It is of course possible to suggest multiple lines of influence bringing iron working to tropical Africa, with a line to Mauritania from the Maghreb, another across the Sahara to Nigeria, and a third one across the Red Sea to Ethiopia, as well as others via the east coast from the Red Sea area, India, or Southeast Asia to East Africa. The suggestion has recently been made that iron working may have developed indigenously in Africa. A strong proponent of this view is C.A. Diop 37, who is supported by Dr. Wayanda in chapter 24 of the present volume. The main argument in favor of indigenous development is that for far too long archaeologists have looked for evidence of iron working based on the Mediterranean model, whereas iron in Africa may have been worked rather differently. Iron smelting requires high temperatures, up to 250 degrees C, to turn the ore into a bloom compared to 0 degrees C for the actual melting point of copper, and it also requires a knowledge of the chemistry insofar as iron is the result of carbon and oxygen to the ores being smelted. Those who argue in favor of a single origin for iron working adduce evidence that this specialized knowledge developed as a result of experience in copper and in the kiln firing of pottery. They further argue that chronology is on their side in that there is abundant evidence for iron working in Anatolia in the early 2nd millennium before our era, whereas it is scarce outside Western Asia until the turn of the 1st millennium before our era. The proponents of the indigenous development theory, however, argue that knowledge of smelting could have been obtained through the experience of pot firing in pits, and that the surface lateritic ores of Africa were easier to work than the hard rock ores of the Middle East. It is further suggested that as many of the early sites for iron technology in West Africa, such as those associated with the Nok culture or in Upper Volta, are associated with stone tools, then the possibility must remain open that iron working took place in predominantly late Stone Age contexts. Apparently recent kills which are now being investigated in the 36G. Kana, 1969a, pages 30-62. 37Ca Diop, 1968, pages 10-38. 545. Congo have unfortunately added nothing new to our knowledge and will probably never yield any traces of the first period of their use. But, having been found and dated, they might give some indication of the route followed by the iron trade between Shaba and the sea and make it possible to establish some dates for this late development. Unfortunately, it is impossible to prove any of the theories about early iron working. None of the early furnace sites tell us sufficient about the nature of the kilns and still less about the types of bellows employed. Far too few kill sites have been excavated, and it is obvious that the picture must remain very fluid until more are discovered and investigated. Vast areas remain unexplored, and iron smelting sites are very commonly located away from settlements, so that they may go undetected until discovered by lucky accident. The advent of the proto-magnetometer for perspection may speed up the discovery, but it is a feature of the early Iron Age everywhere that reconstructible furnaces are exceptional. Far too few dates have so far been obtained for early Iron Age sites as a whole to be certain even about the dates of the introduction of iron working into the various parts of tropical Africa. In the early 1960s, for instance, it was thought that iron working began in East Africa around plus 1000, and now the date has been pushed back by at least 750 years. The same is true of Ghana, where until the discovery of the Hani furnace dating to the 2nd century of our era the normally quoted date was around plus 900. Nevertheless, certain conclusions can be drawn. First, there is not a great deal of evidence to suggest direct spread from the Nile Valley to West Africa, so that the idea of dispersion from Meroe has the least evidence to support it. Secondly, there is no positive evidence of kiln or pit-fired pottery in West Africa in the period before plus 0, and the ethnographic evidence for an indigenous development for iron working has not been extensively presented and refers at best to 2nd millennium of our era situation, so that we must reluctantly keep an open mind about the origins of iron working. The sparse evidence which does exist indicates earlier dates for West Africa than are available for East or Central Africa, which further suggests a spread from West Africa southwards and eastwards. Iron working spread remarkably rapidly, since the earliest dates in South Africa 38 are around plus 400, i.e. a few centuries later than most of those for West Africa. This rapid spread of iron working, some would call it explosive, thus matches the evidence from linguistics. The archaeological evidence from East or Central Africa, which further suggests a spread from West Africa of the 1st millennium of our era, shows definite similarities of shape and decoration over a wide area of tropical Africa, which can only be explained by postulating a common origin for the various wares, Soper, 1971, for East Africa, and Huffman, 1970, for Southern Africa. After the initial similarities, strong regional diversity developed. This trend is well observed. 38 R. J. Mason, 1974, p. 211-16. 546. In Zambia 39, where perhaps a more intensive study of Iron Age pottery has been made than elsewhere in tropical Africa. The conclusion of Arid 40, who on the basis of linguistic evidence thinks in terms of loose collections of independent but mutually interacting communities coexisting with unassimilated hunter-gatherers, is also very acceptable on archaeological grounds. As these Bantu communities became adapted to specific environments, so their interactions with more distant communities grew less and their languages and material cultures diverged. Exchanges between the different regions of the continent. A further feature of the history of tropical Africa at this period which needs to be stressed is the continuing and intensifying influence of North Africa on the Sudanic belt. Influence is perhaps a misleading term, as the flow of commodities and ideas was very much a two-way process. The Sahara, as has been seen in the earlier chapters, was neither a barrier nor a no-man's land but an area with a detailed history of its own, much of which still needs to be unraveled. By its very nature as a desert, its population was sparse and nomadic, and in the period under review the majority of its population probably consisted of pastoralists who moved from the desert to the highlands, like the Hagar, the Tassili, the Tibesti, and from the Sahelian belt northwards and southwards with the passage of the seasons. It is very difficult either to quantify the actual contact that existed or to describe its effects, though in recent years archaeological work in the Sudanic belt is clearly indicating that contact there was, both indirect such as that provided by the effects of nomadism and direct such as may have grown up through trade contacts and mineral exploitation. 41 OUR information at present consists of classical literary sources, rock paintings and engravings in the Sahara and archaeological evidence. Some of the evidence has already been dealt with in Volume I and in earlier chapters, but some recapitulation is called for at this stage. Before dealing with the literary evidence for contact across the Sahara, it is necessary to mention the two direct sea contacts reported to have been made from the Mediterranean to West Africa. The first is the voyage of nearly 3 years said to have been made by Phoenician sailors in the service of Necho. This has been discussed in Chapter 4. It is recorded in Herodotus. Who somewhat doubted the story because of the fact that they had the sun on their right, which is one of the reasons for accepting the story. The scanty facts presented by the literary sources make it impossible to verify. It is of some significance that Strabo and other classical writers rejected the story altogether. A voyage certainly seems to have taken place, but whether they circumnavigated Africa is uncertain. Mauny, I-960, 42 has suggested that it is very improbable that the slow-moving oared ships then plying from Egypt could have managed the currents either of the Cape or of the northwestern coast of Africa, where they would also have found the utmost difficulty in obtaining sufficient water or food along the largely desert stretch of coast, a stretch which would have taken months rather than weeks to navigate in a northwards direction. Circumstantial evidence against the voyage is very strong. The second voyage is said to have been made by the Carthaginian, Hanno. The tale contained in the Periplus is highly exaggerated 43 and fanciful, and its topographical details are ambiguous and often contradictory. Nevertheless, many writers have accepted the story at face value. They have suggested that the description of a flaming mountain refers either to the volcanic Mount Cameroon or to bushfires in Sierra Leone, whilst the mention in the Periplus of hairy people called gorillas has been taken literally as the first description of gorillas. 44 Germains, 1957, research into the textual context and details of the Periplus, however, suggests that it is not genuine and that most of it is quite a late classical fabrication. Ferguson, 4S however, aware of Germain's objection and knowing the West African geography, feels that the voyage did take place and that the Gabon estuary was the farthest point reached. Mauny, I-960, has indicated that the same circumstantial evidence that adduced against Nico's reign would apply equally well to Hanno's voyage. If the voyages were made, they certainly had no impact on West Africa. No undoubted or well authenticated and dated Carthaginian, Phoenician or Egyptian artifacts have been found along the West African coast. The Carthaginians certainly obtained gold along the Atlantic coast of Morocco, as the account of the Dumb barter trading in Herodotus implies, but it is doubtful whether classical sailors reached further south than the Senegal River, which Warmington 4-6 suggested is the Bambatum. Referred to by Polybius, a late 2nd century Greek writer in the employ of Rome, and even that ascription is not without reservation. Most contemporary sources about the Carthaginians indicate that they were highly secretive, and it is probable that if they had made successful voyages of exploration or trade they would not have announced them to the world for the benefit of their trading competitors. There is no evidence that they ventured overland any farther south than the Romans, whose limit of active contact, except for the expeditions of Septimus Flaccus and Julius Maternus in +70, appears to have been the Hagar. There are various classical references to the Garamantian movements, but they do not appear to have affected the area south of the Fezzan. More evidence of contact in pre-Islamic times comes from the rock art and archaeological evidence. Rock art indicates that regular lines of communications were open to the Sudanic belt as early as 500. Herodotus' tale of the Nasamonians' journey to what appears to be the Niger may be a literary reference to an actual journey. Of particular interest in this tale is the mention of a Negro city which Ferguson 47 identifies as being in the region of Timbuktu. Drawings are mainly of chariots or carts, some horse-drawn and some bullock-drawn. 48 Lhote, 1953, has noted that there are no chariots in Air or the Tibesti except near the Fezzan. Most of the pictures of bullocks are found near the western route. We should perhaps not draw too many conclusions from the chariots. Daniels 49 has suggested that they indicate the widely spread usage of a common type of vehicle rather than any complex system of Saharan roadways. Where datable, as in the case of those associated with late Neolithic villages, 50 they belong to the period 1100 to 400. We have to assume from the rock art that the routes across the Sahara were negotiable by horse, bullock, and almost certainly by the versatile donkey. The eastern route has a strong concentration in the Tassili, and Lhote has indicated possible Tamini on the Tripolitanian coast in such centers as Leptis, Oea, and Sabrata. Bovell 51 argues that the three towns of Carthaginian origin were situated closer to one another than the natural resources of the coast or the immediate hinterland would warrant, and suggests that they commanded the Garamantian road to the Fezzan. Carbuncles, perhaps a form of chalcedony for beads, as well as emeralds and other semi-precious stones 52 are assumed to have been one of the objectives of this trade. Slaves, though not very important at this period, may have been another element in the trade. Negro skeletons have come from Punic cemeteries, and there were certainly Negro soldiers in the Carthaginian armies. Other items may have been of such tropical products as civet, ostrich eggs and feathers. Earlier in this chapter we have considered the evidence for copper working in Mauritania. Archaeological evidence would indicate that the western route was of greater direct importance than the eastern across the Tassili. The exploitation of the copper may have provided the incentive for a contemporaneous working of gold to the south. Evidence of Senegambian megaliths, referred to in chapter 24, indicates that before the rise of the state of Old Ghana gold and iron working were well established there and may well have been an important factor in its rise. Mauny, 1952, has pointed out that the Wolof, Sira and Diola words for gold, Urus, in the western Sudan are similar to the Puni Harris, and it is possible that prospectors encouraged by the gold trade on the Atlantic coast of Morocco pushed south to exploit known Mauritanian sources and thus spread their own terminology. From the finds in the Senegal tumuli there is abundant evidence of Maghribian influence, and one must infer that trade contacts slowly increased from their beginnings in the 1st or 2nd millennium before our era. It is even possible that camels were used in the trade on this western route before the arrival of the Arabs in the late 8th century of our era. After all, Camels were known in North Africa from at least the 1st century before our era. Caesar mentioned their capture in 46 and they were quite common by the 4th century. The wealth exhibited by the builders of the tumuli and megaliths of the Senegambian and Upper Niger areas, Poznanski, 1973, by +1000 is perhaps one of the strongest pointers to the existence and scale of the pre-Islamic trade. Until more archaeological research is undertaken, it is difficult to know just how old much of the trade was or how important the outside contacts may have been. TOSUMUP, particularly as regards contacts between the different regions, most of the information available scarcely allows us to advance beyond the stage of cautious speculation. The existence of early megaliths in the Bweir region of the Central African Republic and the presence of other standing stones in many other regions of Africa point to the conclusion, for example, that patient research work needs to be done by experts on megalithic structures. 550. The East African coast and its role in maritime trade. A. M. H. Sheriff. One of the outstanding characteristics of the East African coast has been its relative accessibility, not only from the interior but also from the sea. Accessibility from the interior has been a vital factor in population movements into the coastal belt, and helps to explain its ethnic and cultural complexity. THEC, on the other hand, has been a means of contact with the outside world. One of the main features of the history of the East African coast over the last 2,000 years has therefore been not isolation but the interpenetration of two cultural streams to produce a new amalgam, the coastal Swahili civilization. The vehicle of that process has been trade, which facilitated the assimilation of the East African coast into the international economic system with its attendant consequences. A dearth of historical sources, however, makes it difficult to reconstruct the history of the East African coast before the 7th century of our era. All the available sources, both documentary and numismatic, are the products of international trade, and we have little material on the history of the coast before the establishment of international contacts. The earliest Greco-Roman documentary sources make only indirect, though often valuable, references to the east coast of Africa. Strabo, 29-19, who witnessed the period of Roma and expansion under Augustus, not only gives contemporary and sometimes eyewitness accounts of the Red Sea region and Indian Ocean trade, but also incorporates fragments of earlier geographies now lost. 1 Pliny, +23-+79, describes the Roman Empire at its height, and is most valuable for his descriptions of trade and navigation in the Indian Ocean, and of the luxurious and decadent style of imperial Roma. 2. The most important source for the Indian Ocean during this period, and the first direct, though meager, account of the East African coast, is the 22. Peri plus Maris Erythraei, circumnavigation of the Erythraean Sea 3, written apparently by an unknown Greek commercial agent based in Egypt. The Peri plus is basically an eyewitness account. The dating has for long been controversial. Many scholars, including Scoff and Miller, have argued that the Peri plus seems to be a description of a still prosperous Roman trade in the Indian Ocean at the height of the Roman Empire, i.e. roughly contemporaneous with Pliny's description in the second half of the 1st century of our era. 4. J. Pyrrhon, on the other hand, is alone in suggesting an early 3rd century date. 5. An intermediate view suggesting a date early in the 2nd century is proposed by Matthew. Who argues that although the Peri plus is earlier than Ptolemy's geography, the East African material in the latter was not written in the mid-2nd century of our era with the rest of the work but was added later. 6. As will be shown below, there is no reason to accept Matthew's assertion, and we are thus forced to the conclusion that the Peri plus cannot be later than the end of the 1st century of our era. A considerable increase in knowledge of the Indian Ocean in general and of East Africa in particular is noticeable in Ptolemy's geography, written about +156. Matthew has suggested that the geography was later edited, and that it seems safest to treat the East African section as representing the sum of knowledge acquired in the Mediterranean world by the close of the 4th century AD. 7. But Ptolemy is fairly specific in acknowledging his indebtedness for the East African material to Marinus of Tyre, who was definitely his contemporary. 8. The last documentary source for the period is the Christian topography of Cosmas Indicoplests, written during the first half of the 6th century of our era. It obviously belongs to the period when the Roman Empire, and Roman trade in the Indian Ocean, had already entered a period of precipitate decline. It is most useful for its information on Ethiopia, on the ascendancy of the Persians in the Indian Ocean, and for the ignorance the East African coast and its role in maritime trade. It displays about the coast of East Africa south of Cape Gardefwy. 9. Unfortunately, we still lack firm archaeological evidence about the East African coast during this period to confirm and complement the available documentary sources. What we do have are a number of coin collections which have come to light on the coast over the last 3/4 of a century. It should be pointed out, however, that none of these collections was found at a known or excavated archaeological site, and that the circumstances under which they were found have unfortunately been poorly recorded. At best, we can say that numismatic evidence does not conflict with the available documentary sources, and that it is valuable as a pointer to the rhythm of international trade along the East African coast. The earliest find consisted of 6 coins discovered at Kimoni, north of Tanga, in a mound under trees about 200 years old, apparently buried for a long time. The find covered a span between the 3rd and the 12th centuries of our era. Therefore it could not have been deposited as a hoard before the latter date, but whether the earlier coins were brought to East Africa in pre-Islamic times remains uncertain. The second find consisted of a single gold piece of Ptolemy Soter, 116 to 108, which in 1901 was offered for sale to a German merchant in Dar es Salaam by an African street vendor, and may have come from somewhere along the coast. A number of collections of unknown provenance came to light in the Zanzibar Museum in 1955. First, in an envelope marked Ctesiphon, capital of the Parthian and Sassanid empires near Baghdad, consisted of 5 Persian coins ranging from the 1st to the 3rd centuries of our era. According to Freeman Grenville, when he examined them they still had the especial type of dirt typical of Zanzibar sticking to them, and he was in no doubt that they had been found somewhere in Zanzibar. Other 2 groups of coins also had this dirt sticking to them and were probably found in Zanzibar or Pemba. They covered a wider range, from the 2nd century before our era to the 14th century of our era, which suggests that they were not hoards but collections of chance finds. 12. The remaining 2 finds pose similar problems of interpretation. Haywood claimed to have found a large collection of coins and a vessel shaped like a Greek amphora at Burgau, Port Dunford, in 1913. The vessel got broken during a storm and he unfortunately threw away the pieces. The coins remained unpublished for 20 years and were not even mentioned in his account of his visit published in 1927. The collection seems to fall into 2 distinct portions. The first, which seems to form the core of the collection, consists of 75 coins of Ptolemaic Egypt, Imperial Rome and Byzantium, covering the period from the 3rd century before our era to the first half of the 4th century of our era. The second portion consists of 13 coins of Mamluk and Ottoman Egypt ranging from the 13th century of our era onwards. And the site was briefly visited by Wheeler and Matthew in 1955, and by Chittick in 1968. Nothing was found on the surface that could be ascribed to a date earlier than the 15th century, though archaeological excavations have not yet been carried out. Chittick argues that if the coins were found as a hoard, they could not have been deposited before the 16th century. Wheeler, on the other hand, suggests that the significance of the discovery is not necessarily vitiated by the addition of the later Egyptian coins. 3. These could have been added to the collection in the long interval before they passed into the hands of the numismatist. The core of the collection could thus have been deposited sometime after the first half of the 4th century. The other collection is reputed to have been dug up at Dimbani in southern Zanzibar by an old farmer, Edusi, now dead, and it passed into the hands of an amateur collector. The coins have been only tentatively identified. The core appears to consist of 29 Roman coins and 1 Parthian coin of the 1st to the 4th centuries of our era. The collection also includes a late 12th century Chinese coin and some later Islamic, European, and even colonial African coins of the period down to the late 19th century. 14. It may be suggested that, as in the case of the Haywood collection, the later coins were perhaps added to the core at a later stage. These, then, are the meager sources for the reconstruction of the history of the East African coast before the 7th century. The reconstruction attempted below, though not timid, can therefore be only tentative in many respects until some success is achieved in archaeological work for this early period on the coast. The continental factor. The East African coastal region forms a fairly distinct geographical entity, bounded on the west by a belt of poor, low rainfall scrub known as the Nyuka. It runs close behind the coast in Kenya, receding farther inland in Tanzania, where it is also broken by the basins of the Ruaha, Rufiji, and Pangani rivers and by the eastern rim of the mountains. Population movements, therefore, probably followed corridors of more favorable environment around or across the Nyuka, such as that along the Tana in Kenya and the Pangani and associated mountain chains in northeastern Tanzania. The East African coast and its role in maritime trade. The earliest evidence about the population of the East African coast comes from the Periplus, which describes the inhabitants of the coast as very great in stature. 15. Oliver suggests that they were Cushites comparable to the late Stone Age agriculturists who inhabited the Kenya highlands from about I00, who according to the available archaeological evidence were men of tall stature. The fact that iron objects figure among the imports suggests that the coastal peoples did not yet know how to work iron. There are several Cushitic-speaking pockets close to the coast and within the above-mentioned corridors, such as the Sanyi people near the Tana and the Mbugu in Uzambara, who may be remnants of this early coastal population. 6. Archaeological evidence indicates a rapid infiltration of iron using, probably Bantu-speaking people, into the coastal hinterland during the early centuries of our era. They may well have moved up the coastal belt from the south and occupied the South Pier and Kwale areas behind Mombasa. Subsequently they appear to have moved up the coast as far as Barawa, and up the Pangani corridor to the North Pier and Kilimanjaro region by the middle of the first millennium of our era. In their expansion they probably assimilated the pre-existing population of the coastal belt. 7. From the available evidence it is difficult to obtain an adequate picture of the coastal economy and society before international commercial links were established. The people may have been agriculturalists, like the late Stone Age Cushites of the interior. From the Periplus it is clear that fishing played an important role in the economy, and the document gives a very accurate description of fish trapping using wicker baskets, a method still common along the coast. But the population appears to have been essentially coastbound. They had dug-out canoes and small sewed boats, but not apparently deep-sea dhows. As late as the 12th century of our era, Al-Idrisi comments that the Zanjay have no ships to voyage in, but use vessels from Oman and other countries. 18. Unfortunately we have no evidence about socio-political organization in this period, for though the Periplus mentions chiefs at each of the market towns, international trade may have been a crucial factor in the rise of the chiefs and also of the market towns. 19. It thus appears that the population of the East African coast before the establishment of international commercial links was at a rather low level of technological, and probably also of socio-political, development. Hence, when international trading links were established, the initiative lay with the mariners from the northern rim of the Indian Ocean, with all the consequences that followed from that situation. The oceanic factor. If accessibility from the land has made the East African coast historically an integral part of Africa, accessibility from the sea has subjected it to a long history of commercial contact, cultural influence, and population movements from the lands across the Indian Ocean. In considering that history, it is necessary to examine both the potential and the opportunities for interregional communication. Kirk defines in broad terms 3 geographical environments around the Indian Ocean: the southwestern forest region, comprising the coastlands of Kenya, Tanzania, Mozam, Bik and Madagascar, the intermediate desert region extending from the Somali Horn to the Indus Basin, and the southeastern forest region from India to Indonesia. 20. Obviously the potential for exchange between the two forest regions is small in staples, though it may be enlarged if we include luxuries or manufactured goods whose provenance is more localized by natural or historical circumstances. On the other hand, the potential for exchange between the desert and the two forest regions is much greater for, besides the exchange of luxuries and manufactured goods, the desert region is often seriously deficient in the foodstuffs and timber obtainable from the forest regions. Moreover, the desert region occupies a strategically intermediate position between the two forest regions, and also between them and the Mediterranean world. The history of the Western Indian Ocean until the 7th century is therefore to a considerable extent the history of interaction along two distinct lines, between East Africa and the Middle East, and between the latter and India, and also of the intermediary role played by the Middle East between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean. Such interaction was made possible by the development of a suitable marine technology and the harnessing of the winds and currents of the Indian Ocean. The most important geographical characteristic of the Indian Ocean is the seasonal reversal of the monsoon winds. During the northern winter the northeast monsoon prevails steadily as far as Zanzibar but with decreasing constancy southwards, and is seldom reliable beyond Cape Delgado. This pattern of circulation is reinforced by the equatorial current, which flows southwards after striking the Somali coast and thus facilitates the voyage of the dhows from the Arabian coast. Arab dhows can leave their home ports in late November, though the majority leave in early January, when the monsoon is fully established, and take 20 to 25 days for the voyage. By March the northeast monsoon begins to break. The East African coast and its role in maritime trade down, and since East Africa is at the edge of the monsoon system it breaks up earlier in the south. By April the wind has reversed to become the southwest monsoon. The equatorial current at this time strikes the coast near Cape Delgado and splits into the strong north-flowing current which facilitates the northward journey, and the south-flowing current which hinders exit from the Mozambique Channel. This is the season of departure of the dhows from East Africa, but there is an interruption between mid-May and mid-August when the weather is too boisterous for Indian Ocean shipping. Dhows therefore sail either with the build-up of the monsoon in April, if commercial transactions can be completed in time, or with the tail end in August, which becomes increasingly necessary as the voyage is lengthened to the south of Zanzibar. It is clear that by the beginning of the Christian era Indian Ocean mariners were already acquainted with the use of these winds. 21. They had also overcome the technical problem of building a large enough vessel in an area without iron by resorting to sewing planks together with vegetable fibers. 22. The spatial extent of reliable monsoons and the level of commercial organization in East Africa thus helped to define the normal radius of action of the monsoon dhows. With a rather simple commercial organization involving a more direct exchange between foreign vessels and the market towns, which appears to have been the case before the 7th century, the northern dhows are unlikely to have gone much farther south than Zanzibar. It was not until the medieval period that an elaborate entrepot developed at Kilwa for the more effective exploitation of the southern coastlands. Development of trade in the Western Indian Ocean. The earliest historical evidence about the Western Indian Ocean suggests that, contrary to common assertion in textbooks, there was no commercial intercourse, direct or otherwise, between East Africa and India before the 7th century of our era. Even trade between India and the Middle East until the time of the Periplus appears to have been confined to a few luxuries. 23. It seems likely that apart from gold and some other precious goods India was largely self-sufficient, especially in the staple forest products that East Africa could have supplied. Indeed, India appears to have been an active exporter of ivory at this time, which probably delayed the exploitation of African ivory resources. That exploitation appears to have been stimulated by the intense rivalry among Greek successor states after the death of Alexander. The firm control exercised by the Seleucids over the land routes to India induced the Ptolemies of Egypt to seek ivory from elsewhere. The immediate need was to secure war elephants, but the Ptolemies also wished to break the Seleucid monopoly over the supply of Indian ivory to the Mediterranean. They therefore turned to the African coast of the Red Sea, establishing a series of elephant hunting posts as far as the mouth of the Red Sea. The effect of the Ptolemies' policy was thus a tremendous expansion of the ivory trade. 24. The loss of Syria under Ptolemy v. 204-181, and the growing demand in Italy for Arabian and Indian commodities at a time when the immediate hinterland of the Red Sea coast was apparently being depleted of ivory, forced Egypt to turn to the southern sea route in order to maintain some commercial contact with India. By the end of the 2nd century before our era, Socotra was inhabited by foreign traders including Cretans, and Eudoxus took advantage of a shipwrecked Indian pilot to make the first direct voyage to India. Indian trade continued to grow sufficiently in importance for officers to be appointed in charge of the Red and Indian Seas between No and 51. But Eudoxus' initiative does not seem to have been followed up regularly. Strabo implies that this was due to the weakness and anarchy of the later Ptolemies when not so many as 20 vessels would dare to traverse the Arabian Gulf Red Sea far enough to get a peep outside the straits. 26. Egyptian trade with India at that time was therefore largely indirect, through the southwest Arabian entrepôts. Speaking of Aden, the Periplus says, in the early days of the city, when the voyage was not yet made from India to Egypt, and when they did not dare to sail from Egypt to the ports across this ocean, but all came together at this place, it received cargoes from both countries. 27. Southwest Arabia thus occupied a crucial middleman's position and appropriated its share of commercial profit which became proverbial. 28. The Sabaeans were superseded in c. 115 by the Himyarites, who gradually came to concentrate the entrepot traffic at the port of Musa which was governed by the vassal state of Mokhtar. 29. The Southwest Arabians also appear to have controlled the other branch of trade which led down the East African coast. It has already been suggested that one of the driving forces for Ptolemaic commercial expansion down the Red Sea was the increasing demand for Oriental luxuries, including ivory. It is therefore possible that the Arabs extended their commercial activities to the East African coast at this time to supply that demand for ivory. It is significant that when, at the end of the 2nd century before our era, the northeast monsoon apparently blew Eudoxus onto the African coast somewhere south of Cape Gardefy, he was able to obtain a pilot, probably an Arab, who took him back to the Red Sea. 30. These trading connections undoubtedly preceded the establishment of any formal Arab suzerainty * on the East African coast which the Periplus in the second half of the 1st century of our era describes as ancient. 3.1 Exactly how early and how far down the coast these trading connections extended in the pre-Roman period is difficult to determine in the absence of archaeological evidence. To date only one Ptolemaic gold coin of the late 2nd century before our era has been allegedly found in the vicinity of Dar es Salaam, while the 22 Ptolemaic coins in the Haywood collection could not have been deposited before the 4th century of our era at the earliest. 32. Present evidence, therefore, we can date Arab commercial expansion to the East African coast to perhaps as early as the 2nd century before our era. Miller, however, argues that East Africa formed a vital link in the cinnamon trade between East Asia, the spice's natural habitat, and the northern coast of Somalia, where not only the Greco-Romans but also the ancient Egyptians obtained it from the 2nd millennium before our era. And the strength of Pliny's reference to the transport of cinnamon over wide seas on rafts, Miller postulates transoceanic voyages by Indonesians to Madagascar and the East African coast, followed by coastal and overland routes ending at the Somali ports. 33 While Indonesian migration to Madagascar may have taken this form, it is now held to have taken place during the 1st millennium of our era. Moreover, there is nothing to link that migration with the trade route described by Pliny, which quite clearly appears to follow the northern coast of the Indian Ocean, terminating at the South Arabian port of Asalaya. 34 There is thus no support for Miller's circuitous cinnamon route, or for his enormous extension of the time when East Africa was linked commercially with the lands across the Indian Ocean. Expansion of trade under the Romans. The establishment of the Roman Empire under Augustus resulted in a tremendous increase in the demand for Oriental commodities in the Mediterranean. A large number of separate economies, both within the empire and beyond, were gradually integrated into a vast system of international trade in which the producers of raw materials and luxuries were locked in an exchange relationship with the consumers at the center. The system thus expanded the market and permitted the transfer of wealth to the center of the empire. 35 The concentration of wealth in the hands of the warlike ruling class, leaving commerce and industry to the subject peoples, led merely to intense competition in extravagance. As Pliny complained, by the lowest reckoning India, China, and the Arabian Peninsula take from our empire a million sesterces every year, that is the sum which our luxuries and our WOMEN cost us. 36 The expansion of the market under Augustus brought about a more aggressive policy in the Red Sea designed to break the Arab monopoly over the Oriental trade. The Romans sought to establish a direct sea route to India, and to control the southern end of the incense route with an expedition in 24 under Gallus. Though the expedition failed, Roman trade was able to forge ahead rapidly, probably partly because the direct sea route could compete fairly successfully with the Arab route. Strabo learned in c. 26-24 that as many as 120 vessels were sailing from Meos Hormuz to India, whereas formerly under the Ptolemies only a very few ventured to undertake the voyage to carry on traffic in Indian merchandise. 37 It is reasonable to assume that such a heavy annual traffic presupposed a regular use of the monsoon for a more direct voyage from the mouth of the Red Sea to northern India. Over the next 3/4 of a century a better acquaintance with the alignment of the west coast of India enabled Roman navigators to cut across the Arabian Sea to Malabar, the source of pepper, the prime Indian luxury. 38 Despite the Roman entry into the Indian Ocean trade, however, the Periplus itself gives a picture of a very lively trade still in the hands of the Indians and Arabs. Indians traded actively in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, but apparently not south of Cape Gardefui. They exported pepper from the Malabar coast, ivory from northwest, south, and east India, and large quantities of cotton cloth for the Roman market, and also iron and steel, cloth, and foodstuffs for the North Somali and Ethiopian ports. In return they took a variety of metals, clothing of inferior sorts, wine, and a great quantity of coins. 39 Arabs, on the other. The East African coast and its role in maritime trade apart from exporting frankincense and myrrh, were largely the intermediaries in the trade between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean. While they shared the Indian trade with the Indians and increasingly the Romans, they seem to have enjoyed a virtual monopoly over the trade with the East African coast, a fact which is corroborated by Roman ignorance of the African coast south of Cape Gardefui before the Periplus. Moreover, though the latter document is undoubtedly an eyewitness account of the East African coast, the fact that only 4 paragraphs are devoted to it suggests that the region still lay beyond the normal range of Greco-Roman activities. 40. Assimilation of the East African coast into the Roman economic system. Whatever the level of Arab commercial activity along the East African coast in the pre-Roman period, it is almost certain that it received a fresh stimulus as a result of the economic unification and increased opulence of the Roman Empire. The demand for ivory grew enormously as the Romans began to use it not only for statues and combs but chairs, tables, bird cages and carriages. There was even an ivory stable for the imperial horse. For by the 1st century of our era, ivory could be obtained only from far into the interior in the Upper Nile region, coming down to Atulis. Consequently, the supply of ivory from the East African coast, though it was considered to be of a lower quality than that of Atulis, assumed a greater importance. 42 It served to integrate the region even further into the international system of trade centered on the Mediterranean through the southwest Arabian state of Himyar. The Periplus states that though each of the market towns down the East African coast had its own chief, Himyar exercised suzerainty through the subordinate chief of Mokhtar, who in turn farmed it out to the people of Musa. The latter sent thither many large ships, using Arab captains and agents, who are familiar with the natives and intermarry with them, and who know the whole coast and understand the language. 43. The assimilation of the East African coast into the international system was therefore not only at the level of commerce, but also involved political domination and social penetration. The latter may thus have begun the process of creating a class of coastal seagoing and trading people of mixed parentage, who acted as local agents for the international system of trade. Azania, 44. As the Romans called the east coast of Africa south of Ras Hafun, was probably not economically unified. It consisted rather of a series of market towns, each with its own chief, each dependent on its own narrow hinterland for export commodities, and each visited directly by the monsoon dhows. Perry Plus mentions a number of places such as Serapion, probably a few miles north of Merka, Nikon, probably Burgieo, Port Dunford, and the Pyrolean Islands, which have been identified with the Lamu archipelago. At these places ships could lie at anchor, but there is as yet no reference to any commercial activities at them. South of the Lamu archipelago there is indeed a change in the character of the coastline, as the Perry Plus so accurately described. TWO days sail beyond lay the island of Menautias, about 300 stadia, about 55 kilometers from the mainland, low and wooded. 45. Pemba is the first major island that the northern mariners would encounter, and probably the only one that could have been reached in 2 days from Lamu. Moreover, Pemba is in fact 50 kilometers from the mainland, as against 36 kilometers in the case of Zanzibar. Menautias, however, was not a commercially important port. It provided a kind of tortoise shell which was in greatest demand after that from India, but the island's only major economic activity described in the Perry Plus was fishing. 46. The only market town along the coast south of Ras Hafun mentioned in the Perry Plus was Rapta. According to that document, the emporium was 2 days' sail beyond Menautias, and Ptolemy says that it was located on a river of the same name not far from the sea. 47. Baxter and Allen argue that if the 2 days' voyage began from the northern end of Pemba and ended at a river some distance from the sea, the most probable location of Rapta would be somewhere up the Pangani River, which formerly had a northern mouth. Datu argues that in view of sailing conditions Rapta was probably located between Pangani and Dar es Salaam. 48. Rapta was apparently governed by a local chief but under the overall suzerainty of the southwest Arabian state. Perry Plus, however, gives the impression that that suzerainty consisted of little more than a monopoly of external trade exercised by Arab captains and agents of Musa. The most important economic function of the port was the export of a great quantity of ivory, rhinoceros horns, high-quality tortoise shell and a little coconut oil. These were exchanged primarily for iron goods, particularly lances made at Musa, especially for this trade, hatchets, daggers, and awls, various kinds of glass and a little wine and wheat, not for trade, but to serve for getting the goodwill of the savages. 49. That trade was growing rapidly in the early centuries of our era is indicated by Ptolemy during the first half of the 2nd century. Along the Somala coast a new emporium had arisen called Essana, and Serapion and Nikon, Taniki, are now described as port and emporium respectively. But the most spectacular development had occurred at Rapta, which is now described as a metropolis, in Ptolemaic usage implying the capital of a state, and there is no longer any reference to Arab suzerainty. Though this is a negative piece of evidence, it is quite likely that the growth of trade had permitted the acquisition of enough wealth and power to overthrow Arab suzerainty and establish a politically independent state. That growth of trade was probably made possible by the expansion of the hinterland of Rapta by the time of Ptolemy. Located to the west of Rapta not only the famous snow-capped mountains of the Moon but also Mount Mast near the headwaters of the river on which Rapta stood, and the Pili Mountains somewhat to the northwest of it. 50. The information about these mountains must have reached the Greco-Roman mariners through local Arabs or Africans, and would suggest some form of commercial penetration into the interior from Rapta. The most obvious corridor through the Nyuka wilderness from the northern half of the coast of Tanzania, and the most natural hinterland for any major port in the region, consists of the Pangani Valley and the chain of mountains from Uzambara and Upare to the snow-capped Kilimanjaro, from which the Pangani in fact rises. Recent excavations in the Pear Hills have yielded seashells and shell beads at Ganja which suggest commercial links with the coast, though the present evidence cannot be dated earlier than c. plus 500. All these considerations would favor the location of Rapta on the Pangani. 52. Trade also seems to have spread southward along the coast as far as Cape Delgado. Whereas to the author of the Peri plus Rapta was the end of the known world, Ptolemy quotes a Greek mariner for the distance as far south as Cape Person at the end of a wide shallow bay, probably the concave coast of southern Tanzania, around which lived men-eating savages. 53. Thus, by the middle of the 2nd century a large part of the East African coast and at least part of the Pangani corridor had been drawn into the international system of trade. The momentum which had pushed the commercial frontier into East African waters began to weaken as the Roman Empire entered its long period of decline in the 3rd century. As the wealth of the ruling class was dissipated by the economic decentralization of the empire and confiscations by the emperors, the urban consumer class decayed and the bourgeois middle class became impoverished, leading to a considerable contraction of the market, especially for luxuries, and a reversion to a subsistence rural economy. A shift occurred in international trade from spices, precious stones, and ivory to cotton and industrial products. Direct trade may have ceased altogether, as the marked gap in numismatic evidence suggests, but there was a brief revival at the end of the 3rd and the beginning of the 4th centuries with the political reconsolidation of the empire. Existing numismatic evidence for East Africa is unsatisfactory, though it seems to show a similar fluctuation. The Haywood collection mentioned earlier included 6 imperial Roman coins dated to the mid-2nd century of our era, followed by a gap until the end of the 3rd and the 4th centuries which is represented by 79 coins. In the Dimbani collection there seems to be only 1 coin of the 1st century, while the rest of the identified Roman coins seem to belong to the 3rd and 4th centuries of our era. 54. What were the consequences of East Africa's involvement in that system of trade? First, it may at its height have stimulated economic growth by supplying iron goods, though most of them appear to have been weapons of war, and perhaps the knowledge of iron working which would have been of seminal significance to the history of East Africa. 55. Secondly, the demand for ivory, rhinoceros horns, and tortoise shell gave value to resources which had probably had little local value previously, and thus widened the range of East Africa's sources of wealth, while the reference to the export of coconut oil suggests both the introduction of that important plant from the east and the stimulation of some industrial activity for the extraction of oil. International trade may also have brought about the incipient urbanization of the market centers, which were visited by foreign traders but were apparently settled primarily by Africans and the growing class of racially mixed coastal peoples, both increasingly outward-looking and dependent on foreign trade, for which they were the local link. Wealth accruing from that trade enriched that class, and may have led to the concentration of enough wealth and power to enable Rapta to declare its autonomy. But it was by no means trying to withdraw from international trade, on which it thrived. To the extent that it had become dependent on international trade, its economy may have been distorted and unbalanced. The East African coast and its role in maritime trade with undue reliance on the export of a few luxuries to the opulent Roman Empire, and therefore vulnerable to fluctuations in international trade. And the Goths began to close in on Rome, Rome fell in plus 410, they were also strangling the economic system centered on Rome, with far-reaching consequences for all the regions that may have come to depend on it. Distant Rapta may have withered as a result. No trace of the metropolis has so far been found on the East African coast. Realignment of East Africa's external relations. The disintegration of the system of international trade probably had a similarly catastrophic effect on another state which had become dependent on it, Himyar in southwest Arabia. Decline in the Roman demand for the frankincense it produced, and for other oriental luxuries for which it was the middleman, undoubtedly affected its well-being, and laid it open to invasions from Ethiopia, and later Persia. On the sea it may have lost much of its middleman's role, partly to the Ethiopians, whose port of Atulis emerged as a center for the export of Upper Nile ivory not only to the Mediterranean but also eastwards to Persia and even to the hitherto self-sufficient India, which marks an important shift in the direction of the ivory trade. 56 Ethiopians, however, do not appear to have been able to step fully into the shoes of the Arabs as carriers of trade in the western Indian Ocean. Farther east, Persia was emerging as a significant maritime power. Sassanids began in the 3rd century of our era to encourage native Persian navigation, monopolized the trade as far as India during the 6th, and extended their commerce to China at the latest by the 7th century. They also expanded westwards to acquire control over the other artery of trade through the Red Sea, conquering both southwest Arabia and Egypt by the early 7th century. Though the Persian Empire collapsed under the Muslim onslaught in c. +635, there is considerable evidence to show that Persian navigators continued to dominate the Indian Ocean trade for a considerable period thereafter, bequeathing a significant nautical and commercial vocabulary to the whole Indian Ocean world. 57 Such a command of the western Indian Ocean by the Persians in the 6th and 7th centuries, especially in view of the decline of the Arabs and the inability of the Ethiopians to replace them, strongly suggests that they had a dominant commercial influence over the East African coast. Though the coast may not have fallen under the political hegemony of the Persians, as was once believed, it is not improbable that the strong tradition of Shirazi, Persian, migration to the East African coast may have originated during this period. Unfortunately, there is a hiatus in the documentary sources between the Greco-Roman authors and the Arab writers of the 9th century, and no archaeological evidence from the pre-Islamic period has so far been unearthed along the coast except for the 5 Parthian and Sassanid coins of the first 3 centuries of our era, which may have been dug up somewhere in Zanzibar. Nevertheless, there is evidence for commercial contact between East Africa and the Persian Gulf at least as early as the 7th century, admittedly already in the Islamic period, though it may have extended into the pre-Islamic period. Already there are references to the importing of slaves from East Africa, Zanjay, and elsewhere as soldiers, domestics and agricultural laborers to reclaim the marshlands of southern Iraq. By the end of the century they were apparently numerous enough to revolt for the first time, though the more spectacular revolt occurred nearly 2 centuries later. There are also reports of Zanji slaves reaching China as early as the 7th century. 58 The Persians and the Persian Gulf may also have begun to play an important role as an intermediary between East Africa and India. The collapse of the Roman Empire had deprived East Africa of its major ivory market at a time when India was still largely self-sufficient. But already by the beginning of the 6th century Indian demand for ivory for the manufacture of bridal ornaments seems to have begun to outstrip local supply. That demand was securely based on the regular ritual destruction of these ornaments upon the termination of the Hindu marriage by the death of either of the partners. By the 10th century India and China were the most important markets for East African ivory. 59 By the end of the 7th century, therefore, firm commercial links had been re-established between the East African coast and the northern rim of the Indian Ocean. The growing demand for ivory in India had at last permitted the forging of commercial links between the 2 forest regions, and the Indian market was to serve East Africa until the 19th century. In return, the East Africans probably received a wide range of manufactured goods, including cloth and beads. This exchange underpinned the city-states which were founded along the coast. But during this second phase of its history the East African coast experienced a change predominantly in the direction of its trade rather than in its character. It diversified the market for its ivory, but did not divert its economy from reliance on the exchange of a few raw materials for manufactured luxuries. The export of slaves, though not horrific or in an unbroken stream, still meant a drain on East Africa's human resources that may have been of critical significance. At certain times and places in the history of East Africa even before the 19th century. The trade, however, was under the control of a class of coastal peoples themselves a product of international trade and dependent for their prosperity on its continuance. They could hardly have been expected to initiate a move to withdraw from this relationship of dependence and underdevelopment. 567. East Africa before the 7th century. J.E.G. Sutton. It is easier to acquire knowledge of the situation of the peoples and societies in East Africa after +100 than during the earlier periods. A great deal of research is now being done on these latter periods, and the findings are leading to a constant revision of all or parts of the previous conclusions. Study of the 2000 years from 1000 to +1000 is difficult. It calls for sophisticated methods and a vast amount of information which archaeology has so far been unable to furnish in its entirety. The study which follows is therefore conjectural, hypothetical, or even provocative on more than one point, in order to stimulate reflection and research. The approach to the early history of East Africa is therefore a cultural one, essentially, an attempt to reconstruct the way or ways of life as far as the combined archaeological, anthropological, and linguistic evidences will allow. Reference is frequently made to language groups. In themselves these may be less important than broader cultural and economic considerations, but language is a part of culture and a historical thing, something handed down, albeit continually modified, from generation to generation in a community, and a means by which people clearly identify themselves as groups and distinguish themselves from others. These others they may recognize as related in some way, should the languages be partly intelligible or share certain common features, or conversely, should no relationship be obvious, they may regard them as completely alien. Largely for these reasons, linguistic definitions and classifications of peoples are commonly the most clear and convenient for anthropologists and historians. Those used in this chapter are clarified in the accompanying chart and map. They follow in general the scheme originally laid down in Zatnani, edited by Agat and Kyron, 1968, which was based on Greenberg's classification of African languages. The Southern Savanna hunting tradition. Throughout the savannas and light woodlands which cover most of Africa to the east and south of the Great Equatorial Forest Belt, the main population for many thousands of years before the Iron Age consisted of hunter. East Africa before the 7th century gatherers using bows and arrows and advanced stoneworking techniques, principally of the broad tradition which archaeologists have called Wilton, for which see volume I. These people were generally of a physical type which is represented now by the so-called San and Khoikhoi inhabiting the Kalahari and its margins. Their language would have been of the Khoisan family, distinctive for its clicks. Nowadays these languages are confined to the Khoi and San of southern and southwestern Africa, and in East Africa to two small separate groups living in north-central Tanzania, the Sanda and Hadza. The Hadza remain hunters and gatherers, few in number, fairly mobile, and expert in finding and winning the wild food resources of their territory. The Sanda, on the other hand, have for some time been growing crops and keeping goats and cattle, but they maintain a marked cultural attachment to the bush and an instinctive knowledge of its potential. Physically, both of these tribes are Negroid, in general type. However, some observers detect traces of another ancestry in the Sanda and possibly in the Hadza too. Their intermarriage with the surrounding Negroid peoples would explain a drift in the latter's direction. Interesting again is the observation that this very territory of the Hadza and Sanda and that which lies between them contains, unlike the rest of eastern Africa, numerous examples of hunter rock art, painted on the inner walls of natural shelters which were used from time to time during the Late Stone Age as temporary camps and family bases. These paintings have a social and often religious significance which is as yet poorly understood, but they also provide valuable indications of hunting methods, diets and daily life. NOW, hunter art of this same period similarly painted on rock shelter walls occurs again in several parts of southern Africa, and, though there are some obvious regional differences, a number of parallels in style, subject matter, and technique are observable between the southern African and central Tanzanian examples. These artistic parallels are complemented by the general relationship of the Wilton stoneworking techniques employed by the rock shelter occupants of the two regions. Although neither Hadza nor Sanda are known to paint in a serious way these days, just as both have given up making stone tools, the message of the evidence is that at some time during the Late Stone Age this region shared an ethnic and cultural tradition with the countries to the south. This extensive savanna hunter-gatherer way of life had a cultural sophistication and economic viability of its own. If it was the gathering side which produced the bulk of the food consumed, as recent studies these Hadza are often known by the less precise name Tindiga. The classification of their language as Khoisan has been disputed, but is probably correct. There are no serious doubts about the classification of Sanda in the Khoisan family. Of San and other groups indicate, the more difficult and respected task of winning meat was essential for a balanced diet and for satisfying the appetite. All this depended on a degree of mobility, with seasonal camps but no permanent settlements, as the groups followed the game or exploited the vegetable resources of a territory, and this would have restrained population growth and perhaps inhibited change. It helps to explain why this old savanna population has in recent millennia been assimilated in most regions by the fishing, pastoral and agricultural communities, whose more intensive and productive methods of obtaining food allowed them to maintain more permanent bases and to increase their numbers and enlarge their territories. So the greater part of the vast region once occupied by the hunter-gatherers become afterwards the domain of Bantu cultivators. In a number of these Bantu regions stories are told of chance encounters with small strange folk who once lived and hunted in the bush and forest. These stories are not historically precise, yet they very likely reflect a core of vague memory handed down from the period 1,000 years ago and more when the Bantu were colonizing this expanse of south-central Africa and gradually confining and assimilating the sparser Sanda population with its very different way of life. A contrasting way in which this old hunting tradition may be reflected in later agricultural times is the prominence accorded to hunting feats and skills in Bantu legend. The founder of a royal line is often a wandering archer or the leader of a band. This seems to derive from an ancient ideology which respected the strength and courage, the judgment and persistence of the successful hunter who could bring home the prized meat. But not the whole of East Africa became part of the Bantu world. As will be explained below, northern Uganda, much of Kenya and parts of north-central Tanzania have long been occupied by a range of distinct populations, with Cushitic, Nilotic and other languages. Some of Whom became established there during the Iron Age, others earlier. Here, as further south, there are clear ethnographic and archaeological evidences of the existence in both recent and ancient times of numerous hunter-gatherer communities. For the most part these were probably not representatives of the bush tradition of the southern savannas. Although the northern limit of this tradition is not easily defined, there is no strong reason to place it beyond Lake Victoria and the equator. It is sometimes suggested in the literature that San-type populations extended formerly as far as the Horn of Africa and the Middle Nile, but this view is based on rather flimsy evidence or presumption, on skeletal finds, few and fragmentary, which are insufficiently distinctive or belong to much more ancient periods before the full differentiation of the later African physical types, on stone tool assemblages of the Late Stone Age from northern Uganda and Kenya, Ethiopia and Somalia which exhibit some vague or general similarities to the Wilton industries of the countries to the south, and on the existence of these small latter-day hunting communities and backwoodsmen in several scattered places. The point about these present groups is that few of them are socially or economically independent. Often they live beside if not actually within the territory of agricultural and pastoral Cushites and Nilotes whose language they speak and Whom they supply with products of the bush and forest, honey, skins, meat, and so. Some of these groups, certain of the Dorobo bands in the Kenya highlands, for instance, need not be aboriginal hunter-gatherers at all, but the result of more recent opportunities for specialization as well as for reversion to the forest by individuals who fail to get on in society. In certain regions of Cushitic speech or strong Cushitic influence in Kenya and Ethiopia, such groups tend to comprise distinct castes of the main group rather than peoples with a full identity of their own, and commonly undertake unclean activities, notably potting and smithying, for the good of the broader community. Such crafts were of course totally alien to the old hunting and gathering tradition of the savannas. All the same, these northerly regions of East Africa may well have constituted during much of the Late Stone Age a fluctuating frontier zone, partly determined by climatic changes, between the cultures of sand-type populations of the southern savannas and others of northeastern and middle Africa. Of these regions much remains to be learned. However, at least two other distinct cultural traditions and broad ethnic entities, also lacking either agriculture or livestock, are identifiable within or bordering East Africa in recent millennia. They are the subjects of the following two sections. The collecting and trapping tradition of the equatorial forest in the rainforest of the Congo Basin, and especially its easterly edges abutting on Rwanda and southwestern Uganda, their live pygmy Negroes. Their range and numbers are smaller than in earlier times, because of the gradual expansion of settled agricultural peoples, Bantu mainly, who have cleared much of the forest and reduced the natural food resources on which the pygmies used to live. Many of the latter have been assimilated, but others survive as independent bands, though maintaining relations with the neighboring Bantu and speaking the latter's languages. Although this forest life of the pygmies was, like that of the San, based economically on the hunting and collecting of wild animals and vegetables, it demanded a very different type of ecological adjustment and technological specialization. To include both pygmies and San under the same hunter-gatherer label is to overlook their distinct ways of living and thinking, as alien to each other as either is to that of Bantu cultivators. The pygmy way of life, like that of the San, must represent an ancient cultural and economic tradition attached to a special environment, in this case the dense. 573. Forest whose nature helps explain the distinctive physical features and short stature of these people. However, historical evidence of any sort bearing on the pygmies and their former geographical extent is extremely scant, although in the Congo Basin some very tentative attempts have been made at correlating certain late and middle Stone Age remains, the Lupumbo-Chitolian complex. The distribution and dating of this complex does at least indicate an important forest and woodland tradition, ancient in origin and persisting into quite recent times. Its later phases are not well represented eastward of Rwanda, so, should it be the work of pygmies, it would not support a view of their extension into East Africa during the Late Stone Age, even at times when rainfall was higher and forests greater. There are, it is true, allusions to the former presence of pygmies in scattered parts of East Africa in random historical and anthropological writings. Some of these appear to be based on ethnographic misconceptions, others on folklore or vague oral traditional evidence mentioning small hunter-gatherer peoples in the past. Insofar as these accounts relate to specific peoples and relatively precise periods of time, they probably refer in most cases to sand-type hunters of the savanna tradition or in the northerly portion of East Africa to separate groups, so-called Dorobo and other backwoodsmen, which were discussed above. Among these legendary forest peoples, the Gumba, spoken of by the Kikuyu in the eastern part of the Kenya highlands, deserve special mention. There is considerable confusion over who the Gumba were and the sort of life they led. This is due first to the inherent vagueness of the evidence and the tendency of informants to rationalize from the legends, and secondly to muddled recording and analysis by historical investigators. Nevertheless, there exists clear archaeological evidence in Kikuyu country of people who, sometime during the last 2,000 years, lived in the high forests where they constructed, and apparently inhabited, clusters of curious circular depressions on the ridges. Although these people worked stone, they were probably not just a local and retiring Late Stone Age relic. Their pottery and the possibility of a connection with iron suggest that they maintained some cultural connections with the early highland Bantu. For whom they very likely fulfilled special economic functions. These people may or may not have much to do with the vanished Gumba of the legends, but they promise, when more fully studied, to provide a valuable example of a localized population developing a distinctive forest culture, albeit in quite recent times and in some form of symbiosis with nearby agriculturalists. At this very general level of environmental adjustment there may be some room for comparison with the pygmies of the Congo Basin. But, despite the speculations of certain writers, there are no good grounds for assuming that these former inhabitants of the forests of Kikuyu land, Gumba or whoever, were themselves of the pygmy stock. 574. East Africa before the 7th century. The aquatic tradition of Middle Africa. This question, which has been neglected for so long, is taken up in the previous volume of this history. For it will suffice here, therefore, to consider the final development of this interesting way of life. By 5000 the climate had turned markedly drier and the lakes had fallen far below their previous high stands, being fed by fewer and smaller rivers. Thus the geographical continuity and in places the economic basis of the aquatic way of life was undermined. The days of its cultural dominance were over. However, around 3000 conditions turned more humid again for a while and lake levels correspondingly rose, but not as high as in the 7th millennium. In the eastern Rift Valley in Kenya a modified aquatic culture was resuscitated at this time, perhaps through new migrations or contacts with the Middle and Upper Nile. Remains of this late aquatic phase, with unusual pottery styles and shallow stone bowls, have been found above Lakes Rudolph and Nakuru, dating generally, it seems, around 3000. Despite the apparent absence of harpoons from sites of this period, these people certainly fished. But very likely the diet was less predominantly aquatic than in the main phase of between 3000 and 5000 years earlier. BY 2000, with the dry trend re-established, the viability of an aquatic culture was finally undermined in much of the eastern Rift Valley. It appears that the population of this later aquatic phase was also basically Negroid. Direct clues on its language are lacking. But the most reasonable argument is that it belonged to one branch or other of the Shari Nile family, the eastern division of Nilo-Saharan. One would expect the great aquatic civilization, both its main phase between 8000 and 5000 and its later revival around 3000, to be represented by the rivers and swamps of the Upper Nile Basin and in particular along the old shorelines of East Africa's biggest lake, Victoria Nyanza. Oddly, signs of this seem to be lacking for the millennia in question. However, by the first millennium before our era there were people who camped on islands and in rock shelters and open stations and by the lake itself and by rivers in the region, whose diet included fish and mollusks, but also the flesh of bush game and perhaps of cattle and sheep. Whether some of these people cultivated at all is very uncertain, but there is some interesting evidence of forest clearance around Lake Victoria at this time, which is indicative at the least of some new and relatively intensive form of land use. The pottery of these people, known as Ganzur ware, bears some striking affinities to the much older dotted wavy line wares of the early aquatic tradition. As far as is known, these wares had been superseded long before in the Nile Valley, and it is unlikely therefore that the Ganzur types were simply introduced to Lake Victoria as late as the 1st or 2nd. 4 Volume I, Chapter 20. 575. Millennium before our era. More likely, the aquatic tradition stretches back several millennia here as elsewhere, but all that has been recognized of it so far is its most recent and run-down phase immediately before the Iron Age. In which case one may wonder whether signs of the old aquatic life await discovery by the more southerly East African lakes, too notably the length of Lake Tanganyika. While there are no direct clues to the language group to which these Lake Victoria people of the first millennium belonged, it is possible that it was Central Sudanic, a division of Shari Nile. This region and that to its south was from the beginning of the Iron Age populated by Bantu, and, according to one linguistic school of thought, these Bantu in their process of settlement assimilated an older and smaller population of Central Sudanic speakers from Whom they learned about sheep and cattle and How to keep them. Having no words of their own for these things, the early Bantu borrowed them from these earlier inhabitants of these regions whose own languages become extinct. Southwards of Lake Victoria no reasonable archaeological support for this hypothesis has yet been found, but around the lake itself a case can be made for identifying the sites with Ganzur ware with the Central Sudanic language group, especially if the association in some places with remains of sheep and cattle in the first millennium be correct. Maybe, An isolated and very declined aquatic tradition was at this time reinvigorated by contact on its eastern side with a new pastoral tradition which established itself in the Kenya highlands. The Cushitic pastoral tradition. 4. As the drier climatic regime became firmly established by the second millennium, not only did the lakes retreat to approximately their present levels, and the fish become extinct in some cases, but the forests receded also, leaving in their place, most notably in the eastern rift and across the adjacent plateaus, fine upland pastures. And, though around Lake Victoria and by several other lakes and rivers one could still fish and maintain some of the elements of the old aquatic life, this tradition had now lost its great geographical continuity and the cultural assurance which formerly went with this. The new prestige in much of the Middle African belt, and especially its eastern end, was cattle keeping, and to continue to live by and off the waters was commonly seen as backward and intellectually stagnant. It was not only an archaic way of life, it was, in the view of the more successful pastoral groups, uncouth and unclean. The first pastoralists in East Africa identified themselves by not only their Cushitic speech and insistence on circumcision, but also a taboo against fish. For a long time now cattle have, in those parts of East Africa with grass of sufficient quality and quantity and free from tsetse and endemic diseases, been an object of prestige and an indication of wealth. But it is important. 576. East Africa before the 7th century. To understand that this cattle ideology is based on hard economic sense. Cattle provide meat and, more important, milk, and even among people who rely on their fields for most of their food, livestock are an important source of protein and also a safeguard against famines periodically caused by drought or pests. Moreover, one should not overlook the important role of goats and sheep, which commonly provide the main sources of meat to communities concentrating on cattle keeping and on agriculture alike. The first East African cattle were introduced into the highland and Rift Valley region of Kenya no less than 3,000 years ago. It was probably a long-horned humpless breed. Bones of both cows and of goats, or sheep, have been found at several pre-Iron Age archaeological sites dated throughout the first millennium. Although a few of these were living places, the more frequent discoveries are of burials, both in caves and more commonly in or under cairns, stone mounds. Clearly a fuller picture of the economy of these people of the first millennium must await the discovery and meticulous examination of more occupation sites. Nevertheless, the objects deposited in graves, though doubtless specially selected and of religious significance, are often much better preserved and must in some way reflect the way of living or attitude to life. The finds to date are grindstones and pestles, deep stone bowls and pots, calabashes and wooden vessels probably for milk drinking, baskets and string, ground stone axes and worked pieces of ivory, and necklaces made of beads of various stones, bone, shell, and hard vegetable materials. As a cultural complex, this is roughly the equivalent of what was formerly described as the stone bowl culture, its main and later phase, but it will probably be found to comprise in fact a series of communities and cultural variants. The economy was not exclusively pastoral. Antelopes and other game were hunted, especially perhaps by some of the poorer communities. It is not yet known for certain whether types of sorghum or millet or other foods were cultivated by these people, but the likelihood is strong. To begin with, the amount of pottery at some of the sites suggests that part at least of the population was more settled than would have been the case in a purely pastoral community, while the grinding equipment also hints at the cultivation, preparation, and consumption of grain. However, these big flat grindstones and the accompanying pestles could have been used for crushing wild vegetables or even non-food items. For instance, some of those left in the graves are stained with red ochre with which the corpses had been adorned. But this observation need not rule out a utilitarian purpose in everyday life. A more persuasive argument for assuming some cultivation is that, without the ability to turn to alternative sources of food in times of severe crisis following prolonged droughts or cattle epidemics, it is unlikely that such societies could have survived long, and hunting and gathering would have sufficed as a temporary stopgap and main source. 577. Of food for only very small and dispersed groups. 5. Nevertheless, a cultural accent on cattle keeping and a predominant economic reliance on livestock is illustrated by the geographical distribution of these people, virtually confining themselves to those regions with fine extensive grasslands. The Crater Highlands in northern Tanzania, containing the Green Bowl of Ngorongoro with its cemeteries of this period, were the essential southern limit of this long pastoral zone. A people more committed to combining their stock raising with agriculture would have spread out farther into fertile districts on their eastern and western sides and could have continued farther southwards. The pottery styles and certain other features of the material culture of these early pastoralists of the highlands and Rift Valley of Kenya and northern Tanzania seem to betray influences from the Middle Nile region. But the reflection is a pale one, the influences probably indirect. They do not necessarily mean that the cattle and their herders originated in that region. Rather, they may result from contact with and assimilation of the late aquatic population with its OWN more ancient Nile connections which was previously established by the Rift Valley lakes. An illustration of this is the continuity of the strange stone bowls in this region through some 2,000 years, from late aquatic times to early pastoral ones. The regional contrasts are equally significant. 4. Since the second millennium, there has developed a cultural divide running north-south between the highlands of Ethiopia and Kenya, with the intervening arid plains, on the eastern side, where the pastoral tradition entrenched itself, and, to the west, the upper Nile basin with Lake Victoria, where an aquatic economy remained viable for smallish populations. This line constituted at no time an iron curtain or a barrier to people and ideas, which have in fact moved across in either direction both before and during the Iron Age. But it does represent the meeting of two broad and generally distinct cultural traditions. This is reflected in linguistic comparisons and analyses and, less precisely, by physical anthropological observations. Difficult though it is to generalize on physical types, one gets the clear impression that the populations to the west of this line are very typically Negroid and that those in the highlands and plains to the east are rather less so. Language studies point to influences from Ethiopia to the east. African highlands, keeping all the time a little to the east of the cultural divide. Ethiopia is the ancient home of the Cushitic language family, and most of the present Bantu and Nilotic languages of Kenya and of northeastern and north-central Tanzania reveal evidence of borrowing from Cushitic tongues. In a few places, notably at the southern end of this zone, such southern Cushitic languages actually persist, though of course highly diverged from the old Cushitic forms. The important cultural historical messages which the word borrowings provide is the contribution to cattle keeping made by the early Cushitic populations in East Africa. The Cushitic cultural element in East African history is reflected in other ways, and up to a point in the non-chiefly social and political institutions, based on age organization, of the peoples of the plains and highlands of Kenya and parts of northern Tanzania. But this observation is a very general one, and not all aspects of these systems need be traceable to the original Cushitic settlement. 6. More specifically, Cushitic origin must be the custom of circumcision in initiation, whose distribution coincides remarkably closely with that of substantial word borrowings from Cushitic and the normal aversion to fish in the same broad region, whose significance in the East African historical experience was argued above. We gain then a picture of a pastoral Cushitic-speaking people, tall and relatively light-skinned, expanding southwards and making themselves masters of the rich grasslands, the plains, and more especially the plateaus, of Kenya and northern Tanzania about 3,000 years ago. All this may sound just like a restatement of the now rejected Hamitic myth. The point is that, while the more illogical and romantic aspects of the various and vaguely stated Hamitic hypotheses do derive from prejudiced European scholarship and grotesque attitudes towards Africa and black peoples, the factual bases of these views were not entirely fictitious. Some of the observations were acute and certain of the historical interpretations very judicious. The error of the Hamitic school lay in its presuppositions and its obsession with origins of peoples and ideas. Failing to appreciate the local scene, It emphasized a particular set of external influences, that is the Cushitic element and the pastoral prestige, rather than seeing this as but one of many parts of the East African historical and cultural experience, an experience in which the old savanna hunting tradition, the aquatic one established during the wet millennia, and more recently the Bantu with their attachment to iron and agriculture, have been equally important complements. The Bantu agricultural and iron-using tradition, while pastoralism and the associated fish taboo provided the cultural and ethnic hallmark of the Kushites in one zone of East Africa during the first millennium, that of the early Bantu during the following millennium was the working and use of iron. How or whence this knowledge was obtained is still unclear. This question is discussed in chapter 21. More important than this question of origin is the evident fact that the early Bantu depended on iron and were identified as the people who possessed its secrets. Probably the earlier peoples of East Africa were unfamiliar with it. For tools and weapons they had taken suitable stones and worked them by ancient techniques. For instance, the eastern Rift Valley in the Cushitic zone is blessed with sources of an unusually fine stone called obsidian, opaque volcanic glass, from which excellent blades of different sizes were readily producible for all sorts of purposes, including spearheads and probably circumcision knives. Contemporaneous but distinct communities living around Lake Victoria, among whom the aquatic tradition persisted in part, were less fortunate than those in the Rift Valley in the stones available to them, but succeeded nonetheless in manufacturing complex tool kits from quartz, cherts, and other stones with good flaking properties, as also did the savanna hunters in the regions southward. All such varied peoples, the first contact with strangers practicing an iron technology must have been a shattering intellectual experience. The main expansion of the Bantu was vast and fast, not a series of gradual stages as some have argued. But neither was it a matter of purposeless nomadic wandering, nor of organized military conquest. It was a remarkable process of colonization, in the true sense of the word, the opening up of essentially empty lands. This Bantu expansion did not engulf the whole of the area considered here. About 1/3 of East Africa has remained non-Bantu on account of the resilience and adaptability of some of the earlier populations, especially in the long zone of the Eastern Rift with its old Cushitic populations, augmented during the Iron Age by the arrival of certain Nilotic divisions. See the linguistic map and the preceding and succeeding sections. This is not to say that there has been no interaction between the Bantu and various of the Kushites and Nilotes in East Africa during these 2,000 years. From time to time considerable intermarriage and assimilation in both directions must have occurred, as well as cultural borrowings and economic enrichment of several kinds. Bantu soon began supplementing their agricultural diet with the milk and meat of cattle in those regions with suitable grass and free of tsetse. Those Bantu living around Lake Victoria and in the lush upland pastures to the west, cattle have long been especially important. Conversely, the role of grain agriculture among the Cushitic and Nilotic populations of the Kenya and northern Tanzania highlands has in time been enhanced, owing to the 580 East Africa before the 7th century sheer need to feed larger numbers of people, combined with the influence or example of neighboring Bantu and their techniques. Some parts of the highlands have become Bantu linguistically, while reflecting in various cultural and social features the assimilation of a substantial Cushitic substratum. This is most striking among the highly populous and compact Kikuyu. Their language is Bantu, and the intensive agriculture in these fertile hills and forest clearings can be seen as a local adaptation of traditional Bantu ways. But the Kikuyu political system based on age sets with circumcision, together with an aversion to fish, belongs more to the older Cushitic usage of the highlands. The Cushitic zone of the highlands and Rift Valley, while retaining its basic shape, through becoming during the Iron Age more Nilotic than Cushitic in terms of actual linguistic distributions, did therefore suffer some Bantu encroachment, especially in wet forest areas with their unusually rich agricultural potential, and hence, eventually, the densest populations. On the other hand, there are places where in the second millennium of our era the extent of Bantu speech has been pushed back. This has happened along parts of the coast and hinterland of southern Somalia and northeastern Kenya, and again in the regions of Luo expansion in central and eastern Uganda and by the Kenya shores of Lake Victoria. These movements and assimilating processes are highly important for the later history of these regions and will be discussed in greater detail in the ensuing volumes. But, relatively speaking, these are minor adjustments. More significant here is the observation that the main elements of the linguistic map and of the seminal cultural traditions of East Africa were already established. The Bantu expansion was basically over and the northern Bantu line in East Africa was roughly drawn 1,500 years ago. At this flexible irregular line Bantu colonization was contained by the prior establishment of virile and sufficiently adaptable cultures and economies. Around Lake Victoria, however, and all the way southward the situation was different. The communities of the shores of Lake Victoria and the riverside all around at the eve of the Bantu expansion were, as argued above, descended from the old aquatic population. Lately it had combined some hunting and possibly a little stock raising and even agriculture, while remaining distinct from the Cushitic highland pastoralists to the east. However versatile these people may or may not have been, they seem to have been quite quickly absorbed into the societies of Bantu settlers. Their legacy may have been a substantial one, nevertheless. In particular, several aspects of the fishing techniques and beliefs of the Bantu around the shores and on the islands of Lake Victoria very likely derive from these preceding inhabitants. Definitely ancient is the cult of Mugas, god of the lake and creator of storms, whose goodwill ensures a successful catch, whose anger brings disaster. Equally interesting is the message of the archaeological finds and dates. 581. As they accumulate, indicating that it was around Lake Victoria and in the highlands above the western Rift Valley that the easterly Bantu consolidated themselves and developed their savanna way of life. Here, in a zone of good rainfall close to the forest edge, experimentation with sorghum and millet cultivation, suitable for large-scale savanna expansion, would have been pioneered, acquaintance made with stock raising, the distinctive Bantu pottery given its special features and decoration, dimpled bases, etc., and the arts of metallurgy perfected, if not first encountered. Significantly, in northwestern Tanzania, Rwanda, and the Kivu province of Zaire, comprising the fertile districts along the eastern edge of the Great Rainforest, there have come to light brick-built iron-working furnaces, evidence of a highly sophisticated and productive industry. Should it prove possible to discern two stages in the spread of the Bantu beyond the original forest base, this would be the first or formative one, beginning perhaps somewhat more rather than less than 2,000 years ago. 7 Further south, in Tanzania and beyond, the situation confronting the expanding Bantu in the early and middle centuries of the first millennium of our era was a wilder but perhaps simpler one. Radiating from a quite populous base region in the westerly part of East Africa, armed with the necessary tools, skills, and seeds, they were now penetrating woodlands and savannas hitherto only lightly populated and exploited by hunter-gatherers of the bush tradition. Though not inconsequential, the influence of these hunters upon the Bantu would have been less than that of the peoples they had found in Uganda and Kenya. Nevertheless, flexibility and adaptation were necessary in every new district colonized, depending on soils and altitude, the rainfall, and its annual distribution. 8 However far one went, one retained that sense of Bantu-ness. Being Bantu indeed meant continually to hive off, carrying a sack of seed and a few tools with which to clear and cultivate, to settle for a while rather than to settle down in permanent villages. This process did not end immediately the Bantu had reached the opposite coasts of the subcontinent and the borders of the Kalahari Desert, for there remained within the regions traversed plenty of land uncleared, so that population increases could for some time be accommodated without resort to more intensive agricultural methods. So often in Bantu local history the guiding theme is one focusing on the senior clan, whose founder is supposed to have come and first cleared that piece of bush. The hunters may not have been forcibly driven out or persecuted, more likely they were respected for their knowledge of the land and skill with East Africa before the 7th century. The Ba. But as settlement became denser, there was less and less scope for organized hunting and gathering as a full means of subsistence and a communal way of life. Many of the hunters were sooner or later absorbed into Bantu society. But they would have been absorbed as individuals, through marriage or possibly clientage. It was not possible for a hunting band or tribe as such to make the cultural change, to Bantuize itself. With the new technology, the magical control of the soil which thus began yielding grain foods, 9 pots in which to cook them palatably, and iron tools and arrowheads, which, incidentally, could be traded to the hunters, the Bantu success and superiority were assured. They could afford to assimilate hunters without any fear of losing their identity or diluting their culture. There does not seem to have been any need to maintain artificial distinguishing marks or prohibitions. Bodily mutilations or taboos of a general Bantu sort are not obvious. Their new speech which codified their way of life was enough. The economy, as seen, was flexible and, depending on the local situation, could include hunting, fishing, or cattle rearing. Where none of these was possible or sufficient for protein requirements, this need was presumably satisfied by keeping goats or growing certain pulses. The normal staple was probably sorghum. This assumption is based on the observation that this grain with its numerous varieties suited to different terrains is an ancient traditional one in eastern Africa and Bantuland, while in Zambia charred seeds of sorghum have been recognized in archaeological excavations of early Iron Age settlements. 10. This interpretation of Bantu expansion and settlement in East Africa, and in countries to the south and west, at the beginning of the Iron Age is based on a combination of linguistic and archaeological evidences, as well as general ethnographic considerations. The obvious point about the numerous Bantu languages, especially those outside the Congo forest, is their close common relationship which points to a quite recent separation and differentiation, of the order of some 1 or 2,000 years. Another thing which emerges from a comparative study of Bantu languages is an acquaintance with iron and the skills of working it from early times. This is one reason for associating the early Iron Age archaeological sites, dating from the early and middle parts of the first millennium of our era, in many districts of eastern and south-central Africa with the Bantu colonization. But a more compelling reason for confidently identifying these sites as those of the early Bantu is simply that their distribution agrees so nicely with that of present Bantu peoples. There are no sensible grounds for theorizing that a quite different population covered this same broad region only to disappear completely no more than 1,000 years ago. The most frequent and diagnostic objects found on these early Bantu sites are not iron tools and weapons, for these were usually too valuable to be discarded and even if they had been, would normally have corroded completely, but the broken pieces of earthenware pots. These were referred to above. From the very beginning these pottery wares were by no means identical region by region throughout the enormous span of Bantu settlement. NEW types are being recognized continually by archaeologists. Perhaps the best known are the dimple-based, or Urwa, wares found around Lake Victoria and further west, extending moreover to the northern end of Lake Tanganyika and the woodlands south of the forest in Zaire. Besides the dimples on the bases of some of these vessels, many have elaborately shaped rims and remarkable decoration in scrolls and other patterns. To the south and east of the dimple-based zone, the early Iron Age wares fall into 2 main groupings. In northeastern Tanzania and southeastern Kenya, that is beyond the Great Cushitic Bulge, Kwal ware, as it is called, occurs from the highland edges down to the coastal plain. At the southern end of Lake Tanganyika, and in the countries farther south, a whole plethora of regional wares has been identified. These include those in Zambia previously known as channeled. What is not disputed is that all these wares have a general family relationship, and there has been considerable discussion of what might be deduced from this about the directions of the Bantu expansion. It is not the average or most typical pots which are likely to be the most revealing, but the extreme and more peculiar features. And, in glancing at a range of early Iron Age pottery collections from sites scattered between the equator and the borders of South Africa, the immediate impression is that the northerly wares, especially the dimple-based from around and west of Lake Victoria, have a stamp of originality which becomes less striking the further south one scans. It is as though the northern potters consciously signed their wares Bantu, whereas the southerly ones, separated from the mainstream of tradition, took this point for granted, so that a progressive simplification of the original Bantu shapes, rims, and decorative patterns set in. This was natural enough anywhere from central Tanzania southward, where potting seems to have been a new art introduced by the first Bantu settlers. Any pot was automatically Bantu here. But in the Kenya highlands and around Lake Victoria, other peoples had long been making their own pottery. Therefore the Kwalware of the East, though perhaps less original. 584. East Africa before the 7th century than the dimple-based, needed to retain and emphasize special Bantu features. In fact, in some places in northeastern Tanzania, where the wooded hills meet the open plains, both Kwal and a completely distinct ware of the same date occur together. Is this where Bantu and Cushitic met? A detailed map of the Bantu expansion cannot be reconstructed from this pottery evidence, especially since there are some regions on which virtually nothing is known archaeologically. These include southern Tanzania and Mozambique. Nevertheless, the picture indicated is that of radiation through the savannas from a general nucleus somewhere to the west of Lake Victoria near the forest edge. Most recent reassessments of the language relationships of the present non-forest Bantu describe an essentially identical pattern of Bantu historical development and dispersal from the forest. It certainly appears that, wherever the successful egress from the forest was made, whether on its southern or its eastern side, the first movement was to expand around its edge in one or both directions and into the similarly humid country surrounding Lake Victoria. Boulder strike southwards and southeastwards into the almost limitless savannas came after. Region around the southern end of Lake Tanganyika, or the corridor between that and Lake Nyasa, may have acted as a secondary dispersal center, both for the southerly Bantu and for the northeasterly, that is the makers of Kwalware. But a useful reconstruction of the history of the latter region must await information of what was happening in southern Tanzania during the first millennium of our era. One theory is that Cushitic speakers extended right through the middle belt of Tanzania from the northern to the southern highlands. Among the present East African Bantu, pottery is usually a woman's craft. But there are ethnographic clues in countries to the west and south that the original Bantu potting tradition was diffused by male craftsmen accompanying the colonizing bands. This is bold speculation, but is possibly deducible from the archaeological and ethnographic evidence gathered by D.W. Philipson in Zambia. In which case it was very likely closely associated with the other important Bantu craft, that of smelting iron ore and forging tools. An ONEW colony could succeed if it lacked specialists versed in the secrets of potting and smithying. There is likely, however, to have been some trade, even if rather slight at this early stage. For iron ore, while not rare in fact, is certainly not universally available, and really rich sources are few. Its distribution may have influenced the pattern of initial Bantu settlement. The very early exploitation of fine ores and the elaborate smelting furnaces in Rwanda and the adjacent part of Tanzania have already been noted. In northeastern Tanzania, similarly, the early sites in and below the Pear Hills may reflect interest in the plentiful ores of that district. Not far away, in the foothills of Kilimanjaro, where iron ore is unknown, there are more sites of this period. Maybe, the pattern of trade of recent times, by which bars of smelted iron, and pots too, were traded from Pear to Kilimanjaro to be exchanged for food and livestock, is some 1,500 years old. All the same, large-scale and long-distance trade should not be imagined for these early Bantu colonizing communities. The accent was on settlement and subsistence. It is not till the middle period of Bantu history, around 1,000 years ago, that signs of commercial development become at all apparent. For the early period not even the Kwalware sites, some of them very close to the Indian Ocean, have yielded objects of coastal or foreign provenance. Another household necessity to such agricultural communities would have been salt. In recent times this commodity has been obtained in many areas of East Africa by a variety of methods. These include the burning of certain reeds and grasses which take in salt from the soil. The ashes are dissolved in water, and the resultant brine filtered and evaporated. The same extracting processes are used for salty soils in some places. Soda for cooking hard vegetables is obtained by similar techniques. Their productivity is usually low and the quality of the salt often poor. Some districts lacked opportunities for these even, and must have depended on trade for their bare requirements. It is here that the richer sources of salt which exist in a few places in the East African interior, in the form of concentrated salt soils, brine springs and Rift Valley mineral lakes, became important. These only the springs of pure brine at Uvinza in western Tanzania are so far known to have been exploited during the early Iron Age. Investigations at other salt centers, Kibero by Lake Albert in Uganda, Ivuna in southwestern Tanzania, did not reveal evidence of activity before the present millennium. But it is possible that further work at such sites, and especially at the salt lakes of Kazeni and Katwe in southwestern Uganda, will prove more informative on the early period. The more easterly Bantu, moreover, could doubtless have been supplied from the coastal creeks. The Nilotes, adaptation and variation. Beside the Bantu, another language group, or rather series of distantly related language groups, occupied much of East Africa during the Iron Age. These were the Nilotes. While their physical features differ in certain general respects from those of the Bantu, the Nilotes are very pronouncedly Negroid. It is true, nevertheless, that those Nilotic speakers who have moved furthest eastward and southward into the old Cushitic zone of Kenya and northern Tanzania have assimilated some of the previous Ethiopoid population. This helps account for the original Negroid features of the present Itunga, Maasai, Kalenjin, and Tatoga groupings. These are the people who were in the past classified as Nilo-Hamites. They're partly 586. East Africa before the 7th century. Cushitic ancestry is further shown, but in a variety of ways among these different groups in their cultural heritage. This has involved considerable word borrowing from Cushitic tongues. But basically their languages remain Nilotic. 12. Nothing concrete is known about the early history of the Nilotes. Nevertheless, the distribution and internal relationships of their three existing branches point to the low grasslands and watersides of the Upper Nile Basin as their original homeland. One could speculate that their emergence as the dominant group within the Eastern Sudanic division of the Shari Nile language family and their periodic rapid, if not explosive expansions in several directions result from their adoption of cattle in this part of the old aquatic zone some 3,000 or so years ago. The cattle could have been obtained either from the Cushites in the Ethiopian highlands to the east or more probably from people further down the Nile. Here in the White Nile Basin fishing remained in vogue alongside stock raising as well as the development of grain cultivation. This three-sided economic exploitation of the environment is maintained by the present peoples along the White Nile and its tributaries. The divisions within the Nilotic languages between the highland, river lake, and plains 13 Nilotes, are deep and ancient, considerably more so than those in Bantu, for instance. And, while a date for the breakup of parent Nilotic cannot be accurately estimated, it could not have been less than 2,000 years ago. This would have occurred somewhere in the southern Sudan, possibly towards the Ethiopian border. From this general region representatives of each of the three divisions have moved into northerly and even central parts of East Africa during the last 2,000 years. However, the extensions of plains Nilotes, notably the Itunga group in eastern Uganda and northwestern Kenya, and the Maasai in Kenya and northern Tanzania, and the River Lake Nilotes, the Luo of Uganda and the Kenya Lake Shore, belong to the present millennium and are therefore the concern of later volumes of this history. In this volume our main concern is limited to the highland division of Nilotic, represented nowadays by the Kalenjin of the western Kenya highlands and the Tatogas scattered over various grasslands in northern Tanzania. The early highland Nilotes are not yet known archaeologically, but their present distribution and internal linguistic comparison show that they must have established themselves in Kenya quite 1,000 years ago. it is possible that their emergence as a group with an identity, culture, and language of their own had begun with the coming of iron to the Upper Nile Basin and the Ethiopian borderlands. In these regions and in the Cushitic zone it is likely that the knowledge of iron and the skills of working it derived from a northerly source. 14. This would have been independent of its adoption by the early Bantu, with whose expansion iron working was, as discussed above, probably in westerly and southerly parts of East Africa. Whatever may be the explanation of the success of the early highland Nilotes in the first millennium of our era, they took over a considerable part, but certainly not all, of the Rift Valley and adjacent highlands and plains which had previously been Cushitic territory. This was largely a process of assimilation as much as of invasion and expulsion. It probably continued well into the second millennium. Already these Nilotes had herded cattle and cultivated grains, nevertheless, they doubtless had much to learn from the Cushites on how to pursue these activities most successfully in their new highland environment. Their social organization with cycling age sets, moreover, appears to be an amalgamation of Nilotic and Cushitic elements, while the custom of circumcision as a mark of initiation into a named age set is specifically Cushitic. So is their prohibition against fish. By climbing the escarpments with one's cattle, one was consciously turning one's back on the lakes, swamps and rivers of the West. The majority of the Nilotes remained in the Nile Basin, in the southern Sudan mainly. Here they were not directly influenced by Cushitic ways, and they usefully combined stock keeping, grain cultivation and fishing. However, the Plains division eventually split into three principal branches, and it is instructive to observe their range of cultural and environmental adaptations from northwest to southeast. Among the Bari-Lotuko cluster in the southern Sudan and the borders of northern Uganda, a fairly typical Nilotic life has been maintained. In the rather dry hills and plains which cross from northern Uganda into Kenya, herded by the Itunga grouping, Karamohong, Turkana, Tizo, etc., fishing is infrequent, though this may be attributable to the scarcity of opportunities as much as to a cultural prohibition. Beyond the Itunga, the third branch of the Plains Nilotes, the Maasai, has extended across a very large part of the highlands and plateau grasslands of Kenya and northern Tanzania. Here in recent centuries they have assimilated and been strongly influenced by the earlier settled highland Nilotes and, directly or indirectly, the southern Cushitic. They have adopted then not only the fish taboo, but circumcision too. In these fine pastures, in fact, the central Maasai section succeeded recently in pursuing the pastoral ethic to its ultimate extreme. These are by no means all the examples that could be cited of Nilotic expansion and assimilation, often of a seemingly haphazard sort, assimilation of other Nilotic divisions and subdivisions as well as of non-Nilotes, and processes of expansion frequently demanding both ecological and cultural adaptations. In the southern Sudan and in northern and eastern Uganda, the interactions which have taken place during the present millennium, and probably the preceding one too, between certain branches of the Plains and River Lake Nilotes have been quite as complex as those just noted between Nilotes and Cushites and between older Nilotes and newer Nilotes in the Kenya and northern Tanzania highlands. Better covered in the historical literature are the pressures of the Luo, a branch of the River Lake Nilotes, upon the northerly Bantu in Uganda and by the Kenya lake shore during the last 6 or 7 centuries. Less attention has been paid to two other non-Nilotic groupings, the one in northeastern Uganda, the other in northwestern Uganda and adjacent countries, which are now confined but were clearly much more extensive and important 1,000 years ago and more. The first of these consists of the Nyanji-Ya speakers, who include the present Tepeth and Tiaso Oric. Some of Whom hunt, others of Whom cultivate quite intensively on isolated mountains close to the northeastern border of Uganda. This has certainly been a region of cultural diversity, where it is believed, moreover, that some of the late Stone Age tool-making techniques survived among hill communities into the present millennium. The surrounding country, mostly rather dry, is herded by the Plains Nilotic Itunga peoples, who, together perhaps with other Nilotic groupings before them, have been responsible for confining and largely assimilating these Nyanji-Ya. The latter's language may be distantly related to Nilotic, in the eastern Sudanic branch of the Shari Nile family. 15 maybe, before the Nilotic movements, the Nyanji-Ya constituted an important agricultural and pastoral population filling some of the territory between the Cushitic zone to the east and that of the later aquatic peoples of the Upper Nile. These late representatives of the old and rather decayed aquatic tradition may, it was hinted above, have belonged to the Central Sudanic language group, which constitutes a separate division of the Shari Nile family. Nowadays this is a fragmented subfamily, consisting of separate clusters spaced around the northeastern edge of the equatorial forest. One of these clusters, the so-called Morimedi, cuts across the borders of northwestern Uganda. It is likely that, before the expansion of the Bantu into central Uganda nearly 2,000 years ago and the Nilotic movements from the north and northeast, such Central Sudanic speakers were much more extensive in the Upper Nile Basin and by Lake Victoria. Some of the cultural foundations of this highly populous zone of East Africa are more ancient than its present Bantu and Lwoo languages. The East African megalithic problem. In the older literature on Eastern Africa and its history there was considerable discussion of advanced civilizations in antiquity. These were posited in the interlacustrine region and more particularly in the highlands of Kenya and northern Tanzania, the old Cushitic zone, interestingly, among others. Such historical views were based on a mixture of ethnographic traits, unscientifically collected oral traditions and archaeological observations, the last consisting of the remains of supposed engineering works and the ruins of buildings and terraces of dry stone, that is megalithic. Unfortunately, much of the primary evidence was inaccurately recorded, or even where accurate, was illogically interpreted or correlated with quite irrelevant materials to please fanciful historical outlooks which were fashionable at the time, notably the notorious Hamitic ideas. This tendency was all too eagerly taken up by secondary writers who uncritically accepted and in some cases irresponsibly exaggerated the supposed primary evidence. Equally illogical was the presumption so often made that various types of archaeological features, whether genuine or bogus, whether with or without stonework, distributed over a wide region, should be attributable to a single people or culture at a particular period of the past. Such a presumption underlay Huntingford's theory of an Azanian civilization in Kenya and northern Tanzania, which he attributed to Hamites, and equally Murdoch's hypothesis of megalithic Cushites having once inhabited the same general region. Murdoch, by the way, was specifically opposed to the Hamitic prejudices of earlier writers. The word megalithic is thus a loaded one which serves no cultural or historical purpose in East Africa. It is worth, nevertheless, briefly noting and commenting on those features which have been cited as evidence of ancient megalithic cultures. Not all are in fact stone constructions. In this chapter mention was made of the cairns, or stone mounds, which represent graves, frequently encountered in the pastures of Kenya and northern Tanzania. Many, if not most, of these date to the end of the Late Stone Age between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago and are probably the work of Cushitic-speaking peoples. But some may be more recent. It is possible, but by no means certain, that some of the rock cutwells which occur in the drier pastures of southern Massa Island in Tanzania and also of eastern and northern Kenya may date back to the same period, when cattle were introduced. So perhaps some of the so-called ancient roads in the highlands, which are in fact nothing more than cattle tracks accidentally eroded by the continual passing of herds across ridges and down slopes to water over periods of time. Many of these are still being enlarged, and new ones started. Less likely to extend back so far are the practices of 590. East Africa before the 7th century. Irrigated agriculture pursued on and below several of the rift escarpments and mountain passes of northern Tanzania and Kenya. On the other hand, it can be demonstrated that these are at least a few centuries old in places. Much more rare and much less important for historical argument, despite what has been written, are hillside agricultural terraces. Only in very peculiar or marginal situations were these constructed. Some accounts even speak of monoliths and stone phalli in the East African interior. It is highly doubtful whether any such things ever stood there. There is, however, a little more to the East African megalithic issue than this. ONE also reads of stone houses and enclosures and pit dwellings. Though here again there has been some inaccurate description and misinterpretation, there are some bases of archaeological fact to be faced. The features in question consist of types of dry stone walling and revetting and lie in two separate areas. Culturally too, these two complexes were quite separate from each other. Interesting though it is that they were roughly contemporary, each dating essentially to the middle centuries of the present millennium, incidentally, well outside the period properly covered in this volume. The first of these complexes comprises the so-called Sirikwe holes, which are extremely numerous over the whole of the western highlands of Kenya. These represent defended, sunken cattle kraals of the earlier Kalenjin peoples. They were not pit dwellings, as was once believed. But houses were attached to the kraals, being built of wood and thatch, not of stone. In fact, even the kraals were normally stoneless, being enclosed with banked earth and fences. Only in stony localities were slabs and boulders employed to revet neatly the enclosure banks and entrance devices. This observation demonstrates effectively the presence or absence of stonework has to be explained in environmental terms as much as in cultural ones. The second complex lies similarly on the western side of the Great Rift Valley, but some distance to the south beyond the Tanzania border. It consists of several sites, of which the biggest and most famous is Ngarika 16, lying by rivers suitable for irrigation at the feet of the escarpments of the crater highlands. Here stonework was used for a variety of purposes. These include several sorts of defensive works, notably stock plus village walls. Within these compact villages, sited on the escarpment face, each house stood in a beautifully stone-revetted platform enclosure and was approached through a revetted terrace pathway. Yet here again the actual houses were not built of stone, but of wood and thatch. More remarkable at Ngarika is the use of stone to line and revet the sides of hundreds of irrigation furrows, and to divide and level thousands of fields covering 20 square kilometers. 16 For recent reappraisal of Ngarika and related sites, see the articles by N. Chittick and J.E.G. Sutton, 1976. 591. The identity and language affiliation of the inhabitants of Ngarika have not been definitely established. For it was a group which was broken up and assimilated piecemeal some 200 years ago. Despite the remarkable quality and extent of the dry stonework, it seems that the people who lived and cultivated here had stagnated in relative isolation, by being forced to overexploit the resources of their soil and their water supplies in very restricted areas. Theirs was a way of life which had specialized so far in a particular direction that it could not adapt. This then is the answer to romantically inclined historians who would make so much of Ngarika. It cannot be used to support theories of wide-ranging megalithic civilizations. Nor was it a city of 30,000 or more people, as was once conjectured and as has been repeated in several books. Rather, it was a concentrated peasant community depending for subsistence on an unusually intensive agricultural system. It is remarkable, but in its local context and as an example of rural cultural development and collapse in a very special situation. Moreover, its main dating in the second millennium of our era now seems clear enough following recent investigations and radiocarbon tests. A first millennium date for some of the remains here, which was suggested in the 1960s as a result of some unexpectedly early radiocarbon determinations, is NOW believed to be an error, or at least UN, representative of the remains as a whole. 592. West Africa before the 7th century. B. Way and a critical appraisal of the available archaeological and other relevant data does not support the popular belief that outside cultural influence was mainly responsible for the origins, development, and overall character of the Neolithic and Iron Age societies of West Africa. In particular, it is wrong to claim that ideas and peoples from outside, usually from the north across the Sahara, stimulated or generated most major developments pertaining to early food production or the earliest working of iron and copper. The data suggest rather that complex regional, Sub-regional and local factors were variably important, and that West African Neolithic and Iron Age sites explicable to a greater or lesser extent within systems of sites integrated as much as possible with the major ecological constraints at work. The origins of agriculture and animal husbandry. It cannot be overemphasized that to obtain a proper understanding of the history of plant/animal domestication in the tropics, traditional, i.e. European, concepts and contexts need to be drastically reviewed and in some instances completely abandoned. Experiments need to be conducted to find out how long it must have taken to develop the present African cult gens from their various wild ancestors, and in the various ecological niches. Furthermore, the scope of archaeological work needs to be widened. Plant succession and soil studies of prehistoric sites, hitherto grossly neglected, have a major role to play in understanding how and when the change from hunting and gathering occurred in West Africa, especially as direct evidence is often lacking. Domestication in this context means the process of withdrawing animals from natural selection processes, directing their reproduction, making them serve man, by their work and/or their products, and modifying their characteristics by selective breeding, while losing some old character traits. Plant cultivation here refers to the deliberate planting of tubers or seeds and the protection of fruit trees, vines, etc., with a view to obtaining for human use an appreciable quantity of these tubers, seeds, and fruits. Terms such as vegculture and arboriculture, common in the literature, are avoided here because they carry connotations of evolutionary ceiling of cultural superiority. So also is the definition, e.g. Spencer, 1968, one of agriculture in the technological sense as systems of food production that involve advanced tools, draft animals, or mechanical power, developed cropping systems and mature technologies of production. Certain words are italicized in order to emphasize the subjective nature of such a definition. Ecological studies indicate, first, that animal domestication, if feasible in the semi-arid tropical and subtropical savanna areas, Bonsma, 1970, 2 because the soil pH is fairly high, plus or minus 7-0, and consequently the macroelements, nitrogen and phosphorus, are relatively readily assimilable and pastures have a relatively high protein content. Secondly, and in contrast, such studies indicate that domesticated animals are not an important feature of food production in the humid tropical regions, partly because the soil pH and the assimilability of the macroelements nitrogen, phosphorus, and calcium are generally low, hence the pasturage is high in cellulose and crude fiber, and has a high heat increment value. Heat production and dissipation by the animals are thus real problems for livestock in the humid tropics. To maintain thermal equilibrium in such regions, cattle are usually small, giving them a large surface area per unit weight and facilitating heat dissipation. Where some domesticated animals were in fact kept, the problem of high temperatures appears to have been overcome by the selection of small livestock which could adapt to tropical conditions. Thirdly, ecological studies show that the annual plants cultivated in most of West Africa, in complete contrast to those of the Middle East, were and still are adapted to growth in a season of high temperature and high humidity. Except in the cool and relatively dry highlands, Middle Eastern cereals fail completely because of their inability to withstand pathogens that flourish at high temperatures. Botanical Investigations, Porters, 1950, 1951-1962, Doggett, 1965, Havenden, 1970, 3 indicate that cereal crops such as millet, Painozedum typhoideum, Fonio, Digitaria exilis, and rice Oryza glaberrima, vegetable crops like cowpea, Vigna sinensis, and earth pea, Vicanzia subterranea, tubers such as guinea yams, Dioscorea canaensis and D. rotundata, and the oil palm, Elaeis guinensis, and the ground nut, Kerstengiella geocarpa, are indigenous and probably have a long history of cultivation in various parts of West Africa. 4. West Africa before the 7th century. Paleontological, botanical, ecological, ethnographic, and archaeological data, all combined, suggest that at the general level the food-producing complexes first adopted were farming, crop cultivation, pastoralism, and mixed farming, i.e. a combination of animal rearing and plant cultivation. At the specific level, these food-producing complexes varied according to the kinds of crops cultivated, the animals kept and the ways in which these were cropped or reared and the settlement and social systems adopted. Indeed, archaeological and ethnographic data suggest the existence in West Africa of early cattle herding in the northern and eastern Sahara, 2. Early seed crop complexes, possibly practicing permanent field systems, on the slopes and scarps of the central Saharan highlands, 3. Seed cropping complexes in parts of the Sahel and northern savanna regions, with influences impinging on these from both north and south. In this connection, it appears that the inland delta of the Niger, the edge of the Fouta Djallon Hills in the upper basin of the Senegal, Niger, and Gambia rivers, and the Sudanic environments in general, may have been nuclear areas for crops like rice, Oryza glaberrima, millets, digitaria, guinea corn, and bulrush millets. 4. Mixed farming and cattle herding in the central and eastern Sahel regions and parts of the northern savanna regions, where the desiccation of the Sahara may have played an important role. And, v. Root and tree crop complexes in the forest fringe regions to the far south, Alexander and Corsi, 1969. These early Neolithic complexes were characterized by distinctly different artifact complexes, as well as, largely inferred, different settlement and social patterns and land use methods. In some areas, however, e.g. Chamasses, Senegal, and Paratumbian, Mauritania, two or more traditions met and overlapped. Generally, the hunting and pastoralist complexes in the north have stone industries based on blades, and contain geometrical microliths, projectile points, very few or no heavy tools, engravings on stone or ostrich egg shells, and a limited range of rather plain pottery types. On the other hand, the seed cropping complexes of central parts of the Sahara and the northern grasslands have rich polished and ground stone tools, a variety of flake tools, a varied range of morphologically distinctive pottery, but few or no microliths or projectile points. Vegetable, root, crop complexes to the south also contain polished and ground tools, but are characterized principally by flake-based industries containing heavy flake-based tools and choppers. Such technological specificity is apparent also at the present day in the use of the hoe or the digging stick for cultivation, as well as in the ways farms are tilled, deep or shallow tillage, and prepared, taking full account of the type of crop, the nature of the soil and the water supply available. Early cattle herding Neolithic complexes of the north remains of domestic shorthorn have been found at Youan Muhagaig, southwest Libya, Mori, 1965, and Adrar Bouzair, Clark, 1972, 6, and the dates obtained suggest domestication of cattle from 5590, plus or minus 200, in the former area and 3830 to 3790 in the latter. At Youan Muhagaig sheep remains were also found. Shorthorn type of cattle does not, however, appear to have existed in the Nile Valley before the 11th dynasty, 2600, although there is evidence for the Longhorn type at Komombo in Egypt during the Pleistocene. The fact that the shorthorn existed in the central Sahara for at least 1,200 years before their appearance in the Nile Valley rules out any possibility of their having come from Egypt or the Near East. At the moment it is not clear whether the progenitors of the Saharan shorthorn came from the Sahara or the Maghreb or both. But measurements of the metapodials of these animals from both regions, A.B. Smith, 1973, 7 indicate a reduction in their size through time, the Pleistocene animals having much larger metapodials. Cultural evidence, however, suggests that in Libya there may have been an early instance of transition from hunting and gathering to pastoralism, which extended as far to the southeast as Adrar Buz, Tenerine, 4000 to 2500, and as far to the southwest as Tikrit, Kimi Yafes, post 1500. In these areas the pastoralists appear to have been direct descendants of earlier inhabitants, and the new way of life, especially at Tikrit, probably replaced or was combined with the seed-cropping Neolithic. If so, it means either that the concept of cattle domestication was transferred to these areas or that they were on the outskirts of a large nuclear zone of cattle domestication. Radiocarbon dates from sites reporting domesticated bos indicate possible expansion of cattle from the Saharan heartlands into the southern Sahara and Sahel zones of West Africa, and some form of relationship with the desiccation of the desert region. Early seed cropping Neolithic complexes. The Central Saharan highlands. Such evidence as exists suggests that seed cropping, but not any other form of cultivation, probably occurred much earlier here than anywhere to the south. The earliest evidence for this early form of Neolithic comes mainly from rock shelter sites at Amini and Miniat in the Hagar. At Amini in contexts dated to 6100 and 4850, Camps 8 recovered 2 pollen grains which are considered, because of their size and shape, to represent a domesticated variety of Painazedum. From Miniat, Pons, and Quesel 9 identified 2 pollen grains belonging to a level dated to about 3600 which may be a cultivated cereal. Huget 10 suggests that these are wheat. Other less conclusive evidence for seed crop cultivation in this area comes from the rock shelter at Sifar in the Tassili, radiocarbon dated to about 3100. Paintings in this shelter 11 appear to depict cultivation, while linguistic evidence suggests a considerable antiquity for sorghum cultivation in the Central Sahara. 12 Apart from occupying rock shelters, the prehistoric people of this region also occupied relatively large permanent villages or settlements on hillsides and the edges of escarpments overlooking lakes or wadis. 13 And used an industry particularly rich in polished and flaked axes, grinders and querns, dimple stones, rubbers, pottery and nondescript flake tools. It has often been suggested, with little or no justification, 14 that this crop complex represents stimulus, diffusion from the Near East via Egypt. First, the cultural complex associated with the possible seed crops found in Central Saharan sites is very different from those of Egypt and the Near East. Secondly, the dates for the archaeologically earliest cultivated crops in Egypt appear to be later at least than those of Amini. Thirdly, the cultural similarities, e.g. numerous millstones, between the Central Saharan complex and the pre-ceramic complex discovered by Obler and Hester, 1969, 15 in the vicinity of the Dungal and Dinayaji oases in southwestern Libya are nowhere near enough to suggest any close relationship. Unlike the Hagar complex, the Libyan one is a blade industry and not a flake industry and contains several sickle blades, a variety of projectiles, drill-like piercing tools and biface knives. This complex, which dates from at least 6000 and may go back to as early as 8300, bears more similarity to the Mesolithic industries of northeast Africa and the Nubian region of the Nile. Thus, although the Libyan complex occurs at the northeastern end of the large semicircular plateau running through the Central Sahara, it cannot possibly be the direct precursor of the Hagar Neolithic which occurs at the southwestern end of the same plateau. Archaeologists working in the area might do better to look for the precursor first in the latter area, i.e. the Hagar. Southern Sahara, the Sahel, and parts of the savanna regions of West Africa. The Neolithic in these parts of West Africa has often been regarded as the result of northern influences, and there may well be some justification for this view since some of the late Stone Age industries in this area show affinities with the post-Paleolithic complexes of the Hagar or of the Eastern Sahara and the Maghreb. But the main archaeological traditions characteristic of the early Neolithic, late Stone Age, in this area show distinctive traits, especially in pottery, tool complexes, and settlement size and pattern. Most settlements at that time were located on escarpments or flats near former lakes or wadis. Three main traditions may be discerned, probably reflecting differences in economic and social patterns. At the northern fringe of this region are industries, such as those of the Tenerine and Bel Air, Senegal, which have a blade base, a variety of geometrical microliths and slash or projectiles, few or no polished or ground stone items, and relatively small settlement areas. 2. In the central areas, such as Borkau, Endi, Tilimzi, Antirso, and Dama, industries are found which lack Geometrical microliths but have a variety of projectiles, fish hooks, and harpoons, some polished and ground stone items and relatively large settlement areas. West Africa before the 7th century, 3. The third group of industries to the south, represented principally by Nok and Kintamp, is virtually devoid of blades, geometrical microliths, and projectiles, but is rich in polished and ground stone tools. They are characterized by relatively larger and apparently more permanent settlements. Evidence from the Karkarakinkat Site 16 shows that during at least the later part of the most recent wet phase of the Sahara, 2000 to 1300, this area was inhabited by pastoral peoples with a way of life not very dissimilar from that of some present-day semi-nomadic pastoralists such as the Nuer of the Sudan 17 and the Fulani of West Africa. 18. The Karkarakinkat South sites resemble fishing and herding camps, as witness the abundance of bivalve shells, fish bones, and boss remains with few or no stone artifacts except fish hooks. In contrast, the abundance of pottery, clay figurines of animals and stone artifacts, especially a great variety of projectiles, at Karkarakinkat North all suggests a shift away from standing water and a greater involvement in herding, hunting and possibly some plant cultivation. The cultural groups WHO lived in northern Tilemsi, around Asilar, had an industry similar to the Tenerine of the Sahara region, Tixier, 1962, and at least as old. Skeletal material has been dated to 4440. Both groups contain grindstones, polished axes, and scrapers. Geometrical microliths are rarer in the lower Tilemsi, although their projectile elements and pottery appear different. At Asilar and Karkarakinkat it would seem that besides herding cattle the people also hunted wild animals, gazelle, warthog, giraffe, etc., fished, and gathered both mollusca and plants, Grui sp, Celtis integrifolia, Vitex sp, and Acacia nilotica. The present ecology of these plants suggests a rainfall around 200 mm, which is double the present precipitation in the lower Tilemsi Valley. Studies by CAMPS-19 in the ADMER south of Tassili and Ager suggest that pastoralists with industries similar to the Tenerine existed as far north as this, as well as occupying the Tassili and Ager and bordering plains from at least the 4th millennium before our era. Research in this part of southern Mauritania has revealed an 8-phase, well-dated, Late Stone Age sequence 20 containing subsistence data which sheds some light on the problem of early food production in this area in particular and in the region of the Senegal/Niger headwaters generally. A plausible explanation for the development trend reported at Tichet, because it fits the archaeological data much better, would be as follows: special rearing and propagation of Cenchrus biflorus in the Kimi-Ya phase, 1500. Then intensification and expansion of this practice of incipient production and propagation of plants to include several other plants during the dry Nage phase, 1100. MUNSON and MANY. Other archaeologists seem to forget that a cultivated form of plant represents the end, not the beginning of the process of ennobling. Cult igens differ in length of time according to the plant and the special local cultural and ecological factors involved. The fact that only Paenozetum and Brachiaria deflexa showed ultimate indications of man's efforts at domestication merely indicates that man was most successful with these plants. It does not mean that they were the only plants reared. This fact readily accounts for the marked increase of Paenozetum and the continued presence of Brachiaria deflexa in the subsequent phases. This region, known as the Furki, comprises black clay plains which stretch away from the southern margins of Lake Chad and are thought to have been formed from lagoon deposits on the edge of a formerly larger lake. 21. It is also the area in which porters think sorghum arundinacerton and Paenozetum, bulrush or pearl millet, were first domesticated. This zone 2 R. A. Pulian. 603. Is comparatively fertile and well watered. Although the mean annual rainfall is low, 655 mm at Maiduguri, and the dry season sufficiently long and intense, up to 43 degrees Celsius, to dry most of the rivers, the area is flooded and impassable during the rains, primarily because of the impermeability of the absolutely level plains. On the other hand, the soil is very retentive of moisture once it has absorbed it, and this retentiveness is now artificially increased by the construction of low banks round the fields. Seasonal inundation rendered this area attractive for settlement by both farmers and herders, while seasonal extremes considerably restricted habitable sites, and the constant use of such areas in the past resulted in the accretion of occupation mounds and tells. Excavation of some of these mounds in northern Nigeria, Cameroon, and Chad has so far revealed successive occupations over periods of time known in some cases to approach and exceed 2,000 years. Lebeuf, 22, working principally in Chad, is convinced that the mounds are connected with the Sao of oral traditions. Even if this term has much cultural or ethnic value, this writer shares Kana's 23 reluctance to use oral tradition to identify people some of whom lived 2,500 years ago. Kana 24 also carried out a systematic study of one of the most impressive of these mounds, that at Dama, 14030 E, and 12012-5 N. The Dama evidence suggests that by the early 6th century before our era there were late Stone Age herdsmen living in this area, keeping cattle and sheep or goats, using polished stone axes, the material for which had to be carried many miles into this completely stoneless region, and making tools and weapons of polished bone. The outstanding finds at this level were large quantities of animal bones which reflect the strong pastoral element, and many small clay figurines apparently representing domestic animals. These earliest occupants of the site probably built only in grass and wood, and lacked metals of any kind. Findings from sites like ROP2S and Dutsen-Kanba-26 strongly suggest that a fully stone-using Neolithic level also immediately preceded the famous Nok Iron Age culture, i.e. before 2500, of the savanna mosaic of the Jos Plateau. If so, such a level probably also contained a microlithic industry apart from the polished and ground stone equipment also found in the late Iron Age levels. THENOK people may well have traded such tools to peoples occupying the stoneless regions to the north, and perhaps also the pottery, which often decorated at Dama is best represented by a fine ware with burnished red surfaces with toothed comb or roulette. Archaeological evidence indicating the existence of a Negroid group practicing food production at least as early as 1300 to 1400 has so far been found in four main areas of Ghana: east of the Bunda Hills, the high ground around Kintampo, riverine sites scattered among the open woodlands of the inner Volta Basin, and the Accra Plains to the far south. These groups of sites can be distinguished from one another more by environmental setting than by evidence of material culture. Burnt daub is fairly common at the Kintampo site and points to more or less fixed abodes. Widespread distribution of polished axes and rasps, also called terracotta cigars, into areas where suitable rocks are absent, points to the practice of some kind of interregional trade. Evidence at 3 of the Kintampo sites also shows that the Kintampo complex was preceded by another with a distinctly different pottery tradition, stone tools, and animal remains, reflecting intensive hunting and gathering or incipient cultivation. Anterso is a highly unusual Kintampo site whose significance is difficult to determine. It lies on a low ridge overlooking a riverain site where aquatic resources, e.g. shells and fish, were of great importance. Presence of harpoons and fishhooks in this industry therefore probably reflects a special adaptation to a riverain situation. There were also a wide variety of well-made arrowheads, unique in the area and showing Saharan affinities. Radiocarbon dates, averaging 1300, place this site at roughly the same period as Kintampo, i.e. after 1450. Animal bones recovered are mostly of wild species, especially antelopes, but dwarf goats have also been identified. 27 Davies 28 also claimed that ears of Painazzi Tutun were used as roulettes for decorating some of the pottery, but this identification remains inconclusive since it has been pointed out 29 that a tight rockering with a small toothed comb can give a similar effect. The forest fringe areas. A distinctly local industrial complex, different in character from the preceding late Stone Age industries, directly succeeded the latter in the forest fringe areas of West Africa, as well as in the open grassland regions of north-central UPPER Volta. The same industry overlaps with a more northern Neolithic complex in parts of Senegal, Mali, and Mauritania, Vafres Paratumbian. The early food-producing peoples of the forest region, the so-called Guinea Neolithic, occupied rock shelters and caves as well as open-air sites. Examples of shelters are Yengama, 30, Bianyagala, all in Sierra Leone, 3 Kakamban, Blanda, and Monkey Caves in Guinea, Bosumpra in Ghana, and Iwo Eleru and Ukpa in Nigeria. From Iwo Eleru also comes evidence suggesting that the predecessors as well as the Neolithic peoples were Negroid. The best known open sites include the valley and hill slope sites of Rim in north-central Upper Volta, and the Senegal coastal sites of Rarano, Chamasses, and Cap Manuel. In many of these Guinea Neolithic areas the people occupied or exploited rocky terrains containing outcrops of quartz, dolerite and cherty metavolcanic rocks. Furthermore, at sites such as Rim, the hill slopes were apparently used for terrace farming. Heavy bifacially flaked pick-like tools, semicircular bifaces, Davies hoes, and other crude biface tools, a large number and wide variety of polished axes, grindstones, some pestles, small quartz elements, especially outils esquilles, and roulette-decorated pottery are the commonest features of this complex. The pick-like and semicircular bifaces seem to be derived from Sangoan core axes and picks, and it has been suggested 32 that they were probably used for gathering and propagating tubers and digging hunting traps. The pestle and mortar, which probably had its wooden counterpart, was probably for pounding fibrous tropical tubers in much the same way as is done today. 33 Where this complex meets a more northern type of tradition, such as in the Paratumbian of Mali and Mauritania and in Senegal, between Point Seren and Chamasses, the above-mentioned types of artifacts are usually found in association with foliate points, notched blades, and blades with retouched edges. At sites such as Chamasses, the local complex, Southern Neolithic, dated by natural stratigraphy means to between 6000 and 2000, 34 clearly precedes the intrusive Northern, Valerian, Neolithic, and directly follows from local Late Stone Age traditions. Significantly, this archaeological evidence from the Mali-Mauritania-Senegal nexus seems to lend support to Porter's thesis that the red-skinned African rices, Oryza glaberrima and Oryza staphyli, could have been first domesticated by an indigenous wet cultivation method at least 3,500 years old in the extensive floodplains of the upper Niger between Sego and Timbuktu in Mali, an area where the Niger divides into several streams and lakes, the inland Niger Delta, and from there such cultivation may have spread down the Gambia and Casamance rivers to the coastal peoples of Senegambia. It is worth noting also that the botanical evidence clearly rules out the idea of rice cultivation having resulted from the introduction of knowledge of cereal cultivation. Porter's 35 has pointed out that whereas West Africa before the 7th century the ancestral form of wheat, emmer, gave edible seeds so that cultivation could have developed from grain collection, this was not possible for African rice, since its ancestral forms did not yield a collectible crop. Further east, especially at the Sierra Leone sites, Iwo Eleru and Bosumpra, both dating evidence and the nature of the archaeological sequence in the forest fringe area suggest that major changes in technology, i.e. pottery, polished ground stone tools, etc., were probably associated with an indigenous incipient cultivation of local plants such as yams and cocoa yams, as well as the oil palm. Such changes may have spread northwards from here. All in all, then, the data suggest that the central Saharan and adjoining Sahel highland areas were the center for the earliest and an independent cultivation of some grain crops, especially painazidum and sorghum, whilst the forest fringe areas of Nigeria saw the earliest indigenous cultivation of certain root, yams, cocoa yams, and tree, oil palm, crops. On the other hand, the forest fringe area to the extreme west was the nuclear area for rice cultivation. Dealing specifically with sorghum, Porter's 36 noted that of the three regions which possessed basic wild stocks of sorghum, West Africa, Ethiopia, and East Africa, West Africa was of special significance because unlike East Africa and Asia, its current types are unique instead of being crosses between the three primary forms. But more recently Stemler and his colleagues 37 have suggested that Caudatum maybe, a relatively NEW strain of sorghum, first developed SOME time after about plus 35 degrees by Shari Nile-speaking peoples of the Sudan Republic. While radiocarbon data indicate that the Neolithic of the Central Saharan area, c. 7000, was the earliest of all the primary farming Neolithics, it also shows that the transition to food production in the forest fringe areas was much earlier than the same event in the Sudanic and Sahel zones to the north. At Iwo Eleru this change dates to just after 4000, 3620, and continued until 1500. At UKP a rock shelter near Ifikpo, 5054 N, 7056 E, SHAW, 1969b, 38 the Neolithic pottery and HOE, containing level dates to 2935, plus or minus 140, continuing to 95. The Guinea Neolithic occurs slightly later in Sierra Leone to the east and in Upper Volta to the north. At Yengema Cave, thermoluminescent dating of pottery representing more or less the beginning and the end of the ceramic Neolithic indicates a period from 2500 to 1500. At Kamabai the Neolithic levels span a period from 2500 to plus 340, plus 100. In the north-central region of Upper Volta, Rim, the same type of industry has been dated to between 1650 and plus 1000. But the distinctive character of the Guinea Neolithic of the forest fringe areas, and its dating in relation to the early food-producing cultural complexes in the Savannah and Sahel zones, suggest not only that the change to food production occurred earlier in the forest areas but that it was independent of northern influences. Such evidence thus supports the idea that the cultivation of indigenous crops such as rice, to the west, and yams and oil palm, to the east, in the forest region were old and an independent achievement of the local peoples. It is worth noting also in this respect that the wear on the teeth of the Iwo Eleru skeleton 39 is explained as the result of tearing at scent-covered tubers such as yams. Also significant is the fact that the Guinea Neolithic sites are most prominent in forest fringe zones, in gallery forests along streams, and in clearings in the forest, all of which are also the yam's natural habitat. The fact that the Guinea Neolithics extend as far north as Upper Volta as well as being there later, while they overlap with northern elements in parts of Mali, Mauritania, and Senegal, indicates that southern influences did travel north. Like many present-day tropical forest cultivators, Neolithic root and tree crop cultivators may have practiced land shifting, at least initially, and consequently lived in relatively small rather than in large groups and settlements. Thus to say that the West African early Neolithic complexes had distinctly local features, many of which reflect independently evolved economic and social adaptation measures for uniquely local ecologies, is not to say that each was an isolated enclave. The scanty skeletal evidence available suggests that the populations of most of these areas were Negroid. In the Sahara, Neolithic man seems to have been a mixture of the Mediterranean and Negro races who settled in the Tassili area in Neolithic times. In moving southward, they probably gave rise to several of the dark-skinned groups who inhabit what is now Savannah. That the early Neolithic Negroid peoples of West Africa were not living in isolated cultural enclaves is also illustrated by similarities in pottery features, e.g. rockering technique and comb-stamped decoration. If the dating is correct, then it is likely that these pottery features probably spread from the Central Sahara, together with knowledge of grain crop cultivation, to parts of the Sahel and Savannah. On the other hand, rouletting was a more specifically southern feature, while the dotted wavy line decorations typical of the Nilotic regions were completely absent in the south, but were just present in some eastern and central Saharan complexes, e.g. Hagar, Borno Chad, and South Endi. It is also important to stress that the transition to food production need not always have involved visibly new tools. Ethnographic examples strongly suggest to this author that such a transition may have been mainly associated with changes in labor habits and land use methods, without necessarily involving a change of tools. Examples of such changes include terrace building and elaborate ridging, the maintenance of domestic animals for West Africa before the 7th century, manure, hoeing and weeding, transplanting, multi-cropping, water control and soil conservation. Such changes may have been resorted to at various times and places when real land scarcity was for one reason or another experienced. Such modification of agricultural systems had some effect on social organization and settlement patterns, but we cannot generalize about this since this factor acted in concert with others which probably varied in type and character from one area to another. It now appears that there were at least 4 primary areas of Neolithic development, 2 of which were in the far north of West Africa. Particularly in the open plains of the northern region, the pastoral form of transhumance was established very early. In lacustrine areas and the valleys and surrounding hill slopes, seed cropping and in some cases mixed farming were prominent. On the other hand, the lowlands and forest fringe areas of the south were primary hearths for root and tree crop cultivation. TWO main nuclear areas have been identified in West Africa, one to the north in the Sahel/Sudanic Transitional Zone, the other to the south on the fringes of the forest area. Both were thus located in regions with contrasting seasons, one season being unfavorable to growth, heat, drought, or cold. Plants in such habitats store up reserves to enable them to resume vigorous new life when the favorable weather returns. These reserves were in the form of roots and tubers in the south and seeds in the northern Sudanic zone. In the forest and savanna areas with little or no seasonal climatic variation, on the other hand, plants grew at a slow and regular pace. They did not need to struggle for survival, nor to accumulate reserves, a feature which by example probably encouraged domestication ventures in both nuclear areas. The central savanna zone, sandwiched between the two nuclear areas, appears to have been a meeting point for influences from both of them. It is significant that the growing season for crops was longer in the lowland forest regions, whilst the soils of the lacustrine and riverain regions of the north were more fertile and just as easily worked. For these reasons, man's way of life in these areas differed to some extent, as did also the effect of his activities. In the latter regions it was enough to clear small areas of bush to practice hoe agriculture. In the forest regions, however, increased agricultural activity often meant more intensive, extensive, forest clearance, though this did not necessarily go with an increase in the size of permanence of settlements. Whereas under the former system a limited area of land could be farmed continuously, under the latter a shifting basis of cultivation would often be employed. These general differences in exploitative systems often had far-reaching implications for both the size and the character of West African social groups, and also for the nature of their settlements, throughout the prehistoric and historic periods. But both the dynamics of early food production and also the implications varied to some extent according to the habitat. 609. In all 3 main cultural regions, however, the transition from food gathering to food growing modified man's attitude towards his natural environment and his human group in several ways. From being a gatherer, he became a producer and storer, and subsequently, through long-distance trade, exchanged some of the resources which his neighbors lacked for commodities which his OWN group needed. Economic change also encouraged the development of handicraft activities and new technologies, ceramics, metalworking, etc., as well as active and complex trading networks, in addition to more profound social changes. But these social changes varied in kind and degree according to the type of agricultural base that was established. The early Iron Age. Iron Age developments do not seem to have differed markedly from Neolithic trends, except that the earliest instances of transition to Metal/Iron Age in West Africa occurred at both ends of the Sahel/Savannah zone rather than in the forest regions to the south. In this respect, as with early food production, all the cultural and chronological evidence strongly suggests that there was much that was indigenous in this venture into metalworking. As set out in detail elsewhere. 40 The evidence about the early Iron Age in West Africa may be typologically and to some extent chronologically and stratigraphically divided into assemblages containing I. Pottery, iron, and ground stone tools, 2. Pottery, iron, and / or other metals, sometimes in conjunction with special, pot, burial practices, and 3. Pottery alone. Sites where traces of iron working are mixed with a more or less flourishing stone industry are usually the oldest types of Iron Age assemblage, and probably reflect the transition from Stone to Iron Age. Sites belonging to such transitional industries have been identified in several parts of West Africa, as well as elsewhere, e.g. in the Great Lakes region of East Africa. Such industries generally contain iron slag, knife blades, fragments of arrow and spear heads, hooks and bracelets, hammer, stones, a variety of axe/adze forms, stone discs, rings, querns and rubber stones. There are also distinct regional trends. For instance, terracotta figurines seem to be particularly characteristic of northern Nigeria, but they also occur in some sites in Ghana. Iron smelting to years and pieces of presumed furnace wall are known from northern Nigeria. On the other hand, crudely flaked biface tools are most characteristic of the Sierra Leone sites of Kamabai and Yagala. At Rime in Upper Volta such heavy biface tools together with axe/adzes occur in association with pot burials and indicate links with the preceding Guinea Neolithic. Regional variation is also evident in pottery from the early Iron Age. For example, Baal Loud's 41 sequence from Endi of two related styles. West Africa before the 7th century. Telemoro and Chiju, which span the late Neolithic/early Iron Age transition, appear to be related to Coppin's 42 ceramic cannelé from Chad and Courtain's 43 Tamanga style from Borkau. Telemoro is associated with the earliest open village sites, and has been tentatively dated to the first millennium before our era. Both Baal Loud and Courtain point out the resemblance of these pottery styles to that of the C group in Nubia, though the dating of the latter seems likely to be considerably earlier, starting about 2000, in Nubia. Most of the characteristics of the decorations of these styles, bands of oblique comb stamping, incised cross-hatching, interlocking, incised hatched triangles, false relief chevron, parallel grooving, etc. are also typical of early Iron Age complexes at early Taraga, Libyuf's Lake Chad sites, Sindhu and Antirso levels 2 and 3, as well as the Sierra Leone cave sites. Certain early Taraga-style features also seem to foreshadow the Ife complex in respect of both pottery and figurine traditions. In contrast to the above, later Taraga pottery styles are more similar to those of Neolithic/Iron Age levels at Rime. At both, a wide variety of decorations obtained by twisted and carved roulettes are prominent, and there are isolated examples of the maize cob roulette. Perhaps the best known of early Iron Age societies in West Africa so far is that of Nok, which also seems to have been one of the earliest and most influential. Nok people were certainly working iron by 500, and probably some time before. The culture is best known for its very impressive artistic tradition, particularly the terracotta figurines. Notwithstanding their knowledge of iron working, the Nok people still continued to use stone tools where these were considered more efficient. Examples of stone tools still in use included grinders and dimple stones as well as polished and flaked axes. Even within the same period, and circumscribed by the same artistic tradition, some Nok sites contained unique features suggesting regional variation. For instance, polished axes were entirely absent from Taraga, and there are differences in domestic pottery between Samu and Dukiya, Taraga, and Katsina Ala 44. Not only was Nok culture firmly established well over 2,500 years ago, but its influence appears to have been far-reaching. For instance, some of the stylistic features of Nok culture are paralleled in the clay figurines at Daime, where iron working started about the 5th/6th century of our era. Kana suggests that around the 8th century the original people at Daima were replaced by others who were fully iron using and predominantly cereal cultivating people with rather wider contacts than their predecessors. But the tradition of burial by crouched inhumation was continued, as was the making of clay figurines. At no stage did they. 42 Y.S. Coppens, 1969, pages 129 to 46. 43 J. Coubertin, 1966, pages 147 to 59, 1969. 44 A. Fag, pages 75 to 9. 611. Bury their dead inside the enormous pottery jars usually referred to as sopots, although this type of pottery is present in the upper part of the mound. Many important ancient village mound sites, some up to half a kilometer long, were found on artificial or natural hillocks on the banks of rivers in the lower Shari Valley in the Chad Republic, within a radius of 0 kilometers from Fort Lamy. These yielded some of the same finds as at Nok and Dama, including fine terracotta figurines, both human and animal, stone ornaments, copper and bronze weapons, and many thousands of potsherds. Huge funerary pots were also used here, and the villages were surrounded by defensive walls. Radiocarbon dates ranging from 425 to plus 1700 have been obtained by Lebeuf, 1969, for these Sao sites and would seem to date the entire span of Sao I, 2 and 3. Shaw, 4-5 however, thinks that the divisions are not satisfactorily defined in terms of stratigraphy and cultural material. Should the 425 determination date an iron-containing level, its importance would be obvious. Southern Nigeria. Willett 46 observes that so many features of the Nok culture, particularly of its art, are found in later cultures elsewhere in West Africa, that it is difficult not to believe that the Nok culture as we know it represents the ancestral stock from which much of the sculptural traditions of West Africa derives. True or not, there are certainly many similarities between Nok and Ifa art which are unlikely to be coincidental. 47 As at Nok, a naturalistic sculpture tradition dates back to at least plus 960, plus 130, and an elaborate beadwork was present at Ifa and Benin and to a lesser extent at other ancient Yoruba towns. Domestic pottery at Ifa represents a further elaboration of Nok types, especially in the sense that decoration was more varied, including incision, straight lines, zigzags, stabs and curvilinear designs, burnishing, painting and rouletting, with both carved wood and twisted string. Strips of clay were also used or applied for decoration, while potsherds were similarly used for house pavements. The Igbo UKWU excavations 4-8 clearly indicate that iron working in southeastern Nigeria is at least as early as the 9th century of our era, but there is nothing to suggest that it could not have been earlier. Because iron smithing was a highly skilled occupation, it remained exclusive to certain communities and lineages. Most famous of the Igbo smiths are those from Awka, east of Onitsha. Who apparently first obtained iron, ore, from the Igbo. West Africa before the 7th century smelters of Uti, east of Awka, and only Much later received supplies of European iron. Other foci of metal working among the Igbo were the Abiriba iron smelters, among the Cross River, eastern, Igbo, the iron and brass smiths located near the Okagwe or Okaka Ridge, and the Nkwere smiths in the southern part of this region. Because insufficient archaeological work has been done in this area, it is difficult to elaborate on the development of iron working. Proximity of the Awka to the Igbo UKWU sites, and the general similarity of many of the items suggest possible relationships, but the time difference between the two complexes is vast, and the Awka smiths have not, at least in more recent times, exhibited certain of the artistic and technical traits, including brass casting, typical of the Igbo UKWU work. ONE excavation in the Awka area 49 yielded 15 iron gongs and an iron sword similar to those still made by the Awka smiths,
as well as a large number of cast bronze bells and other objects dated to +1495, plus or minus 95, which cannot be so readily attributed to AWKA Smiths. It is also not clear what the time/cultural relationship is between Ifa and Igbo UKWU, although Willett thinks it possible that Ifa MAY/BMUCH earlier than is at present supposed and MAY even BMUCH nearer NOK than present evidence, see 13th to 14th centuries of our era, suggests. If the Ifa beads are indeed the same as the Akora beads of the Guinea coast, as both Frobenius and ethnographic evidence from southern Nigeria suggest, then it is conceivable that the Igbo UKWU glass beads were manufactured at Ifa. If so, it would mean that Ifa culture dates at least as far back as the Igbo UKWU finds, 9th century of our era. In this connection it may also be significant that a discontinuity of tradition at Ifa in the stone sculpture, glass industry, and clay figurines is largely paralleled at Daime, So and that the cultural discontinuity at Dama dates from between the 6th and 9th centuries of our era. Some burial goods at Daima could also indicate trade contacts between Ifa and Daima. It is quite likely that the cultural parallel may have a time significance. Thus there is a real possibility that Ifa dates back to at least the 6th century of our era. The Iron Age in the extreme west. Iron Age in the extreme western section is even less well known than that of NOK and neighboring areas. For instance, such information as exists for Mauritania relates not to an Iron Age but to a Copper Age. In the Middle Niger region, and particularly in Senegambia, only a partial chronological sequence has so far been obtained. 51. Excavations by N. Lambert et Akjaoid 52 indicate that copper smelting in the Western Sahara dates as far back as 570 to 400, this may also have been the probable date of the trans-Saharan trade in copper. Estimates at one of the sites suggest that 40 tons of copper were extracted from it, and it is possible that some of this output was exported from the Western Sahara to the Sudan. Although Akjaoid declined in importance in early historic times, perhaps because of the depletion of timber supplies for smelting, as happened at Miro, the trans-Saharan trade apparently continued to maintain supplies of copper and copper goods across the central Sudan. The vast number of copper objects from sites and museum collections, and also those mentioned in written sources, suggest that the use of this metal, scarce though it was widespread in West Africa for a very long time, although it was not as important as wood, iron, or clay. Copper and its alloys, when imported, came in a number of forms which changed little over the centuries, such as bars, manillas, rings, wires, bells and basins. These were probably used without alteration as the raw material for local industry, for casting by means of the lost wax process, and for hammering, drawing, twisting, etc. African peoples made a distinction between red copper, that is, copper in its pure form, bronze and yellow copper or brass. Unfortunately, such precision is lacking in much of the literature. Spectrographic analysis needs to be carried out to establish the actual metal content of an object and the preferences of the earliest users of copper and its alloy, bronze. The Middle Niger region. Artificial earth mounds, either settlement sites or graves, tumuli, RKNOWN from three main areas in this region. THEYR, I, the Niger-Bani confluence in the Bani Valley, 2, north and northeast of Mossana and Sego, and 3, far to the east of the Bend, in Upper Volta. A large thick-walled ware decorated chiefly with a twisted string roulette was consistently present in all three areas, and often served as a burial pot. In places burial pots occur in 2s and 3s, with accompanying domestic equipment. In Upper Volta, Rim, the main associated tools were iron, polished and ground stone tools and domestic pottery. Bronze and copper objects were also present in the Niger Bend area. Also present in the Mossana and Sego areas, but not at Bani or Arim, Upper Volta, far to the east, is a distinctive slipware having polymorphic forms, fine thin-walled dishes and bowls, some of which were carved, pedestaled or flat-based, footed cups, and jugs and conical jars. 53. West Africa before the 7th century. In Sego and Timbuktu some of these Iron Age people were mainly farmers cultivating millet and rice, while others were mainly fishermen using nets with terracotta weights instead of bone harpoons. There were impressive pre-Islamic monuments, with artistically dressed stones, and some of the finds cover several acres, indicating major settlements. But very few, if any, of these sites have been investigated, and then only superficially, although many were extensively looted by the French. 54. The exact size and nature of these settlements and the type of economy of their inhabitants have yet to be determined through extensive excavation. A chronological sequence has also not yet been obtained. Monod's suggestion that these pot burial cultures were part of a wider Lehim complex, which was concentrated on the Mediterranean coast and spread to the region of the Niger Bend, implies that such Iron Age cultures in West Africa postdate the advent of the Arabs, i.e. plus I000 and plus 1400. But the results of recent research do not support this view. At Kuga, for example, excavations of a tumulus yielded a date of 950, plus or minus 120, at a relatively late level containing a traditional white-on-red painted ware. Surface sherds bore impressions of millet, wheat, and perhaps maize. Both at this site and at several others in this part of West Africa the indications are that there was an earlier Iron Age level mostly characterized by impressed or undecorated sherds, bone and stone tools, and bracelets. A related cultural tradition in Upper Volta yielded even earlier dates in the 5th/6th century of our era. 55. The Senegambia region. Burial tumuli have also been discovered in parts of this region, especially at Rao at the mouth of the river Senegal 56 and in northern Senegal along the river. Again, although most of these are yet to be investigated closely, superficial study indicates that burials were made in wooden chambers covered by mounds at least 4 meters high, and that they contained iron tools, copper bracelets, beads, gold, jewelry, and several simply shaped pots, bowls, beakers and jars, unpainted but closely decorated with elaborate designs, largely scorings and jabs but and without comb impressions. Recent excavations date these burials to plus 755-7, which is later than the period which concerns us in this chapter. Of greater relevance to our period are the main coastal sites in this region, which consist mainly of shell middens. Near St. Louis and in Casamance these middens sometimes have large baobabs growing on them. The St. Louis middens studied by Chouar, 58, as well as several others, yielded an industry with occasional comb-impressed sherds, a ring of twisted copper and iron, a bone axe and a few other bone artifacts. Among other things, the shell midden people harvested oysters and traded them to the inland peoples. The area of coastal dunes and rocks between St. Louis and Joel, reported not to be a breeding ground for oysters, 59 was also thickly inhabited from Neolithic to Iron Age times. At a few sites at Dakar, e.g. Bel Air, Iron Age material is distinctly stratified above the Neolithic. Pottery shapes and ornamentation appear to have varied little over many centuries, and consequently unstratified sites cannot be satisfactorily classified. A study of several shell middens in an area 22 by 6 kilometers in Lower Casamance has revealed a cultural sequence extending from 200 to plus 1600 overlapping with early modern Diola material culture. Sapir believes that the earliest phase so far known, 1200 to plus 200, found only in the Laudia and Quilaf sites, represents a late rather than an early Neolithic phase. Cultural contacts and/or influences are indicated by the pottery of this period, which shares decorative techniques such as wavy line incision with Neolithic pottery widely distributed from Cap Verde 60 to southern Algeria 61 and even Central Africa. No stone tools were present, but nodules of bog iron were common, suggesting the possible use of iron. Prehistoric stone axes have, however, been reported from the vicinity of Bignona, supposedly found in shell middens.
Archaeological data of this period reflect sparse settlements in small encampments on low sandy ridges, probably covered by grass and shrubs and surrounded by forest. Shellfish gathering was not practiced, and as the only animal bones reported are a few unidentifiable mammal remains, the means of subsistence is not clear. The complete absence of mollusk remains or fish bones, from 4 sites spanning about 400 years of occupation, and the presence of sherd rather than shell-tempered pottery, are considered by the original investigator as indications that these early inhabitants of the coast were not in fact adapted to coastal life. Oberevely 62 considers that thick forest once covered the whole area surrounding the Kusui Plateau until it was ravaged by fire and converted into open paddy fields. If correct, this may mean that these period I inhabitants were already farmers, perhaps of mountain or dry rice. During the subsequent occupations, periods 2 to 4, i.e. after plus 300, the rich fauna of the mangrove channels and Mary Ghats was exploited, and agriculture may also have been practiced, although a systematic search for the remains of rice or other plants has yet to be carried out. The findings. West Africa before the 7th century from these levels are also described by the investigator as fitting well with historic and modern Diola practices, while the sequence of pottery types links the ancient and the nearby modern middens. On our present view, this sequence seems too recent to shed much light on the origins of wet rice agriculture in the area. It may be useful, however, to note here that according to Porter's, 63 Senegambia was a secondary center of Oryza glaberrima propagation, the primary center being somewhere near the middle Niger. The lower Casamance sites appear to represent an advanced stage of wet rice cultivation. At this time the use of iron tools makes it possible to reclaim mangrove swamps and ridge-heavy alluvial clay soils for paddy fields. We may in fact do well to look for the first centers of Oryza glaberrima cultivation in the looser soils of drained inland valleys where it would have been possible to cultivate dry land or mountain rice by broadcasting or punch hole planting after clearing by girdling the trees with stone implements. What actually happened can only be discovered, if at all, by means of more full-scale archaeological investigations of key areas. In any case, it is known that recognizable aspects of Diola culture were already present from period 2 onwards. Groups lived on sandy ridges in or near alluvial valleys, just as they do today, depositing their rubbish in particular spots. There it accumulated in regular middens, which contain pottery fragments and other refuse comparable with Diola material culture. Throughout the sequence the ceramic tradition of Lower Casamance emphasized incised, punctuated, and impressed rather than painted decorations and utilitarian rather than ornamental or ceremonial shapes. Whether or not these Casamance people buried pots with their dead remains unknown, since no graves were found in or near the sites. It has been suggested by scholars such as Arkell that the West African iron working traditions described above were derived from Egypt or Nubia, whilst others, such as Mauny, favor Carthage. But the proponents of such views fail to appreciate, among other things, the fundamental difference in the way iron metallurgy developed in the two areas. In Egypt and Nubia the transition to the Iron Age was achieved through the working of copper, gold, silver and meteoric iron in the pre-dynastic period, and then of terrestrial iron. In contrast, the centers of ancient iron working in Africa south of the Sahara appear to have progressed straight from stone to iron, with little or no copper or bronze except perhaps in Mauritania. In fact, copper and bronze were later worked in Much the same way as iron, whereas in Egypt and Nubia copper and iron were worked by very different methods. Available dating evidence gives no more support to either variant of the diffusion theory of iron working than does directly retrieved cultural evidence. It appears, for instance, that the Garamantes of Libya and the Meroitic people began using chariots, and probably iron tools, at about the same time, 500, as iron working started in the Nok region of northern Nigeria. Indeed, dates from some sites suggest that iron working may even have occurred in the Nok region as early as 1000. The diffusion theory for iron working in West Africa does not give proper consideration to the many problems connected with the process, viz., how, when, and in what places, not necessarily in one place, steps were taken to change rock or earthy material into new, tough, durable metals which would be more effective than stone for weapons and also have a wide variety of other uses. In this respect Diop 64 and Trigger 65 have correctly noted that the early dates for Iron Age sites in West Africa and in Southern Africa should serve to remind us that the possibility should be kept open that iron working may have developed independently at one or more points south of the Sahara. The subject of the beginnings has too often been confused with that of the degree of refinement of the working techniques. Worse still, the scholars who suggest that iron working spread from the Near East to Africa have usually mistakenly assumed that the stages of metallurgy observed in the Near East and Europe must necessarily apply to all parts of Africa. Asterisk. Prehistoric trade and the earliest states of West Africa goods recovered from Fezzan tombs indicate that Roman items were being imported between the 1st and 4th centuries of our era. It seems that after replacing the Carthaginians on the Tripolitanian coast in the late 2nd century before our era, the Romans in their turn imported ivory and slaves from the Sudan, with the Garamantes acting as intermediaries. Literary sources also refer to hunting expeditions and raids into the south, and finds of Roman material have been made along the chariot route southwest of Fezzan. After the decline of Roman rule, trade declined, but later revived with the Byzantine reconquest after plus 533 and before the Arab overran the Fezzan. 66 Recent archaeological research thus clearly shows that an important element of long-distance trade in prehistoric times was carried on with the peoples of the Sahara and North Africa. But this by no means justifies claims such as those made by Poznanska 67 that to discover the origins of long-distance trade in West Africa our search has to West Africa before the 7th century begin in the sands of the Sahara. However well-intentioned such a claim may be, the emphasis is wrong and the far-reaching implications false. For one thing, it ignores the fact that an internal system of long-distance trade existed in West Africa which much preceded, and indeed made possible, the development of trans-Saharan trade. In the view of this author, existing evidence points to the existence from early Iron Age times of a complex and extensive network of long-distance trade, thriving on local complementary craft industries, especially, e.g. in fish and salt, between coastal peoples and inland farming peoples on the one hand, and also between the latter peoples to the south and more pastoralist societies to the north on the other. Important local products traded included iron and stone, for tools and weapons, leather, salt, grains, dried fish, cloth, pottery, woodwork, cola nuts, and stone and iron personal ornaments. As Poznański himself admits, among many early farming communities in West Africa polished stone axes, known locally in Ghana as Niam-Akum, and pottery were traded over distances of hundreds of miles from Neolithic and Iron Age times. The stone rasps of the Kintampo culture dated to about 1500, were made from a dolomitic marl which was evidently traded over substantial distances, for it has been found both on the Accra Plain and in northern Ghana. At Rim, near Ahihiguya, Neolithic Iron Age levels are associated with axe factories, and the site appears to have been a major center for the supply of axes to areas lacking the raw material. From the Iron Age further evidence of a local raw material is provided by the recognition in the fabric of pots of clays foreign to the areas in which the pots themselves have been found. Such local trade probably also explains some aspects of the economic, social, and political developments that were an integral part of the foundation of the early ancient state of Ghana. Its importance certainly goes beyond the mere indication of cultural contacts on a regional basis and the proof that very few agricultural societies were entirely self-contained. The patterns of internal trade and crafts, industry, developed within West Africa shaped and sustained trade routes between the West African and the Saharan worlds. Such internal trade also fostered the growth of larger villages and towns in the late Neolithic and Iron Age times. Archaeological information which is now accumulating even for the forest areas of West Africa, continues to indicate that the subsequent emergence of the Ashanti, Benin, and Yoruba states, as well as the Igbo UKWU culture, depended essentially on a highly successful exploitation of their environment by earlier iron using, and in some cases non-iron using, peoples. 619. Central Africa. F. Van Noten with the collaboration of D. Cahen and P. Demarate. Introduction. TWO problems fundamental to the history of Africa are the diffusion of metallurgy and the amazing spread of the Bantu languages. For a long time there has been a distinct tendency to link the two questions and explain them in terms of one another. Diffusion of metallurgy is seen as a consequence of the spread of the Bantu-speaking peoples, and, conversely, this expansion is supposed to have been facilitated by the possession of iron tools which made it possible to tackle the equatorial forest. Language specialists were the first to put forward the theory that the Bantu languages originated on the plateaus of Nigeria and Cameroon. Archaeologists, historians, and anthropologists followed suit and tried to make the findings in their respective fields fit in with that hypothesis. But the areas covered by these sciences do not exactly coincide, and it is a pity that the word Bantu, a linguistic term, should have come to be used for the ethnological concept of the Bantu peoples and their societies, and thence for the archaeological concept of a Bantu Iron Age. Geographical background. The region dealt with in this chapter is Central Africa, i.e. the Republic of Zaire and the neighboring countries of Gabon, Congo, the Central African Republic, Rwanda, Burundi, and northern Zambia. It forms a huge basin with an average altitude of 500 meters. Around this vast inner plain the ground rises in steps to become mountains or high plateaus. The regions near the equator have abundant rainfall all the year round. Both north and south are belts which have two rainy seasons that merge into one. From about latitudes 50 or 6 degrees there is one rainy season. Mean annual temperatures are fairly high, the range widening with distance from the equator. 1. In this chapter Bantu will be used only in the linguistic sense. 5. The central basin is covered by dense equatorial forest bordered with savanna. In areas with a definite dry season, grass predominates, but there are often strips of forest along the rivers. Late Stone Age. Late Stone Age societies of hunter-gatherers used increasingly specialized tools. A distinction is generally made between two opposing traditions, that of the Chitolian industrial complex and that of the complex of microlithic industries of which the Nakakufan and the Wilton are the best known examples. The Late Stone Age is often contrasted with the Neolithic, either in technological terms, polished tools, whether or not in association with pottery, or in socio-economic terms, animal husbandry and agriculture, the settlement of nomad peoples and possible growth of cities. At present, socio-economic data are so scanty that we are reduced to inferring this distinction on the basis of technological factors alone, and these turn out to be inconclusive. Polished axes and pottery are already to be found in Late Stone Age archaeological contexts. 621. The Chitolian stands out fairly clearly from the other Late Stone Age industries of Central Africa. Geographically it belongs to the southern and above all the southeast areas of the Zaire Basin. The Chitolian seems to continue the tradition of the Lupembayan complex, from which it is separated mainly by a tendency to reduce the size of instruments and by the appearance of new forms, leaf-shaped and tanged-flaked arrowheads, geometric microliths, segments, trapeziums. Some polished tools are also found towards the end of the Chitolian. Chronologically, the Chitolian appears to have stretched roughly from 1200 to 4000, perhaps to 2000 or even, locally, to the beginning of our era. The Nakakufan is an essentially microlithic industry which seems to have been established in the north of Zambia over 16,000 years ago. It had 3 successive stages. The oldest produced microlithic tools in association with a large number of pierced stones and grinding equipment. The second stage, which began about 8000, is characterized by the presence of polished tools. The last stage of this industry, beginning about 2000, is marked by a great abundance of small segments, pottery, and a few articles made of iron, these last probably the result of trade. The Nakakufan tradition appears to have lasted down to the 19th century. There is evidence of the Wilton, a purely microlithic industry, in southern Zambia and a large part of South Africa. Polished tools also appeared towards the end of its development. It is generally attributed to Proto-San groups. At Gwisho in central Zambia, where conditions are exceptionally favorable to the preservation of remains, it has been possible to reconstruct the way such a population lived during the second millennium before our era. Skills were extremely widespread and complete and included the making of stone, wood, and bone instruments. Microlithic tools were designed mainly for working in wood and for making arrow tips, harpoons and knives. Microlithic tools include among other things some polished axes, grinders, and bedstones. Among the wooden tools are found digging sticks and arrow tips comparable to those found today among the San. Bone tools include needles, perforators and arrow tips. Houses seem to have consisted of huts of branches and grass similar to those of the San of the Kalahari Desert. The dead were buried on the spot, with no goods in their graves. The bodies lay in various positions. Neither agriculture nor animal husbandry was practiced. Excavations have shown that the food was comparable to that of present-day peoples and consisted basically of a large variety of vegetable products, gathered from wild plants supplemented by hunting and fishing. The inhabitants of Gwisho lived off quite a large area, and hunted animals both of the plain and of the forest. There are a large number of microlithic industries in Central Africa. 622. Central Africa, which have been inadequately described and cannot be classed with those listed above. Probably some of them are merely local variants, adapted to special materials or activities. As we have mentioned, there is little evidence to justify a distinction between the Late Stone Age and the Neolithic. However, the technological features traditionally attributed to the Neolithic do predominate in certain regions, for example Uele, Ubangi, and, to a lesser extent, Lower Zaire. This led the early archaeologists of Central Africa to distinguish a Ulean, a Ubangian and a Leopoldian Neolithic. But these so-called industries are practically unknown except for their polished tools collected on the surface of the ground or acquired by purchase. Whenever more extensive research has been carried out, it has appreciably modified previous ideas. In this way the Ulean, known for its fine axes of polished hematite, Fig 25.2, would seem to belong at least partly to the Iron Age. A workshop for shaping tools was recently discovered at Buru in Uele. 2 calibrated radiocarbon dates indicate that this workshop, where the beginnings of axes. Figure 25.2 Ulean polished axe, hematite. 623. Were found alongside fragments of pipes, iron slag, and pottery, belongs to the first half of the 17th century. As regards Ubangian, there is now an excavated site at Badalimo, south of Bangui, in the Central African Republic. This site has produced hewn hatchets or adzes, an axe with a partly polished cutting edge, an abundant non-microlithic industry, and richly decorated pottery, tall wide-necked jars, Fig 25.3, and flat-bottomed pots and bowls. Thermoluminescent Central Africa. Dating places the pottery around plus 380, plus or minus 220. This date may seem too recent to some, but in the absence of other evidence it cannot be rejected. In Lower Zaire, from Matadi to Kinshasa, axes with more or less polished edges are found, sometimes in association with flat-bottomed pottery. During a recent sondage in a cave of this region, a polished axe was found in association with this pottery and with wood ash, and a sampling of it, radiocarbon dated, gave a calibrated age of to sondage of another cave about 6 miles away also yielded a polished axe in association with this same pottery. In Gabon the stratigraphy of various sites, such as that of Ndjol, 120 miles east of Libreville, has revealed a Neolithic level containing axes with polished edges, pottery, and fragments of quartz. Early Iron Age. There were contacts between the peoples of the Stone Age that was drawing to an end and the first workers in metals. That fact is generally established. But we do not know if this technological change brought about far-reaching changes in the societies concerned. For Central Africa we have neither historical sources, such as the circumnavigation of the Erythraean Sea, nor anthropological sources to throw light on the period corresponding to the early Iron Age. Therefore our only evidence is archaeological. The early Iron Age is customarily associated with dimple-based pottery. This pottery, Fig 25.3a, described for the first time in 1948, is now known as Urwi. It is attested in part of Kenya, in Uganda, and in the Lake region. Some examples found at Kasai also seem to belong to this vast area of distribution. Most dates for these ceramic types fall between +250 and +400. But in at least one site at Kat Uruka, in Buea, Tanzania, considerably earlier dates have been obtained. Unfortunately, it is still hard to assess the implications of this discovery. Urwi ware presents a very homogeneous appearance, and it has often been suggested that the various examples had a common origin and that the differences they present are local variants rather than different chronological stages. It is true that they are never found stratigraphically superimposed on one another. From the very beginning, iron working seems to have been associated with certain cultural traits such as pottery making and the building of dog villages. It is also generally agreed that agriculture and animal husbandry were practiced at the same period. The presence of Urwi pottery is well attested in the Lake region, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, and also in Zaire, in the region of Kivu. For a long time Zambian pottery of the early Iron Age, channel decorated ware, was grouped with dimple-based pottery. But in fact it seems it can be broken down into several regional types. J. Hiernaus and E. Maquette are practically the only persons who have studied the early Iron Age in these regions. They first published, 1957, a description of 2 sites in Kivu. At Chamfu, a typical Urwi pottery was associated with remains of smelted iron and with handmade bricks. At Bishange, a furnace designed for iron smelting has been excavated. It was built with handmade bricks which often had one side that was slightly concave and was decorated with impressions of fingers. Bishange pottery is also of the Urwi type. Later, I 960, these authors described several Iron Age sites discovered in Rwanda and Burundi. The pottery has been classed in 3 groups, A, B and C. Only the first group, A, identical with Urwi pottery, seems to belong to the early Iron Age, the others apparently being more recent. Pottery of type A is associated with iron slag, pipes, and handmade bricks, sometimes decorated, like the ones at Kivu. In at least 2 sites these bricks seem to have belonged to a furnace for iron smelting. TWO dates have been published, the Endera site, +250, ±100, and the site of Siamakosa, a locality in the commune of Endera, in the prefecture of Butari, +380, ±80. At Mukananara, pottery of type A was lying just above and partly mingled with the stone industry of the Late Stone Age. At Masangano, likewise, the 2 groups of remains were mingled. From this we might deduce that the makers of type A pottery brought metallurgy to this part of Africa at a time when the region was still inhabited by hunter-gatherers of the Late Stone Age. The coexistence of groups of people so technologically different is fairly widely attested. In our day, the TWA still lead a life as hunters in the equatorial forest of this region. Recent excavations at places which oral tradition points to as the sites of Tutsi royal graves have sometimes revealed early Iron Age structures. For instance, at Rurembo a hole dug in laterite contained wood ash dated 230, ±50. Above the hole was a jar of type A. A similar hole at Rambura yielded iron slag, fragments of pipes, a few shards which looked like Urwi ware, some shaped stones of the Late Stone Age, and wood ash dated +295, ±60. This last result corresponds nicely with those previously obtained by J. Hiernaus. The craftsmen in this industry seem to have arrived in the Kalambo Valley around +300 and to have stayed there for 600, possibly even 1000 years. The population, which seems to have been rather dense, led a peaceful life in villages which had neither palisades nor trenches. The area occupied, according to a plan which is not known, covered roughly from 10 to 42 acres. Some vestiges of structures for habitation or storage have been preserved. A series of 8 pits with straight parallel edges, something over 1 meter in diameter and nearly 2 meters in average depth, contained pots and potsherds, fragments of molds, objects made of iron, and iron slag. 4 of the pits were surrounded by a circular trench, possibly the remains of a superstructure. There is only indirect evidence that there were agricultural activities. Nor is there any sure trace of animal husbandry. Many pieces of iron slag, especially one great block of dross from the base of a furnace, and several fragments of pipes show that iron smelting was practiced, if not in the living sites, at least in their neighborhood. Among the iron objects unearthed from the pits may be mentioned many spear and knife tips, arrow tips, bracelets or anklets, rings for fingers or toes. Bracelets or anklets and other ornaments were also made of copper. The use of stone continued, as is evidenced by many millstones and pestles, stampers, hammers, including a smith's hammer, an anvil, and many crude artifacts which were used for scratching, cutting or rubbing. White clay and red ochre were used as pigments. The lip of pottery in most cases is rounded and flaring, thickened at the rim. All the bases are rounded except on 2 pots which have a dimple pressed in by the fingers. Decoration, which was applied before firing, is 629. Most often seen on or above the shoulder. The patterns consist of bands of parallel horizontal grooves broken by herringbones and spirals. A network of slanting and crisscross incisions of rows of triangular impressions and punctuations occasionally form the pattern of false relief covering the neck and shoulder. Examples of pottery similar to that at Kalambo Falls have been found in 11 sites in the northern province of Zambia, distributed over an area of more than 37,000 square miles. Except for the necropolises at Sanga and Katato, which are so important that we shall consider them separately below, no early Iron Age site has yet been discovered in Shaba. However, the whole of the remains unearthed in those 2 burial grounds seem so highly developed that it would be most surprising if they were not preceded by an earlier Iron Age. Moreover, in the copper-bearing area of northwest Zambia, along the Zaire border, several open-air habitats have been explored, some of which would seem to go back to the 4th century of our era. In the absence of extensive excavations and absolute datings, the few data we have are very conjectural. 4 pots, 2 of them dimple-based, found near Chikapa seem to belong to the Urwi type. On the other hand, many jars and shards found in a cave near Mbujimai rather closely recall the pottery of the Kalambo Falls industry. Apart from Zambia and the lake regions, Lower Zaire is the only region where remains have been discovered which it seems possible to attribute to the early Iron Age. On evidence collected in caves, 6 kinds of pottery have been provisionally distinguished, and a few objects made of iron. Further study of the pottery reveals the existence of many groups, some of them quite widely diffused. None of these groups is related to Urwi ware. Since excavation has not been extensive, we cannot attempt a chronology of this pottery or of the objects in metal. At Kinshasa, near the sources of the Funa, wood ash accompanied with a small atypical shard has been dated 270, plus or minus 90. Though this date undeniably falls within the Iron Age, it has to be viewed very cautiously, the association of the dated ash with the shard being no more formally established than that for another date relating to Kinshasa, from Mimosas Island, in mid-river. Their examples of wood ash in association with pottery have been dated plus 410, plus or minus 100. Unfortunately, the shards thus dated have never been published. Mimosas Island has, however, yielded pottery identical with that found in the upper layers at Gombe Point, formerly Kalina Point, the eponymous site of the Kalinian, excavated by J. Collette in 1925 and 1927. R.E. excavated in 1973 and 1974, this site revealed an important level of Iron Age occupation, vestiges of which are found all over the promontory. At the top of most of the cuts were alignments of wood ash, pottery. 630. Central Africa. Stones and burnt earth, some pieces of slag, and bits of millstones, lying on the soil of a habitat which had various archaeological structures, large hearths and, especially, pits that were sometimes over 2 meters deep. These pits occasionally contained a more or less complete pot, and 2 of them had tiny fragments of an iron object. This may therefore be an early Iron Age habitat. Here too we shall soon know more, thanks to radiocarbon datings now in progress. In the Bweya region of the Central African Republic there are several barrows of various sizes with squared stones on top, sometimes 3 meters high. Sometimes there are rows of vaults, and it seems that these cairns were intended for burial places. No bones have been found, however, 2 though articles made of iron have been discovered. 6 radiocarbon datings are available. TWO belong to the 6th and 5th millennia before our era, and the other 4 range from the 7th century before our era to the 1st century of our era. The first date seems to be that of the building of the barrows, the second that at which they came into use again in the Iron Age. The cemeteries of Sanga and Katato are in the Upper Zaire Valley, in the Upemba tombs, and are the best known early Iron Age sites in the Republic of Zaire. Situated on the edge of Lake Gisale, near Kinkanja, the Sanga burial ground, discovered quite a long time ago, was systematically excavated in 1957 and 1958. NEW excavations were undertaken in 1974. A total of 175 graves have been opened, but it is clear that a large part of the cemetery has still to be explored. After the excavations of 1958, 3 groups of pottery were distinguished, and it looked as if a chronology could be worked out for them. The Kisalean group, the most abundant, seemed the oldest, followed by the Malongo group, from the name of a place northeast of Sanga, and finally by red slipware. The 1958 excavations revealed that these 3 groups were at least in part contemporary with one another. In the absence of internal chronology, 2 radiocarbon datings enable us to estimate the age of the cemetery. Plus 710, plus or minus 120. Plus 880, plus or minus 200. The older date was obtained from a grave in which the position of the body was quite unusual and the single pot, though Kisalean, untypical. The other date comes from a grave without goods characteristic of any of the 3 cultures. 3 Therefore we do not know exactly what is dated. Moreover, the vagueness of these dates detracts considerably from their value. All we can safely say is that, to within a couple of hundred years, some of the graves at Sanga go back to between the 7th and 9th centuries of our era. The excavations give us an idea of the burial ground itself, and, through that, a glimpse of ancient Sanga society. Despite the fact that the 3 groups of pottery were contemporaneous, they apparently did not all belong to the same population. The graves containing Malongo or red slipware are almost the only ones to contain little crosses of copper. These are practically absent from Kisalean graves. On the other hand, all the graves are equally rich in well-worked iron and copper objects. It may be supposed that the minority who were buried with crosses were different from the Kisalean population, and perhaps were the source of the copper, of which the nearest deposits are about 180 miles to the south. Burial rites seem to have been rather complex. Most of the graves are pointed towards the north or northeast, the Malongo, red slip ones, towards the south. The dead person usually lay decubitus dorsal and was accompanied with objects presumably intended to make things easier for him in the other world. The pottery shows no signs of wear, and the strong resemblance among certain vessels in a given tomb seem to indicate that it was made for exclusively funerary purposes. These jars were probably filled with food and drink. The corpse was adorned with jewels of copper, iron, ivory. It seems as if premature infants, too, were buried. In some cases the dead person has a bundle of little crosses in his hand. There is a clear tendency for the size of the jars to be in proportion to the age of the dead person. The general picture one gets of Sangha is of a civilization where the people attach more importance to hunting and fishing than to agriculture. However, hose and bedstones have been found in the graves, as have remains of goats and fowl. No grave is rich enough to indicate that it belonged to an important chief, but the fineness of the grave goods shows the great skill of the Sangha craftsmen, who worked in bone, stone, and wood, made iron and copper wire, and practiced open mold casting. Their pottery seems very original. As the bones have not been analyzed, the only anthropological datum we possess is an odontological study of some of the human remains. This study shows in particular the frequency of mutilated teeth. We do not know the whole extent of the burial ground, which would have given some idea of the size of the population. The Sangha civilization, then, seems to have been a brilliant phenomenon, but, so far as our present knowledge goes, an isolated one. Probably the discoveries as a whole cover a longer period than that suggested by the two radiocarbon datings. 632. Central Africa. NEW excavations were undertaken in 1974. The main purpose was to learn just how long the burial ground has been in use and establish its internal chronology, to delimit its area, and to try to find the habitat site. 30 new graves were explored. They will probably enable us to complete the chronology and form some idea of the size of the burial ground. But because of the expansion of the modern village, the habitat site could not be found. However, at Katongo, 6 miles from Sangha, excavations seem to have revealed a habitat level at the foot of a hill less than half a mile from a cemetery. Excavations also revealed the existence of pottery groups recognized at Sangha. Situated on the right bank of the Lualaba, near Bukama, some 80 miles upstream from Sangha, the Katoto burial ground was partially excavated in 1959, when 47 graves were uncovered. 3 different archaeological finds were made. First the graves, then pits containing material different from that in the graves, then an upper layer containing pottery distinct from that found in the graves and the pits. The first difference between the burial grounds at Sangha and Katoto is that in the latter there are graves for multiple burials containing up to 7 people. Some of them have yielded such articles as a smith's hammer, anvils, heaps of iron tips, and a battle axe. These must have been the graves of important personages, blacksmiths very likely, in whose honor were sacrificed 2 women and 4 children in one case and 2 women and 1 child in another. The grave goods are just as rich as at Sangha, and here too suggest a prosperous society with a high level of technical development. The presence of numerous hoes and millstones indicates that agriculture was important, but hunting and fishing must have been practiced too. Completely absent from Katoto are the little copper crosses, Malongo pottery and red slipware. But 3 Kisalian bowls were found, the only evidence of any contact between Sangha and Katoto. The presence of glass beads and ornaments made of shells from both the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean indicates fairly far-flung trading activities. Katoto pottery is original, like that at Sangha, and seems somewhat less stereotyped. Some decorative motifs are reminiscent of Yurwi ware, but as none of the latter has been found in the Shaba area, it cannot be said that Katoto pottery is a development of the Yurwi type rather than a simple case of convergence. As a matter of fact, most of these common motifs, such as the spiral, strap work, herringbone and concentric circles, are very widespread. The pits are later than the graves, and sometimes disturb them. One of them has been given a radiocarbon dating, plus 1190, plus or minus 60. Few shards have been found in the pits, but some of those that have been dug up have a dimpled base, which again suggests Yurwi pottery. 633. The burial ground at Katoto completes the picture suggested by the excavations at Sangha. But it seems astonishing that 2 such large settlements, quite close to each other and apparently contemporary, should have had so little to do with each other. Despite the abundance of grave goods, we do not know very much about the people buried in these necropolises. We do not know who they were, where they came from or what they died of, and we have but scant means of imagining how they lived. The size of the two burial grounds suggests that towards the end of the first millennium of our era the banks of the upper Lualaba were the site of large concentrations of people, which gave rise to brilliant civilizations. The excavations now underway at several new sites should teach us more about those civilizations. Origin of the Bantu. As we have said, the word Bantu designates in the first place a group of languages. But it has gradually acquired an ethnographical, and even an anthropological connotation. In fact, it was linguistic classification that served as a basis for researchers in other disciplines. In the absence of written evidence, archaeology does not enable us to establish direct correlations between existing evidence of the Iron Age and the linguistic notion of Bantu. Excavations reveal pottery, articles of iron and copper, culinary remains and a few skeletons. But just as it is impossible to say one pot is more specifically Indo-European than another, so it is impossible to point to a Bantu jar. Till now it is linguistics which has provided most details about the origin and expansion of the Bantu. According to certain linguistic eons, mainly following the work of Greenberg and of Guthrie, the Bantu languages, which now spread over nearly half Africa, originated in the Middle Benue area, on the borders of Nigeria and Cameroon. Many attempts have been made to link the success of Bantu groups to the knowledge of working in iron. But one observes, comparing metallurgical terms in the Bantu languages, that there is great diversity in the basic vocabulary of forging. However, certain reconstructions suggest the use of iron at Proto-Bantu level, for instance the expressions for forging, hammer, and bellows. Were these words in the language before the division, or did they enter it as borrowings at some unknown stage in the ramification process? It is not impossible that those words which are widely attested result from a shift in meaning from Proto-Bantu to the present-day languages. Thus the word for forge would be only a special application of the word for beat. Finally, other metallurgical terms seem to have the same origin in both Bantu and non-Bantu languages, which seems to indicate that in both instances it is a matter of borrowings. One thinks of how important the ability to work metals was in 634. Central Africa. Traditional African societies, it is difficult to see why, if the Bantu worked in iron before their expansion, we find no obvious linguistic traces of it. Looking at the work of different ethnologists, one sees that although certain cultural areas can be distinguished in the Bantu world, it is not possible to find a collection of characteristics common to the Bantu and differentiating them from other African peoples. Finally, very little research in physical anthropology has been done on the Bantu. An article by J. Hiernoz, 1968, is alone in supplying a few facts. Hiernoz shows the biological resemblances between Bantu-speaking peoples. But his conclusions are drawn from the evidence of present-day peoples. So little work has been done in this area of human paleontology that it is very difficult to distinguish a complete present-day Bantu skeleton from one belonging to some other African, or even European group. What can be said, then, of the damaged or fragmentary skeletons which are often all that archaeology affords? The only human fossil remains that have been properly studied come from Ishango, in Virunga Park in Zaire. Unfortunately, the age of these remains cannot be accurately determined, and it has not been possible to ascribe them to a definite physical type. Nature of societies in the early Iron Age. Little is known about the kind of life people lived at the beginning of the Iron Age. Such evidence as there is varies with the extent of the research that has been carried out, the sites in Zambia and the burial grounds at Sanga and Katato, in Shaba, provide the most concrete data. Remains of habitats are rare in Central Africa. Only ones known are at Gombe, Kalambo Falls and perhaps Katongo. The only proof of agricultural activity at the beginning of the Iron Age consists of iron hoes practically identical in form with modern ones. Holes dug in the ground have been regarded as store pits, and small daub constructions as granaries. The fact that there are numerous remains of millstones is less convincing, as societies which lived by hunting and food gathering also had grinding implements. As in the case of plants, Early Iron Age remains of domestic animals are very rare and difficult to identify. We have no concrete evidence for Central Africa except the remains of cannon bones of goats in some graves at Sanga. The presence of tsetse fly in certain areas is a serious obstacle to animal husbandry, and these areas must have varied in the course of time. This makes it difficult to say where animal husbandry may have been practicable in such distant periods. Hunting and fishing were still major sources of food. 635. Excavations have yielded arrowheads and spearheads, and remains of what must have been hunting dogs. Snares and nets were probably also used. The importance of fishing is shown by the hooks found in the graves at Sanga and Katato. The trefoil braseros of Sanga are very much like those used in their canoes by boatmen in the equatorial part of Zaire. A certain number of objects which have been excavated show that extensive trade networks existed in the early Iron Age. Trade seems to have been limited chiefly to areas near the big rivers, the Zaire and the Zambesi. Sites a long way from the rivers or the lake region yield very few imported articles. A distinction needs to be made between two kinds of trade: regional trade, mostly in metals, pottery, basketwork, dried fish and salt, and long-distance trade, the latter dealing in shells, cowries and conusses, glass beads and metals like copper. In Zaire, at Sanga, and at Katato, all the shells and beads came from the east coast, with the exception of a conus at Katato from the Atlantic, a distance of some 900 miles as the crow flies. Little copper crosses, used as a sort of coin, have been found quite a long way from copper-producing areas. Despite the gaps in our knowledge, it seems probable that the economy of the peoples of the early Iron Age differed little from that of traditional societies today. It was based on agriculture and animal husbandry, but probably still relied to a large extent on hunting and fishing and food that grew wild. Economically they were practically self-sufficient societies. Even the most ancient excavated remains of metallurgy do not differ fundamentally from those of societies described to us by ethnographers. But within a given region there are contemporaneous variations in technique and type of goods produced. Differences in metal objects or forged tools are therefore not necessarily chronological, but may quite as well be cultural. Brick furnaces for iron smelting have been found in association with dimple-based ware in Kivu, Rwanda, Burundi, and Buea in northwest Tanzania. It should be noted that in the only description of iron smelting in Rwanda, given by Bourgeois, 1957, a circle of baked bricks is used in the building of a furnace rather similar to the remains found by Hiernoz and Maquette. Up-to-now the use of copper has always appeared in association with that of iron. Copper was mined in Shaba, in the north of Zambia and probably in Lower Zaire. As the objects found at Sanga and Katato show, working in copper had already attained a high degree of refinement. Lead also appears to have been used at this period. Congo were still mining lead at the beginning of the present century. Pottery remains are not decisive evidence of the Iron Age since, as we have seen, pottery is also found in the context of the Late Stone Age. 636. Central Africa and the Neolithic. It is generally impossible to distinguish Iron Age pottery as such from that of the earlier periods. In the lake regions and in Zambia, however, there are some kinds of pottery typical of the Iron Age, such as those of Urwi, Kalambo, Kondwi, Kapwiramwi, Kalundu, and Dambwa. Jars were made by patting and pulling the clay into strips or cords which were often arranged in a coil. The variety of shapes and decorations is so great that we show here only a few of the most characteristic. As far as archaeology enables us to judge, societies of the early Iron Age were not essentially different from those of today and must have presented the same sort of diversity. The agricultural techniques then practiced were not favorable to the establishment of large settlements, and involved a certain mobility. The burial grounds at Sanga and Katato are exceptional in that they are the result either of very long occupation or of a large concentration of people on the banks of the Lualaba. The richness of the goods in some graves, especially at Katato, may be a sign of social inequalities. The abundance and workmanship of objects of iron, copper, stone, wood, bone, and clay reflect not only the skill of the craftsman but also, probably, some degree of specialization. All the graves discovered give evidence of elaborate burial practices. The dead wore many ornaments, bracelets, rings, necklaces, pendants, strings of beads and shells. Cowries, cornices, and beads of glass or stone may have served, among other things, as coin in the same manner as the small crosses. Lastly, the most ancient dated wood sculpture of Central Africa comes from Angola and has been dated plus 750. Conclusion. I have several times stressed the danger of using the provisional findings of one science to back the conclusions of another. Hasty correlation too often leads to general theories which within the rigorous framework of their proper discipline would be difficult to maintain. Nevertheless, any attempt at describing the nature of early Iron Age societies or the origin of the Bantu-speaking peoples involves collating archaeological and non-archaeological data. Certain theories, such as Guthrie's, put forward an extremely elaborate general explanation. The historical and geographical theory built up by Guthrie has clearly influenced, perhaps unconsciously, many archaeologists and anthropologists. The anthropological archaeological linguistic explanation which linked the spread of the Bantu languages to the diffusion of working in iron chimed very well with the idea of evolution from beginnings in the Fertile Crescent, while denying that Africa could have arrived at discoveries independently. 637. Recent developments have caused these theories to be reconsidered. Linguistic eons call in question the methods and results of glottochronology. NEW datings throw fresh light on the origin of metallurgy in Central Africa. Vestiges of iron workings at the Kat Uruka site have been dated as belonging to about 500 or 400. For in the present state of our ignorance, and taking the new evidence into account, it is clear that the problems connected with the diffusion of iron and the origin of the Bantu languages are more complex than was thought, and cannot be reduced to an oversimple explanation beset by contradictions. It therefore seems pointless to go on constructing new hypotheses for migrations and for the origin of metallurgy each time that an excavation results in new datings. We can nevertheless attempt to relate certain relevant facts. In regard to the origin of iron working, the new dates proposed for Kat Uruka seem to imply a connection with the almost contemporaneous dates put forward for Miro. It is therefore possible to conceive of metal working having spread southwards from Miro, but in that case it would appear to have taken place very quickly. One cannot consequently at present rule out another origin which could even be local. It is hard to see the idea of an indissoluble link between the diffusion of iron working and the expansion of the Bantu can persist, even though it is not yet proved that the two phenomena are completely unconnected. Could we not suppose that the Bantu were ignorant of iron at the start of their peregrinations, but discovered it in the course of their expansion? As the reader will have observed, our information about the early Iron Age in Central Africa is of unequal value and very fragmentary. Early research led to the construction of theories that totter beneath the accumulated weight of new data. Much work, more extensive, more systematic, and better coordinated, must be done before we can arrive at a convincing explanation of the events of this crucial period in the history of Central Africa. Southern Africa, Hunters and Food Gatherers. J. E. Parkington. Note by the International Scientific Committee. International Scientific Committee would have preferred this chapter like all the others to have been presented within the chronological framework strictly laid down for Volume 2. It therefore requested the volume editor to put this point to the author. The latter did not consider it possible to make any radical alteration to his text. The committee is therefore publishing it in the form agreed after discussion with the author. It nevertheless maintains serious reservations regarding the method used, particularly in paragraph I, and regarding the resulting confusion for the reader, who is presented at one and the same time with information on the Paleolithic and the contemporary periods. Recent research has shown that iron-using peoples had moved south of the Limpopo by at latest the 4th or 5th century of our era. Although much detail remains unpublished, it seems clear that the Iron Age inhabitants of the Transvaal and Swaziland were agriculturalists and herdsmen, and manufactured pottery similar to that known from Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Malawi at about the same time. 2. It is not known whether the apparently rapid diffusion of Iron Age peoples continued farther south at the same pace, but the earliest dates for iron working in Natal are somewhat later, around 1050. 3. Nor is it yet possible to say at what time the iron-using groups reached the most southerly extent of their distribution, around the Fish River in the eastern district of the Cape. Despite these uncertainties, which will no doubt be the focus of MUCH further work, it is known that the Iron Age populations disrupted and displaced indigenous groups of hunter-gatherers who were largely ignorant of metal working, stock breeding and plant domestication. Only in areas unsuitable for occupation by mixed farmers, such as the rugged Drakensberg escarpment, were hunters able to survive the expansion of the early Iron Age. Even these retreats were ineffective against the deprivations of today. A second, and in many ways more destructive, population expansion began from the Cape in the middle of the 16th century. The earliest contacts were made by the Portuguese voyagers of the late 15th century, but were intensified by the decision of the Dutch East India Company to establish a revictualling station in Table Bay in 1652. Within 60 years most of the inhabitants of the Cape within a radius of 100 kilometers of the station had abandoned their traditional settlement pattern and either migrated, drifted into the growing colony as servants or succumbed to diseases introduced by the colonists. For before the end of the 17th century the revictualling station had become a colony and the colonists had fought at least 2 prolonged engagements with indigenous groups over land ownership. Indigenous peoples were initially lumped together under the term Ottentu or Hottentot, but gradually the distinction between herdsmen, Hottentots, many of whose tribal names were known, and hunters, Bushmen, or Bosjesmen, also known as Sunqua Hottentots, was recognized and used. These groups were obviously closely related since they spoke similar languages, shared a good deal of subsistence technology and material culture, and were physically not unlike one another. Since in these respects they were clearly distinct from the other indigenous population group, the iron-using farmers farther to the north and east, they were generally identified as a separate element and would now be known as Khoikhoi herdsmen and San hunters, often fused to produce the term Khoisan. 5. It seems impossible in this case to keep within the chronological limits strictly laid down for this volume, but the author has attempted to describe the lasting and relatively stable aspects of a way of life, leaving it to the authors of the other volumes concerned with these regions to draw attention to the changes which have occurred over the centuries in the life of these groups as a result of contact with the outside world, and to the part they themselves have played in the general history of Southern Africa. In this way the risk of overlapping will be minimized. The Khoisan. This chapter will describe what is known of the way of life of hunters and herdsmen trapped between Iron Age farmers and European colonists in the southern parts of southern Africa. Since the colonists were literate and the Iron Age farmers were not, the documentation on traditional San and Khoikhoi life and Khoisan relations with other groups is heavily biased towards the Western Cape. In some ways this bias has been compounded. Southern Africa, hunters and food gatherers by the rich archaeology of the Cape Mountain Belt as compared with many other parts of southern Africa. But the descriptions offered, though often relating to the south and west, should illuminate Khoikhoi and San lifestyles throughout the region, though much detail of local conditions will, of course, be missing. For various reasons there is a good deal of evidence as to how the Khoisan groups lived. Because they survived until fairly recently, there is much archaeological evidence in the form of artefactual remains and plant and animal food residues. Because they came into contact with literate societies, there is a body of historical documentation on their indigenous ways of life. In addition, at least some of the indigenous groups left their OWN documents in the form of rock paintings and engravings, which are a valuable source of social, economic, technological, and probably religious information. An important fact is that the environment in many parts of southern Africa has not changed radically since the time when it was first occupied by hunters and herdsmen. After 250 years of agricultural activity, it is still possible to document and monitor the spatial and seasonal factors in the environment which must have to some extent determined the nature of prehistoric settlement. The availability of important food resources, the location of outcrops of raw material and cyclical changes in pasture and water supply all help to suggest the sorts of settlement patterns to which hunters and herdsmen may have resorted. Finally, although no hunters or herdsmen remain in the Cape, there are related groups in Namibia and Botswana which have survived long enough to have been methodically studied by anthropologists. Their studies of the technology, economy, and social organization provide archaeologists with invaluable general models for interpreting the remains of extinct peoples in other areas. Since neither the Khoikhoi herdsmen nor the San hunters used metals for their cutting, scraping or chopping tools, they fall within the scope of Stone Age studies, and have been viewed in the past very largely in terms of the stone artifacts they produced. This has meant that historians or anthropologists wishing to make use of the archaeological record have had to use artifact lists and fit Wilton and Smithfield Industries into their picture of settlement before contact with Europeans. For the purposes of the discussion which follows, minor differences between artifact assemblages from site to site will not be emphasized or used as criteria for subdividing hunters or herdsmen into cultural groupings. Instead, it will be assumed that all the later Stone Age occupants of southern Africa made some use of microlithic stone artifacts in the form of scrapers, missile tips, adzes, and drills. The varying proportions of these tools from site to site and the appearance occasionally of other tool forms will be interpreted as reflecting the different tool requirements of populations as they moved about their various daily tasks. People in widely separate areas may have had quite different raw materials available to them, or may have been engaged in 641 significantly different subsistence activities, and so may have produced quite dissimilar stone tool assemblages. Nevertheless, they were similar communities linked by a generally similar technology and a number of non-technological characteristics such as language, physical type, and economy. San hunter-gatherers. Recent ethnographic studies of hunter-gatherers have shown the very considerable importance of the gathered or collected component of the diet of groups in this economic category. 6. It is clear from the accounts of the Kung and the G/Wi of the Kalahari 7 that the foods collected by the women tide the group over from day to day, though men and children also gather such veltkos. The importance of gathered foods, much but not all of which may be vegetable, is that they are predictable in their location and may be relied upon on a daily basis. High-protein meat, hunted or snared by men, is also of importance, but being less predictable is not part of the daily staple food. The implication is not that hunters should be renamed gatherers, but that the balance between the food resources available to hunting and gathering groups needs to be recognized. Such groups keep themselves alive on collected foods but benefit periodically from successes in the hunt. That this pattern was once widespread throughout southern Africa is clear both from the first-hand descriptions of European travelers of the 17th and 18th centuries and from the fragmentary archaeological record. For example, Patterson wrote in Namaqualand in August 1778 of some bush Hottentots, that they had no cattle and they lived upon roots and gums, and sometimes feasted on an antelope which they occasionally shot with their poisoned arrows. 8. And Thompson, traveling through the Craddock district near the Upper Orange River in June 1823, visited a bushman kraal of whose occupants he wrote, "These poor creatures subsist chiefly upon certain wild bulbs which grow in the plains and also upon locusts, white ants, and other insects. This is all they have to subsist upon, except where now and then the men succeed in killing game with their poisoned arrows." 9 similar quotations, spanning a geographical range from Cape Town to the edges of the Cape Colony at the time, and from as early as the 1650s to the 1820s, are unanimous in their assessment of the San subsistence diet. Few descriptions mention game without qualifying it as occasionally taken, and all mention roots and bulbs as being particular staples. In fact, whilst the authors mention many plant foods, including herbs, berries and Southern Africa, hunters and food gatherers. Gum, it is the unches, literally onions, or bulbous roots, which appear most commonly in the historical record. These are not strictly onions but the corms of various plants of the iris family, such as iris itself, gladiolus, ixia and moria, all of which are mentioned by name. Along with these plant foods there are numerous references to collectible animal foods such as caterpillars, ants, locusts, and tortoises, and to honey, all of which must be considered as of importance in the day-to-day quest for food. The archaeological record is, of course, likely to be biased towards those foods which, when eaten, leave durable residues. It is for this reason that archaeology has stressed the hunting of game by San groups in southern Africa. But where favorable conditions for preservation have allowed organic materials to be recovered and analyzed, the importance of plant foods can be recognized. Rock shelters and caves in Namibia, 10 the Southwestern Cape, 1-1, the Eastern Cape 1-2 Natal 13 and Lesotho 14 contain many plant remains, prominent amongst which are stems, corm tunics, and corm bases from a number of iridaceous plants. Of course the types of plant foods available varies from site to site depending on what grows in the locality, but generally speaking there is a clear pattern of rootstocks such as corms and tubers, supplemented by the seeds of fruit-bearing species. Most of the historic accounts of the animal part of the prehistoric diet mention game generally, and the implication is that a wide range of species were taken. This is confirmed by the faunal lists from large excavations such as those at Diekelder 16 and Nelson Bay Cave, 1-7 where the range extends from shrews to elephants and even whales. But the fauna from these sites show a strong bias towards smaller animals such as tortoises, dassies, dune mole rats and small territorial herbivores such as the steenbok, the gracebok, and the duiker. Bones of carnivores are rare, perhaps reflecting occasional kills to obtain pelts. The larger herbivores such as hartebeest, eland, and buffalo are much rarer than the smaller animals, and only occasional traces of elephant, hippo, or rhino have been recovered. Whilst the proportions in part reflect a tendency for the prehistoric groups to bring back smaller animals to their home base and to butcher larger game where hunted, there is no doubt that ground game and the smaller herbivores were the prime targets or most frequent victims in the hunt. Marine resources were fully exploited by San groups, as the large number of coastal shell middens, both in and out of caves, demonstrates. The relationship between Strandal-Carrad-Pers and San and Khoikhoi groups will be discussed later, but there is convincing evidence that many of the coastal caves and open midden stations were occupied by San groups. Although shells are the most prominent feature of these sites, the faunal assemblages show that a wide range of marine animals was eaten, notably seals, lobsters, fish and birds. Remains of plant foods are rare on coastal sites. Farther inland there is evidence from both the eastern and western Cape that freshwater shellfish were collected, 18 and freshwater fish have been recognized both in the western Cape and in Lesotho. 19 fishing is in fact portrayed in a number of rock paintings in Lesotho and East Griqualand. 20 The diet of San groups is thus well documented, both historically and archaeologically, although the distribution of excavations is very uneven and some areas are virtually unexplored or lacking in well-preserved deposits. In general terms, the day-to-day staples were collectible items, including rootstocks, other plant foods, honey, and insects such as locusts, grasshoppers, termites and caterpillars. These were supplemented by small animals such as tortoises, dassies, and dune mole rats, by the smaller herbivores, and less frequently by larger animals. Groups along the coast caught fish, rock lobsters, seals and seabirds, and gathered quantities of shellfish, notably limpets, and mussels. Riverine resources, including freshwater mollusks and fish, were utilized, and there is one historical reference to dried fish. 21 Thunberg, recording his observations in the Western Cape in the 1770s, describes as follows a drink made by either hunters or herdsmen, or both. Glee is, in the Hottentot language, the name of an umbelliferous plant, the root of which, dried and reduced to powder, they mix with cold water and honey in a trough, and after letting it ferment for the space of one night, obtain a species of mead which they drink in order to throw themselves in the state of intoxication. 22. The technology by which these resources were exploited is reflected in the assemblages of stone, bone, wood, and fiber from caves and shelters throughout southern Africa, and in the descriptions of early travelers in the region. Corms and tubers were dug up with a wooden digging stick, shaped to a spatulate point by shaving and charring, and weighted with a perforated stone which was jammed down onto the midshaft. Southern Africa, hunters and food gatherers. These implements have been described by a number of travelers, 23, and fragments have been recovered from De Hangen and Deep Kloof in the Western Cape 24 and from Scott's Cave in the Southern Cape. 25. There are many rock paintings depicting women with weighted digging sticks, see Fig 26.1, WHO often seem to be carrying leather bags, no doubt to transport the foodstuffs home. Leatherwork is fairly commonly found in the dry environments of the rock shelters and caves of the Cape, but it is usually not clear whether bags of karosses or leather aprons are involved. TWO sorts of string bags or nets are known. The first type, found at Melkhoutboom and Windhoek Farm Cave, 26, is fine meshed and may have been used to carry roots and tubers, mesh size about 10 mm. The second is a larger mesh, known only from a fragment at the Deep Kloof Cave in the Western Cape 27 and an illustration in Patterson's narrative. 28. Judging from this excellent drawing, this type may have been used to carry ostrich eggshell water bottles. All the archaeological specimens are made from twine manufactured from the stem fibers of the rush cyperus textilis, so named by Thunberg in the 18th century because of its use for this purpose. Perforated or bored stones are among the commonest surface finds throughout southern Africa. Almost all commentators on sand hunting refer to the bow and poisoned arrows as being the principal weapon. Barrow visited parts of the present Eastern Cape in 1797 and wrote, "The BOW was a plain piece of wood from the Guri Bosch, apparently a species oirus. The string, 3 feet long, was composed of the fibers of the dorsal muscles of the springbok twisted into a cord. The stem of an aloe furnished the quiver. The arrow consisted of a reed in one extremity of which was inserted a piece of highly polished solid bone from the leg of an ostrich, round, and about 5 inches in length. The whole length of the arrow was barely 2 feet. The poison taken from the heads of snakes, mixed with the juices of certain bulbous-rooted plants, is what they mostly depend upon." 29. Though complete implements are rarely met in excavations, there are examples of all components of this equipment from caves in the Western and Eastern Cape. Possible bow fragments, reed main shafts, notched reed lengths, polished bone points and link shafts, knotted sinew, and painted aloe. Fragments represent the discarded or lost remnants of sand hunting equipment. Small lunate or segment-shaped stone artifacts may indicate a second type of missile point, set into vegetable mastic as the cutting edge of arrows, as demonstrated in Cape Town by Bushman captives in the 1920s. .30 bows, arrows, and quivers are very commonly depicted in rock art throughout southern Africa, see Fig 26.2. Many animals, however, were not shot with the bow but caught in snares made of vegetable twine and set out in the veldt. Patterson saw several snares laid for the wild beasts 31 whilst travelling near the Orange River in 1779, and almost certainly much of the two-stranded twine recovered from sites such as De Hangen 32, Scott's Cave 33 and Melkhoutboom 34 represents discarded lengths which once formed rope snares. This technique was presumably most effective against small territorial herbivores such as steenbok, which tend to follow well-worn tracks and could be guided by brush fences into the snares set for them. 2 curious forked wooden objects from Windhoek Farm Cave 35 and Scott's Cave 36 have been interpreted as triggers used in snares. Other hunting techniques have been mentioned in historical accounts, but have not yet been supported by archaeological evidence. For example, a number of travelers in the 18th century described large pits dug close to river banks with pointed stakes set upright within them. These were usually interpreted as designed to trap larger game such as elephant, rhino, hippo, and buffalo, and have a wide geographical distribution extending south from the Orange River and east as far as the Gamtoos. Whilst visiting the colonial frontier near Graaf Reinet, Barrow described another hunting technique whereby sand hunters built drives of piles of stones with gaps in places or lines of sticks with ostrich feathers tied on top into which they drove the more gregarious game species of the inland plateau. 37 Obviously a number of fishing techniques were used by hunter-gatherers and most of them are documented archaeologically. Perhaps the most spectacular are the funnel-shaped reed basket traps of the lower Orange River described by both Lichtenstein and Barrow and ascribed by them to Bosjesmans, almost certainly San. 3-8 These traps were placed in the streams and were described as having been made from osiers, twigs of trees, and reeds in a pointed or funnel-shaped design, no doubt similar to that still used in the Kafu and Limpopo rivers. 39 Though no traces of these have been excavated, a number of rock paintings from Lesotho and East Griqualand undoubtedly depict sets of these traps connected by reed or wooden fences and catching large numbers of freshwater fish, notably the yellowfish, barbus. 40 Freshwater fish bones have been found at sites as far apart as the Western Cape and Lesotho, but the techniques used are not always obvious. Carter has tentatively described a number of V-shaped slender bone hooks as fish hooks, but admits that other interpretations are possible. 41 In the fishing scenes from Tsoa like in Lesotho, the fishermen appear to be using long, possibly barbed spears and to be standing in boats, see Fig 26.3. Perhaps for this reason Vinicum felt that the scenes were of a late date, but their dating remains an enigma. An O form of boat is documented by excavation, but this is perhaps unlikely anyway. In the lower Orange River, at the same location as the basket traps, Lichtenstein reports that if they Bosjesmans expect a swelling of the stream, while the water is still low they make upon the strand a large cistern as it were enclosed by a wall of stones which serves as a reservoir, where, if fortune be favorable, a quantity of fish are deposited at the subsiding of the water. 42 This form of rock fish trap designed to use the rise and fall of the river parallels the tidal fish traps reported from around the coast of southern Africa from St. Helena Bay to Algoa Bay. 43 Since many coastal examples are still in working order, and some still in use, it seems reasonable to suppose that coastal Stone Age populations used them until very recently. The large number of inshore fishes usually found in sites close to fish traps suggest they were highly effective where there was sufficient tidal rise to cover the walls adequately. Goodwin reported the discovery of a small bonefish gorge attached to a line in the wall of one rock fish trap, suggesting that other fishing techniques may have been used in the immediate prehistoric past. Small slivers of bone from 2 to 6 centimeters long and ground to a point at both ends have in fact been found in very large numbers at both Eland's Bay Cave 44 and Nelson Bay Cave Point 45, but in both cases the artifacts were located in layers 7,000 to 10,000 years old and became extremely rare, though not absent, in more recent layers. They may have been used as baited fish gorges, but it is worth noting that the Ona of Tierra del Fuego made similar artifacts of wood in the last century to catch cormorants, which are very common at both the cave sites referred to above. 44 J. E. Parkington, unpublished Ph.D. 45 R. G. Klein, unpublished. 649. There are no undoubted fishhooks at coastal sites in southern Africa, and no convincing harpoon heads, though wooden versions of the latter are mentioned by Barrow from the lower Orange River. 46 His actual words are, "We found several harpoons of wood, some pointed with bone, and fixed to ropes made apparently of some sort of grass. These appear to have been wooden shafted and bone pointed but not necessarily barbed. TWO barbed bone points have been found in the dunes of the Agulhas area, but the contexts are not published, though one was found to have penetrated the lumbar vertebra of an adult female skeleton of Khoisan affinities. 47 Perforated ceramic and stone objects from sites along the southern Cape Coast have been described as net sinkers which if accurate would document net fishing by coastal San. In view of the abundance of fibrous twine and the undoubted existence of netting at inland sites, this is perhaps not surprising. The techniques used to catch or collect other coastal resources are not well documented. Spatulate bone artifacts are found at some sites and may have been the implements used to detach limpets from their rocky perches, but there is no compelling evidence. Nor can it be demonstrated how lobsters, seabirds, or seals were caught, though there is one historical record of the shooting of seals with the BOW-48 and another of Khoi clubbing seals to death at an isolated rocky point near Saldanha Bay. 49 Perhaps the highly fragmented nature of the skull parts found at Eland's Bay Cave and other sites reflects the latter practice. Although the San were generally not given to domestication and cultivation, there seems to be some evidence that at least by the 17th century they kept dogs, apparently for hunting. Dapper, who never visited the Cape but was well informed by those who had, reported in 1668 that the Sunqua keep many hunting dogs trained to hunt the rock rabbits which are their principal food. 50 There certainly are quantities of dassie or rock rabbit bones in excavated rock shelters of the Western Cape, and there is some indication 5 that there may be domestic dog bones amongst the larger faunal assemblages. In addition to foods actively hunted, there seems little doubt that scavenging played a useful part in San subsistence. In particular, dead fish or stranded whales are reported to have been eaten by those living along the coast. Another, obviously important, technique is the making of the variety of containers used to carry water. Ostrich eggshell water bottles, sometimes decorated with incisions, are described in the historical accounts and have been recovered, albeit usually fragmented, from numerous sites. Whole examples, and even nests of several bottles which have obviously been buried at some strategic place, are known, but have usually been recovered by amateurs and consequently are not fully recorded. Animal bladders were also used to carry water, but ceramic vessels are never described for the purpose. Pottery will be discussed in some detail in the section on Khoi herdsmen. All in all, San technology seems to have included a wide range of hunting and gathering techniques, using implements made from materials such as stone, bone, wood, fiber, reed, leather, shell, ivory, sinew, and leaf. 52 And often including composite tools in which raw materials were combined. Stone seems to have formed only the tip or cutting or scraping edge of more complex tools, and stone artifacts were clearly as often as not mounted in mastic on a wooden or bone handle. 53 For these artifacts, fine-grained homogeneous rocks such as chalcedony, agate, silcrete, or indurated shale were preferred, whilst the more brittle quartz was also used, and quartzite pebbles and boulders were turned into upper and lower grindstones for grinding pigments or foodstuffs. It is interesting that few of the 17th and 18th century travelers specifically mention or describe the manufacture of stone artifacts, perhaps indicating the gradual replacement of at least some stone artifacts by bone, wooden, or metal versions. The implications of this picture of wide raw material usage are obvious for those who wish to classify and distinguish between groups on the basis of stone assemblage comparisons alone. Archaeological research is increasingly directed as the conditions which govern the settlement of San groups. The result is that it is becoming possible to describe the patterns of need of hunter-gatherers in ecological terms which were not familiar to early travelers. Nevertheless, historical records and information from rock paintings can obviously add to the evidence now emerging from large-scale excavation and detailed analyses of animal bones and plant remains. Compared with the hunter-gatherers of the Kalahari and farther afield, it is likely that San groups would have been small and highly mobile units. In this connection, it is not surprising to note that the early expeditions sent out by Van Riebeeck came across very large numbers of unoccupied windbreaks, and that Patterson recorded the same phenomenon 100 years later near the mouth of the Orange River. 54 These shelters were brush screens intended to protect the occupants from the elements, and were obviously abandoned after use, probably for only a few days. Nor is it surprising that by and large San groups rarely numbered more than 20 individuals, and in most cases were either small work parties of under 10 men or women, or larger groups at a campsite with both sexes and children represented. The only exceptions to this are, for example, the groups of 150 and 500 people described by Barrow and a camp of 50 huts reported by Thunberg, both in the late 18th century when hunters were gathering in unusually large numbers to defend themselves against European raiding commandos. 55 The size of groups represented in rock paintings seems to confirm that the most frequent social unit was under 20 people, though larger groupings are found, See figure 26.4. Many authorities reported that the Bosquiasmen occupied caves and rock shelters where they were available, and these sites figure prominently in the archaeological literature. At the Great Elephant Shelter in the Erongo Mountains in Namibia, 3 or perhaps 4 windbreaks, similar to those described in the Veld by early travelers, have been mapped and described. 56 From many sites in the Cape there is evidence that sand groups brought in bundles of grasses as bedding, and that this was laid around the back and side walls of the caves to form a spongy mattress. In at least 2 cases a shallow hollow was scraped out of bedrock or previously accumulated deposits to hold the grass. 57 At coastal sites estuarine grasses, especially zostera, were used as bedding, and these sites show that sleeping, cooking, fire-making and refuse areas were clearly separated. There is good evidence, in the form of a high correlation between women and digging sticks and between men and bows in rock art, that there was a fairly strict division of labor amongst the sand groups. This is Con. Southern Africa, hunters and food gatherers affirmed repeatedly in historical literature, for example by Thompson who in the 1820s saw numbers of bush women on the plains digging up roots, and by Doppler who described a species of bulb which is their daily provender which the WOMEN go every day to dig from the rivers. 58 No doubt MEN also collected vegetable foods whilst on hunting expeditions, but the crucial role of the WOMEN in guaranteeing a daily food supply needs to be underlined. There is good reason to suppose that the supply of most of the foodstuffs collected or hunted by SAN, as well as the water they needed, would have been subject to seasonal fluctuations. For example, the winter rainfall of the southwestern Cape is a highly seasonal phenomenon in which 70 to 80% of the annual rainfall falls in the months of May to October, a period which coincides with that of the lowest monthly temperatures and localized frosts. There are important consequences of this situation, not least a fairly rigid vegetation cycle of winter growth, spring flowering, summer fruiting and parination or dormancy of underground storage organs through a hot, dry summer. More obvious, perhaps, is the marked variation between the dry summer and the wet winter in the amounts of surface water and pasturage. In addition to seasonal fluctuation of resources, there is the fact that not all resources can be found everywhere. Again, using the Western Cape as an example, many plants and animals are unevenly distributed through geographical micro zones such as the coastal fringe, the coastal forelands, the mountain belt, the intermontane river valleys and the inland arid basin. Sand groups occupying this or any other region of southern Africa must obviously have adopted settlement patterns designed to take into account local or temporary abundances and to ensure a varied and sufficient food supply throughout the year. There is some evidence in the historical accounts, in the results of archaeological excavations and in the body of rock art data, to illustrate some of these patterns. Given the importance of corms in the sand diet, their uneven availability must have had considerable influence in determining settlement patterns. Fluctuations are hinted at in some historical accounts, and arise from the vegetation cycle described above. Since corms are in fact stores of food maintained by the plants through the summer to support the new season's growth and flowering the following winter and spring, they are logically bound to vary in size, visibility, and palatability throughout the cycle. More specifically, when the food store is used up by the growth of green parts and flowers, the corms are shriveled and unlikely to make a significant contribution to the food supply. That there was such a dearth in the supply of corms is suggested by Lichtenstein, who wrote of Bonjesman that, he will live for months together upon a few little bulbs which at certain times of the year are to be found in the low part of the country. 59 Speaking of a particular bulb, he said, it is most in order to be eaten when the flower is just gone off. 60 Further corroboration of this interpretation is provided by the unique system of time reckoning amongst the Cape populations, ascribed to Hottentots but perhaps used by both Khoikhoi and San, recorded by Sparman, Barrow, and Thunberg in the late 18th century. 61 In the words of Barrow, the season of the year is indicated by being so many moons before or after the Unges Tyd literally onion time or the time that the roots of the Iris idalis are in season, a time particularly noticed by him as these bulbs once constituted a considerable part of his vegetable food. These comments, when read in conjunction with the results of modern observations on corm growth and development, suggest that at least in the Cape folded belt of mountains there were important fluctuations in basic foodstuffs. In other parts of southern Africa, where rainfall is low and evenly distributed throughout the year, or where the maximum rainfall coincides with summer high temperatures, there may have been quite different but equally important supply peaks and troughs. The movement of herds such as eland, hartebeest, and springbok in and out of the Karoo regions or between summer and winter rainfall pastures would undoubtedly have influenced the distribution of the San population. Evidence exists of various patterns intended to meet these changes in food supplies. They include seasonal mobility, restrictions in the use of certain foods to particular times, alterations in the size of the social unit, the storage of foodstuffs and the establishment of a wide-ranging network of kinship ties as a safeguard against failures in local supplies. The seasonal occupancy of sites has been postulated in both Lesotho 62 and the southwestern Cape 63 on the basis of the potential of the sites to meet the required needs and the analysis of plant remains and animal bones. It seems likely that in the Western Cape groups of sand turn to collectible coastal foods such as shellfish at times of minimal supplies of corm and fruit, that is, during winter and early spring. Although the evidence is far from complete, analysis of the ages at death of the remains of seals and dassies is suggestive. Further documentation of this seasonal movement is provided by the results of Shackleton's work on the shells from the Nelson Bay Cave in the extreme southern Cape. 6.4 Measurement of the oxygen isotope ratios in midden shells and comparison with modern ocean surface temperature fluctuations persuaded Dr. Shackleton that the middens analyzed accumulated only during the winter. There is much work to be done to document more precisely the movements employed by the sand to even out the year's resources, but some comments in Liechtenstein, WHO recognized the importance of ecology, illustrate the point. He described HOW even the leanest, most wretched figures imaginable could become quite different beings simply by changing their quarters. 65 Both the Kung and the G/WI of the Kalahari restrict their use of certain resources to those times of the year when less uniformly available alternative cannot be found. As may be expected, the value of a resource is intimately related to the number of alternatives available, and also to its palatability, nutritional value, and ease of collection. It seems likely that sand groups farther south would have used their resources in a similar way, restricting the sets of foods gathered so that an even supply was maintained. FEW instances of this are, as yet, documented in the archaeological record, but one example may be found in the differences in the supply of small game such as dassies and tortoises in coastal and inland sites in the Western Cape. At inland sites such as D'Hangen, tortoises and dassies are the most common animals represented, yet at the coastal site of Eland's Bay Cave both are extremely uncommon by comparison. 6.6 This may in part reflect seasonal variation in availability, especially in the case of the hibernating tortoise, but probably also results from the presence at the coast of a range of small animal alternative foods such as fish, crayfish, and seabirds. Other examples among plant foods remain so far undetected, though they may be reflected in the different composition of the plant remains at inland sites such as D'Hangen and Deep Kloof in the Western Cape. 6.7 It has been shown repeatedly 68 that hunter-gatherer groups tend to move in units of variable size in order to increase the efficiency of their use of resources, fission into small family groups when resources are spread thinly, and fusion into larger gatherings when the type of subsistence requires the use of considerable manpower, or when resources are highly concentrated and thus capable of supporting large gatherings. This pattern also serves to maintain the kinship web between neighboring groups who use the occasional large gathering to pass on news, exchange items, technological innovations, and perhaps WOMEN. Through WHOM the web of kinship obligations is traced. In times of catastrophes, these obligations are a lifeline allowing one group to survive by temporarily using another's resources. Moreover, personal difficulties can be solved by one or other party leaving a group and either temporarily or permanently joining another in which there are relatives. Though the recognition of these features remains a goal of archaeological research, the most explicit information about them, at present, comes from historical records and, perhaps questionably, from rock art. Liechtenstein, perhaps the most acute observer of San's social organization among the early travelers, noted that families alone form close associations in single small hordes. The hardships that attend on satisfying the most urgent necessities of life preclude the possibility of forming larger societies. These families even are sometimes obliged to separate since the same spot will not afford sustenance for all. 69 Still referring to a hunter-gatherer group, he said. A horde commonly consists of the different members of one family only, and no one has any power or distinction above the rest. Everyone leaves his horde, and attaches himself to another entirely at his own pleasure. Very little intercourse exists between the separate hordes, they seldom unite unless in some extraordinary undertaking, for which the combined strengths of a great many is required. For the most part the hordes keep at a distance from each other, since the smaller the number, the easier is a supply of food procured. 70. It is remarkable that these comments on group size, group composition, the fission and fusion of groups, territorial arrangements and the egalitarian social system are virtually identical to those of trained anthropologists made 200 years later amongst obviously related groups in the Kalahari. 71 One study of the size of groups depicted in the rock art of the Western Cape resulted in a mean group size of about 14 persons, a figure very similar to that recorded in the diaries of the late 18th century commandos. 72 This probably reflects the horde of Liechtenstein, which might have varied between 10 and 30 persons, whilst the very low numbers occasionally encountered were apparently work groups of either men or women about their daily tasks. However, there are examples of rock paintings which illustrate up to 30 or 40 men in a single scene, which Southern Africa, hunters and food gatherers. Figure 26.6 Occasionally when groups met, the result was marked by conflict rather than cooperation. Here is a conflict scene between two evenly matched groups, apparently males. Must mean a gathering of around 100 persons or more, see Fig 26.5. It is very tempting to interpret such occasional paintings as a reflection of the periodic fusion of groups referred to above. It would be particularly interesting if large painted groups tended to be engaged in non-economic activities such as dancing and to be located in areas suspected of high seasonal food potential. Unfortunately, this information is not yet available, and the possibility remains unsubstantiated. The mountain belt of the Western Cape is one such area, where the rich collectible resources such as honey, caterpillars, fruits, corms, and tortoises may have allowed groups to camp near to one another during the summer months in order to maintain old ties and exchange material gifts. A small parcel of mussel shells wrapped in leaf at the Cave de Hangen seems to have been a valued exchange item destined to be transported farther inland. 73 Certainly the winter potential of the Karoo Basin and Strandveld complement the summer potential of the mountain belt which divides them. Whether such systems can be recognized depends upon the success of plant and animal studies now in progress. The storage of foodstuffs from times of plenty to times of scarcity is not characteristic of recent Kalahari groups, who seem to have regarded the environment as a natural larder which always provided some combination of foods and which required little supplementing. It seems that, by carefully planning an annual beat around the available resources and conserving the more common foods for difficult times, the need to store food was minimized. Food was usually collected and consumed the same day, or over a few days in the case of unusual bounties such as large game. The situation farther south seems to have been similar, since evidence of storage pits is rare in the archaeological record and the early travelers never describe storage as an important aspect of San subsistence. Kalb, who had access to the information of many observers of Khoikhoi and San life at the end of the 17th century, noted that though the fields abound with wholesome and very nourishing fruits and roots which they might lay up in plenty against a rainy day, yet it is the custom of the women to gather only such a quantity as will serve their families for the day. 74 other early authorities mention the storing of dried grasshoppers, the pounded roots of the canna plant, a species of salsola, and dried apricots, items which were probably not as economically important as the roots, tubers, and corms. In the Southern Cape there is evidence, as yet unpublished, of large numbers of storage pits associated with sand cave sites. 75 as yet unconfirmed reports suggest that the seeds recovered from these pits may have been collected for their oil content rather than as food. From the evidence that has been presented, it seems clear that sand groups were highly organized small mobile groups with an intimate knowledge of the resources available to them and how these resources varied through time and space. The subsistence base, the range of hunting, fishing, and gathering techniques and the settlement patterns employed are becoming increasingly better documented, using data from a variety of sources. As Lee has pointed out, the impression that hunter-gatherers subsisted on the brink of disaster has been shown to be generally far from the truth. Old Woman, it is not known whether she was Khoikhoi or San, was questioned by Barrow in the Book of Elt in 1798, of which he said, on being asked if her memory could carry her back to the time when the Christians first came among them, she replied, with a shake of her head, that she had very strong reasons to remember it, for that before she had ever heard of the Christians, she knew not the want of a bellyful, whereas it was now a difficult matter to get a mouthful. 76. Khoikhoi pastoralists. The picture of hunting and gathering within defined environmental contexts is, of course, seriously incomplete when dealing with the herded stock from another source. The earliest radiocarbon dates associated with domestic animals and the potsherds at sites from Angola to the Eastern Cape are summarized in Figure 26.8. Also included is the rather sparse information on these items from inland areas and, for reference, the earliest dates presently available for the penetration of iron using Bantu-speaking mixed farmers into southern Africa. Although the apparent pattern may change with further research, it seems worthwhile risking some interpretations in terms of the origin and speech of Khoikhoi herdsmen, see Fig 26.9. The most obvious point is that potsherds appear for the first time in sites from Angola to the Southern Cape during the period 2000 to 1600. As more shards are found, dating will become more accurate, and it may be that radiocarbon dating will ultimately point to the same dates for the appearance of patterns throughout the whole region. Only 4 dates before 2000 have been reported, and there are reasons for supposing that all of these are either seriously contaminated 77 or pre-pottery. 78. A second and no less important observation is that wherever a search from traces of domestic animals has been specifically made, they appear as early in the archaeological record as potsherds. This may not be true in every site, but when dates from neighboring sites are combined to form local sequences, then they appear concurrently. Although this approach may seem unjustified, it can be defended as ironing out problems raised simply by sampling phenomena. The implication is that potsherds and domestic stock diffused quickly, at the same time and through the same area. The word diffused seems inescapable since, whereas pottery could be independently invented, domestic animals obviously could not. Moreover, the pottery shows no signs of being crude or early inefficient attempts at a technological innovation. A point of considerable though as yet not overriding importance is that the association of dates linking early domestic animals and pottery relates to the coastal plain and adjacent mountain chains along the Atlantic and western Indian Ocean coasts. Whilst this may in part arise from the understandable preoccupation of archaeologists with the depositional sequences of caves in the sandstone of the Cape Folded Belt, there is some reason to suppose that the absence of early dates east of the Gamtoos River and north of the Folded Belt is significant. 79. In any case, the association coincides well with the historically documented pastoralists known collectively as Khoikhoi. 80. Although research continues into the spread of iron and domestic animals into southern Africa along an easterly route, present evidence suggests the 4th or 5th century of our era for their introduction south of the Limpopo. 81. Thus the set of late Stone Age dates associated with both pottery and domestic stock predates that of the Iron Age farther north and east by fully 200 to 300 years, an interval surely not accountable to radiocarbon dating. The implication of this contextual, distributional, and chronological pattern seems to be that herding peoples with pottery spread rapidly into the southern Cape along a westerly coastal route around. No doubt groups of hunters were integrated into the pastoralist societies, and there must have been some important readjustments in demographic and economic patterns, though these remain largely undocumented. It seems inescapable that these intruders were the Khoikhoi pastoralists. It is of course of considerable interest to speculate on the origins, causes, and circumstances of this intrusion, but with so little data such speculation must be very imprecise. Research in Zambia and Zimbabwe has tended to be rigidly divided into Iron Age and Stone Age, with the result that surface levels in cave, shelter, or open sites containing pottery have often been written off as Stone Age with Iron Age contamination. The fact is that in these areas there may well have been populations of a technically Stone Age character but whose economy included the herding of some domestic stock, and who manufactured pottery recognizably different from local iron-using agriculturists. In Zimbabwe the so-called Bambata pottery is fairly generally recognized as distinct from Iron Age pottery and was often recovered with Wilton, that is Late Stone Age, artifacts. Whether this reflects a pre-Iron Age spread of pastoralists or not remains contentious, but corroboration for the idea may be sought in the distribution of paintings of fat-tailed sheep from Zimbabwe generally believed to be of Stone Age associations. These were the sheep herded by Khoikhoi pastoralists at the Cape in the 15th, 16th and 17th centuries of our era. Should the distribution of Stone Age sheep herding peoples be extended through Zimbabwe and Zambia, the possibility arises of some origin in East Africa where cultural, linguistic, and even biological antecedents have been postulated. The existence of herding peoples who make pottery with lugs, the survival of click languages in the Hadza and Sanda, and the claimed Hamite features of Hottentot populations have all at one time or another been quoted as evidence of a northeastern origin for the herding, non-iron-using populations of southern Africa. Whilst these connections may be dubious or in some cases rejected, the continuity of traits such as ceramics, sheep herding, sheep and cattle types, non-iron technology, ground stone artifacts and possibly language, if proven, would argue strongly for an ultimate East African origin for Khoikhoi pastoralists. This in turn would suggest that the disruptions which caused the movements of Bantu speakers in a predominantly eastern wave southwards, may also have prompted a western move, perhaps slightly earlier or simply faster, of herding non-agriculturalist peoples towards the Cape. The absence of Hottentot or Cape coastal pottery from the Transvaal, Swaziland, Natal, the Orange Free State or the Transkei may merely reflect the facts that agriculture is a more feasible pursuit in these better watered summer rainfall areas, and that highly mobile herding peoples without crops were more capable of spreading through the dry landscapes of Namibia and the Northern Cape and thence to the pastures of the Western and Southern Cape. It is conceivable that sheep were brought along the western route but that cattle were obtained by Khoikhoi pastoralists from the east, from Bantu-speaking populations by then resident in the Transkei region. Support for this may come from the abundance of presumed later Stone Age paintings of fat-tailed sheep in the Western Cape but the absence of similar paintings of cattle, although cattle were painted in the areas now settled by Bantu speakers. Furthermore, the presence of cattle bones as early as sheep bones in later Stone Age excavations in the Southern Cape is not yet firmly documented. Thus, there are grounds for speculating that sheep-herding peoples, related to stone-using hunters and distinct physically from Bantu speakers, having received stock and pottery from neighbors in East Africa, migrated west and then south in search of pasture, to arrive finally at the Cape soon after 2000. Such populations may have incorporated, fought with or simply learned to live with locally existing hunters and subsequently met with and interacted with Bantu speakers in what is today the Transkei. The sparse distribution of pottery, ground stone artifacts and animal bones along the route just described may mean nothing more than that they were highly mobile, leaving debris so thinly dispersed as to be archaeologically practically invisible. Unfortunately, the number of undoubted herdsman sites excavated, 663, remains very small, unless some of the open shell middens, Surface scatters of stone artifacts or rock shelter occupations turn out to be the residues of herdsmen. The ecology of Khoikhoi groups remains a subject for future archaeological research. For information on diet, technology, and organization, it is necessary to rely heavily upon the accounts of early European settlers and travelers. For example, referring to the Cape Khoikhoi, Willem ten Rijn, a botanist and physician in the service of the Dutch East Indian Company, wrote the following whilst on a short visit to the Cape in 1673, "Their diet is a vegetable one. From marshes and mounds they root up sword lilies, with the leaves of this plant they roof their huts, the bulbs they use for bread. The only interruption to this diet is in the event of a marriage or a birth, when they slaughter an ox or at least a sheep to provide a feast for their friends, unless some wild animal should happen to be taken. They drink the milk of cows and sheep." 82. There are other such references which suggest that Khoikhoi were loath to kill their stock except on special occasions, and which illustrate the milk and vegetable basis of their diet. To a considerable extent it was the same as that of the San, being based on the gathering of rootstocks supplemented by occasional meat, either domestic or wild, but with the addition of regular milk supplies. This latter may well explain the fact that hunters with no access to milk and its nutritional value were consistently described by early travelers as smaller than herders. 83. Because the Khoikhoi depended so much upon collected food staples and supplemented these with hunted meat, it is not surprising to find a technology very similar to that of the San, although the relative dependence upon particular techniques may be expected to have varied with the differences in their economy. Thus, mention of the bow and arrow is more frequent in descriptions of San, but there is no doubt that the Namaqua in the late 17th century and the Ganaqua in the late 18th century used bows, poisoned arrows, and quivers. 84. However, it is significant that in both of these accounts assegais were mentioned as of equal importance, whereas this is never the case in accounts of San. Le Valiant recorded that the Ganaqua used gins and snares, which they placed in convenient spots to catch large animals. 85. And large pit traps near the Brack River in the southern Cape and elsewhere were ascribed to Hottentots, probably, Khoikhoi pastoralists. 86. Similarly, some early travelers specifically cite herding groups as using basket traps for fishing in the Orange, digging sticks for rooting out corms and bulbs, bags for carrying foodstuffs, and wooden clubs for killing seals. All this technology was held in common with San hunter-gatherers. Perhaps the three traits not necessarily shared with hunters are the building of more substantial huts from rushes, the manufacture of pottery, and the knowledge of the shaping of metals. Since Khoikhoi moved about pastures in fairly large numbers, they did not use caves and seem to have built domed huts with a sapling structure across which mats of rushes and perhaps skins were laid. These huts were usually arranged in a circular village plan, and it is frequently stated that the domestic animals were crawled overnight within the village circle. When the time came to move, the saplings and mats were simply packed onto the back of oxen and transported to the new site. 87. The situation as regards pottery and metalworking is not so straightforward. Several early writers mention the manufacture of earthenware, exceedingly brittle and, almost all shaped alike. 88. But no accounts specifically ascribe them to San. In fact, ten Rijn observed that only the richer among them make pots, though his meaning is obscure. 89. The Namaqua of the late 17th and the Ganaqua of the late 18th centuries both made pottery, and it is probable that the remarks of Kalb, Gravenbroek, and ten Rijn refer to Cape Khoikhoi in the late 17th century. 90. It is tempting to assume that the appearance of pottery in the rock shelters and caves of the Cape of the early centuries of our era marks the spread of pot-making pastoralists into the area. Perhaps the conical-necked pots with the characteristic internally reinforced lugs are the standard pattern referred to by Le Valiant. This is one of the recurrent pot forms from coastal and near-coastal sites in the Cape 9, and in its shape and lugs might reflect the need for containers with handles to carry milk. Other uses, including the melting of grease, are mentioned in the early literature. 92. There is no evidence that the Cape Khoikhoi were habitual metal workers before the arrival of European settlers, but the Namaqua were quite obviously able to work copper into beads and discs in the 17th century.
When van Meerhoff made the first contact with the Namaqua from the Cape Colony in I-66I, he mentioned copper discs. Chains of copper and iron beads, 93, but offers no comments on where or how they were made. In his review of the Cape Khoikhoi, Elphick has persuasively argued that the Namaqua probably knew how to work copper and were actively exploiting the copper ores of Namaqua land. 94 He adds that the same may be said, with only slightly less certainty, about the Cape Khoi. 95 The size of the Khoikhoi pastoralist groups may well have varied seasonally, but there is no doubt that they were consistently larger than those of San hunter-gatherers. Patterson noted villages of 19, 18, 11, and 6 huts among the Namaqua. 96 and Le Valiant described a Ganaqua horde near the Great Fish River in which about 400 persons lived in 40 huts, built on a space about 600 feet square, which formed several crescents and were all connected together by small enclosures belonging to each. 97 The Kakokwa, observed Dapper, dwelt mostly near and in the valleys of Saldana Bay. They are settled in 15 or 16 different villages about a quarter of an hour's distance from one another, and all told inhabit 400 or 450 huts. Each village consists of 30, 36, 40, or 50 huts, more or less, all placed in a circle a little distance apart. 98 He estimated their joint stock at about 100,000 cattle and 200,000 sheep. Living as they did in fairly large communities, the Khoikhoi obviously needed to keep on the move to maintain a supply of pasture for their animals and plant foods for themselves. 40 Khoikhoi women would deplete a locality much more rapidly than 5 of their San counterparts. Le Valiant recorded those indispensable emigrations to which they Khoikhoi are compelled by the difference of the seasons. 99 and, with reference to the Namaqua, Governor van der Stel noted that according to the season of the year they go into the mountains and then back to the valleys and the shore, wherever they find the best pasture. 100 In the early days of the settlement at Table Bay it was clear that the powerful Saldanhamen used the pastures of the bay in the dry summer but moved north toward Saldana Bay at other times. The Khoikhoi, in short, were continually on the move and had at their disposal large tracts of grazing land, especially the coastal plain and intermontane valleys. Movement into the Karoo pastures, probably after the winter rain, is mentioned by Sparman. WHO noted that the constant and unequivocal experience of the colonists with regard to this point agrees with the practice of the Hottentots. Whilst in the Long Kloof beyond Swellendam in 1775, Sparman made a detailed observation which suggests that Khoikhoi pastoralists regularly burnt the veldt in order to stimulate the growth of animal grasses and geophytic plants. This form of veldt management had the effect of maintaining a preclimax vegetal pattern in which useful elements were more prevalent than would normally be the case. His comment mentions fire, which is made use of by the colonists and the Hottentots for the purposes of clearing their fields of weeds. The ground is, it's true, by this means stripped quite bare, but merely in order that it may soon afterwards appear in a much more beautiful dress, being decked with various kinds of annual grasses, herbs, and stately lilies which had before been choked up by shrubs and perennial plants, thus forming with their young shoots and leaves a delightful and verdant pasturage for the use of game and cattle. 102 This practice seems to have preceded colonial settlement, since many early visitors to the Cape noted the prevalence of large bush fires, and Commander Van Riebeeck learned to correlate fires on the distant mountains with the imminent arrival of Khoikhoi groups. Relations between San and Khoikhoi were characterized by both conflict and cooperation. In the early years after the founding of the settlement at Table Bay, Van Riebeeck heard often of a certain people of very small stature, subsisting very meagerly, quite wild, without huts, cattle or anything in the world. 103 These people, known then as Sunqua or Soqua, lived in part by stealing stock from pastoralists, and one group based on the Berg River were specifically known as Abiqua, which means robber men. However, as the colonists penetrated farther inland and learnt more of the interrelations between groups, there are occasional references to a form of clientship whereby San hunters became attached to larger groups of Khoikhoi. Van der Stel wrote, "These Sunquas are just the same as the poor in Europe,
each tribe of Hottentots having some of them and employing them to bring news of the approach of a strange tribe. They steal nothing from the kraals of their employers, but regularly from other kraals. 104 Kalb, writing some 20 years later, confirmed that the Sunquas, for a livelihood, take up for the most part the military profession, and are mercenaries to the other Hottentots nations in their wars, serving barely for food from day to day. 05 These Sunquas were San who had become integrated into Khoikhoi society. Elphick argues convincingly that the expansion of Khoikhoi groups into previously San territories would have involved a cycle of integration passing through warfare, clientship, intermarriage, and assimilation. 106 It seems likely that the introduction of herding into southern Africa would have involved both population movements and the assimilation of indigenous hunter-gatherers, as Elphick suggests, but the documentation of both processes remain a difficult archaeological exercise. Relations between San, Khoikhoi and other groups such as immigrant colonists or iron-using agriculturalists were probably as varied as those between San and Khoikhoi. In the West, both San and Khoikhoi were driven from their lands and exterminated or assimilated into colonial society. A number of rock paintings from the Western Cape depict the covered wagons, mounted horsemen, and weapons of the trekking farmers, see Fig 26.11. In the East, the conflict between Iron Age farmers and hunters is largely undocumented, but again rock paintings depict cattle thefts in which small bowmen steal from larger figures with spears and shields, see Fig 26.12. The later stages of this interaction are recorded when literate colonists moved into Natal and on the slopes of the Drakensberg Mountains. Khoikhoi herdsmen, perhaps having more in common with Bantu-speaking mixed farmers than did the San, seem to have established more harmonious relations with, for example, Xhosa and Tswana groups. The description of the Ganakwa by L. E. Valiant suggests a history of 669. Close ties between Them and nearby Xhosa, including considerable intermarriage. Degree 711 is probably quite wrong to imagine clear economic, linguistic, physical, or cultural distinctions between the various prehistoric peoples of southern Africa. Even more unlikely, perhaps, is the possibility that any such distinctions would have coincided exactly. 108. Introduction. The cultural episode in southern Africa, one known to historians as the Early Iron Age, saw the introduction into the area of a way of life which contrasted sharply with those which had gone before, and one which established the character of subsequent historical developments throughout the region. Early in the first millennium of our era, a substantial population movement brought to southern Africa a Negroid farming people whose economy, settlement type, perhaps even their physical appearance and their language, were in marked contrast with those of the earlier inhabitants, and who introduced knowledge of the arts of metallurgy and potting which were, in this area, previously unknown. It is with the nature, origin, and development of these early Iron Age societies that this chapter is concerned. Archaeologists now recognize a broad cultural similarity among the communities who introduced Iron Age material culture into southern Africa. The remains of these communities are attributed to a common southern African early Iron Age industrial complex too, which is distinguished from other later, Iron Age industries, both by its chronological integrity and by the clear designation of its associated pottery to a common tradition. The distribution of this early Iron Age industrial complex extends far beyond the southern African region here discussed. Three numerous regional subdivisions within the complex may be recognized primarily on the basis of ceramic stylistic variation, and in many areas these groupings may be confirmed by further unrelated cultural traits. The early Iron Age ceramic tradition appears to have been introduced throughout its area of distribution during the first few centuries of our era and to have survived in most areas until its displacement by distinct and more heterogeneous later Iron Age traditions, most frequently around the beginning of the present millennium. This terminal date varies in some areas, the early Iron Age being displaced by the 8th century in certain regions, while in others there may be demonstrated a considerable degree of typological continuity between the early Iron Age and the modern traditional ceramic industries. For convenience, in the context of the present multi-volume work, I have taken it upon myself to discuss the early Iron Age cultures up to the time of their displacement or until the 11th century of our era, whichever is the earlier in each region. I have thus left the later survivals of the early Iron Age cultures for discussion elsewhere in the context of their later Iron Age contemporaries. It is in the milieu of the early Iron Age industrial complex that a number of cultural traits of paramount importance make their first appearance in southern Africa. 5. These traits are, primarily, food production, metallurgy, the making of pottery and settlement in semi-permanent villages with houses made of mud applied to a wattle or lathe framework, po/eind daga. Subject to the variable suitability of the terrain and the distribution of the mineral deposits, these 4 traits appear to be ubiquitous on early Iron Age sites in this region. The material culture of the early Iron Age societies is in sudden and marked contrast with that of their I8 Stone Age predecessors and contemporaries. Both in its different components and as a viable entity, it can be shown to have been introduced into southern Africa in a fully fledged form, and it is clear that its antecedents are to be sought, not within this region, but far away to the north. For example, no southern African site has yielded pottery which can be regarded as in any way ancestral to the early Iron Age, whereas metallurgy appears to have been introduced as a fully developed and efficient technology into an area where previously even a rudimentary KNOW ledge of its techniques was totally lacking. Domestic animals and cult gens of the early Iron Age were of species not previously known in the southern part of the subcontinent. In view of this, and of its broadly contemporaneous appearance over an enormous area, it is hard to escape the conclusion that the early Iron Age was introduced into southern Africa by means of a substantial and rapid movement of population which brought with it a full-fledged but alien culture, the formative processes of which had taken place elsewhere. It is thus clear that the early Iron Age represents but one sector of human activity in southern Africa during the first millennium of our era. In Many areas, late Stone Age folk continued to practice their traditional way of life throughout this period, while some of their counterparts farther to the beginnings of the Iron Age in southern Africa. South, beyond the southernmost penetration of the early Iron Age, appear to have adopted certain new cultural traits which are best seen as derived from contact, both direct and indirect, with early Iron Age settlers. These I8 Stone Age and related populations are discussed by J.E. Parkington in Chapter 26 of the present volume. Reconstruction of the early Iron Age in southern Africa must be based first and foremost on archaeological evidence. Unlike events of the later periods of the Iron Age, those of this time, which corresponds broadly with the first millennium of our era, lie effectively beyond the range of oral tradition. As has been shown in an earlier chapter, attempts have been made to base historical reconstructions of the pre-literate early Iron Age societies of this region on purely linguistic evidence. In the present state of our knowledge, however, it seems preferable generally to admit the conclusions of historical linguistics as secondary evidence for comparison with the sequence which has first been established on the basis of archaeology. Regional Survey of Archaeological Evidence. Southern Zambia, Angola, Malawi. A regional survey of the Zambian early Iron Age has recently been undertaken by the present writer, and a number of distinct groups have been recognized primarily on the basis of the typology of the associated pottery. 6. Here, we are only concerned with the evidence from the southern part of the country. TWO closely related groups may be discerned in the Copperbelt region and on the Lusaka Plateau. The Kondwe group of the Copperbelt is characterized by pottery vessels with thickened or undifferentiated rims, the most frequent decorative motifs being lines of alternately facing triangular impressions forming a chevron design in false relief, and also chardate areas of comb stamping delineated by broad grooves. The score of village sites which have so far yielded pottery of this type are distributed alongside rivers and streams, generally close to the tree lanes of the dambos which fringe the upper reaches of the Kafu headwater tributaries. Radiocarbon dates for the Kondwe group sites of Kanganga and Kondwe cover the 6th to the 11th centuries of our era, but study of pottery typology suggests that certain other sites may be earlier. Iron and copper working is evident throughout the time range of the known sites. However, Exploitation of the area's copper deposits appears to have been on a small scale in early Iron Age times, although it attracted widespread trade contacts. 7to the south, centered on the Lusaka Plateau, are the early Iron Age sites attributed to the Kapwairamwi group, the pottery of which is distinguished from that of the Kondwi group by the greater degree and frequency of rim thickening and by the extreme rarity of all comb-stamped decoration, the place of which is taken by a variety of incised designs. At the village of Kapwairamwi, 13 kilometers east of Lusaka, the apparently brief occupation has been securely dated from around the 5th century of our era. There were extensive remains of collapsed daga structures, many of which appear to have been iron smelting furnaces. Enormous quantities of iron slag and bloom confirmed that extensive iron working had been conducted in the immediate vicinity. Iron tools were more common than is usual on sites of the Zambian Iron Age, but copper appears to have been unknown. Bone fragments indicated the presence of domestic cattle. The later development of the Kapwairamwi group is best illustrated at the Twickenham Road site in an eastern suburb of Lusaka. Here, domestic goats were kept and wild animals hunted. Iron working, as at Kapwairamwi, was on a substantial scale, but only in the final phase of the early Iron Age at Twickenham Road does copper make its appearance. 9. The distribution of the Kapwairamwi group extends to the southeast into the Zambezi Valley near Chirundu and beyond onto the Mashonaland Plateau around Urungwe, where it is best known from a site adjacent to the Sinoya Cave, dating from the second half of the first millennium of our era. 10. In western Zambia few early Iron Age sites have so far been discovered. At Sioma Mission on the upper Zambezi, a settlement is dated from the middle centuries of the first millennium. Another, beside the Lubisi River west of Kamoa, belongs to the last quarter of that millennium. These sites have yielded pottery which, although undoubtedly belonging to the early Iron Age, is markedly distinct from that of the groups recognized farther to the east. There was evidence for iron working at both sites. 2. Physically, the upper Zambezi area is best regarded as an extension of the Kalahari sand country of Angola. Here, hardly any dated archaeological pottery assemblages are available for comparison, but the small collection from Dundo Airfield, dating from between the 7th and the 9th centuries and therefore virtually contemporary with Lubisi, shows many features in common with the latter material. 3. In the Dundo area pottery appears to have been made since the early centuries of our era, if the evidence of a radiocarbon date from the stream gravels at Fury Mine can be relied upon. I4WE can be reasonably sure that Iron Age communities were present over wide areas elsewhere in Angola during the first millennium of our era, but little detail is available. At this point it is convenient to note that Iron Age sites dating from the first millennium of our era are now known from more southerly areas of Angola, as at Fiti Lachoya, where the earliest Iron Age occupation is dated from the 7th or 8th century. The relationship of the site to the early Iron Age industrial complex cannot be determined since no details of the associated artifacts, beyond the bare fact that iron and pottery were present, have so far been made available. 6. In the extreme north of Namibia, the site of Kopako has yielded pottery, described in a preliminary and provisional account as akin to that from Kapwairamwi, associated with a radiocarbon date in the late first millennium. 7. South of the Kafu, in the fertile plateau regions of the southern province of Zambia, several sites of large early Iron Age villages have now been discovered. Individual sites were apparently settled for much longer than was general elsewhere. The earliest such occupations apparently took place around the 4th century. This early Iron Age settlement seems to have been denser than in most other populations whose counterparts elsewhere long survived the arrival of agriculture and metallurgy. 8. Material culture of the early Iron Age Kalunda group of the Badoka Plateau has much in common with that of the Kapwairamwi group, but the pottery is readily distinguished, primarily by the rarity of false relief chevron stamping and of bowls with pronounced internal thickening of the rim. Cowrie shells indicate contacts with the coastal trade, but glass beads are absent. The lowest levels of the Kalundu site near Kalamo yielded a large assemblage of animal bones, of which less than 2/5 were of domestic cattle and small stock. Hunting evidently continued to play an important part in the economy. Iron was used for the manufacture of such objects as razors, arrowheads, and probable thumb-piano keys. Copper fragments were also recovered. 19:0 and the plateau, the Kalunda group occupation lasted until the 9th century. 20 In the Kafu Valley around Namwala, the early Iron Age occupations at Basanga and Wanamapa have been dated from between the 5th and the 9th centuries. 21 The Zambezi Valley area around Livingstone is probably the best explored region of southern Africa from the point of view of Iron Age archaeology. The early Iron Age DAMBWA group of this area shares features both with the Kalunda group and with the Gokamir sites in Zimbabwe. 22 It has been suggested that, after an initial and little-known phase best illustrated by the small assemblage of shards from the Situmpa site near Makalai, the main fluorescence of the DAMBWA group may have been derived from a secondary center of dispersal of Iron Age culture situated south of the Zambezi. 23 At Kamadzalo, dated between the 5th and 7th centuries, were found traces of subrectangular Polaniag houses. A small piece of imported glass found inside one of these houses indicates that contact with the coastal trade had begun by the 7th century. Burial customs of this period are best illustrated at Chundu, where the corpses were interred individually in pits. They were buried in a tightly contracted posture with the knees drawn up to the chin. Grave goods appear to have been deposited in separate pits nearby. These generally contained pairs of pottery vessels forming a container for the funeral cache, which at this site invariably included an iron hoe, often with the addition of other objects such as iron or copper bangles, cowrie shells, or shell disc beads. One of these caches also contained 2 seeds, tentatively identified as being of squash and a bean. 24 DAMBWA group settlements, like those of the Kalunda group to the north, have yielded osteological evidence for the herding of domestic cattle as well as sheep and/or goats, but the preponderance of bones of wild species confirms the continued importance of hunting. Locally made iron tools included bodkins, knives, hoes, and axes, bangles, and points for spears and arrows. Copper does not occur in the region and must have been brought in by trade, the 2 nearest known sources being in the Kafu Hook region of Zambia and around Wonki in Zimbabwe. Copper artifacts found on DAMBWA group sites include bangles and trade bars. During the 8th century, an increased tempo of ceramic typological change led to the appearance of the Kalamo pottery tradition, which is now seen as a local development within the Victoria Falls region from the early Iron Age DAMBWA group pottery. Around the middle of the 9th century, makers of the Kalamo tradition pottery introduced their wares onto the Batoka Plateau and appear rapidly to have displaced the remaining Kalunda group population there. 25 In the eastern province of Zambia, the early Iron Age population appears to have been established by the 3rd century of our era, but to have been sparse. The majority of the inhabitants of this area probably retained their late Stone Age way of life well into the present millennium, until long after the inception of the later Iron Age. 26 The pottery of these KAMNAMA group sites of eastern Zambia is closely related to that from contemporary settlements in adjacent regions of Malawi, where an outline Iron Age archaeological sequence is now available for the greater part of the country lying to the west of the lake. In northern Malawi, a site on the South Rukuru River beside Fopo Hill has yielded evidence for prolonged early Iron Age occupation dated to between the 2nd and 5th centuries of our era. Pots herds, wild animal bones and evidence for iron smelting were recovered, together with shell disc beads. Glass beads were not recovered. The pottery is clearly akin to that from KAMNAMA, and the general affinities of this material to the early Iron Age wares of East Africa, especially that from Kwale inland from Mombasa, 27 are clear. Comparable material from Lumbule Hill near Livingstonia is dated to about the middle of the 1st millennium. In northern Malawi, the Mwevarambo site appears to represent the local form of the early Iron Age, showing some affinities with the Malambo group of northern Zambia. 28 Mwevarambo is dated from the 11th to the 13th centuries. 29 In southern Malawi, the finds from the numerous sites attributed to the Nkope group 30 indicate comparable settlements of the period from the 4th to the 11th centuries. The early Iron Age ceramics from Malawi and adjacent regions of Zambia form a clear typological link between the contemporary wares of East Africa and those of Zimbabwe, but they are markedly distinct from those of the Kondwe, Kapwiramwe, and Kalunda groups in the Trans-Luangwan regions to the west. Unfortunately, no data are available on early Iron Age sites, if any do indeed occur, in the country to the east of Lake Malawi. Africa south of the Zambezi. In Zimbabwe, the same general picture of regionally differentiated early Iron Age industries belonging to a common industrial complex is continued. We have already referred to the industries of two northern regions of the country, which are closely related to Zambian groups. Over most of the rest of Zimbabwe, the early Iron Age cultures show considerable basic similarity. There is general acceptance for a tripartite division of the associated pottery. Ziwa ware appears centered on the eastern highlands around Inyanga and extending both westwards towards Salisbury and southwards along the Mozambique border areas towards the Lowveld. Ziso ware, formerly known as Leopard's Copy I-3, is found in the southwest around Bulawayo. Gokamir ware is widely distributed in the south-central area. The typology shows that the three groups are intimately related. Indeed, recent work has shown that in several areas there is considerable typological overlap between the groups and suggests that they may not always be so sharply defined as are some of the Zambian early Iron Age groups. 32. A clear picture of Zimbabwean early Iron Age settlement is obtained at Mabvini in the Chibi district, where remains of three Po/Eandaga structures have been investigated. One of these was interpreted as a storage bin which was originally raised above the ground on stones. Traces of dry stone walling could not be linked unequivocally with the early Iron Age settlement, but are architecturally distinct from structures of more recent date. The pottery was characterized by necked vessels with diagonal comb stamped decoration on the thickened rim band, and a variety of open bowls. Clay figurines of sheep and humans were also recovered, as were beads made of iron, copper, and shell. Contact with coastal trade is demonstrated by the presence of marine shells and glass beads. 33. Sheep were the only domestic animals represented. The site is dated from some period within the first two-thirds of the first millennium. Confirmatory evidence for much of the above comes from a rock shelter at Gokamir Mission north of Fort Victoria, where the animal bones included a horncore of domestic goat. The early Iron Age settlement at Gokamir is dated from between the 5th and 7th centuries. 34. The earliest Iron Age occupation of the Acropolis at Great Zimbabwe is a further example of the Gokamir early Iron Age industry, dated between the 3rd and 5th centuries for its end. 35. The early Iron Age of Ziwa ware of northeastern Zimbabwe was first recognized in the Inyanga area. 36. The earliest Ziwa pottery shows many points in common with Gokamir ware, but tends to be more elaborately decorated. Such pottery is at present best known from the place of offerings, a large undated open site on Ziwa Mountain near Inyanga. Associated finds include iron tools, copper objects, shell beads, and part of an imported cowrie shell. Millet and pumpkin seeds are apparently associated with the early Iron Age occupation. Later versions of the Ziwa pottery tradition show a general moderation of the more flamboyant features, while the use of hematite and graphite finishes is introduced. Radiocarbon dates indicate that the Ziwa wares cover the greater part of the first millennium. A date of the 10th or 11th century, from the lowest levels of the stone-built enclosure at Niahokwi beside Ziwa Mountain, is attributed to a final phase of the Ziwa tradition. Several human skeletons have been found on early Iron Age Ziwa sites in this area and appear to show Negroid physical characteristics. 37. Pottery apparently related to the final phases of the Ziwa tradition shows a far more extensive distribution than does its earlier counterpart, being recorded from a wide area of northeastern Zimbabwe as far to the west as the Salisbury district. The pottery recovered from the Golden Shower gold mine at Arcturus appears to be best attributed to a late manifestation of the Ziwa tradition, possibly belonging to the last quarter of the first millennium, but this attribution and dating should be regarded as tentative pending further investigations. 38. The association of this type of pottery with prehistoric mines is discussed in greater detail below. The final phase of the early Iron Age in northern Mashonaland is best represented by the sites at Kaitope, some IOO kilometers north-northwest of Salisbury, and at Maxton Farm near Shamba Hill. 39 Both sites are attributed to around the 11th century and are thought but briefly to antedate the introduction into the area of the later Iron Age Musanjzaware. The Maxton Farm site is situated on a kopje, the summit of which is surrounded by a low stone wall built of large, loosely piled diorite blocks, untrimmed, unselected and without packing or wedging. 40 upright monoliths were set into the top of the wall at frequent intervals along its length. There is no reason to doubt the association of the wall with the occupation of the settlement which it encloses. Significant economic development is thus indicated in this area during the later centuries of the early Iron Age. It is only in its later forms that Zawaware is found associated with imported glass beads. Comparable pottery is also found on sites with simple terraces and stone walling, as well as on gold and copper mines, indicating that its makers were involved in the more comprehensive exploitation of their territory's natural resources than had been their predecessors, and also that they were in contact with the trade network of the Indian Ocean. It is at this time, too, that domestic cattle are first attested in the archaeological record of Zimbabwe. Remains of these animals are markedly absent from sites of the earliest phase of Iron Age settlement south of the Zambezi, where the only domestic species represented are sheep and goats. Cattle are first recorded on sites dated to the 8th century. They do not, however, become frequent before the inception of the later Iron Age. 41 Centered on Bulawayo, the sites yielding Ziso-type pottery have much in common with the early Iron Age industries farther east. It now appears that this pottery does not represent the initial early Iron Age occupation of the area. This is probably seen in such sites as Manda and Mataliangwe in the Matapo Hills, where the sherds have close typological connections both with the early Gokamir wares and with the earliest Iron Age pottery of the Dambwa group in the Victoria Falls region. 42 It seems probable that in much of southwestern Zimbabwe the early Iron Age population remained sparse until the development of the Ziso industry late in the first millennium. Rock art studies indicate the substantial survival of late Stone Age peoples throughout this time, especially in the Matapo Hills. 43 Excavations at Ziso Hill in the Matapos have yielded fragments of pole and -aga structures and settings of stones which are interpreted as the supports for grain storage bins, together with pottery decorated primarily with comb-stamped motifs. This material is dated between the 9th and 12th centuries. 44 At other sites which have yielded Ziso pottery, notably Pumbage and Ngwapani, stone terrace walling may be contemporary, but the association is uncertain. 45 An 8th or 9th century Ziso horizon represents the earliest Iron Age occupation at the Leopard's Kopje site, 24 kilometers west of Bulawayo. Associated finds included shell and glass beads, iron slag, copper bangles, teeth of sheep or goats and, less certainly associated, remains of cowpeas. Cattle bones, which were common in the overlying deposits of the Leopard's Kopje industry, Mambo phase, were not represented in the comparatively small faunal assemblage from the basal Ziso horizon. 46 In the extreme southeast of Zimbabwe an early Iron Age village site at Malapati on the Nwanatsi River has been dated from the last quarter of the first millennium. 47 Cattle bones were recovered, and the pottery from this site shows affinities with both Gokamir and Ziso wares and, through the latter, with material recovered in eastern Botswana, as at Makagani Hill. 48 The spread of the early Iron Age industrial complex south of the Limpopo during the first millennium is now indicated, but the evidence is sparse and incomplete. Pottery similar to that from Malapati has been discovered at Matakoma in the South Spansberg of the northern Transvaal. No absolute dates for the site are available, but the similarity with the dated Malapati assemblage makes a date in the second half of the first millennium appear probable. 49 Near Zanin in the northeastern Transvaal, pottery of early Iron Age type has been dated from the 3rd or 4th century, indicating that the spread of this complex south of the Limpopo did not long postdate its introduction into Zimbabwe. 50 more comprehensive remains have recently been recovered at Broederstroom, west of Pretoria. Here, R.J. Mason has unearthed the remains of 13 collapsed huts together with traces of iron working. The early Iron Age pottery from this site, which is dated from around the 5th century, is associated with bones of domestic cattle, sheep, and goats. Even farther to the south, several occurrences of Iron Age artifacts have been dated from the first millennium, but their attribution to the early Iron Age industrial complex remains uncertain. 5-2 at Castle Peak, Ngwenya, in western Swaziland, an Iron Age presence is securely dated from the 4th or 5th century. The excavators preliminary note 53 indicates that the pottery, which was found associated with stone mining tools, occasional iron objects and artifacts of late Stone Age type, may be attributable to the early Iron Age. From a broadly contemporary site at Leidenburg has been recovered a remarkable terracotta representation of a life-sized human head, associated with pottery of a type, designated NC3 by J. F. Schofield, whose relationship to the early Iron Age industrial complex remains to be elucidated. The distribution of NC3 pottery extends southwards into Natal where, at Mewton, it is found on a site which has also yielded bones of domestic cattle and small stock. 54. Archaeological synthesis. Despite the uneven distribution and quality of archaeological research into the early Iron Age which will have become apparent from the foregoing summary, several broad overall trends may be discerned. Within the area under review, study of the pottery typology permits the recognition of two major divisions within the early Iron Age. 1. Best known in central and southern Zambia where it is represented by the Kondwe, Kapwiramwe, and Kalunda groups, extends for a considerable but unknown distance to the west. The other occupies Malawi, eastern Zambia, and the area of known early Iron Age settlement south of the Zambezi. The Damwa group. In the Victoria Falls area of the Zambezi Valley shares features in common with both divisions. This classification is confirmed to a certain extent by the study of selected economic aspects of the early Iron Age, as is attempted below. Food-producing economy. Detailed evidence for the food-producing economy of the early Iron Age societies has only rarely been recovered. The presence of relatively large, semi-permanent villages is, of course, suggestive of an economy based to a substantial extent on food production, while the discovery of occasional iron hoes and large numbers of grindstones is indicative of some form of agriculture. More specific evidence for the identity of the cult gens and domesticates involved has, however, only been forthcoming from comparatively few sites. Within the area and time period covered by this chapter, the only early Iron Age sites to have yielded physical identifiable remains of cultivated plants are Chundu, where the finds were provisionally identified as of squash and a bean, the place of offerings at Inyanga, which yielded seeds of millet and pumpkin, and Leopard's Copy, where cowpeas are reported. Seeds of sorghum were recovered from Kalamo tradition levels at Kalundu and Isamu Padi. 56 The Ngamilet site near Kariba, not culturally attributed to the early Iron Age, also produced remains of sorghum which have been directly dated to the 7th or 8th century. 57 This scanty evidence indicates some of the crops which were raised by early Iron Age farmers in southern Africa, but there is no reason to believe that the list is comprehensive. When we turn to consider the physical remains of domestic animals, the evidence is slightly more substantial. Remains of sheep and or goats are recorded from Twickenham Road, Kalundu, Kumadzalo, Mabvini, Gokamir, Leopard's Copy, Makuru, and Broederstroom. These widely scattered sites cover the whole time span of the early Iron Age in southern Africa. Bones of domestic cattle, however, come from early contexts only at the southern Zambian sites of Kapwiramwe, Kalundu, and Kumadzalo. South of the Zambezi cattle do not appear to occur before the 8th century, as at Coronation Park, Makuru, and Malapati. 5-8 That sheep were introduced into Zimbabwe before cattle may also be inferred from the study of the rock paintings of that country, where fat-tailed sheep are frequently represented but cattle never. 59 Recent evidence from Broederstroom, however, suggests that cattle may be of earlier occurrence in the Transvaal, where they were probably derived from a westerly source. 60 Even in the southern Zambian region, cattle in early Iron Age times appear to have been relatively uncommon, in contrast to the importance which they assumed in the economy of later periods. During the second half of the first millennium, a gradual change of emphasis in the local Iron Age economy may be discerned. At Kalundu, the period saw a steady increase in the proportion of domestic animal bones of those of wild species in successive horizons, indicating a gradual shift from hunting to animal husbandry. 61 In the Victoria Falls region, iron hoes become markedly less frequent at much the same time, and it seems reasonable to assume a corresponding change of emphasis away from agriculture in favor of increased herding of domestic animals. 62 Mining and metallurgy. Only 3 metals were worked on any substantial scale during the Southern African Iron Age. These, in decreasing order of importance, were iron, copper and gold. 63 Iron ore in one form or another is extremely widespread throughout the region. Where richer ores were not available, ferricrete or bog iron appear to have been smelted, despite their low yield. Iron working seems to have been introduced throughout the region contemporaneously with the arrival of the other diagnostic traits which constitute Iron Age culture as here defined. There is no evidence that iron was generally mined other than by the excavation of shallow pits. Often the ore was simply collected from the surface. Details of the iron smelting furnaces of the Southern African Early Iron Age are not known. 64 But it is interesting to note that smelting appears frequently to have been conducted within the confines of the villages, as if the taboos, which in later periods ensured that smelting operations were carried out away from all contact with women, did not at that time apply. Tools appear to have been used in the smelting process. This does not prove the use of bellows since tools are also used in natural draft furnaces. 6 The objects made of iron were generally of domestic utilitarian purpose, knives, arrow and spearheads and the like. There was probably little long-distance trade in iron or iron objects. Copper deposits have a far more restricted distribution than do those of iron. The main areas in southern Africa where such deposits occur are on the Zambezi/Congo watershed stretching from the modern Copper Belt westwards to Solwezi, in the Hook of the Kafu area, in the Sinoya and Wonki areas of Zimbabwe, in eastern Botswana adjacent to the Zimbabwean border, in the Limpopo Valley around Messina, and in the Phalaborwa area of the eastern Transvaal. Deposits farther to the west in Angola and Namibia need not be considered here because of the virtual absence of archaeological research in these areas. It is probable that copper deposits in all the regions noted above were exploited in Iron Age times, but considerable difficulty is experienced in determining early, as opposed to later, activity. Many prehistoric workings have been destroyed or substantially modified by recent mining. Copper artifacts are, however, widely distributed on early Iron Age sites, although they are not so common as they are on those of later periods. It cannot be demonstrated that copper working technology was practiced in all areas at such an early date in the early Iron Age as were the corresponding techniques for iron. In the Lusaka region, for example, copper appears to have been known until a late phase of the early Iron Age. Knowledge of copper in areas closer to the ore deposits was considerably earlier, as on the Kondwe group sites, and in most of Zimbabwe. Copper was clearly regarded as a relative luxury and its use was largely restricted to the manufacture of small items of personal adornment such as beads and bangles of thin twisted strip. The metal was traded in the form of bars, of which the best example from an early Iron Age context is that from Kumadzalo. Copper smelting furnaces of the early Iron Age have been investigated. Since potsherds characteristic of the wares of several far-flung regions are recorded from early Iron Age sites adjacent to Zambian copper belt mines, notably at Roan Antelope, it may be inferred that people came from great distances to obtain copper from these sites, a practice which continued into later Iron Age times. 66 It may be concluded that in much of southern Africa copper was worked on a small scale in early Iron Age times, but that the large-scale exploitation of this metal was a phenomenon of the later Iron Age.
67 Iron Age gold mining in southern Africa appears to have been restricted largely to Zimbabwe and immediately adjacent regions. 68 small-scale prehistoric workings in Zambia, South Africa, and elsewhere have been reported, but no detailed investigations have been conducted. In contrast, well over 1,000 prehistoric gold mines have been recorded in Zimbabwe and closely bordering regions of Botswana and the Transvaal. 69 Most of the ancient workings have been destroyed by further mining. Within the past 80 years and only in very few cases are detailed descriptions available. Dating the prehistoric exploitation of the Zimbabwean gold deposits is correspondingly difficult. The earliest radiocarbon dates for ancient mines in this region are from the Aboyne and Geelong mines, both around the 12th century. There are 4 reports of early Iron Age pottery having been recovered within or immediately adjacent to ancient mines. In each case the pottery concerned is best attributed to a late manifestation of the Zawa tradition. The occurrence of such pottery at the Golden Shower mine near Arcturus has already been noted. Similar material comes from the Three Skids claim. Both these sites are in the Ms Valley region. Farther to the south near Umkondo in the Sabi Valley region, comparable pottery has been recovered from the Hot Springs claim. Finally, late Zawa pottery comes from an ore processing site with dolly holes and crushing depressions at 3 Mile Water near KK, the closest such site to the extensive ancient workings at the Geika, Globe, and Phoenix mines. All these mines were worked in prehistoric times by means of open stopes. This is indeed by far the commonest type of ancient working in Zimbabwe. Golden Shower Mine and Hot Springs claim each had only one such stope. The KK mines were far more extensive, over 160 stopes being present at Geika mine, while those at Phoenix reached a depth of almost 40 meters. It is, however, clear that the latter sites were operated over many centuries and there is no evidence that early Iron Age mining was on other than a very small scale. Although substantial quantities of gold objects have been recovered from Zimbabwean Iron Age sites, the great majority of these were removed by treasure seekers during the early years of the European occupation. In hardly any cases, therefore, are data available concerning the provenance and archaeological associations of such discoveries. The few finds of gold which have been made in controlled archaeological excavations have all come from later Iron Age contexts. 70. In view of the exiguous dating evidence from ancient gold mines, it is possible to draw only tentative conclusions from the evidence of the 4 such sites which have yielded early Iron Age artifacts. None of these sites is dated, but the pottery would appear to indicate a date not earlier than the 9th century and probably not later than the 11th. 71. There is no convincing evidence for the exploitation of the Zimbabwean gold deposits before this time. This conclusion is in keeping with the evidence of Arabic written records in which the first mention of gold from this region bought on the East African coast occurs in a 10th century context. 72. The 4 gold mining sites which have yielded early Iron Age pottery all occur in the eastern parts of Zimbabwe, in the valleys of the Ms and the Sabi. Both these rivers provide relatively easy communications between the interior and the coast. The writings of Arab geographers leave no doubt that, from this initial period of gold mining, the metal was exported. Whether it was also used locally at this period is not yet clear. In this context, it is significant that the commencement of gold mining and the introduction of imported glass beads appears to have been broadly synchronous. If the two events are indeed connected, the stimulus for the development of gold mining may well have been primarily external. Summers's contention 73 that it was specifically from India that the techniques and, by implication, some of the miners were derived, is, however, unconvincing in the present state of our knowledge. Although the initiation of the exploitation of Zimbabwean gold may safely be attributed to a late phase of the early Iron Age, it was not until yet later times that mining was undertaken on a really substantial scale. Architecture. Only a few sites have yielded information permitting the reconstruction of architectural plans and structural details attributable to the early Iron Age in this region, and there must remain some doubt as to the extent to which these sites are characteristic of the architecture of southern Africa as a whole during this period. Kumadzalo produced evidence of the plans of 11 houses of pole and Foga construction.
These were subrectangular in outline with substantial corner posts. The maximum wall length was only 2 to 3 meters. No comparable evidence has been recovered from other early Iron Age sites in southern Africa, but fragmentary traces from a number of other sites such as Dambwa and Kaitope suggest that the general method of construction illustrated at Kumadzalo was frequently used, although the subrectangular shape of the Kumadzalo houses cannot be paralleled elsewhere. Building in stone was widespread in the Iron Age in regions south of the Zambezi, but the practice seems not to have spread into Zambia except on a very small scale during the closing centuries of the later Iron Age. 74. As has been noted above, there is, however, some evidence that in Zimbabwe building in stone was widespread during the early Iron Age, although on a much smaller and less elaborate scale than was subsequently attained. Stone building, as has been shown, may be associated with the Gokomir, later Zawa and Ziso sites. Undressed stone was mainly employed at this time for building terrace and field walls and the beginnings of the Iron Age in southern Africa's simple enclosures. The most elaborate form attained by early Iron Age builders was probably of the type described above from Maxton Farm. The later Iron Age brought greater elaboration and expansion to the stone building tradition, which was, however, securely established well before the close of the first millennium. The stone building sequence at Great Zimbabwe itself is attributed exclusively to the later Iron Age. 75. The above summary has been able only to cover selected aspects of early Iron Age economy and technology. It has, however, been adequate to emphasize the extent to which the early Iron Age provides the foundation to subsequent Iron Age cultural development in the southern African region. Conclusion. Such, in outline, is the present state of our knowledge concerning the early Iron Age in southern Africa. Elucidation of the events of this cultural episode is here regarded as primarily an archaeological exercise. Historical linguistic investigations can clearly also make a major contribution to early Iron Age studies. These have been discussed in an earlier chapter. Within the southern African region here discussed, two major divisions of the early Iron Age may be recognized in the archaeological record. They may best be regarded as primary divisions of the COMMON early Iron Age industrial complex, but they may be readily distinguished from each other by the typology of the associated pottery. ONE division displays a distribution extending southwards between the Luangwe Valley and Lake Malawi to Zimbabwe and the northern Transvaal. Its people were herders of sheep and goats but appear initially to have lacked cattle. The second division is best known from central and southern Zambia, but there are indications that it also extended over an enormous area farther to the west. In this region cattle were known in early Iron Age times, and it was probably from those folk that cattle were passed to the early Khoisan pastoralists of the most southerly regions of the continent, to which the early Iron Age industrial complex itself did not penetrate. The very uneven distribution of archaeological research prevents a more detailed view of the broader subdivisions of the early Iron Age. In particular, the whole of Mozambique is a complete blank on the distribution maps, so events throughout the area between the Indian Ocean and Lake Malawi remain entirely unknown. Most of Angola and much of South Africa have so far been very inadequately investigated. When these deficiencies have been remedied, it is probable that very major revisions will be required to the synthesis here proposed. It has been shown that the culture introduced to southern Africa by the early Iron Age people was responsible for establishing many of the main trends in the subsequent culture history of the region until quite recent times. Of particular interest to the historian in this context is the extent to which the regionally differentiated characteristics of later times may be traced back to the early Iron Age. The stone building tradition of Zimbabwe and the Transvaal, the gold mining of Zimbabwe and the copper working of the Copper Belt area, for example, are all seen to have their inception in the context of the early Iron Age in their respective regions, although they did not reach their full florescence until later times. Continuity between the early and later Iron Ages in many areas was thus presumably more marked than has often been assumed, but it is only when more intensive research has been conducted, particularly in those areas which remain virtually unexplored by archaeologists, that the full contribution of the early Iron Age to southern African history may be evaluated. 692. Madagascar. P. Varin. Cultural investigations. The population of Madagascar has been the subject of many studies, yet despite several often valid hypotheses, its origins are still veiled in mystery. Most authors agree that while the neighboring African continent has made ethnic contributions to Madagascar, the Malayo-Polynesian elements, that are just as obvious, especially in the Central Highlands, should also be stressed. The double ethnic origin of the Malagasy would explain the physical differences amongst the inhabitants of the island, who all speak an Indonesian language. Although this language is divided into 3 dialects, its linguistic unity is unquestionable. Archaeological discoveries of historical importance first began to be made from 1962, but previously important results had been gained from research in the fields of comparative linguistics, ethnology, musicology, and physical anthropology. It is therefore appropriate to summarize briefly the investigations into Malagasy cultural history made in these auxiliary sciences before examining the data that we possess on the first settlements. Linguistics. The Dutchman de Houtman was the first scholar to suggest that Malagasy belongs to the Malayo-Polynesian linguistic group. In 1603 he published some dialogues and a Malay-Malagasy dictionary, and his theory was reaffirmed by Luis Mariano, who a few years later recognized the existence in the northwest of a Kafir language, Swahili, that was spoken on the northwest coast, as distinct from a Buki language, Malagasy, spoken throughout the interior of the island and on the rest of the coast. That is very similar to Malay. Van der Tuuk later established scientifically the relationship between Malagasy and the Indonesian languages. His research was followed by that of Favre, Brandstetter, Marr, Richardson and, especially, Demp. Wolf. Demp Wolf's reconstruction of Proto-Indonesian shows that Marina, which he called Hova, does not differ significantly from other languages of the Indonesian family. Dahl later pointed out that Malagasy had been influenced by Bantu, not only in its vocabulary but also in its phonology. This fact is of prime importance for the discussion of African-Indonesian interactions, which will be described later. Hebert has shown in several of his works that there is often a bipartition among the Indonesian terms in Malagasy that demonstrates the heterogeneity of its Southeast Asian origins. Des has made an analysis of the vocabulary of Indonesian origin that allows us to infer what type of civilization was brought to Madagascar by the emigrants. 3 Lastly, glottochronology has confirmed the deeply Indonesian nature of the basic vocabulary, 94%, and provides an idea of the length of time that separates Malagasy from the proto-language. 4 But although the main elements of the basic Malagasy linguistic corpus belong to the Indonesian subgroup, we should not forget that other elements, Indian, Arabic and African, have also been incorporated into the language. The contacts implied by these elements help us to understand the contacts and admixtures of the Indonesian diaspora westwards. Physical anthropology. Research in this field has confirmed that the Malagasy belong both to the Mongoloid and to the Negroid stock. Rakito Ratsamamanga has come to important conclusions on the distribution and nature of the pigmentation most frequently found among the inhabitants of the Central Highlands. He distinguishes 4 morphological types among which the population is divided in the following proportions: 5 Indonesian Mongoloid type, 37% Negro-Oceanic type, 52% Negro-African type, 2% European type, 9%. One might question whether such a large proportion of the Negroid element is really of oceanic origin. More recently, Mrs. Shamla has proposed, on the basis of measurements taken from the skulls preserved in the Musée d'Elhome, that 3 morphological types should be distinguished. A light brown Asiatic type similar to the Indonesians, a dark type, African rather than Melanesian, a mixed type, that seems to be generally most frequent. Hematological research carried out by Pigache 6 shows very clearly that the Malagasy Negroids are of African and not Melanesian origin. The Indonesian physical type is dominant among individuals descended from the ancient Imerina free castes. However, the descendants of former captives who came from the coastal regions or from Africa are of a clearly Negroid type. The Indonesians also seem to have contributed to the biological complexity of the Sihanoka, the Bezonosino, of Sumbat Simasarika and of the northern Batsilio. Whether they also contributed to the constitution of the biological stock of the other coastal groups, where the Negroid type is widespread and often more or less general, is still a matter for discussion. The study of the skeletal remains found in Madagascar should help us to understand the process of racial intermixture. In particular, it should Madagascar indicate whether the fusion between the African and the Indonesian elements actually took place on the island or elsewhere. However, an almost total absence of skeletons found in archaeological contexts has so far hindered the collection of such data. 7. Ethnology and musicology. It was H. Deschamps who first attempted to distinguish between the Indonesian and the African contributions to Malagasy civilization. African cultural features are found such as elements of the cattle complex, the snake cult addressed to dead kings in the west and in Batsilio, and some features of the socio-political organization found in the coastal regions. However, the social organization of Imarina is completely Indonesian in character. Malagasy civilization owes much to the east, including most house forms, rice culture on irrigated terraces, some aspects of ancestor worship, and a whole technological complex including the double-valved bellows, the outrigger canoe, the underground oven containing porous volcanic rock, and less well-known objects, such as the rotating bow drill and the mounted file for opening coconuts, that have been studied on the west coast of Madagascar and that are found as far away as eastern Polynesia, identical in form, under the names of Hu and Anna, in Tahitian dialect. Hornell and the Kulwiks have studied Indonesian cultural echoes on the East African coast, and more recently G. P. Murdoch has referred to a Malaysian botanical complex, which he considers includes those plants introduced in ancient times from Southeast Asia. Among them he mentions rice, Oryza sativa, Polynesian arrowroot, Tacopanatifida, the taro, Colocasia antiquorum, the yam, Discaria alida, D. bulbifer and D. esculentat, the banana, Musa paradisiaca and M. sapientium, the breadfruit tree, Artocarpus incisa, the coconut palm, Coconifer, the sugar cane, Sacc harum officinalum, etc. Murdoch believes that migrations from Indonesia bringing this botanical complex to Madagascar took place during the first millennium before our era and traveled right along the coasts of southern Asia before reaching the coast of East Africa. Murdoch is certainly right to exclude the idea of a non-stop migration straight across the Indian Ocean, and the date he attributes to these migrations is quite reasonable. But as far as ethnobotanical evidence is concerned, Deschamps, and more recently Hebert, have shown that some plants imported to Madagascar a long time ago sometimes bear Indonesian names, sometimes African names, and sometimes both at once. Hebert, however, stresses that identical nomenclatures between different countries is no proof of a botanical loan. To give an example, the fact that on the western coast of Madagascar the banana is known by an Indonesian name, Fonsi, does not prove conclusively that the plant was brought by Indonesian immigrants, for in the central highlands the banana has a Bantu name, Akondro. Thus either theory of its origin may be put forward with valid arguments. Hebert goes on to quote Haudetricourt, whose point of view is even more explicit. In his study on the origin of Malagasy cultivated plants, Haudetricourt writes, the existence of a name of Indonesian origin does not mean for certain that the plant originated in Indonesia, for the emigrants recognized among the indigenous flora plants similar to those of their native land, and gave them the same names. It should be added that new and unknown plants might well have been given names inspired by their similarity to species found in the immigrants' native land. The arguments quoted above indicate how delicately ethnobotanical evidence should be handled. The same is true in the field of musicology. C. Sachs has shown that several different influences combined in Madagascar, Indonesian, African and Arabic. But Jones went much further. He believed that Indonesian influence spread not only as far as Madagascar but right through Africa. I feel that, while several of Jones' theories should not be rejected, the possibility that similar discoveries were made independently on both sides of the Indian Ocean should not be excluded. One can conclude from the above evidence that the ancestors of the Malagasy are both Indonesian and African in origin, and that the predominantly Indonesian nature of the language need not minimize the role played by Africa in the settlement of Madagascar. That great neighboring continent contributed physically to the majority of the population and also gave Madagascar many features of its culture and its socio-political organization. Such a hybrid situation is not to be found in the Comoro Islands or on the coast of Africa, where Indonesian influxes are also supposed to have occurred. The different theories as to the origins of the Malagasy in fact hover between two extremes, Africa and Indonesia, though it is true that some authors such as Razafint Salama, who maintained, on the basis of several thousand suspect etymological derivations, that great island had been colonized by Buddhist monks, hold completely deviant points of view. A. Grandidier attributed exaggerated importance to Asia, believing that apart from the recent Makua arrivals all the ancestors of the Malagasy came from Southeast Asia, including the Negroids that he calls, for this purpose, Melanesians. G. Farrand 9 accepted this view, which is in defiance of the geographical evidence, though less unreasonably, and stressed the more African aspects of the origins of the Malagasy. He distinguished the following historical phases. A possible pre-Bantu speaking period, a Bantu speaking period dating to before the Christian era, a pre-Marina Indonesian period from the 2nd to the 4th century with emigration from Sumatra during which the newcomers established their supremacy over the Bantu-speaking peoples, arrival of the Arabs from the 7th to the 11th centuries, a new wave of Sumatrans in the 10th century. Among Whom we find Ramani, the ancestor of the Zafindramania, and Rakuba, the ancestor of the Hova. Lastly, the Persians and, in about 1500, the Zafakasinambo. G. Julian 10 also assigned the principal role to Africa, whereas Malzak 1 believed that the Hova had taught their language to all the Bantu of Madagascar. The first settlements in Madagascar. Before going more deeply into the Indonesian and African origins of the Malagasy people, we should evaluate the theories that attempt to credit Madagascar with very ancient migrations from the Mediterranean region. Phoenicians, Hebrews, or people of the Periplus. In dealing with countries beyond the fringes of the ancient world, the Phoenicians, Egyptians, Sabaeans, Greeks and Hebrews are often credited with clearly exaggerated contributions to the history of those countries. For instance, Bent, 1893, attributed the founding of Zimbabwe to the Phoenicians, and c. Poirier identified the region of Sofala with the countries of Punt and Ophir. According to some authors, ancient voyagers even reached Madagascar. Mahy thought he had found Phoenician remains at Majangat, but Farrand and I are unable to confirm his hypothesis. A. Grandidier 12 in his account states that the Greeks, and of course the Arabs, visited Madagascar. According to him, ever since ancient times this island was known to the Greeks and the Arabs, by the names of Meneutheas, Jafauna, and Sheshbezat which they gave it, and the accurate but very short description which they have left us of it, did not catch the attention of European geographers. Who only learned of its existence through the Portuguese in 1500. In fact, the only Greek name, Meneutheas, which occurs in Ptolemy 13. And the Periplus is more likely to denote the island of Pemba, or perhaps Zanzibar or Mafia. A certain Fdu Mesniel 14 took it into his head to write a work with the title, Madagascar, Homer and the Mycenaean Civilization, which gives a clear picture of the speculations that the work contains. The legends of Jewish migrations are more difficult to dismiss. Father Joseph Bryant, 15 in his slim volume The Hebrew in Madagascar, is convinced that there were, not one, but two Jewish migrations to Madagascar. He supports his arguments with several hundred comparisons between Malagasy and Hebrew words. Such devious theories, based on a facile linguistic comparison between words that might possibly be alike, are unfortunately only too common in Madagascar, where J. Aubert developed them in many dubious works which were, however, printed by the government press. Such researches into the Jewish origins of certain of the Malagasy go back to Flacourt, who believed that the first foreigners to come to the east coast of Madagascar were the Zafhabrahim, or those of the lineage of Abraham, the inhabitants of the Isle of the Blessed Mary and the neighboring lands, and in his foreword to the history of the great Isle of Madagascar, Flacourt 16 justifies his hypothesis by the existence of biblical names, the practice of circumcision, and the fact that working on Saturday is forbidden. G. Ferrand denies the possibility of these Jewish migrations. He believes that the few Semitic names on the island can be attributed to the Malagasy who were converted to Islam. 17 And as for the fact that working on Saturdays is forbidden, Saturday is simply a fete, taboo, day, acommo, an occurrence in Malagasy custom. On the East Coast, fete still occurs on Tuesdays, Thursdays, or Saturdays according to the region. Moreover, it seems that in the 17th century the existence of circumcision among several exotic peoples led Christian French authors to try to find a Jewish origin for them. Another 17th century example of such research from another region is to be found in the French Carib dictionary compiled by Father Raymond Breton. A different theory as to the origins of the pre-Islamic Malagasy has recently been put forward by Poirier, who sees a duality in the Muslim contributions to Madagascar. While his predecessors felt that the attenuated Muslim practices that survive in Madagascar suggested a Jewish origin, Poirier considers that they are a primitive form of religion that came to Madagascar from Arabia. However, archaeological data from East Africa and Madagascar give no support to this theory. Massive Arab infiltrations that fertilized Swahili culture commenced in the 8th Madagascar century, and although there was traffic along the East African coast in the 2nd century of our era, the final port of call after Manautias, which cannot have been Madagascar, was Rapta. According to the author of the Periplus, the very last market city of the country of Azania was called Rapta because of its sewn boats, Rapton Plurarian. There, large quantities of ivory and tortoise shell were to be found. Rapta has not yet been located, but it is thought that it must be between Pangani and the Rufiji River Delta. It is probable that Madagascar was not interested in this coastal trade, not merely because it did not extend as far as Rapta, but also because the island was uninhabited. On the basis of the available historical and archaeological evidence, it is reasonable to suppose that Madagascar was reached by Indonesians and Africans sometime between the 5th and the 8th centuries, and in any case no later than the 9th century. We should therefore examine the vicissitudes of what is known of these first Afro-Asiatic settlements. First Indonesian immigrants. Although it would be rash to attempt to put a definite date to the migration of the first Indonesians, for reasons that we shall go into later, we can conjecture that their departure took place from the 5th century of our era. They may have continued moving until the 12th century, as Desha thinks. The name Paleo-Indonesians is given to the first migrants who made contact with the Africans and who probably also made alliances with them. The later arrivals, known as Neo-Indonesians, were the ancestors of the Marina. This last wave has preserved its original biological identity better, possibly because it followed a more direct route, but it is probable that because of its smaller numbers it adopted the language of Paleo-Indonesians who arrived earlier in Madagascar. The dichotomy between the Paleo-Indonesians and the Neo-Indonesians is not only chronological and biological, but is also reflected in their social organization. Otno has shown that the Central Highland societies were originally organized very much like those of Indonesia. Foko, an Imarina kinship unit that Bloch calls a deme, is found in a very similar form in Timor under the name of Fukum. However, the coastal Malagasy societies have many points in common with Bantu-speaking Africa. Aubert has observed an east-west division for a number of Malagasy terms of Indonesian origin, and makes some very interesting remarks on the subject of calendars. I-960 Sokolova calendars contain few Sanskrit words, whereas those of the descendants of the Neo-Indonesians contain many more. 8. Neo-Indonesians seem to possess traditions, even if they are rather vague, as to their Indonesian origins. The Tantara New York and Dryana, the Chronicles of the History of the Marina collected by Father Khalid, alluded to a landing on the east coast somewhere between Muro Anstra and Mangaro. Ramalisan, in his History of the Zafamami, takes up this tradition of a landing, which he situates in Muro Anstra. The country of origin of the Indonesians who emigrated westwards across the Indian Ocean, whether of those who left in the very earliest times or those who left much later, is still a mystery. In my opinion, a glottochronological comparison of Malagasy, or rather of its various dialects, with a large number of the Indonesian languages of the archipelago and the Indo-Chinese mainland would be very fruitful. The language that possessed the highest number of terms in COMMON with Malagasy would indicate the COMMON Southeast Asian stem from which the various languages diverged. Dahl has shown the close relationship between Malagasy and the Manjan language of Borneo, and IDYEN has confirmed this with glottochronological calculations, pointing out that there is a higher COMMON retention of the Malagasy Manjan word pair than for the Malagasy Malay word pair. This does not necessarily mean that Malagasy originated in Borneo, for other languages may be closer to it. Farrand, in his notes on Malagasy phonetics, held that there was a close similarity between Malagasy and Batak, and he went on to make comparisons with Kawi and Javanese. The Proto-Malagasy from Southeast Asia, WHO created the Indian Ocean equivalent of the Polynesian epic, May, according to Solheim. 19 have led a very similar life to the Ibans of Borneo. WHO divide their year into a sedentary period devoted to slash and burn agriculture, and a period of navigation, and sometimes even of piracy. Aber 20 wonders whether these intrepid navigators may not have been Bukis whose deformed name was later used to denote Madagascar in the Arabic accounts right up to the present day, Swahili Buki or Bukanai. I have been struck by the similarity between the moat-fortified villages of Neo-Indonesians. Mill has counted 16,000 sites in Imarina, and those found in Indochina and Thailand. These fortified sites appear in Indochina as early as the Neolithic period, but some date from the middle of the first millennium of our era. It is in any case quite reasonable to look for the origins of the Malagasy Indonesians in northern Southeast Asia. For 1,500 years ago the Indonesian civilizations were expanding well into the Indo-Chinese peninsula. Later generations of this tentative proto-culture may well have ended up on islands, some in Borneo and some in Madagascar. Although we are unable to say for certain which country or countries in Indonesia gave rise to the Malagasy proto-culture, this does not mean that we are reduced to mere speculation. From the 5th century on, and probably far earlier, the Indonesians undertook many sea journeys, in particular to India, and from the 7th to the 12th centuries great maritime powers grew up in Indonesia, notably the Hindu empires of Krivahia in Sumatra, 7th to 13th centuries, of the Kailendra, 8th century, of Mataram, 9th to 11th centuries, and of Mohopahit, 13th century, in Java and of Jambi, 12th century, in Malaya. In our present state of knowledge it is no easier to give a precise date to the Indonesian migrations than to establish their geographical origin. Farrand, and later Dahl, noticed that although there are many Sanskrit words in Malagasy they are far fewer than in the languages to which they are closely related, Malay or rather Majan. From this it may be deduced that the migrations towards Madagascar did not start until the Sanskritization of Indonesia had begun. 21 This process of Sanskritization is much in evidence from the 4th century of our era on, and must therefore have begun earlier, but its influence was felt much more in some parts of Indonesia and Southeast Asia than in others. Glottochronological comparisons between Malay and Malagasy, and within the various dialects that derive from Proto-Malagasy, provide us with a series of chronological possibilities ranging from a little before to well into the first millennium of our era. 22 The most profitable aspect of studies of vocabulary divergence lies in the possible classifications of different dialects, and in what one may infer from them concerning migrations within Madagascar itself. Deschamps has noted that the sea routes east of India were well established long ago, whereas those to the west of India were known only in the first centuries of our era, and this, to my mind, bears far more weight than the uncertainties of glottochronology. If some stone artifacts were found, they would enable us to know more about the earliest phase of Malagasy history. Up to now none has been found, and I am of the view that the first Malagasy to live on the island were acquainted with metal. We know that on the African coast the Stone Age was superseded by the Iron Age between the 1st and 4th centuries of our era. The Bronze Age in Indonesia was far earlier, 23, and what is more important, very different civilizations coexisted there. There were even a few isolated groups in Indonesia that continued to use stone tools after the 10th century. Whether or not stone objects exist in Madagascar is a matter of controversy. TWOADS-like objects have so far been found, one by Bloch in the region of Ambata-Manoina, 24, the other by Mari Kalimantan, at Tombazo, east of Malambandi. For the moment no definite conclusion can be reached, for these two worked pieces come from places where gunflints may have been worked, but if any confirmation were forthcoming this could place the arrival of the first Indonesians at least halfway through the first millennium of our era. Grandadier's announcement 25 that worked stones resembling gunflints had been found in the subfossil layer of Lambora is extremely interesting, for when the subfossils became extinct firearms had not yet been introduced to Madagascar, and the stone might really be a product of lithic industry. Malagasy pottery from the center and the east is similar in many respects to the objects found in the Baukolone complex, but the pottery found in Africa belonging to this archaic period is not yet well enough known for it to be possible to distinguish precisely the African features from the Indonesian. The raised stone monuments of the Malagasy ancestor cult are highly reminiscent of Indonesia. Farrand uses solid etymological techniques to link the word used to denote the divinity, Zanahari, with Malay and Cham homologues. As far as means of transport are concerned, it has often been asked whether the Indonesians of the first millennium of our era had ships capable of covering such long distances. We know that at that period sewn boats, mtape, were in use in the West Indian Ocean. These mtape were perhaps one of the ancestors of the dhow, though the hull of the mtape was joined by ligatures whereas the hull of the dhow is pegged together. The sails of the two vessels differed, however. In the East Indian Ocean, as Deschamps has shown, there were ships that could be taken on the high seas. The earliest picture of such a ship appears in the sculpture of the Borobudur Temple, Java, 8th century, depicting a ship with an outrigger, 2 masts, and sails. Having recognized the Indonesian contribution to the settlement of Madagascar, it remains to discover the routes that they may have taken. Many authors have pointed out the existence firstly of the Great South Equatorial Route which, in theory, might lead from Java to Madagascar. This South Equatorial current is strong between the southern coasts of Java and the neighboring region of the Amber Cape from August to September. Sabri has pointed out that the pumice stones which came from the Krakatoa explosion traveled along such a route that brought them eventually to the coast of Madagascar. Although not absolutely untenable, the idea of a direct route from Insulindia to Madagascar remains unlikely for reasons that Donkey explains perfectly. Although a priori a direct route between Java and Madagascar meets with no insurmountable obstacles during the southern winter, when tropical cyclones are absent from the region, yet we should note the existence of factors that might invalidate such a hypothesis, for the direct journey covers a distance of nearly 4,000 miles over a marine desert without a single port of call. We should, therefore, rather envisage a route that called in at southern India and Ceylon. Deschamps alludes to references made to pirate incursions in these regions in the first half of the first millennium of our era. The journey from southern India to Madagascar does not pose any great problem. The route along the southern coasts of West Africa had been known since the period of the Periplus, and the abundance of Chinese coinage found later at Saraf testifies to the importance of trade between the Far East and the Middle East by sea. From the Middle East travelers went down the African coast as they had done in the days of Rapta's prosperity,
and it is probable that the discovery of the Comoro Islands was an intermediary step to that of Madagascar. From off Cape Delgado one can make out the silhouette of Cartala on the Great Comoro in clear weather, the contours of Mohli can be seen from the Great Comoro, and so on all the way to Mayotte. It is easy to imagine that a boat heading for one of the islands in the Comoro archipelago might have missed its destination and ended up in the Nosy Be or Cape Saint Sebastian, as often happened to Zanzibar dhows forced off route by bad weather in the 19th century. It is in fact very likely that the Comoro Islands were settled a long time ago. The chronicles of local writers such as Said Ali note the presence there of pagan populations during the Beja period that preceded the arrival of the Muslims. Although we do not know whether they were Africans or Indonesians, it is nevertheless an interesting clue. According to some authors such as Rapaket and Robineau, 26 the population of the heights of Anjouan, the Wamatsa, include a certain proportion of the descendants of the first pre-Islamic inhabitants. This hypothesis has not yet been properly examined. WEMAY admit to the possibility that the Proto-Malagasy immigrants were Indonesian in origin on toponymical evidence, for example Ansahi can be compared to the Malagasy Ansaha, or on the evidence of traditional technology. At Wani a traditional type of pottery survives that bears a marked resemblance in the shape and decoration of its cooking pots to the corresponding Malagasy utensils. 27 A bear has shown that in Anjouan there are also taboos on the eels of the mountain lakes that are very similar to the taboos observed by some Malagasy with respect to the same eel, which in Madagascar, as in Anjouan, bears a name that is of Indonesian derivation. Barrows 28 points to a tradition, that may be Malay-Polynesian in origin, found in Vuani. Of course, the culture of the Comoro Islands, like that of the East African coast, possesses objects from Southeast Asia such as the outrigger canoes and the file for opening coconuts. The Indonesian substratum of Anjouan may one day be brought to light by the excavations being carried out at Old Sima. A road runs through the site, where there is still a 15th century mosque underneath which lies an archaeological stratum containing sherds of red ochre pottery and an abundance of seashells, kitchen refuse. A carbon-14 test on a tridacnus from the deeper strata shows that the site is 1,550 years old, plus or minus 70, Gakushuan Laboratory. This site should be excavated although it is difficult of access, for the pre-Islamic strata of Sima probably contain clues to the mystery of Proto-Malagasy. The Indonesians who stayed on the African coast may, as Desha believed, as also did Kant, in a different but quite as hypothetical a form, have formed a nucleus for the settlement of Madagascar. The impact of the Indonesians on the African coast has been exaggerated, for the Malaysian complex of plants imported into Africa from Southeast Asia is not necessarily linked to Indonesia, according to the Perry plus sugar cane, and probably the coconut palm, arrived independently. The fact that the outrigger canoe is found throughout the Indian Ocean is certainly an indication of the extent of Indonesian influence, as Hornell realized. Desha believes that it shows the route taken by the migrations to Madagascar, a plausible idea which is, however, still under discussion, for the close links between Swahili and Malagasy culture may have encouraged such loans. When we try to evaluate the extent of Indonesian influence on the East African coast we realize that it was relatively weak. If there had been any Indonesian settlement on the eastern coast, traces should have been found but none has so far been discovered. This leads us to believe that Asian impact on the coast, if it existed at all, was relatively localized and never constituted a colony of any size. In this context, we should discuss the information provided by the first Arab geographers. The oldest and most stimulating text to deal with the subject is undoubtedly that which recounts the incursions of the Waq people on the African coasts in the second half of the 10th century. J&M. Fobley 29 and R. Mauny 30 all justifiably consider this text to be extremely important, but they interpret it differently. The text comes from the Book of the Marvels of India by Bowark ibn Shamriyar, a Persian from Ram Hormuz. 3. The pertinent reference is as follows.
Ibn Lakis has told me that the people of WAQ have been observed to do stupefying things. Thus in 334 AH plus 945-6. They arrived there in 1,000 landings and fought them with extreme vigor, though without being able to vanquish them, for Kanbalo is surrounded by a strong wall around which stretches the estuary full of sea water, so that Kanbalo stands in the midst of this estuary like a powerful citadel. WHEN later people from WAQ landed there. They asked them why it was that they had come to this place rather than another, and they replied that it was because they could find their goods which were required in their country and in China, such as ivory, tortoise shell, leopard skins, and ambergris. Also they were seeking out the Zeng, because they bore slavery with such ease and because they were so strong. They said that they had come a whole year's journey and that they had pillaged islands situated 6 days sailing from Kanbalo, and had made themselves masters of a number of villages and towns in the Zeng land of Sofala, not to speak of other towns which were not known to them. If these people spoke the truth and their account was accurate, that is, if they really had come a whole year's journey, then this would bear out what Ibn Lakis said of the islands of Waikwak, that they are situated opposite China. 32. Kanbalo is probably the island of Pemba, and from the account of these incursions we may infer that the pirates came from Southeast Asia, perhaps via Madagascar 6 days sailing away. It is true that during the first half of the 10th century the Indonesians were to be found in this area of the Indian Ocean, but at present we have no means of confirming that these arrivals took place well before the beginning of the 10th century. If we refer to the other Arabic texts found and translated by Farrand, it becomes obvious that the inhabitants of WAQ were Negroids, but they may have included Indonesians, and they already had the mixed biological and linguistic structure of the Proto-Malagasy complex. In any case, Indonesian journeys to the African coast seem to have continued into the 12th century, as a passage from Idrisi shows. The Zenju have no ships in which they can voyage, but boats land in their country from Oman, as do others that are heading for the islands of Zabaoizabedje, that is Sumatra, which belong to the Indies. These foreigners sell their goods and buy the produce of the country. The inhabitants of the islands of Zabaoy call at Zenje in both large and small ships and trade their merchandise for them, as they understand each other's language. 33. In another passage of the same manuscript 34 Idrisi states, the people of Komr and the merchants of Maharaja Javaga call there in Zenje, and are made welcome and trade with them. In the Arabic accounts WAQ and Komr sometimes seem to be confused, but the 15th century charts of Ibn Majid and Suleiman el-Mari show unequivocally that the geographical term Komr denotes Madagascar, and sometimes even the Comoro Islands and Madagascar together. The confusion is interesting because it was probably the Waikwak who settled the country of Comr. End of Indonesian migration to the west. It is possible that it was the increased influence of Islam from the beginning of the second millennium that put a stop to the voyages of the Indonesians. A passage in Ibn al-Mujair, 13th century, recounts an interesting Arabian tradition on this subject. The passage has been translated by Farrand 35 and Aisha rightly considers it to be fundamental. The site of Aden was inhabited by fishermen after the fall of the empire of the pharaohs, probably the Roman Empire, with its eastern capital of Alexandria. The people of Al-Komr invaded Aden and took possession of it, driving out the fishermen and setting up stone buildings on the mountains. They all arrived during a single monsoon. These people are dead and their migrations are finished. From Aden to Mogadiscio there is one monsoon, from Mogadiscio to Kilo there is a second monsoon, and from Kilo to Al-Komr there is a third. The people of Al-Komr had made use of these three as one, and a ship from Al-Komr had arrived this way in Aden in Hejra 626 plus 1228, it had been on its way to Kilo and had arrived in Aden by mistake. Their ships have outriggers because their seas are dangerous and shallow. But the Barabar drove them out of Aden, and now no one knows of the sea voyages of this people, or can tell how they lived and what they had done. The Indonesian voyages to the coast of Africa ceased quite early, but this does not mean that relations were broken off between the Far East and the West Indian Ocean. On the contrary, there are indications of the expansion of Indian Ocean trade that was probably largely in the hands of the Muslims. WHO became more and more familiar with the trade routes. Ibn Majid's chart gives precise latitudes for the towns on the African coast and for the Indonesian territories and entrepôts across the ocean, which could, in those times, be crossed in 30 to 40 days. It is not inconceivable that though the Indonesians had stopped frequenting the coast of Africa, they continued to sail straight to Madagascar, perhaps from the southern regions of India. The Neo-Indonesians may have also followed this route. We know that it is quite practicable, for in 1930 some fishermen from the Laokadive Islands arrived alive and well at East Cape, having come directly to Madagascar from their own archipelago. The Neo-Indonesians learned the Malagasy dialect of the eastern inhabitants and were in contact with the Muslims, who at that time owned entrepôts on the eastern coast. The pioneer Neo-Indonesians do seem to have made landings on the east coast, but the region where the first Indonesians actually settled is still under discussion. Dahl has discovered that the names of the points of the compass in Malagasy and in the Indonesian languages are very closely related, but only coincide if the Malagasy compass is turned 90 degrees. Thus Inmonjan Barat means west and Timor east, whereas the corresponding Malagasy words, Avaratra and Atsamo, mean north and south respectively. This displacement can easily be explained if we consider that for sea-going peoples the points of the compass are defined in terms of the winds. The north wind that brings the thunderstorms to the northwest coasts of Madagascar corresponds to the wet west wind of Indonesia, while the dry south wind has been identified with the dry east trade winds in Indonesia. Dahl's explanation is only valid for the northwest coast of Madagascar, where he considers the immigrants would first have landed. But according to Hebert, this pleasing hypothesis does not stand up to critical examination. If one pays more attention to the general characteristics of the winds, such as rainy and dry seasons, than to their actual direction, one understands that the Proto-Malagasy, who gave the name of Baratlah to the rain-bearing west wind in Indonesia, should have given the name Avaratra to the north where the rains come from, adopting a COMMON measure between east and west in Madagascar, where in fact the rains and thunderstorms of the hot season blow from a northeasterly direction on the east coast and from a northwesterly direction on the west coast. There is nothing that allows us to presume that the Malagasy settled first of all on the northwest coast. 36. African and Swahili immigration. This discussion of the various hypotheses as to the Indonesian origins of the Malagasy should not allow us to forget that an important, and possibly major, contribution to the settlement of Madagascar was from Africa. Deschamps has put forward two hypotheses to explain this Afro-Asian symbiosis: firstly that there was ethnic and cultural mixing on the east coast of Africa itself, and secondly that the Indonesians may have raided the neighboring coast from Madagascar. Kent also sees the symbiosis in terms of strong Indonesian influence in Africa and a subsequent colonization of Madagascar. However, at present we have no archaeological information whatsoever from the southern coastal sites of Africa, Tanzania, Mozambique, and I personally refuse to consider such theories except as mere hypotheses. It is quite possible that the Afro-Indonesian symbiosis may have begun in the Comoro Islands or in North Madagascar. The often repeated idea that Madagascar was originally inhabited by pygmies defies all geological and navigational evidence, since Madagascar has been an isolated island since the Tertiary era and the pygmies are no sailors and did not share in the expansion of the Swahili maritime civilization. Moreover, such tribes as the Mykia, who were once thought to have been the last of the pygmy inhabitants, are not particularly small. In my opinion, the Malagasy of African origin are Bantu-speaking people. It is probable that they started arriving in the island at the latest from the 9th century on, as did the Indonesians, but it is unlikely that the African migration continued until the dawn of recent historical times, 16th century. We may suppose that most of the Africans arrived at the same time and in the same way as the Muslims or the non-Muslim Swahili. Though the Malagasy vocabulary is predominantly Indonesian, we should not forget the Bantu contribution. Similarly, the Creole spoken in the Antilles consisting of 95% are French with some African elements. The Bantu contribution to Malagasy is on two levels, principally that of vocabulary but also that of word structure. The fact that Bantu words occur in all the dialects of Madagascar shows that the African settlement of the country was not particularly belated. Their influence is found in the very roots of Malagasy civilization. The Malagasy language bears traces of a very pronounced Bantu influence. This influence is so great, and of such a character, that it is inexplicable unless a Bantu substratum is assumed. Moreover, Dahl has clearly demonstrated that the changeover from consonant finals, Indonesian, to vowel finals was caused by the Bantu substratum, and if this is the case, then this change must have taken place soon after the Indonesians settled down among the Bantu-speaking people, during the period when the latter were adapting to the new language. 37 There are consequently grounds for seeking the cause of the transformation of Malagasy into a language with vowel finals not in Indonesia but in Madagascar itself. If the language spoken in Madagascar before the arrival of the Indonesians was a Bantu language, this transformation is very easy to understand. Among the Bantu languages, those which allow of final consonants are rare exceptions, and I personally do not know of any in East Africa. People who speak a language without final consonants always find it difficult to pronounce the final consonants of another language, at Madagascar. Least when there is no supporting vowel. All those who have taught French in Madagascar will have discovered this for themselves. I therefore assume that the changeover from consonant finals to vowel finals was caused by a Bantu substratum. And if this is the case, then this change must have taken place soon after the Indonesians settled down among the Bantu speakers, during the period when the latter were adapting to the new language. It was thus one of the first phonetic changes after the immigration to Madagascar. We know little about how Madagascar fitted into the general picture of the expansion of Bantu-speaking people. That many of them were seagoing is known, as for example the Bajan of Somalia, studied by Grottanelli, the Mvita of Kenya and the ancient Makua of Mozambique, but it is difficult to establish any links between them and Madagascar in the absence of archaeological evidence. It has recently been discovered that the linguistic foundations of the language spoken on the island of Anjuan can be linked to Pokomo on the coast of Kenya, in the region of the mouth of the Tana River, and this Comoro island may have been a stopping place on the way, as perhaps also the island of Wandanova, that is frequented nowadays by turtle hunters and by dhows. 38 Bantu-speaking people must have passed through the Comoro Islands to get to Madagascar. It is therefore natural to think that the Bantu language or languages formerly spoken in Madagascar were closely related to those of the Comoro Islands. The ancient Bantu words which exist in Malagasy support this hypothesis. From Ibn Battuta we know that at the beginning of the 14th century the Swahili civilization, though not totally Muslim, was expanding. It is my opinion that these early sailors from the primitive Swahili civilizations, whether Muslim or not, played a fundamental role in African migration to Madagascar. Although it is at present impossible to unravel the succession of cultural contributions, many authors have been conscious of the heterogeneous character of the settlement of North and West Madagascar. Melis, throughout his book on the Northwest, stresses the contrast between the people of the seacoast, Antandrino, and the people of the interior, Oloboka Antidi. This contrast is reflected in some of their funerary rites. Some of the inhabitants of predominantly African physique recognize that they came originally from beyond the sea, and this appears in their customs. This is the case with the Vizo and Tavalo along the western and northwestern coast, and the Kajmbai who still have their cemeteries on the dunes of the beaches and acknowledge that they are related to Sandangotsi. The Sandangotsi now live in the interior, near Lake Kinkani, but this was not always the case, for charts and Portuguese accounts from the beginning of the 17th century show the name Sarangako or Sangako, a corruption of Sandangotsi, on the edges of Murambitsi Bay. In the last 3.5 centuries, however, the Sandangotsi have turned their backs on the sea which was their first home, and it is probable that the Vazimba of central West Madagascar and the Central Highlands have done the same. The movements of the coast-dwelling Bantu speakers from the 9th century account for the African contribution to the settlement of Madagascar, but we still have to explain why the Indonesian language became the lingua franca. Some of the Bantu speakers must have come into contact with the Indonesians, and it is possible that between different Africans speaking different languages or dialects Indonesian may have been a language of convenience. However, Madagascar must have continued to be the linguistic and ethnic checkerboard for quite a while, at least on the coast around Bala and Maintirano, Marianos Bombala, on the Tsirabihina, according to Drury, and among certain Vazimba tribes in the interior, according to Berkeley and Hebert. Ancient Vazimba led a rather primitive life economically. They lived as fishermen on the coasts, but in the interior they probably depended to a great extent on a crude use of the natural resources at their disposal. Gathering berries, hunting, and collecting honey were probably sufficient for their needs. According to Drury, the Vazimba of the Tsirabihina were river fishers, and excavations have shown great heaps of shells eaten by these berry-gathering peoples near Ankazoka and Ankitso. The symbiosis between the Indonesian and Africans started at the very beginning of the settlement of Madagascar. By the 10th century a few of the coastal Bantu speakers must have converted to Islam. I find striking the fact that the Muslims of Madagascar share with all the peoples of the west and northwest coasts the same myth as to their origins, the myth of Majambi, or the Lost Island. Elsewhere 39 I have recounted the myth in literary form as it was told to me by the Antalotsi of Boinabe. According to my informants, Selemeni Sabani and Tonga, the ancestors of the Kajmbai and the Antalotsi, once lived together on an island between the African coast and the Comoros. They lived by trade and practiced the Muslim religion. But when impiety and discord appeared on the island, Allah decided to punish them. The island sank beneath a raging sea and only a few righteous men escaped. Some say that they were miraculously saved, others say that God sent a whale to carry them away. Kajmbai and Antalotsi were descended from righteous men. It seems likely therefore that the Muslims did not superimpose their culture on Madagascar, but rather played a catalytic role among the Africans who had migrated there. In the last few chapters we have looked at the archaeology of different regions of sub-Saharan Africa in the closing millennium before our era and during the first millennium of our era. The purpose of this chapter is to try to assess some of the major trends which seem to have been developing in the history of Africa during the period under review. Changes which took place in all areas were of a fundamental nature. Economy was transformed from one which was largely parasitic on the landscape to one which was in control of its means of food production from both plants and animals. The technology was equally transformed from a simple one based largely on stone and wood to a far more complex one based on various metals as well as stone. During the period the foundations had been laid for the African societies we know today, the boundaries between different linguistic groups were to alter slightly, the population was to expand radically, and social and political groupings were to become more complex as states emerged, but by and large many of the fundamental demographic and economic aspects of sub-Saharan Africa had been established by the last quarter of the first millennium of our era. One of the problems in trying to delineate the emergent trends lies in the unevenness of the archaeological coverage. Vast areas still remain archaeologically unexplored, particularly in some of the largest countries such as Angola, Mozambique, Zaire, the Central African Republic, Cameroon, Dahomey, the Ivory Coast, Mali, Upper Volta, Niger, Sierra Leone, and Madagascar. Even where significant research has been undertaken it is highly localized, as in Senegal or Chad. It is important to note that whereas organizations concerned with antiquities date from the 19th century for parts of North Africa, e.g. Egypt, 1858, many sub-Saharan countries have only initiated research with independence and the establishment of national museums and universities. Nevertheless, the establishment within the last 10 years of radiocarbon chronology has revolutionized our knowledge of the early Iron Age and allows some broad generalizations to be made about the time scale involved in the various economic developments. The societies of Africa south of the Sahara in the early Iron Age. Mineral exploitation. 4 minerals of more than local significance were exploited during the period: copper, salt, iron, and gold in the probable order of their initial exploitation. Stone was, of course, still in use even after metals were used for the more important tools and weapons. Copper. Copper was first mined in Mauritania probably by the first quarter of the first millennium before our era. The form of the copper artifacts found in the area suggests that the stimulus for the mining came from contact with Morocco. Very little is known of the form that the original mines took, though it is believed that they were relatively shallow undertakings. The Mauritanian mines were the only ones that we know for certain were operational before +IOOO. Other sources of copper occur in Mali and Niger in the Niro and Takeda areas and were certainly being exploited by the second millennium of our era, but when they were first discovered or worked is unknown. There is evidence from Arab writers and also classical sources too to suggest that copper was an element in trans-Saharan trade as early as the first millennium of our era, coming south, perhaps, in return for the gold going to the north. The finding of ingots at Mokhtar in the Western Sahara is evidence of the importance of the trade at a slightly later period, 11th or 12th century of our era. Of vital importance for an appreciation of the scale of the trade is the material from Igbo UKWU in eastern Nigeria. If really of the 9th century, as claimed by the excavator Thursday Stanshaw, 3, and also by Drive Wayanda in chapter 24, it clearly indicates that the trade must have been large-scale by the 8th or 9th centuries of our era, in order to account for the large number of cuprous objects and for the implied even larger numbers which still await discovery in similar sites. But many other scholars are unwilling to accept such an early date and suggest one well within the second millennium of our era. As the distribution of copper ores in Africa is highly localized on account of geological factors, only trade can explain the abundance of the Igbo material. Shaw feels that the technology involved in making the Siré-Purdue castings was northern-inspired and probably Arab in origin. Apart from the possibility of Igbo UKWU, there are surprisingly few copper objects in West Africa before +1000, except in Senegal and Mauritania, which are close either to the Akjaoit mines or to the Western Saharan trade route. One area from which copper objects can be dated to the end of the millennium is the Niger Valley above Segu, in which spectacular tumuli like El Ulaji and Kilai are situated. The copper in these objects could either have been obtained from the Sahelian sources in Mali or Niger or derived from trade. Unfortunately, most of the objects from these tumuli were found in the early part of the century and have now been lost, so that they only remain as tantalizing illustrations in the excavators' reports. Spectrographic analyses should help in determining the original copper sources, but the problem with cuprous objects is that they are often made of an amalgam of new metal and melted down scrap. Nevertheless, eventually some trace elements should be able to be detected which can indicate whether the Niro and Takeda ores were being exploited at the time the tumuli were built. Another copper source worked at this time was that in the Shaba region of Zaire, where the excavations at Sanga and Katado have revealed an abundance of copper objects. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that in the tripartite cultural division suggested by the excavator Ninkeen 5, the earliest phase, the Kisalian, is represented by 27 graves, of which only 2 contained copper ingots. This suggests that during the Kisalian period, dating from the 7th to the 9th centuries of our era, copper, though being exploited and made into ornaments, was not really abundant. The copper belt in northern Zambia was also exploited at this time, with a date for copper mining of +400 ±90 being reported from Ganzunshi. 6 copper items, however, were more numerous in southern than in northern Zambia at this time. First and far from numerous copper items in southern Zambia were probably obtained from the Sinoya area of Zimbabwe and sources in eastern Zambia. So far we know nothing about the exploitation methods in either of these areas. Elsewhere in Africa, copper was a very scarce resource. It has not been found on sites in eastern Africa until a much later date. Salt. Salt is a mineral that was in great demand, particularly with the beginning of an agricultural mode of life. Hunters and food gatherers probably obtained a large amount of their salt intake from the animals they hunted and from fresh plant food. Salt only becomes an essential additive where fresh foods are unobtainable in very dry areas, where body perspiration is also normally excessive. It becomes extremely desirable, however, amongst societies with relatively restricted diets, as was the case with arable agriculturalists. We have no idea when the salt resources of the Sahara at the societies of Africa south of the Sahara in the early Iron Age. Tagaza and Olil were first extracted. That they were an element in the trade of the Sahara by the first millennium of our era is evident from Arabic texts of the last quarter of the millennium. It is probable that some of the salt extraction is as old as the copper mining and the development of the Tichit settlements in Mauritania, both areas where a sedentary life would have imposed the need for salt supplies. We know quite a lot about mining activities in the medieval period, which will be discussed in later volumes, but nothing about them at this time. It is probable that at this period the mining operations were of a fairly simple kind. Salt would have been available as a surface deposit in various parts of the Sahara as a result of the desiccation process after 250. Perhaps Man noted which dried up lakes, swamp or pond beds attracted wild animals. Surface salts are often quite obvious from their color. There are several known early salt workings in East Africa at Uvinza, 7 east of Kigoma in Tanzania, at Kibero 8 on the shores of Lake Mabutu Sisiko in Uganda, at Basanga in Zambia 9 and probably also at Sanga 10 in Zaire and in the Gwembe Valley in Zambia. Salt extraction at Uvinza was probably rudimentary, as the 5th and 6th century finds at the salt springs were not associated with the stone-lined brine tanks which characterized the second millennium occupation. Salt springs were also the source of the salt at Kibero, where an elaborate boiling and filtration process may date from the first millennium of our era, as there would be very little raison d'être for occupation at the site otherwise. At Basanga the salt flats were occupied from as early as the 5th century and suggest an early, though so far not definitely established, exploitation of the salt, probably by evaporation processes. Salt elsewhere was probably made in the variety of ways which persisted until the 19th century, which involved burning and boiling grasses, or even goat droppings, from areas of known high soil salt content, and then evaporating off the brine so obtained and filtering out all the large impurities. Colander vessels used in such processes are common throughout Iron Age contexts, but unfortunately such perforated vessels could also be used for other food preparation processes, which makes the certain ascription of salt making often very difficult. Iron ores were worked as early as Middle Stone Age times in Swaziland 11 for use as pigments. It is clear that body pigments and iron oxides, ochres for body pigments and later for decorating rock surfaces, were eagerly sought after from early Stone Age times. A piece of hematitic coloring matter was even brought into the Olduvai Basin by very early Stone Age tool users. By late Stone Age times manganese, 12 speculant, 13 and hematite were being regularly mined at localities in Zambia, Swaziland, and in the Northern Cape. 14 excavation in some of the workings at Doornfontein indicated regular mining operations involving galleries and chambers from which up to 45,000 metric tons of specularite may have been obtained, probably by Khoisan-speaking groups from the 9th century of our era onwards. It is likely that the existence of such mines and the implied knowledge of metallic ores and their properties helped the rapid growth of an iron technology in the first half of the first millennium of our era. Elsewhere in sub-Saharan Africa we do not have such clear indications of mining for iron, and it seems that the lateritic crust of the tropical areas was the most likely source of iron ores. Bog iron, however, was used in the lower Casamance Valley in Senegal 1. And at Makalai in Zambia. 1/6 The iron so obtained would have been broken down into very small pieces and hand-selected for smelting. A region where the mining, as opposed to the surface collecting, of laterites may have been undertaken was to the north of the Gambia River in the area of the Senegambian megaliths, which are themselves upright blocks of laterite. Their use there as ritual structures and the growth of an iron technology in the area during the first millennium of our era would indicate that it would be a small step towards the actual mining of the laterites for smelting. It is possible that extensive smelting of the laterites was an essential preliminary to the idea of quarrying the laterite for building purposes. A similar process may have developed in the Central African Republic where megaliths also occur. It has been suggested by Wei Anda in Chapter 24 that the ease of iaterite digging as opposed to hematite quarrying may be one of the clues to a hitherto unsubstantiated claim for an indigenous development of an iron technology in Africa. Laterite, when damp and buried beneath a soil profile, is relatively crumbly and far easier to dig through than normal rock. Unfortunately, except for the southern African mines, no other certain iron mining areas have been either found or accurately dated. It is possible that the Ulian stone axes of hematite in northeastern Zaire and Uganda may be of Iron Age date and fashioned in hematite in imitation of wrought iron. The societies of Africa south of the Sahara in the early Iron Age. The Arabic sources, no actual gold mines have been located, excavated, or dated, nor has evidence for the refining processes been recovered. These were probably similar to those well documented for later periods. 17 main areas for which there is evidence of gold exploitation, largely from non-contemporaneous sources, were located near the headwaters of the Niger and Senegal rivers in present-day Guinea and Mali and are known as Bambouk and Boer. There is rather better evidence, discussed by Phil Lipson in Chapter 27, for gold mining by means of shallow adits or stopes in northeastern Zimbabwe, but there is no undisputed evidence that the activity is older than the 8th or 9th century of our era. The ores seem to have been crushed using pounding stones. It is possible that experimentation with different ores from Stone Age times laid the foundation for the later larger-scale extraction of both copper and gold. Whereas many copper objects have been found on excavations, thus enabling us to date the introduction of copper as a material for both tools and ornaments, very little gold has been found in contexts of the first millennium of our era. It was too valuable to be lost without a search. The only gold objects of an early date are those from the Senegalese tumuli, which date from towards the end of the period. Stone. Stone was almost certainly quarried for various purposes, the most important of which was to provide the raw material for ground and polished stone tools and for the manufacture of querns. Many societies used fixed querns, taking their grains to a rocky outcrop where they could also lay out foods to dry and where they could grind grains or pound vegetable foods. But such outcrops are not available everywhere, and it is evident that rock for grindstones, both the upper and lower varieties, had to be searched for and often moved over considerable distances. Unfortunately, this aspect of archaeology has attracted only scant attention in Africa so far. In years to come, when the number of archaeologists and geologists increases and the geology of the continent has been adequately mapped, it will be a routine job to section all strange rock types and undertake a petrological analysis as an aid in tracing them to their geological source areas. Axe factories have occasionally been found, as at Buro 18 in Ghana, whilst a quern factory dating to the 1st century before our era has been discovered at Kintampo 19 in Ghana. At this latter site, large numbers of partially made rubbers for grinding, as well as querns, were found in a rock shelter which was largely man-made by extensive fire setting to dislodge the stone. The curious oval-sectioned rasps, also termed cigars, which are such a distinctive feature of Ghanaian archaeology, appear in part to be fashioned from a single rock type 20 which was traded over a wide area. All over sub-Saharan Africa, grooves normally 10 to 12 centimeters wide and up to 50 centimeters long mark the spots where suitable flake stone roughouts were ground to make axes, adzes, and chisels. It is probable that the process of quarrying, albeit on a small scale, grinding, polishing and trading of either the roughouts or the finished products went on throughout the period in diminishing intensity as iron replaced stone. In some areas ground stone tools were, however, still in use in the second millennium of our era. Surprisingly few ground stone tools have been found in East and Southern Africa, though they are extremely common in West Africa. Grey vesicular lava, which like laterite is easier to shape on first exposure to the air, was quarried for stone bowls in Kenya and possibly Tanzania during the first millennium before our era. Their use is unknown, many of those found were associated with burials. They are too soft for grinding anything but soft vegetable foods. Similar bowls have been found in Namibia, but elsewhere they are rare. Another relatively unexplored activity which certainly took place was the search for suitable semi-precious stones to make into beads. Cornelian and various forms of chalcedony such as agates and jaspers, as well as crystalline quartzes or rock crystal, were the most common. Beads of these materials are found all over sub-Saharan Africa, often in graves such as those at the Njoro River cave site in Kenya, dated to the 10th century before our era, and also on habitation sites. At Lantana in Niger too, a mine for red stone, jasper, which is still traded to Nigeria for bead making, is believed to be very old, but it is impossible to date its origin. Rarely abundant, stone beads nevertheless indicate a deliberate search for well-known rock types. Such beads were, of course, made as long ago as Stone Age times and were to continue being made right throughout the Iron Age until gradually replaced by the cheaper, more easily made and eventually more accessible glass trade beads. Trade 22. SOME form of exchange has gone on between communities probably from relatively early Stone Age times. The exchange of bright or useful stones and honey for meat and occasionally even womenfolk probably marked the gatherings of foraging peoples, if models based on the study of modern hunters and food gatherers are any guide. Such exchanges, which were of both a ritual and economic significance, would have become regular as societies entered into an agricultural existence, though even in late Stone Age times specialized fishers, seafood collectors, or hunters must have led relatively settled lives and thus required for their tools stones and other materials which were not locally available. It is possible that certain bone implements, such as harpoons, which required more than average expertise, may have been traded. But it is fair to conclude that agriculture, implying a sedentary or a seasonal or periodically shifting existence, would have involved an increase in trade. Much of this trade was probably on a relatively restricted scale and local in scope, but would have included such commodities as salt, certain types of stone and later iron tools, beads, shells, possibly plants for medicinal or ritual use, meat for arable communities and grains and root crops for pastoral groups, specialized utensils or substances like poisons for fishing or hunting, dried fish and all sorts of objects with a scarcity value such as strange seeds, animal claws, teeth, curious stones, bones, etc., which might have had a magical significance and which even today are the stock in trade of certain stalls in West African markets. Except for the polished stone tools, cornstones, and salt which have been referred to in the previous section, nothing is known about this trade. With the advent of metals, however, trade took on a different character. Copper and gold are more localized than stones and were in demand by communities both to the north of the Sahara and to the east around the Indian Ocean. Cowries and other Indian Ocean marine shells found on excavation sites in Zambia such as Kalundu and Gundu from the 4th to the 6th centuries of our era, in Gokamir sites in Zimbabwe and at Sanga in the heart of the continent, indicate the beginnings of more than a local trade. True, such objects often found singly could have been curiosities handed from group to group from the coast to inland, but it is significant that they occur in areas which had resources of value to the outside world. The presence of copper ingots in the Central and Southern African sites indicates a growing complexity in the trade, whilst the wealth of objects both in the Senegalese tumuli and at Sanga points to the success of the trade and the growth of social or political structures which took advantage of the wealth generated. There is no reason to suppose that the trade was on a very big scale at this date even across the Sahara, but the networks had been established. We also have little evidence of markets or distribution centers in sub-Saharan Africa, though Arabic references to the old Ghana capital suggest that they probably existed before the acceleration of the trade brought about by the Arab conquest of North Africa. Chiefs' courts probably served as redistribution centers, a suggestion which is supported by the varied objects from the Malayan and Senegalese tumuli. but unfortunately for this period we can only speculate from the barest of scattered information. Glass beads have come from several sites in Zambia, Shaba, Zaire, and Zimbabwe from contexts in the last half of the first millennium, and they were certainly imports. A recent attempt 23 to both date and find the origin. 725. Of the trade wind beads of the Indian Ocean has proved somewhat disappointing. They are found all around the Indian Ocean from the Philippines to the East African coast. Sources for their manufacture in the Levant, where Hebron was an ancient bead-making center, India, and Alexandria, have all been suggested. Trade wind beads are small, normally reheated cane beads in a variety of single colors. Though certain factories in India are known to have exported them from the 9th century onwards, it is very difficult to assign beads to precise factories without exhaustive analyses. More than 150,000 similar beads have come from Igbo UKWU, and if an early date is accepted for that site, it implies an extensive trade in beads across the Sahara by the late first millennium of our era. Summers 2-4 has suggested that it was the Indian Ocean trade that led to Indian prospecting and mining methods being adopted in the Zimbabwe gold industry, but his ideas have gained very little support. The gold was probably being mined by or before the time when the trade from the East African coast affected the Zimbabwe area. Far too little is known either about early mining methods or about first millennium gold trade to link either with any outside influence. The trade of the East African coast has been discussed in Chapter 22 and clearly indicates the extensive contacts around the Indian Ocean which affected Africa. Though the trade was extensive, it was not intensive and hardly affected the interior of the continent before +1000 except up the Mas and Ravi River valleys in Mozambique leading to Zimbabwe. Emerging themes in African history. Sub-Saharan Africa in the last quarter of the first millennium of our era. It is now necessary to see whether, from the mass of descriptive data presented in the last 8 chapters, any conclusions can be drawn about the state of African society at the end of the early Iron Age. The period witnessed the transformation of the economy of sub-Saharan Africa from one of hunting and gathering to one mainly dependent on agriculture. Population certainly grew and settled life, villages, and larger social units were the outcome. It is difficult to ascertain the social structures involved, but it is likely that over most of Africa we are dealing with relatively small villages consisting of one or more lineage groups with wider affinities based on clan relationships. Population densities must have been small in most areas, probably only a handful to the square kilometer. Following the initial rapid movements consequent upon the advent of iron, allowing clearance of the more wooded areas of Africa, communities had settled down. We have evidence of their isolation in the divergence of different members of the same language families and in the increasingly varied pottery forms and decorations which were developing in most areas around. The societies of Africa south of the Sahara in the early Iron Age +600 to +1000. Demographic estimates, based both on the historical evidence available in North Africa and on extrapolation from ethnographic data and colonial census figures, indicate a population of well under 10 million for the whole of sub-Saharan Africa before +1000. If indications from oral traditions of change from matrilineal to patrilineal societies in the past 500 years, particularly in East Africa, are any guide, we are dealing very much with matrilineal societies over most of the areas of tropical Africa. From the distribution of archaeological artifacts it would appear that the West African forest zone was probably only very lightly settled, though an exception here may have been parts of southern Nigeria. Areas which are now less popular because of their thinner soil and lower rainfall, such as the Jos Plateau, seem at that time to have been more attractive to peoples with a less sophisticated technology. The densest settlement was largely in the savanna woodland and in the so-called dry forest areas. The large number of sites in the Niger Delta area of Mali between Sego and Timbuktu, where over 10 million square kilometers is inundated annually bringing water, and increased fertility, to an otherwise marginal environment, indicates that it was also an area favorable for both early agriculturalists and pastoralists. This was an area where fishing continued to be important and trade developed rapidly. The latter activity was facilitated by the ease of river movement and the need to transport such basic commodities as firewood and building timber or grass to areas which had little vegetation cover. There seems little indication that in Africa the drier bush country of central Tanzania, northern Uganda, and Kenya was occupied by agriculturalists, and the same is certainly true of the more arid parts and high-altitude zones, like Lesotho, of South Africa. River valleys like the Zambezi, the Kafiu, and the Upper Nile, and parts of the shores of lakes Nyasa, Victoria, and Kivu, as well as smaller ones, seem to have attracted settlement. Particularly favored, however, were ecotone situations where the food resources of two or more ecological zones, forest and savanna, plain and foothills, etc., could be exploited. This was particularly advantageous on the southern edge of the savanna in West Africa or around the Zarine forest, from where it was easier to cut slowly into the forest fringes for land for cultivation whilst at the same time taking advantage of its natural resources such as game, wood products, including bark cloth, and wild fruits. The forest presented very much a moving frontier and new groups penetrated it slowly, first for hunting and collecting and later for settlement. And the whole WER dealing with agricultural settlements mainly in areas with rainfall figures of 600-1400 mm per annum. Pastoral activities and short seasonal cultivation was of course possible in area like the Sahel with rainfalls as low as 150 mm. Though there were sheep as far south as the Cape by the beginning of the millennium and there must have been herders there and also in parts of the Sahelian and Sudanic belts, this was not an era. 727. When purely pastoral societies were dominant. Kraals when found are small. It would appear that the northern cultivators were better adapted to coping with lower rainfall regimes than those in the Bantu world, which is possibly a reflection of their Neolithic ancestry and their early cultivation of such crops as millet and sorghum. The coasts nowhere seem to have been settled extensively and there are no long traditions of coastal fishing activities using boats. There are midden deposits of shells, fish bones and, in some localities, animal bones, as along the Casamance River and other inlets of the Senegambian regions, along the sea lagoons of the Guinea coast as far as the Ivory Coast, around the Cape and on the eastern shore of Lake Victoria, the old Wilton Sea of L.S.B. Leakey. Such strandlopers, however, were never numerous and had very little impact on the peoples of the interior. There must have been some scattered settlements on the East African coast, according to the documentary sources discussed in Chapter 22, but there are virtually no archaeological traces of settlement until the 8th century of our era, when it would appear that more permanent colonists were arriving from the Persian Gulf area and or the Benadir coast of Somalia. Curiously, it is more difficult to discover details about the religious beliefs of this time than about those of the preceding hunter-gatherers of the Late Stone Age. The latter provided many clues in their rock art. 25 The earliest agriculturists possibly painted the rocks and may have been responsible for the stylized art of much of East and Central Africa, particularly of the area around Lake Victoria 26 and of Zambia. 27 Though we have some idea when this art tradition was finishing, we have no idea when it originated. The practice of burial is in itself often an expression of religious belief, and the goods that were buried with the dead would in many cases indicate a sense of the need for such items in the afterlife. This is not, of course, the only possible explanation. The size of the grave, the splendor of the grave goods and the munificence of the accompanying ceremony can also serve to demonstrate the status, whether political, ritual, economic or social, of the family of the bereaved. The scale of the funeral activities would also help to establish the genealogy of the chief mourners. It should be remembered, however, and we have excellent 20th century parallels for the practice, that non-religious societies often build very striking mausolea. The existence of impressive burial mounds or funerary monuments need not necessarily imply a belief in a given god or group of gods, but it certainly indicates confidence in the future on the part of society, and represents a political gesture of continuity by a ruling or elite group. Nevertheless, the cemeteries by Lake Kisale in the Shaba region of Zaire, the huge tumuli along the Middle Niger and the Senegambian megaliths and burial mounds are all evidence, not just of settled peoples. The societies of Africa south of the Sahara in the early Iron Age, but of peoples willing to invest part of their wealth and much of their labor in funerary monuments and or grave goods. The full interpretation of these manifestations must await further detailed excavations and the publication of adequate site reports. The consistency of some of the burial practices with regard to body orientation or grave alignment indicates a regulated canon of beliefs. The sheer size of the Malayan tumuli probably indicates the establishment of the institution of kingship, which, if not necessarily divine, was certainly endowed with many of the powers of the supreme ruler. Such rulers could evidently obtain, whether freely or by coercion, we are in no position to determine, the labor of large numbers of people in an area of limited population to erect tumuli 65 meters in diameter and 12 meters high, like that at El Uladze. 28. It is apparent that in the period under review states of some kind were emerging. Two key areas were the Sudanic belt and the area of Central Africa around the headwaters of the Lualaba. In the Sudanic belt there were possibly three nuclear area, around Ghana in southern Mauritania and Senegal, in the inland Niger Delta above Sego and around Lake Chad. All were areas where long-distance trade was beginning to be important and where agriculture probably developed earlier than in areas farther to the south. Several hypotheses have been advanced for the emergence of states. A popular view based initially on ideas first advanced by Fraser 29 in the Golden Bough more than 80 years ago, was that divine kingship, which many would claim is a characteristic feature of centralized African societies, spread from ancient Egypt, possibly via the office of rainmaker. First chiefs were thus charismatic spiritual leaders, who obtained their inspiration from neighboring societies where similar systems operated and ultimately from a common source, namely, Egypt. The theory was later refined by Baumann. 30 Who described the characteristic features of the Sudanic state, and more recently by Oliver. 31 The concept of the Sudanic state which has thus been elaborated is supported by eyewitness descriptions in medieval Arabic of Ghana and other West African states and by 16th century Portuguese descriptions of Central African states. All these accounts stress the mystery surrounding the king, the extreme deference of his subjects and the practice of regicide in the case of imperfection or ill health. For Oliver, the spread of horse-borne, iron-using warriors is a crucial factor in the diffusion of the idea of the state, in the creation of the ruling elite and in the control and expansion of the frontiers. There are, however, other views, and most African scholars see in diffusionist views an attempt to bring in more advanced cultural elements from outside without investigating the possibilities of an independent development of statehood. Critics of diffusionist views, of which the writer is one, 32 feel that though there are similarities between the ceremonial and ritual of many African states, there are very substantial differences. Many of the similarities may be later accretions, particularly when trade expanded following the spread of Islam into Africa. Other reasons advanced for state formation include the effects of long-distance trade and scarce mineral exploitation, which were probably factors in the rise of Ghana, and also the results of competition for scarce resources in areas of marginal fertility. This latter view has been advanced by Carnier Row 33 for the rise of ancient Egypt, but it could equally well apply in a Sahelian context. According to this theory, one group, often with the help of superior military technology, would expand at the expense of weaker neighbors. WHO would thus become the dependents of the conquering group. In time other areas would be absorbed, and eventually the conquering group would be left controlling a large area in which it was in a minority. It would need to reinforce its authority not only by military prowess but also by creating a social structure with the elite military group at the top. Oral traditions and rituals of the ruling group would provide the state religion, which would thus help to ensure and rationalize the mystique of its authority. Head of the elite group, if he were not so in reality, would become the supposed unilineal descendant or reincarnation of the original conqueror, with definite divine characteristics. The divinity of the ruler in such a model is not original but is acquired, often slowly, mostly deliberately, but often probably incidentally, as a defense mechanism to preserve the distinctive integrity of the chief. The idea that the development of trade led to states has been widely discussed. Basically, the theory is that trade leads to increased wealth, and that increased wealth is eventually manifest in social stratification. Wealth leads to powers of patronage and the ability to control other activities, such as the exploitation of minerals, the manufacture of consumer goods or the production of food. All these activities led to further wealth and the centralization of more powers. Several of these elements, such as the acquisition of wealth and the social stratification which are apparent in the Sangha area of Shaba, can of course be discovered by the archaeologist. Bisson, 34 however, claims that 8th or 9th century of our era evidence from Sangha predates the advent of long-distance trade in the area. Though there is apparent wealth in the area, there is a dearth of imports. He feels that the copper ingots in the form of crosses were used as a general-purpose currency which enhanced the prestige and status of the ruling group. In such a case the ruling group may have become established because of its extra expertise in metallurgy, its control of key craftsmen, or the communal. The societies of Africa south of the Sahara in the early Iron Age. Need for leadership consequent upon a population increase in a particularly favorable environment. Turning from hypothesis to fact, the only area in which we can convincingly assert that a kingdom existed in the period under review was at the western edge of the Sudan, where the kingdom of Ghana was certainly in existence by +700 and could have been emerging for up to 1,000 years. The reasons for its growth must have been its control of valuable mineral resources, copper, iron, and gold, in the probable order of their exploitation, its control of the salt trade, and possibly its location in an area of primary development of an agricultural mode of life, as represented by the Tichet sequence. A detailed account of the state will be found in the next volume, but it is probably no coincidence that the growth of ancient Ghana, the building of the Senegambian megaliths and the rich burial mounds of Senegal were contemporaneous developments. They were probably related parts of the same pattern of economic growth. As we have seen in the preceding chapters, there is no uniform ending to the period under review as there is for North Africa. Nevertheless, the arrival of the Arabs in North Africa was ultimately to affect either directly or indirectly much of West and East Africa. We have seen that by +800 most of Africa was firmly in the Iron Age. The forest margin was being slowly eroded by the advance of agriculture, both in West Africa and in southern Central Africa. Population was increasing. The first phase of the agricultural revolution had involved the rapid expansion of small groups of arable cultivators, who probably obtained a great deal of their protein by using the age-old, well-tried methods of their Stone Age hunting and gathering ancestors. Much of their hunting equipment was the same as their predecessors: nets, bone and horn fishhooks and wooden spears and arrows, perhaps still barbed at times with microliths or the sharpened ends of antelope horns or similar natural substances. In a few cases it was supplemented by more efficient, though costly, iron arrowheads and more quickly made fishhooks. Much of their mythology and religion must also have been derived from their foraging forebears, but as life became more settled they developed new beliefs based on the mysteries of agriculture and metal working. Some of these beliefs had probably been passed on by the people who transmitted the new mysteries. The Iron Age farmers were more creative, molding pots, carving drums, making baskets, smelting iron, forging tools. Their religion was becoming centered on creative deities, and their systems of belief were aimed at ensuring salvation from the vicissitudes of a nature to which the agriculturalist is more vulnerable. Their ritual and music were probably more elaborate, their material culture was more varied and their sense of tradition and social continuity was more firmly established. Fundamental changes had taken place in society which ultimately affected all the succeeding periods of African history. In this volume an attempt has been made to show, as far as possible, the main trends in the early history of Africa, the major changes that occurred, the fundamental contacts between its various regions, and the state of African societies and groups during the period under review. The volume outlines a general framework for research, and the main lines along which studies should be directed. However, it already seems possible to reach some conclusions and to adopt some hypotheses, although it should be clearly and strongly emphasized that a great deal remains to be done and long, in-depth studies are needed. The chapters on ancient Egypt demonstrate that before the third millennium before our era, Egypt had achieved a high intellectual, social, and material standard, compared with most other parts of the world. The ancient Egyptian civilization, besides being old, original, and rich in initiative, lasted for almost 3,000 years. It resulted not only from favorable environment factors, but also from the efforts to control those factors and put them to beneficial use. There is no doubt that the natural elements played an important and remarkable role in the development of the ancient Egyptian civilization. But, on the other hand, this role was supplemented and became effective only through the Egyptians' struggle to tame their environment, to overcome the difficulties and problems it posed, and so to render it beneficial for their own prosperity. The ancient Egyptians, through the invention of writing in their pre-dynastic period, made a considerable advance towards civilization. Writing extended the range of man's communications, developed his mentality and widened his knowledge. The invention of writing was more important and effective than any battle the ancient Egyptians fought or any other achievement they accomplished. The first writing appeared about 3200, and in its last stage, the Coptic language, is still used today in Coptic churches in Egypt. So, we can consider this rich life of almost 50 centuries of the ancient Egyptian language as the longest of any of the world's languages. Finally, we can say that the invention of writing was the main stage passed by the Egyptians on their long road towards civilization and prosperity. Our knowledge of ancient Egypt is due mostly to the discovery of conclusion writing and the establishment of a kind of chronology. It is not the same system of chronology we use today, because the ancient Egyptians dated the events they desired to record according to the rule of the king reigning at the time. But with the aid of this system, the historian Manen of Sebennytos was able to arrange the rulers of Egypt from Menes to Alexander the Great in 30 dynasties. Modern scholars have grouped several dynasties together under the name of empire or kingdom, old, modern and new. Although Egypt was open to cultural currents coming especially from the East, this volume shows how the Egyptian civilization rested to a great extent on an African foundation, and also that Egypt, which is a part of Africa, was one of the main centers of universal civilization in ancient times, and that a great deal of scientific knowledge, art, and literature emanated from that region, and influenced Greece in particular. In the fields of mathematics, geometry, arithmetic, etc., astronomy, and the measurement of time, the calendar, medicine, architecture, music, and literature, narrative, poetry, tragedy, etc., Greece received, developed and transmitted to the West a great part of the Egyptian legacy, from Pharaonic and Ptolemy Egypt. Through Greece and Phoenicia, the ancient Egyptian civilization entered into contact not only with Europe, but also with North Africa and even the Indian subcontinent. Wide differences of opinion exist about the peopling of Egypt, which is still a subject of serious and deep study. It is hoped that the great progress in the methodology of physical anthropology will enable definitive conclusions on this subject to be reached in the near future. According to records mentioned in this volume, Nubia has been closely connected with Egypt since the earliest times as a result of various factors, physical factors, particularly similar geographical features, especially between Nubia and the extreme southern part of Upper Egypt, historical and political factors, which are important in themselves and were greatly strengthened by the physical aspect, social factors, which are reflected in culture and religion. Thus, since the beginning of the first Egyptian dynasty, and through the Old Kingdom, the Egyptians paid a great deal of attention to the northern area of Nubia, which they considered as a complementary part of their own country. They organized a flow of trade with the Nubians, exploited Nubian natural resources, and when any Nubian resistance was shown they sent military missions to end it. Some of the Old Kingdom expeditions, which were led by some of the earliest travelers and pioneer explorers, such as Ony, Miku, Sabna, and Quafihar, Harka F, penetrated into the Sahara and possibly into Central Africa. Egyptian interest in Nubia was reflected particularly in the construction of numerous temples which, besides being religious centers, were meant to show Egypt's civilization and power, and the mightiness and holiness of its king. The main reason for such interest was the fact that Nubia, since 733, the remotest ages, had been the passage toward trade between the Mediterranean and the heart of Africa. So, Nubia contained also the remains of a number of fortresses from the Pharaonic and Roman periods, which were built to protect trade and enforce peace in those regions. However, since prehistoric days Nubia had constituted a geographical and social unit. Since the dawn of history, it had been inhabited by people whose culture was identical with that of the northern valley of the Nile. But, starting from about 3200, the Egyptians began to outstrip their southern neighbors in the cultural domain, and made vast strides towards civilization, while Nubia remained stationary at the prehistoric level for a considerable time. In the first half of the second millennium before our era, the so-called Kerma culture, a rich and prosperous civilization, flourished in Nubia. Although greatly influenced by Egyptian culture, it possessed its own local characteristics. But, after the beginning of the first millennium before our era, when the power of Egypt waned, a native monarchy began to be established, with Napata as its capital, which later ruled Egypt itself. The 50-year Nubian domination in Egypt during the 7th period, the first part of the 25th dynasty, effected a union of Egypt and Nubia. The glory of this great African power was outstanding, as shown by classical writers. After the transfer of the capital to Meroe, Nubia experienced a period of progress and prosperity and resumed contacts with its neighbors, until nearly the 9th century. The expansion of the Meroitic monarchy to the west and south, its role in diffusing its ideas and techniques and its transmission of Eastern and Western influences are still under study and discussion. Also, even after the publication of this volume, further stimulus should be given to the efforts to decipher the Meroitic script. The 900 documents which exist would reveal information of many kinds. It would also make available, side by side with the Pharaonic language, a new classical language that was strictly African. From the 4th century of our era, Christianity began to spread to Nubia, where the temples were converted into churches. The role of Christian Nubia was also great, its achievements were numerous, and its influence on its neighbors was remarkable. Christian Nubia's golden age was during the 8th century, when it enjoyed an initial period of development and prosperity. Nubia remained under the rule of a Christian monarchy until Islam spread all over the country. From that time, it began to be swept by Arabic Islamic culture, losing to a great extent its traditional character. Nubia, because of its geographical location, played a special and sometimes involuntary role as an intermediary between Central Africa and the Mediterranean. The Kingdom of Napata, the Empire of Meroe and the Christian Kingdom showed Nubia as a link between North and South. Through it, culture, techniques and material found their way through surrounding regions. It is by the stubborn pursuit of research that W.E. May. 734. Conclusion. Discover that the Egypto-Nubian civilization played a similar role in Africa to that of the Greco-Roman civilization in Europe. Interest in the history of ancient Nubia was resurrected recently when the Egyptian project of a high dam over Aswan took shape. From the first moment, it became obvious that the dam would mean the submersion of 16 temples, all the chapels, churches, tombs, rock inscriptions and other historical sites in the area of Nubia, which would be flooded. These monuments had mostly been left intact by time. At the request of Egypt and the Sudan, UNESCO launched in 1959 an appeal asking all nations, organizations, and men of goodwill to help technically, scientifically and financially to save the Nubian monuments. At once there began a successful international campaign which has saved most of the Nubian monuments, representing centuries of history and holding the keys to early cultures. Further archaeological excavations around the Kerma site where funeral rites were identical with those in Ghana, in the region of Dongola and the southwest oases in particular, would give us a better idea of certain archaic cultural affinities and perhaps reveal other links in the cultural chain between the valley of the Nile and the interior of Africa. In any case, it would give us a clearer idea of the itinerary followed by explorers of the ancient empire, such as Harkaf. Although Ethiopia was influenced at the beginning by various motives, it established a cultural unit whose central coherence could be identified as coming from South Arabia. Material sources dating back to the Second Pre-Aksumite period indicate that a local culture existed which had assimilated foreign influences. The Kingdom of Aksum, which lasted from the 1st century of our era for about 1,000 years, adopted a quite distinct form, different from that of the Pre-Aksumite period. The civilization of Aksum, like that of ancient Egypt, was the result of a cultural development, whose roots went back to prehistory. It was an African civilization, which was produced by its people, although some Meroitic influence can be traced in the pottery of the Second Pre-Aksumite period. During the 2nd and 3rd centuries, the Meroitic influence predominated in Ethiopia. The newly discovered stele of Aksum with the Egyptian symbol of life, Ankh, and objects connected with Hathor, and Horus, as well as scarabs, show the influence of the Egyptian Mero religion on Aksumite beliefs. The Aksumite kingdom was an important trade power on the routes from the Roman world to India and from Arabia to North Africa, and also a great center of cultural dissemination. So far, only a few aspects of Aksumite culture and its African roots have been investigated and much still remains to be done. The arrival of Christianity in Ethiopia, as in Egypt and Mero, brought great changes in the culture and life of the people. The role of Christianity and its continuity in Ethiopia, its influence inside and outside. 735. That country, are interesting subjects which deserve in-depth study in the near future. In view of the limitations of our historical sources, increased knowledge about the evolution of the native Libyan culture and its reaction to the introduction of the Phoenician civilization must wait until the archaeologists and historians have carried out further studies. In the present state of our knowledge we must therefore consider that the entry of the Maghreb into recorded history begins with the arrival of the Phoenicians on the coast of North Africa, although Carthaginian contacts with the peoples of the Sahara and even with people living farther south remains obscure. At the same time, it should be pointed out that the culture of North Africa is not indebted solely to the Phoenicians for its early inspiration, which was mainly African. The Phoenician period brought the Maghreb into the general history of the Mediterranean world, since the Phoenician culture was mixed with Egyptian and Oriental elements and depended on trade relations with other Mediterranean countries. Nevertheless, the later period of the Numidian and Mauritanian kingdoms saw the evolution of a culture of mixed Libyan and Phoenician character. Although we have very scarce and incomplete knowledge about the Sahara and its culture in antiquity, several points can be made. It is certain that the desiccation of the climate did not kill the desert and that human activity continued there, that languages and writing were consolidated, that with the increased use of camels, means of transport were developed which allowed the Sahara to play an important role in cultural exchanges between the Maghreb and tropical Africa. We can therefore conclude that the Sahara was neither a barrier nor a dead zone, but an area with its own culture and history which still needs to be studied to discover the continuing influence of the Maghreb on the Sudanic belt. There were always active cultural contacts across the Sahara with sub-Saharan Africa which greatly affected African history. Hitherto, it has often been customary to situate the beginning of the history of Africa south of the Sahara at approximately the 15th century of our era for two main reasons, namely, the dearth of written documents and the dogmatic cleavage which historians have made mentally between that part of the continent on the one hand and ancient Egypt and North Africa on the other. This volume, despite the gaps and incompleteness of the research so far undertaken, has helped to demonstrate the possibility of a cultural unity of the entire continent in the most widely varying fields. See Chapter 29, The Societies of Africa South of the Sahara in the Early Iron Age, by Professor Marek Poznański. It deals with the results obtained in the last 10 chapters of this volume concerning sub-Saharan Africa. Conclusion. The theory of the genetic kinship between ancient Egyptian and the African languages has been discussed. If research confirms this theory, it will prove the deep-rooted linguistic unity of the continent. The similarity of royal structures, the relationship of rites and cosmogonies, circumcision, totemism, vitalism, metempsychosis, etc., the affinity of material cultures, tilling equipment is one example, are all matters to be deeply studied in the future. The cultural heritage left to us by the societies which lived in Egypt, Nubia, Ethiopia, and the Maghreb is of great importance. Monotheism imposed by the Christians, and before them by the Jews, in these regions was strong and expressive and no doubt facilitated the entry of Islam into Africa. These well-known facts stand on the credit side of the Africans. On the debit side are unclear areas where a vast amount of work remains to be done, and many uncertain points to be clarified. Likewise, completion of the third condition for the writing of volumes I and II, i.e. the reconstruction of the ancient African road network since proto-historical times, and a determination of the extent of cultivated areas during the same period from the analysis of photographs taken from satellites for that purpose, would singularly broaden and deepen our knowledge both of the intracontinental cultural and trade relations of the time and the degree to which the land was occupied. More extensive work on ethnonyms and toponyms should make it possible to determine migratory currents and unsuspected ethnic relationships from one end of the continent to the other. I hope this volume will persuade the African countries to show more interest in, and give more help to, the archaeology of ancient Africa.